Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome to a brand new series. That's not really a brand new series, but it's brand new for AFL 26. It is the rebuilding every AFL team until they win a premiership. I hope you're all doing very, very well. We did a decent job of this last year. We got through, I think, probably 50% of the teams, which, I mean, that's a pass mark in most schools nowadays. But we're going to go through and we're just going to have a bit of a fun time. We're going to go and put all of these sliders in. We're going to make it as hard as possible with the contract negotiation and the trade difficulty. In terms of the match difficulty, I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing the grand final of any particular game that we do because that is the only game that we are going to play. The rest of the games are going to be simulated because I don't have the time to play every single game to get all of the teams done. I'm going to play 10-minute quarters. Injuries, I'm going to stick on reduced for now. Custom license will be off, and the Brownlow votes will have just leave it on for now as well. And in terms of the sides that we will be selecting, I am going to be doing this in alphabetical order. So the Crows will be first, followed by Brisbane, Carlton, Collingwood, etc. The Crows, they're actually doing very well in real life, I will say, and it will be strictly an AFL rebuild. I'm not going to do the AFLW or the SANFL. Mainly because time and effort, and I think you guys are most interested in seeing the AFL side anyway. Now, because we're doing this in kind of like a time limit, not necessarily a time limit, but we're trying to get this done as quickly as possible. The one thing that I am going to edit with, I guess, the quality of coaching and scouting is what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the State League scouts to 1-star and pump the under 18s to 5-star. That way we'll know exactly who's doing well in the under 18s, of course, but also any players that we can have a look at down the line. Now, in terms of the memberships and merchandising, I'm actually going to leave those two portions the same. The community days, however, I will be pumping up to the max just so we can generate a bit more fan interest. Obviously, with the membership pricing, if we need a bit of help raising funds, we'll look at that for Season 2. But strictly Season 1, it's going to be a wash. We're not really going to count it towards the cause, because realistically, I wouldn't have done anything to make the Crows win a premiership. It would have been just the previous regime's work. And my objective for this year, I'm just going to go with the mid-tier gold, which is just win 10 games. Just under half of our games won. If we can get that done, I think we're going to be just fine. Now, in terms of the contract situation, I'm just going to basically leave everybody's contract until the end of the season. We're going to meet you guys at the end of the end of the regular season. If we have a finals game, we'll go over that whenever we need to. And also, if we have a mid-season draft pick, I will stop at the mid-season draft and we'll do a thing there. But this sort of first season is not important. We're going to pick things up in the 2025 off-season. We have reached the end of the regular season, and we actually finished in the top 8. I was about to say the top 10, but the top 8. We were really, really good in the opening half of the season. We're actually unbeaten going into Gather Round, and then whoever we played in Gather Round, I can't remember who it was. I believe they beat us, but then the back end of the season, injuries just piled up, and we really, really struggled, unfortunately. But we're going to be playing the Gold Coast Suns in a elimination final up on the Gold Coast. Carlton had a really, really good season. The Swans were good. The Bulldogs were good. Freo also good, but Port Adelaide, bottom of the ladder. It's what we like to see. Obviously, we're going from a Crows point of view. Obviously, I'm also doing a series on Port Adelaide at the moment, so trying to keep that in the back of my mind as well. We're just going to repeat last week's training. We currently have 6 injuries which we have to deal with, so Dowling is going to come out. Lockie Murphy can come in, that's fine. Is anybody coming back from injury? I know, obviously, Tex and Ben Keys are injured. Mark Keane can come back in, that is fine. He can sit in a back pocket. But without further ado, it's time to get through the finals. Here we go. Can we beat the Suns? We lose, unfortunately. So that is the end of our first season. Jordan Dawson is actually best on, but we do not get past the first round of finals, unfortunately, and we have a few more injuries which we need to deal with. But objectives-wise, we did really, really well this season. We won the 10 home and away games, which was great. We beat one team from the top 6 last year, but we couldn't beat 3 teams from the top 4, which would have been the big one, unfortunately. But also throughout the season, if we have a look at our facilities, I was also able to upgrade our medical facility. So hopefully going into Season 2, that will help things out a little bit. I'm actually just going to quickly repair that for 26 grand. Just something that we need to keep an eye on going into the rest of the series. But now that the season is over, we need to see who won the Premiership. Who was it this year that was victorious? It was Freo, for God's sake. They beat Gold Coast in a prelim. The Doggies beat Hawthorn in the other prelim. Absolutely belted them, actually. And they win in the end by 12 points in a pretty evenly contested grand final. Looks like Freo dominated the ball. Andy Brayshaw kicked a couple of goals. 170 on the AFL Fantasy. I dare say he's going to win the Norm Smith. And yes, I was correct. So, Freo finally get a premiership 30 years after they enter the AFL. What a great story for them. I mean, I'm not going to get too excited about Freo, to be honest, because this series, not really about... Well, this video, I should say, not really about Freo. It is about us. Jed Walter leads or won the Coleman, at least, at the end of the finals period. I can see that Riley Thilthorpe led the goal kicking for us. We'll have a look at the end of season awards shortly, but we'll just have a quick scout at these statistics for us, because I know just by going through all the games, Thilthorpe obviously kicked a lot of goals. He missed one game with a dislocated finger, I know that for sure. Rory Laird's actually finished second in the Coleman, the leading goal kicking for us. Crouch was third, Fogarty, Rankin, Rochelle. Sid Draper had a very, very good first season. Jordan Dawson was very good. Ben Keys was also terrific. Tex Walker had a few injury concerns, but still popped up and provided a bit of a presence. But as you can see, a pretty even goal kicking load this year. Tom Liberatore finishes the season as the Brownlow medalist, joins his dad. That would be the first father and son combination to win a Brownlow, I'm pretty sure. If so, that is very, very cool. Mabior Chol actually won the Coleman in the end with 44 goals, a little bit of a low tally, obviously just going in the simulation. And Sid Draper, South Australia's own, won the Rising Star Award. And the All-Australian team, I can't see any Crows. Actually, Darcy Fogarty made it on a half-forward flank. Nobody else, it looks like. So Darcy Fogarty, the only All-Australian for the Crows, and I believe that's a first timer for him, so congratulations. But now it's time to get into the nuts and bolts of the video, and this is the most fun part. This is why you're all here. You want to see me rebuild the Crows, and we're going to be doing that in the next few minutes. So we need to now have a look at our contract situation. We currently have 11 players without contracts. We need to have a look and see who they are. If I can go to the right tab, where am I going? Okay, so we've got a few options here. We've got, in terms of our week in, week out starting players, we've got Crouch, we've got Tex, and we've got Riley O'Brien as our ruckman. Now, they're probably the priority here. Obviously, there's, is it Hugh Bond, I think it is, Gallagher, Brodie Smith, obviously been on the Crows for a long time, and Lockie Murphy, who is also out of contract, didn't play a lot for us this year. So we just have to see where we go. I'm probably going to re-sign Riley O'Brien first, mainly because he is our number one ruck, and I really only want to give him a 3-year deal because he is a bit on the older side. I think he's 28, which is actually sort of prime years for a ruckman. But at the end of this deal, we're actually going to give him 4 years. He will be 32 years of age. We're going to lowball him first just to see what he's after. He's after 375 grand a season, which is actually lower than we're paying him this year, which is actually very, very nice. So we're going to offer him that, and he has re-signed. I will quickly double check that we are on the right settings because, to be perfectly honest, I haven't changed them. And yes, we are still on the hardest settings. Whoop, I do not want to exit. So just to keep an eye on that, we are still on the hardest settings. Matt Crouch was our highest Brownlow vote getter this year. A bit older now. Obviously, Tex is still he's been old for quite a few years, actually. So depending on who's the priority here, Tex or Matt Crouch. I feel like we need to sign Tex, even though he did get a few injuries this year. Depending on how much he's asking for, $826,000 from last year is a bit of a concern, but I feel like everybody will get very upset with me if I don't re-sign him. I feel like we can leverage Matt Crouch in a trade. He may want to go back to Victoria. I'm assuming his brother is now living in Victoria now that he's retired. So I think we're going to give Tex a 1-year deal. I don't know how much he's asking for. 691,000. That is semi-reasonable for a player who kicked 21 goals last year, but has provided a lot to the club. Former captain, obviously. We're going to bring him back on a 1-year deal if he will accept. Tex wants more years on the contract, which is not ideal. I'm going to bring this down to 600,000 and now on 684. I don't really want to give him 2 years. Okay, we'll leave Tex for now, and I think we'll leave everybody else for now as well. Let's have a look at league-wide free agency, see who's available. We could... I mean, what do we really need? We need another ruckman, I know that, as a backup. We also need key defenders, because we did have a few injuries back there at certain times this year. So who realistically is a decent option? As we'll go for the rucks first. I know the Crows were heavily linked with Sid Draper prior to his injury, whether or not they would still be in the hunt for him, but I feel like he would be a decent backup ruckman, so just depending on how much he's asking for. Tom de Koning obviously would be fantastic, but I don't think he would be interested in coming to Adelaide. Sam Day is from Adelaide. We could potentially go in that direction, and as is Callum Coleman-Jones as well, but I know he's a Port supporter, so I doubt he would want to sign with the Crows. So I think probably the most realistic one here would be Sam Draper. Did I say Sid Draper? I can't remember. But we're going to sign him to 2 years. Obviously, he's coming off the Achilles. Let's see if he will accept. He's not going to accept that, but he wants 313. We'll round it up to 315 because I like sort of nice round numbers. And hopefully, he will accept that 2-year deal. And he is now Crow. And we're also going to put in a bid for Sam Day as well. We're going to take him off of the Brisbane Lions' hands. We're going to offer him a 1-year deal worth $175,000 a year, and he has now joined the Adelaide Crows. And in terms of the key defenders, I know one player that the Crows have been linked with is Leek Alia. I know that he is currently out of favour with the Giants, but if we go further down the list, we'll see who else is here. There's Dane Rampy, who... I think he's quite content on the Swans, to be perfectly honest. There's Lockie Jones. But it's a pretty quiet class, actually, for key defenders. So I think we're going to have a go at Leek Alia. We'll probably offer him a 2-year deal. He actually got delisted by GWS. So we'll go for 2 years, see if he can be signed up. $225,000 a season. That is perfectly fine. Welcome to the Adelaide Crows. Yes, he is. We've gone back for our own free agent here in Brodie Smith. We're going to offer him a 2-year deal, $320,000 a season, which he has accepted. Very, very good. Nice to have him back. Obviously been on the Crows for a long time. Now, in terms of our other free agents, I know Burgess we are going to let go. That is fine. Tex Walker, I would like to keep him, but I don't want to give him 2 years. Matt Crouch, I will probably trade, even though he was very good last year. Lockie Murphy will probably also let go, and the others I'm just happy to delist. So in terms of bringing free agents in, we've got Sam Day, Sam Draper, and Leek Alia. Let's hit the trade market. And before we've even done a trade ourselves, we can see that Oscar Allen has signed with St Kilda. West Coast have received pick 26 in compensation. Callum Archie has signed with the West Coast Eagles. Brisbane have received pick 31. West Coast are just losing free agents left, right, and centre. Apparently, Jack Petruccelli has gone to the Bombers. West Coast are getting pick 42. Ed Richards has signed with Hawthorn. The Bulldogs are getting pick 20. And Starcevic from Brisbane has gone to North Melbourne. Brisbane, I should say, are getting pick 43. But here's when it gets interesting. Jace Burgoyne has been traded by Port Adelaide to the Bulldogs for pick 17. Geelong have traded Ollie Dempsey to Carlton, I should say, for pick 57 and pick 14. Mitch Lewis has been traded to Brisbane to fill the Joe Danaher role for pick 29. And Josh Weddle and pick 59 have been traded to Collingwood for pick 32 and pick 11 to Hawthorn. So as you can see, just off of first impressions, we can actually see what's going on league-wide compared to last year, because previously we had to go to this sort of screen here and we could sort of see what was happening, but we couldn't actually see entirely what was happening, if that makes sense. But in terms of trades, I feel like we've patched up our ruck situation. We could probably go for one more key defender, and I just also would want to build around Obviously, our midfield, we've got obviously Jordan Dawson, who is very, very good. We've got Ben Keys, who's actually had quite a few injuries last year. We've got Sid Draper, who's young and up and coming. So if we can get a few more bits and pieces in there, I would like to see what we can do. And I've got a few players in mind. Let's have a sniff around and see what we can come up with. The first player that I'm going to have a look at on the trade market is Kozzy Pickett. Now, I think or if we actually go just under 900,000, I think that would be a decent offer. We'll go 875. If we can get that done, he only wants 902. So hopefully we can get him done, and then we can work out a trade with Melbourne, and he has accepted, which is lovely. Let's see if we can get a trade done. He is South Australian, although he has been linked to a move probably to Freo, I imagine that would be, because I know there was a talk about a Luke Jackson, Kozzy Pickett straight swap. Now, I don't know how strong the trade difficulty is this year. Obviously, I'm doing it on hardest, which was where I had it last year for all of my rebuilds. And I think Matt Crouch is going to be a good fit here. He is Victorian, and Melbourne, depending if they want to get rid of Clayton Oliver or Petrarca, could probably use a bit of strength in their midfield. I'm assuming a straight swap won't do it, so I'm happy to throw in my first round pick. I think that is very much fair. They say it's significantly less than what they are asking for. Now, what else would they want? Probably another draft pick, I would imagine, but I don't really want to. Maybe a Lockie Murphy, who's also a free agent. Didn't really play him a lot, and I believe he is also Victorian. I'm trying to retain a lot of my South Australian players, so I'm not just going to be trading out players left, right, and centre. Maybe Lockie Murphy will get it done, and possibly, I'm trying to have a look down my list here. Okay, we're in a little bit of trouble here. I'm trying to find someone who I would want to give away, because there's not really anybody I want to give away that I think Melbourne would be interested in. I don't really want to give away my second round pick this year, so I might have to give away my second for next year. Hopefully this will get it done. They're still a fair way off, which is a little bit concerning. I'm going to have to play around with this, and we'll come back to it. We've taken Lockie Murphy out of the deal now. I've included my future first round pick for next year, but I've also requested pick 3, or their third round pick, which is pick 44 overall, and a future third from Melbourne. They still think we're a fair way off. What if we take out this year's third round pick? Still no good. What if we take out the future third? I feel like I'm getting shafted here. I know I'm on the hardest difficulty, but this is getting a little silly. But Kozzy Pickett is a phenomenal player. Very, very versatile. Now that we're close, they want something a little bit more than Lockie Murphy. Okay. Who do we give away that they would be interested in? Chase Jones. He's Tasmanian. Melbourne's relatively close to Tasmania compared to Adelaide. That could be an option. Lockie Scholl could be an option. He sort of played a little bit for us last year. Would throwing in Charlie Edwards get it done? I know he is a younger player, but does have a bit of potential to grow. But I feel like we're also throwing in a little bit too much if we were including him. So Crouch, pick 12, a future first, and Charlie Edwards for Kozzy Pickett. I feel like I would need to get something back in terms of a draft pick. So we'll go for that third round pick once again. Hopefully they take this deal, and they do. Kozzy Pickett is now a member of the Adelaide Crows. Took a little bit to get done. Obviously, Crouch is a bit of an older player. Charlie Edwards, a very, very young player with a lot of potential and 2 picks. Hopefully, if we're very, very good next year, we will be decent enough to avoid giving away a very early draft pick. But we get pick 44 back in the deal. Welcome, Kozzy Pickett. I want to get some more draft capital in this year's draft. So I'm going to be sending Lockie Murphy to Geelong for pick 51 in this year's draft. They say we're close to an agreement. If we throw in pick 4, pick 73, that should be able to get it done, you would think. They're still close. Pick 50, pick 91. I'm just chucking in late picks at this point. No good. So they want maybe pick 57 will get it done. Hopefully that will be okay. It is. So we just picked the wrong third round pick there. We moved 6 picks back. Lockie Murphy is now a member of Geelong. I'm going to revisit the Tex Walker offer. We're going to offer him the 2 years that he does want, because to be perfectly honest, I don't really want to lose him, and we've got the cap space to afford it. So we're going to front load the deal, be $698,000 for next year. 671 for 2027. He's all signed up. Welcome back, Tex Walker. Not that you really went anywhere. Now, in terms of our contract expiry, we've still got Burgess, Gallagher, and Bond to deal with, and we've got 5 spots still open on the list, and we've got a few draft picks as well, which we can play around with. Let's just pick a random team, just so I can have a look at what we do have. So we've got pick 33, 44, 55. That was a complete accident. 57, 73, and then we get into the later stuff as well. So if we can trade, maybe try and bundle 73, 57, and 55 to get a bit higher up in the draft, that would be fantastic. Or we could try and package them together to try and get another good senior player. I'll have to have a look around, see what we can do. Proposing a deal with the Gold Coast Suns. We're just going to chuck in all of our late picks, rounds 10 through to 7, for pick 76, which is in the 4th round. They are absolutely ecstatic with that. I don't know why they would be, because those picks generally go unused, but hopefully we can snag a bit of a bargain down at pick 76. I'm now going to be bundling a whole bunch of 3rd round picks in this year's draft for a future 2nd round pick from the Bombers. They say it's no good, but if we can maybe get this year's 2nd round pick, which is pick 40, we're moving up 4 spots and then giving up a future 3rd as well. Would they say yes to this? They do. So that is very, very good. I think our trade business is done here. If we have a quick final look at our draft picks for this year's draft, we've got 33, 40, 73, 76, 91, and 109. I don't think those last 2 will get used, but hopefully we can get a couple of decent players early in the 2nd round. But I think our trade business and free agency business this year was pretty good. We've got 5 roster spots free, ton of money left in the salary cap. We've got about $1.3 million to spend. So if there's a free agent possibly next season, if we don't win the Premiership, we can definitely go and spend that money. Are there any other deals that have been done? Those are just our deals. So let's move a little bit further forward. We've been proposed a trade here from Melbourne for Hinge. Is it Mitchell Hinge? I believe it is. Pick 21 for and pick 63. I'm going to say no to that. I'd rather keep him, to be perfectly honest. A few other trades have been done outside of us. Looks like Jack Buckley's been traded to Port in exchange for 62 and 17. Ryan Gardner has been traded by the Bulldogs to Geelong for pick 28. Kay Chandler has moved to Essendon for pick 23. Jack Bowes and pick 51 have gone to the Eagles for pick 5 and pick 66. And Connor McDonald has been traded to the Suns along with a future 3rd round pick in exchange for pick 36 and pick 15. We're officially done in the trade/free agency period. Let's go to the national draft. Port Adelaide have the first pick. Who are they going to select? They take W. Marks. We'll have to have a look at his stuff in the future, but let's just skip forward to us, see what we can do in the draft. We've been pushed back all the way to pick 32. I'm assuming that's just got to do with free agency compensation and the like. Now, I'm not really going to be drafting for potential here. Obviously, if we can get a good player with good potential, that will be one thing. But I think what we're going to do is look for best player available. And I can see here we've got Finley Henderson, who looks like a big piece of beef, 200 centimeter key defender out of, I believe, I actually don't know who he's in the State League somewhere in Victoria, but I don't know. He's a key defender anyway. And there's also Jake Sutar here, who hasn't played any footy at any level. He's a little bit better, has a little bit less potential, but I think he's going to be the player that we do draft. We do need another key defender, so welcome to the club, Jake Sutar. I'm actually going to take a mature age player here in, I think it's Darcy Tucker, I believe it is, who used to play for North Melbourne. And there's Darcy Tucker, 28 years of age, 78 overall. I think he can do a job for us. Seems a little high to be taking him, but to be honest, there wasn't anybody that I was really interested. So we're just going to be taking mature age prospects from here on out. Our final pick of the draft will be pick 52. I've had a look at the suggested players before. There's nobody there that I'm really interested in. So we may go mature age here again. Is there anybody? We've already drafted Tucker. In terms of overall, we can have a look at, we've got a few players here. We've got Mr. Murdoch, who Milan Murdoch used to play for Geelong. And we've also got I was going to say Elle McPherson, but it's Ewan McPherson, who used to play for the Bulldogs. They're both all same overall, same potential, but McPherson's a little younger. So we're going to be drafting here, and our work in the national draft is done. We've still got the rookie draft. Let's keep going. And I've just noticed, I went into my inbox because I had a few messages. There were a few late trades that I hadn't gone over yet. Matt Rao's been traded to Melbourne for pick 48, and pick 48 for pick 2. Wangeline Millera from St Kilda has been traded to Melbourne for a future first round pick and pick 23. So I dare say that would have been our future first if I had to guess. And then Jai Newcomb has been traded to the Eagles for a future first round pick and an unused draft pick. So I feel like Hawthorn got absolutely shafted there, and Ben Keys is back from injury, which is lovely. We've only got the 2 players to select in the rookie draft. I'm really, as I said, just going for best player available here or best option. So if we just go overall, we've got 2 76ers that we had a look at earlier. We're now getting into the 75s. Is that Jonty Scharenberg, who used to play for Collingwood? Because if so, yep, he plays in South Australia. He used to play for Glenelg. He still plays for Glenelg. We're going to draft him. That makes the most sense. Former top 5 draft pick, I believe. And then he did his knee a couple of times. Didn't really work out for him. I think we should go with a bit of a younger player here. I think that is the thing to do. We haven't drafted a small forward yet, and I like the look of Annabelle here, who looks like he used to play for Brisbane's VFL team. Had a good season last year, kicked more behinds than goals, which is a little bit of a concern, but we're going to draft him anyway. Seems to be a decent player, and our work in the off-season is now done. It's now time to go over our next season's, basically, coaching and list management and star rating section. I don't really know what to call this. There's not like a headline for it. I don't think we're going to change any of it because there really isn't a need to, and same with the memberships. We made a ton of money last year off of our objectives. Our objective for this year, I think, would be to be placed in the top 12 over 12 different rounds. That may seem like a bit of a low standing or a low goal. Literally a low objective is the word I'm looking for. But fan satisfaction, I don't know how high that is, and 90% is quite high. Reaching the grand final, I don't know how we're going to go with that, and I do want a bit of a signing bonus. So I'm going to go with maintaining a top 12 position across 12 different rounds. Now I'm going to be having a look at our facilities, and we are going to be upgrading the turf to level 2, which costs $2 million, but we have $1 million extra in the bank. We can't upgrade anything else at this point in time. The condition of the medical facility seems okay. We're going to upgrade that, and that should be fine. Time to get through pre-season. We should be okay to go up against the Brisbane Lions in this one. We're just going to repeat our training. In terms of the training, I've just left it as the default. I'm not going to play around with it too much, just because, again, this is a relatively short series in terms of wanting to get this done. Now, Chase Jones, where do we put you? I need to put a team together for this opening preseason game. The new best 22 for this upcoming season. I know we do have one injury. I didn't actually even see who the injury was when I was picking this team. It is Mitch Hinge, so he will obviously come back into this 11. Who for? I'm not quite sure at this stage. But we've got Saligo back pocket, Alik Alir. It's not A-Leak. I've been used to saying Alir. Max Michelini in the other back pocket, Luke Nankervis, Mark Keane, and Rory Laird across halfback. Ben Keys on a wing, Sid Draper in the guts, Lockie Scholl on the other wing, Rankin Rover, Jordan Dawson, other Rover, Riley O'Brien in the ruck, Cozzy Pickett, half forward, Riley Thilthorpe, that's really hard to say, Riley Thilthorpe at centre half forward, Neil Bullen at the other half forward flank, Fogarty in a pocket, Tex at full forward, Rochelle in the other forward pocket, and we've got Sam Draper, Brodie Smith, Dan Curtin, Chase Jones, and Sam Berry as the sub. We've obviously got a few other players who probably could play, but are not in the team at this point in time. We're going to simulate our preseason game. We win by 4 points. We do very, very nicely. Jared Berry getting 3 votes for Brisbane. Fortunately, no injuries for the preseason game. We've actually got Port Adelaide in our opening round fixture, which does not make any sense. I don't know why that is the case. That's State League. We're not doing State League. I was a bit confused as to what that was. So we're having a showdown in opening round. That seems like a complete waste of time. When do we play Port next? Do we even play them again? We only play Port once this year. That is absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, simulate, we win by 69 points. Nice. Lockie Scholl gets the 3 votes. Cozzy Pickett had a great game, gets 2 votes. 40 disposals for him, and Isaac Rankin getting the other vote. But I'm going to see you at season's end. We are currently top of the ladder. If we have a look at our full season objectives here, they are here on screen. I will see you at the end of the home and away season, potentially in the mid-season draft if need be. Fingers crossed we do better than last season. Let's get a top 4 finish. End of the regular season, we did also very, very close with all of our objectives. We maintained a top 12 position for 12 rounds. We beat 6 teams that finished in the top 8 last season, and we fell 1 game short of winning 8 games at home. And we are currently sitting very, very nicely. 2 games clear at the top of the ladder. Very good percentage. We've won our last God knows how many. And I believe we only have 1 injury. We're doing very, very well. We now have a qualifying final up against Brisbane, who we actually played and beat at the Gabba in round 23. So I'm actually feeling quietly confident about this one. Mark Keane did get injured in the last game, so Lee Kalir is going to come off the bench and come in for him. And in terms of who is going to come out of the reserves, we may as well bring in Sam Berry. He's been sort of the unlucky one that sort of floated in and out and really hasn't found a spot, unfortunately. Actually, Lee Kalir is going to play fullback. Worrell can play at centre half back. But hopefully we don't go out in straight sets. That would be outstanding. If we can beat Brisbane at home, move forward to a prelim final. Yes, we do. We do very, very nicely. These votes don't matter because it's not the home and away season. McCluggage gets the 3. Jasper Fletcher 2. Jordan Dawson with the 1. But we come away with the points in the end. And we actually, that counts as a home and away win, even though it is not during the home and away season. We get another objective, which is fantastic. McElhaney's out with a hamstring strain. That is annoying. He's also had a few injuries this year. I don't know who we're playing in the prelim. Hopefully it's not too tough a game. It's Hawthorn. It's at home, which is handy. So hopefully we can be okay. McElhaney and Mark Keane are back from injury, which is great. So a couple of quick changes. Who are we going to take out? McElhaney was injured but then came back in, so he actually didn't have to go anywhere. Berry's going to miss out again, unfortunately, as Keane comes back in. Aleek Alir, I've done it again. Aleek Alir is going to be playing coming off of the bench at this point in time. Brodie Smith, who picked up his 300th game this year, was really, really good. He's going to be the sub. Nankervis, Daniel Curtin, who's really come along sort of playing off the bench as sort of this utility role, even though he's not a utility. Tex Walker's up to 320 games now. But our forward line have been really, really good. We've shared the load around nicely with the goals, I believe. Hopefully we can get through to a granny here. We do. It's a high-scoring game. It's a 15-point win. Rankin was really good. 36 disposals. And very, very impressive. How else did he go? He kick any goals? Kicked 2 goals. Was very good. We're now in the grand final, and as always, we are going to... Oh, Hinge has missed the grand final with an injury, unfortunately. We are going to spectate the grand final. I think that's what we're going to do, but to make it go quickly, we're going to put it on like 2.5-minute quarters. So, I mean, the whole point of this video is the build-up of the rebuild. The grand final is just the piece de la resistance. So if you want me to play the grand final in future, I'm happy to, and if you want it to be longer, that is fine. Just let me know down in the comments. Who are we going to play, though? That is the thing. We're going to be playing the premiers from last season. It's the Dockers. So, and they've been the second best team all season. Hopefully, we don't get too messed up in training with injuries. We don't. Hinge had a couple of injury issues last season and this season as well. Lee Kalir going to be going. Actually, put Nankervis in the back pocket. And who we're going to bring in... Let's bring in... We'll make Tyler Welsh the sub. Why not? He's a father-son. He deserves a go. He's played a few games for us. Kicked a few goals. Brodie Smith can go on the bench. But it's basically our best team bearing one, which is good. So, grand final team. We've got McElhaney, Keane, Nankervis, Saligo, Worrell, Laird, Keys, Draper. That's Sid Draper, actually, who's come along really well. 76 overall. Now Chase Jones, Isaac Rankin, who's had a lot of midfield minutes this year, Jordan Dawson, Riley O'Brien, Cozzy Pickett, Phil Thorpe, Neil Bullen, Fogarty, Tex, Rochelle, and then on the bench we've got Sam Draper, Brodie Smith, Daniel Curtin, and Leek Alir with Tyler Welsh as the sub. From the 2017 side, is there any players that are still here? Obviously, Tex would have been here. I think, obviously, Rory Laird would have been here. Brodie Smith would have been here. But I think that's it, if I'm not mistaken. So only the 3 players remaining from the 2017 side. Here we are 9 years later. Let's play the game. Tactically, I don't think we'll play with tactics, but I'm not a big fan of Freo wearing the purple. We'll make them wear white. Hopefully this will go okay. Let's spectate, and the Crows can come home with the granny victory. To quote Brian Taylor, it's absolutely pissing down at the MCG. 18-kilometre winds, it's raining, it's awful. It's an awful day for football. But in the grand scheme of things, it's a wonderful day for football because we've got 2 non-Victorian sides here at the MCG playing in the 2026 AFL Grand Final. And Freo's song has not kicked in yet, but here it is now. They won the Premiership last year, and there's a lot for them to do to overcome the Adelaide Crows in this year's Grand Final. Nat Fyfe on the bench. 2-time Brownlow medalist and deservedly a Premiership player, Andy Brayshaw, who won the Brownlow, I think, last season. No, it was Tom Liberatore, actually. So I think he might have been in the top 2. But here we go, lining up for the team photo. They all look very snazzy. And here we come up the race. Out onto the MCG with Jordan Dawson leading from the front. In 2017, it was Tex Walker. He's still playing today, but he is a veteran now in what could possibly be his final game, along with Brodie Smith. Can the Crows get it done for 2 long-time servants of the footy club? Rory Laird also shouldn't be forgotten. He's been so consistent for so many years off of half-back. There's a lot on the line here for today's game. And here we are lining up for the team photo. Matty Nix puts the Crows. He's taken them from COVID times all the way to the grand final. With the national anthem done, it's now time for the toss of the coin. Who is going to win the toss? Freo have called heads. May have gotten lost in the clouds. The Crows have won the toss. Always a good sign. We are going to kick to the left of screen. And in the last Saturday in September, Riley O'Brien wins it out of the middle. Sid Draper trying to get it forward. Just a little sort of scuffling around at the moment. Draper gets it back, kicks it wide. Finds Ben Keys, gets wrapped up by Jagger O'Meara. Aish now, very famous South Australian name, finds Shea Bolton. What a recruit he's been for Freo. Now a Premiership player for both Richmond and Fremantle. Down the line now, back in the Bolton direction. Good spoil. Michaelaney picks it up. Simpson kicks the first for Freo. Not an ideal start, I have to say. But hopefully we can be a little bit better. Great tackle from behind by Dawson. Freo kicking forward now. We get the mark at centre half back. Keane looking forward, finds Sid Draper. Now, Jones is wrapped up at halfback. It's holding the ball. Caleb Sarong's going to have a look at it. Getting amongst it early, Fremantle. Can they get the first 2 goals on grand final day? We might be in a bit of strife, and that is the case. Ball going forward for Fremantle once again. But it's Worrell takes a good grab at halfback, kicking down the line, looking for O'Brien, can't find him. Brayshaw, the captain, stands up inspirationally. Draper can't handle. Is that Murphy Reid in the rain? Probably the second most famous Reid in Western Australia, I should say. And Freo have 3. And it's Nat Fyfe, of course. Who else? Puts it through for Fremantle. And we are in a lot of trouble here. Rankin tackles, and now Riley O'Brien puts on a tackle. We have a chance to go forward. Just looking for somebody. Finds Isaac Rankin. He's been awesome since he's come across from Gold Coast, and Darcy Fogarty could have a shot at goal. Kicks towards the skipper. Ball goes to ground. Freo have numbers back. Now Chase Jones could be the outlet. We get our 3 defensive spoils, which really isn't a lot. And Darcy, no, it's not Darcy Fogarty. It is Alex Neil-Bullen. Going to be taking the mark inside forward 50 to get one back for the Crows. He's done well. Good to get a goal on the board. Unfortunately, it wasn't as early as we probably would have wanted. Jones gets wrapped up by 2. We get the ball free, and it's a ball up. So not quite quickly enough to get the ball free. O'Brien now trying to knock it forward. We got hands in the middle. Finds Ben Keys, gets boot to ball. It's holding the ball once again in the middle of the ground. But a high-scoring quarter, considering it's only 2.5 minutes. Freo have 3 on the day so far. And the Crows have 1. So we're not doing too bad. We're sticking around. We're actually getting more of the ball than Freo. But we need to be doing better, hitting the scoreboard a lot more frequently. Let's get the second quarter underway. We've got a 2-goal disadvantage to start. Need to be doing a lot better if we're going to be winning this premiership. And the Crows 3rd in club history. Neil Bullen, the goal kicker, has it at half forward, gives it away. Freo working the ball up the ground, finds Switkowski. We've got numbers back. We need to take a mark. Ball goes to ground, but we recover it well. Jordan Dawson, possibly a Brownlow medal contender this year. Ben Keys kicking down the line. It's a poor kick. Goes back in the hands of Murphy Reid. Going to be looking in the Clark direction and finds him. Bit of a cluster in Freo's forward line. Good spoil. Ball goes to ground. Aish kicks it. Freo have 4. Trying to win it out of the middle once again. We just turn the ball over. Got Dawson running onto it. Has a man in pursuit. Kicks it up the line looking for Cozzy. Can't take the mark. Rankin from outside 50. Kicks long in the wet. Thilthorpe takes a mark on the goal line. Does a terrific job to stop. I think that was Warner from taking the mark. But we need a goal here just to balance things a little bit. Work a bit of momentum in our favour. He kicks it into the upper tier. Back to a 2-goal game. Ball kicked backwards by Freo. Bit more pressure in the middle of the ground. I do like what I'm seeing from the Crows in this quarter. Not good enough on that play though. Good hands by Nankervis in defensive half. Kicking short, looking for Neil Bullen. Finds him. Another short kick. I like the build-up play. Draper kicking short once again. Ball dropped by Dan Curtin. Draper in chase. Kicks it wide. Somehow finds Neil Bullen. Does a really good job there. Kicking in the Rochelle direction. Only finds the Freo... former skipper. He's not the skipper anymore, but Alex Pearce takes the mark on that occasion. And then Cozzy Pickett interferes. Riley Thilthorpe trying to take the mark. Got a wide ball for Freo. Tex giving it his all. Great tackle by the big man. We got another ball up. Freo win the clearance. Great fist from behind. That's in the back. Saligo's got a free kick. Kicking it short. Chase Jones takes the mark. Now looking for Neil Bullen. He's got it on centre wing. Pickett and Walker. Pickett does well. Wearing the famous number 18. Made famous by Stiffy Johncock and Eddie Betts. Only 1 goal apiece that quarter. But still a 2-goal game as it was at quarter time. Not as much time left in the game to bridge it back, unfortunately. but we're still doing okay. We at least kept even that quarter. If we can get a couple more goals on the rest of the game, we should be okay, but Freo have been dominant early. Third quarter now underway. Dawson getting it out of the middle very cleanly. Ben Keys has the mark just inside the center square, kicking short. Not really sure who that was intended for. Jones looking for a goal. It's offline. Now under a 2-goal game. Short kick from Freo's fullback. And now the youngster, Sid Draper, only in his second season, has 6 disposals on the game so far. No goals. Has snuck it in. Crows get the first of the second half, and it's back to a 5-point game. Now we got Sam Draper in the ruck now, giving Riley O'Brien a bit of a spell. Jones running onto it, gives it back to Draper. Gives it inside to his other Draper. Where are all the Drapers coming from? I knew I was going to have this problem if we were ever going to make a grand final. And there's Sid Draper once again. Gives it to Dawson. Back to Draper. Draper's got 2 in the quarter. And the Crows hit the front. All of a sudden, 2 quick goals to the Crows. And we are back in the lead. Actually, we never had the lead. First lead of the game, I should say. Nathaniel gets wrapped up. Gets the ball clear. Now we got big Sean Darcy. Sam Darcy plays for the Doggies. Lee Kalia, great fist. Gives it inside to Nankervis, who gives it straight to Switkowski. And Freo have the lead back. This is high stakes footy right now. Sam Draper in the ruck. Knocks it down to Sid. Dawson now gives it straight to Fogarty at centre half forward. Have a shot, son. You've got the leg. I know it's wet. Now Dan Curtin can't take the mark inside forward 50. Risky kick. In the hands of James Aish. Jagger O'Meara feels like he's played in every single state. Not in every single state. Obviously, he played for the Gold Coast. He's played for Freo. He obviously played for Hawthorn as well. Only needs to tick off New South Wales and South Australia, and he's basically done. Brodie Smith has picked up a hamstring injury. Could be his final game. Good tackle by Freo. Michael Laney looking forward, looking for Cozzy. Only finds Chapman. Neil Bullen takes a contested mark on the wing. We've got numbers. Dawson. Brayshaw does well. The 2 skippers playing against each other. Being direct opponents for basically all of the game so far. Down the line. Banfield, great hands. Now looking for Jagger O'Meara once again. Siren's gone for 3-quarter time. And this could be a very interesting kick. If he misses, it's an even goal. The wind has swung it back beautifully. It's now an 11-point game. It's going to be very difficult to come back from here to finish the game strong. 1 quarter to go in the 2026 season. Sam Draper hopefully going to stand up for his new club. That's in the back. We don't want that, Cozzy. Down the line for Freo. Mark Keane, the Irishman, great hands. Kicking forward, looking for, I think that was Fogarty. Doesn't find him. Another short kick. Now Mickey Walters has been on Freo's list for so long. He deserved a Premiership medal last year. And Sean Darcy, the big fella, takes the mark. All but certain to put it through from here. And he does. We need 3 goals to win the grand final, and we have not got a lot of time to do it. Phil Thorpe is now in for Sam Draper. And now we've got Cozzy Pickett in the middle of the ground. Can't take the mark up forward. Sid Draper gives it off. Got another tackle forward. Tex lays it down. Intercepted by Sid Draper. Pickett picks it up. Kicking forward, looking for Phil Thorpe. Rochelle takes a contested mark. This is what we need. We haven't got a lot of time. Rochelle puts it through. We get our first, and it's back to an 11-point game. 2 goals to win the grand final. Riley O'Brien back in the ruck. Cozzy Pickett in the middle now. Ball goes backwards. That is not what we want. Dawson and Brayshaw, the 2 skippers, giving chase. Brayshaw gets there first. That's holding the ball, though. Dawson does a good job. Jones on the wing. Kicking short, finds Fogarty. Gives it up to Rory Laird. Hasn't really seen it today. We can't take the mark. Ball hits the deck, actually. Fogarty kicks it forward. We need a mark. It's the Texan. Hasn't touched it all day. But if there was one man Who could save the Crows from this position? It's the Texan. He puts it through. Crows are back within 1. It's a 5-point game. And there isn't a lot of time left. One of our players just slipped over. I don't really know what happened there. We need a mark. There's a fist. Fife looking short. Good fist from behind. Banfield gets wrapped up. Good pressure, guys. Saligo in the back pocket needs to clear it. Pickett's in pursuit. And he's kicked it out on the full. James Aish. He's already got one on today. It's going to be a tough kick from here. I tell you what, that's not bad. He's done well and he's put it through. And potentially a nail in the hearts of Crows fans. 11-point game. Not a lot of time left. I think we don't have enough time. Draper gives it to Dawson. Freo have won the Premiership. That hurts. That really hurts. We're going to have to come back next year. Sam Draper looks devastated. Freo, after not winning one for 30 years, have now won 2 in a row. And here's the grand final presentation. I don't really want to watch it, to be honest, but we probably should. We would have to watch it if we won, so we should watch it if we lose. Who's going to win the Norm Smith? Chase Jones wins the Norm Smith? Really? But sure, we'll have to look at the stats. Justin Longmuir gets his Jock McHale medal. Andy Brayshaw, the skipper. And here we go, Freo looking to lift the cup for the 2nd year in a row. The Dockers are premiers. So the actual Norm Smith medalist was Sid Draper. I did not think James Aish. Chase Jones was going to be the Norm Smith medalist because Sid Draper kicked 2 goals in that 3rd quarter, I think it was. Had 14 disposals and was rightfully so the Norm Smith medalist. I don't know why Chase Jones came up, but that is really, really strange. We have to come back next year. Oh, that's annoying. I really thought we were going to have it done there. Brodie Smith, it's a hamstring strain. Nothing too serious. Tom Green wins the Brownlow medal. Jordan Dawson was actually runner-up. And no Tom Liberatore. Actually, he's right down the bottom there. Rankin also got 17 votes, was very good. Treacy, 39 goals on the year. And Monty Panesar for Sydney was the Rising Star winner. Jordan Dawson made the All-Australian team, as did Darcy Fogarty for a 2nd year in a row. But now we get to the off-season once again for 2026. We're just going to have a quick scout of our club statistics. Phil Thorpe led the goal kicking. Rochelle in 2nd, Dawson 3rd, Rankin in 4th. Very, very good seasons for all of those guys. Tex Walker had a better year. Only missed the 1 game, 31 goals. Now, for his season, I should say, Cozzy Pickett had a really good first year. Fogarty was good. We were really lucky with injuries to our key guys. We didn't really lose anyone for a seriously long time. So hopefully we can continue that good luck this off-season. Now it's time to look at the free agency portion of this off-season, and we're just going to look at our players first. Chase Jones, Sambury, Curtin, and Pedler, as well as Dawson, Michaelini, Hinge, Ryan, Laird, Dowling, Scharenberg, Annabelle, Scholl, and Butts are all out of contract. I'm probably only going to bring back Laird, Dawson, Michaelini, Hinge, and Curtin. And obviously the other guys if we need to. But first things first, we need to sign up Jordan Dawson. He was on a very big contract last season. I don't know how old he is now. With us saying 2015 draft, it's now 2026. He would be in and around 30, so maybe a 3-year deal to get him through to 33. That would be decent. And he only wants $11.14 million a season, so that should be just fine. The salary cap has gone up to $18.3 million, so we have a lot of cap space to spend on potentially bringing in some new players. The only unfortunate thing is we don't have our 1st round pick this year. Obviously, we traded it away for Cozzy Pickett. Jordan Dawson is now re-signed as we expected he would. Who else? Dan Curtin, I would love to re-sign. He was very, very good for us. Now up to an 82 overall. How much money is he after? $620,000 a year is very, very reasonable for the young man. We'll give him a 3-year deal. We'll put that deal through. Michael Laney's also coming back on a 3-year deal worth $390,000 a season, so a little bit more expensive than what he was on last year, but we've also saved money on Dawson and I believe Dan Curtin as well. So we'll obviously have to have a look at that. Hinge is a little bit older, although is a restricted free agent. So if he were to sign somewhere else, we could get a decent draft pick. Although, depending on who we can sign and how replaceable he is, I know I did say I was going to bring him back, but we'll have a look at him in a minute. Rory Laird is now going to come back on a one-year deal worth basically $845,000 a season, also saving a little bit on his 2026 salary. So if we can get him only signing a one-year deal, he'd be over 35, I think, at one point, or at this point now. So hopefully we can get that deal done. If he wants another year, I'll give it to him. That's fine. We'll just have to drop the salary a little bit. We'll drop it back to 800,000. He now wants 833. So we'll front end it. We'll go 835. We'll put this deal through. Laird signed up for another 2 years. The only one of the big players left that I said I was going to re-sign was Hinge. Now, I think we can get something for him if we lose him via free agency. He is a very, very good player, so we could probably get a top 20 pick, although we could also trade him away for something as well. So just something to keep an eye on. The other guys, in terms of free agency, I'm going to keep open for now, because I do want to have a look at what is there on the open market. And if we have a look, we can see that there is Blixarves. I want to have a look at this by overall rating. Who's a 90 overall and a free agent? Dane Zorko, he's not leaving Brisbane. 89, Liberatore, he's not leaving the Bulldogs. 87, we've got Sam May, Jeremy McGovern, Pendlebury, and Jared Witts. None of those guys are probably leaving their teams. We're going to have to go further down the line. Patrick Dangerfield. Oh, that would be fun. I don't think he would leave Geelong, though, realistically. Blixarves, no. I mean, I'm not going to go for Blixarves, and we're really getting into our territory now of Jamie Elliott and Hinge. So we're not really going to sign any big free agents here, mainly because I don't think any of them would want to come to Adelaide, even though we just lost in the grand final. So we're going to have to go to the trade market now. The trade period is now open, and Hayden McLean has been traded to Melbourne for pick 23. Ginnivan has been traded by Hawthorn to St Kilda for pick 6, and Georgiadis has been traded from Port Adelaide to Sydney for pick 23 and 21. None of our other guys have been signed as free agents just yet, so I think we're going to go to the trading board now. Actually, one thing that I do want to do, which I don't think I did last season, is have a look at the draft pool, and there are some very, very good youngsters here. Damien Black, a very, very good young, big-bodied midfielder. Only a 71 overall, but has a ton of potential, 93 to 98. He is probably the number 1 projected pick. And again, Port Adelaide have the number 1 pick, so it's going to probably be difficult to lure the number 1 pick away from Port. Richmond have pick 2, so that could be a direction that we do go in. If we could get a deal done for the number 2 pick with Richmond, that would be very, very interesting for us. Now, we would probably have to give up Hinge and Shoal to get the deal done. We'd probably have to throw in some future draft picks as well. Maybe someone like a Chase Jones as well would probably have to get the deal done. Considering they're all free agents, that would maybe be enough. They're insulted by the proposal. Okay, so trading for draft picks is a lot harder this year, which is probably good, especially if you are playing on the hardest difficulty. We would probably have to give up our future first round pick as well. They say it's significantly less than what they're looking for. We'll take out Chase Jones. We'll throw in pick 35 in the second round. They still say no to that. Who else would we have to give up? We'll throw in Oscar Ryan. He's a player that hasn't really played for us, and I don't really see him breaking into our team. He is a very good young player with a bit of potential, but they still say no. My last offer would be probably throwing in someone like a Saligo or someone like that, mainly because they are Victorian. They may be expressing interest to return to Victoria. I don't know whether or not they would want to do that, or if that would even get the deal done, so I'm not actually going to worry about it. I'm now going to go to Hawthorn because they currently have 3 first round picks and they could probably part with one of them, so I'm going to go for the middle one in pick 9. We're going to be sending Chase Jones, Lockie Scholl, and Mitch Hinge to the Hawks. Hopefully this deal is accepted. They're close to reaching an agreement. If I could ask for pick 16 and throw in a future first, that would be very, very handy to the cause, because I'm guessing that our first round pick would be higher than pick 16. They say no. We would probably have to throw in another player, which I don't really want to, but this could potentially be a place for, if I can find him, this could be a place for Oscar Ryan. I think the Hawks would probably be interested in him. I would probably want another pick back. So maybe if we can get pick 34 in the second round as well. They say no to that. Would we get a future third round pick? Would that get it done? And they say it's a fair deal. So Jones, Scholl, Hinge, and Oscar Ryan are out of here. We get pick 9. Hopefully that can help out in moving up in the draft. Going to be sending Sam Berry, who is out of contract, over to North Melbourne. We're going to be asking for pick 22 in this year's draft in the second round. If they say yes to that, that would be very kind. They say no, unfortunately. Let's throw in a future third, which we got in a previous trade. They still say no. What about our own future third round pick? They're saying we're close. We would have to probably give up another player because I don't think any of our other picks will do it. I don't really want to give up another second, and we don't have another third to give up. So we're going to have to go to a player. Would this be a destination for one of the players we picked up in the rookie draft last year? We could send a Dowling there, although he was already on the list, and he hasn't really played for us this entire series. So we could probably send him away. North Melbourne accept. We're continuing to move up in the draft. Okay, it says that Lachie Neale isn't a free agent until 2027. So I was going to trade for him, and it says he's going to sign with us now. So apparently Lachie Neale has just signed with us. I just want to quickly double check this, because hopefully that is not the case. Tyler Welsh apparently got delisted. I did not do that. So we'll have a look at that in a minute. But Lachie Neale is now a member of the Adelaide Crows, which I fully intended on trading for him. I've accidentally delisted Tyler Welsh as well, which is a little bit annoying. But anyway, further business that needs to be dealt with. I need to send something to Brisbane in forms of compensation. Obviously I can't trade for Lachie Neale because he's not on Brisbane anymore. So let's send something to Brisbane for Lachie Neale. I don't know what they would be interested in. Okay, let's figure this out. We could let's give them like a fourth. He's obviously worth more than a fourth round pick, but I don't really fancy giving up a first round pick. So maybe like a second round pick, and they can give us like a future second. That would work. They're close to an agreement. We'll throw in all these picks here. You can have all of them. They also say no to that. Can we? I don't have a third round pick to give up. Okay, I'm gonna work this out, and I'll be back. Okay, what we're going to do is actually we're going to do a quick pick swap. We've got pick 35, they've got pick 37. They should accept this fairly easily. How are they not accepting that? That is so dumb. They're literally getting a higher draft pick straight up and they say no. We'll throw in a fourth round pick to get it done. They still say no. Do we really have to throw in a future fourth round pick? This is ridiculous. How are they not saying yes to that? Okay, screw it, Brisbane. You're being unreasonable. You're not getting compensation for Lachie Neale. But that is good. We get Lachie Neale. Obviously, he is South Australian. And I was going to do this whole spiel about he's South Australian. We're going to bring him back for one last ride in South Australia. And then we actually didn't get a chance to trade we didn't trade for him. We signed him as a free agent. But now that in terms of our delistings, we can see that Tyler Welsh has been delisted. Sam Day's retired. Cook has been delisted. And Ball Lace has been delisted. We've still got 13 roster spots to fill. Ideally, I would like to get that really good young midfielder that I saw. I think Black was his surname, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this guy, Damien Black. So we're going to have to go to Richmond and get the second pick because I don't think Port would ever do a trade where they would give up the number 1 pick to us because I feel like we would desperately have to overpay to get it done. So we're going to go pick 9, pick a future first, pick 22, and a future second. Will Richmond say yes to this? They say no. What if we take out the future second and we throw in a player? What player would they be interested in? I'm not going to give you Draper. I'm not going to give you Curtin. I would have to give you a young player. Would Rochelle interest you? Because I probably value Saligo more than Rochelle as much as I do like Rochelle. We'll trade Rochelle. They still say no. Would Saligo get it done? They also say no to that. So Richmond are being a little unreasonable. We may have to go further down the draft board. Let's go down to pick 3, see who has pick 3. The Swans, and then North Melbourne, then St Kilda. So I need to remember that. Okay, let's go to the Swans first. Who do we have that's from New South Wales? I don't think we actually have anybody. Let's just go pick 9 and a future first straight up. They say no. Pick 22, will that get it done? We are very close. Would pick 35. Actually, I want to keep pick 30. Actually, no, I want to trade pick 35. Because I want the future second just in case they say no. Come on, Sydney. Come to the table. They say no as well. Okay. I don't really want to give up any of my players unless I desperately have to. And I don't think anybody realistically would want to go play for Sydney. So we're going to have to move down to, I think, was it the Bulldogs or St Kilda? It was one of those teams. I can't remember which one it was. It was North Melbourne, then St Kilda. The Bulldogs were never in the deal. Okay, let's go to North. We'll go 9, 22, 35, and a future second. Let's try and keep our future first round pick just in case. They say that we're close. Okay. Let's take out the future second. Can we go? Go. They need a key defender. Could I interest you in Nick Murray? Would that be keen? I know he's South Australian. I probably shouldn't have done that. We'll throw in Keane, the Irishman. They say yes. We have pick 4. We've actually done a lot of trading with North Melbourne today, not intentionally. But hopefully Black will slide down to pick 4. If not, we'll have to go somewhere else. But I think draft-wise, we're probably done. If we just have a look at the draft picks that we do have, we'll just need to do a quick scout. We've got 4, 72, 90, and then we get into the back end of the draft of picks that we don't really need to use. I think that'll be fine. In terms of uncontracted players that are still here, there's 4 of them. Scharenberg, he's not going to sign. Annabelle will sign, so we'll sign him for a year. That's fine. We'll sign him to a 1-year deal. He's rejected. He wants more years. Fine, we'll give you a 3-year deal. He's a good backup if we desperately need it. And Pedler and Butts, I'm quite happy to let go. So I might look and find a home for Jonty Scharenberg. I believe he used to play for Collingwood. He got drafted to Collingwood, so we'll see if we can send him back to Collingwood. He at least knows his way around the facilities. If we can get a 3rd round pick, that'll be swell. They say no. We'll take this year's 4th round pick and a future 4th. That'll be fine. And they say yes. We're now done. Let's go to the draft. Geelong have traded Ollie Henry to the West Coast Eagles for a future 1st round pick. Hawthorn have traded Massimo D'Ambrosio and a future third, I should say. Where's my F's and my T's? For a pick 12 and an unused draft pick to the Suns. Hinge has returned from injury, which is lovely. Flynn Riley's been traded from Freo to Essendon for pick 47. And I believe that is all the trades that have been done. Now it's time to head into the draft, and it is really just a case of let's cross our fingers and hope the top 3 teams don't take our guy. So hopefully they don't. With the first pick, Port take our guy. We should have traded with Port, but hopefully we can get somebody else. We probably should have planned for a backup. Okay, where do we go from here? I'm just going to try and pick best player available in terms of potential, and that appears to be Ryder Gill. He's a left footer, halfback flanker. We did get rid of Mitch Hinge, so he could be a good backup. He has a bit of potential. Is there anybody else that I do like the look of? There's another backup ruck here, Riley Cassidy, really tall. He's another left footer, 69 overall, 85 to 93. Any other real options? Does not appear to be the case. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the halfback flanker. I think he's going to be the best player for us. Unfortunately, we do miss out on Damien Black. We probably should have traded up a little bit further. We could have potentially overwhelmed Port Adelaide with a deal, but not the case. Unfortunately, we've still got another 9 players we need to pick. So this is just going to be the beefing up of the back of the list. There's a utility here who I do like the look of, Bentley Sebastian. I'm not even going to look at basically your attributes. I just like the look of him. He's got good potential and can do a job for us. We might go mature age here. I think that is where we're going to go. Let's see who's an 80 overall. Is it Marcus Windhager? Marcus Windhager, yep. He's been on an AFL list before. Still has a bit to give. We'll pick him up. Cal Shadir appears to be delisted from Hawthorn. I believe he was born and raised in South Australia, so that is quite funny that we're going to be getting a look at him here. Good pickup by us. 77 overall. So Jack Watkins. Spent some time with Geelong. We'll pick him up. That is fine. And in the 76 overall range, we've actually got quite a few players to have a look at. The first is Lockie Cowan, who participated in our short-lived Tassie series. So we know a little bit about his work, but all these players are strictly just going to be reserve players. Because, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I've accidentally selected someone there. Let's not do that again. But as I was saying, we're just going to take the best sort of players available. There's no real need for us to do anything else. We're trying to just beef up the back of our list. A lot of these guys aren't going to play. So let's just do the best we can with what we have in the rookie draft. Hopefully we don't need to take too many players. We need to take 3 players. Let's just take some veterans here, try and beef up the back of our list. In terms of guys that previously played in the AFL, actually, is Tyler Welsh here? He isn't, unfortunately. So it looks like Tyler Welsh has been picked up. So that is a little bit annoying. There's some good young players here that have previously been delisted. We've got Hugh Boxall here, who used to play for St Kilda. We're going to pick him up with our first selection. Hopefully a few of those younger players. I know I said I was going to take some veterans, but if there's good value in younger players who were on AFL lists previously, it looks like a lot of them have been picked up now. Lucas Camporelli is here. Obviously the son of Scott Camporelli, who was the stand-in coach and was a long-time assistant for the Crows. He stood in when Phil Walsh was killed. So good to get him in on the side. Knows the Crows system a little bit just through his dad. And I did see one other player here, if I can find him, Jacob Mollier, who is a ruck. So I'm going to take another one. Went to the same high school as me when I was a kid, actually. So that is quite funny. I think we're done with the draft. Now it's time to head back into the new season. In terms of coaching, I don't really think there's a lot for me to do. Fitness and medical, I think with us continually upping up our facilities, we could probably afford to reduce some of our medical stuff, but I don't really want to play around with it too much. Unfortunately, we can't go above the soft cap. So we're just going to leave everything as is for now. And in terms of funds, we are fine on funds, so we're not going to play with it just yet. Platinum is where we're going to go for the objective this season. We're going to go with really high fan satisfaction, because I think it was at 100%, if I'm not mistaken, at one point of the year. So if we just have a look at the objectives for this year, we can see that we've got to end the season with a 90% or higher fan satisfaction, win 2 games against top 4 teams from last year, and also win 2 games against top 6 teams from last year. So that should be fairly easy to do. And then there's obviously our match objectives as well, which change from game to game. We got through preseason relatively comfortably. We don't have to play in opening round, and we don't have any injuries currently. And this is probably going to be our best side for this year. We've got Saligo in the back pocket, Lecalier at fullback, Mike Laney in the back pocket, Lockie Cowan at halfback, Josh Worrell on the other back flank with Rory Laird. Isaac Rankin's going to be playing on a wing this year. Obviously, we've got Lockie Neal in the guts with Sid Draper, Ben Keys, Jordan Dawson. Riley O'Brien's going to be the ruck. Cozzy Pickett's going to be at half forward. Thilthorpe at centre half forward. Neil Bullen at half forward with Fogarty in a forward pocket. Tex, 36 years of age, still really, really good. And Rochelle in the other forward pocket with Sam Draper. Daniel Curtin's up to 85 overall now. Brodie Smith still kicking on. Ryder Gill on the bench. He's our draft pick from last year. And James Peatling going to be the sub. I like the look of our side. There's a lot of good players here that are missing out, like the Nan Curvises of the world, the Cowshed Deers, the Nick Murrays. There's a whole bunch of players that are missing out. Even Marcus Windhager, who's an 80 overall, is missing out. But we've got round 1 up against the Bombers. Can we get a win? We get absolutely smoked at the Adelaide Oval. Not a good sign of things to come. This could be a very, very interesting season if injuries, as they have done, do not go our way. I mean, they've gone our way so far this episode. Hopefully they continue to go away. I've actually got the showdown as well for this for this round. Round 2, the showdown. We've still got no injuries. We're just going to smash through it. Hopefully we can get a win. 113-point win in the showdown. Lockie Neal was outstanding. Tex Walker kicks 5. What a performance by the boys. Now we can push forward and continue with the rest of our season. Okay, the season didn't go absolutely perfectly. If we have a quick scout of the ladder, we did finish in the top 4. We're actually out of the top 8 for quite a while, probably around the halfway mark of the season, but we work our way back in. We actually finished with the best percentage in the AFL, which is very handy. But we now have to play GWS in a qualifying final up in Western Sydney, which is going to be tough. So we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. Apparently, no, we're actually playing an elimination final. That's even worse. I thought we were going to play up against Greater Western Sydney. Fan-freaking-tastic. Rory Laird has just picked up an injury, which is annoying. And Ben Keys actually retired effective immediately due to him receiving an injury. Rochelle is back. The Texan is back. So we've got a few moves that we need to take care of here. So what we're going to do is going to put Tex back at half forward. Oh, sorry, full forward. Rochelle is not going to be playing half back. We could put Rankin at half back. We'll go Cozzy Pickett on a wing. That's actually a bit dumb. I'm not going to do that. We'll put in Ryder Gill as our half back. That's better. Then Kausha Deer can move back to the bench. Rankin can go back to half forward. Pickett can go to half forward. Rankin can go to the wing. Gill can do the kickouts with Saligo. And I think apart from that, we are good to go. I believe we are. Be any other injuries that I'm missing out on? No. So apart from Keys' retirement, we've got Neil Bullen, who's out for a long time. I think he dislocated his shoulder or something. And Rory Laird, who should be back in a couple of weeks. So hopefully that will be the case. Because we look down here, yeah, Neil Bullen, 19 to 20 weeks with a dislocated shoulder. So not ideal. But we've now got the elimination final up against the Bulldogs. We need to win this to stay alive. We need to play all 4 weeks of finals to win a premiership. And we beat the Doggies at home by 40 points. Rankin, O'Brien, and Libba are all best on. Very, very solid performance. Let's move on to the semi-final. We get a bit of coin. We did lose some money, but that was because we upgraded some more facilities. We can see that our medical facilities are up to level 3 now out of 4. We haven't upgraded the gym equipment just yet. We should quickly repair our facilities just to make sure everything is okay and in tip-top shape before we head into finals. Tex has picked up a calf strain, which is not ideal. And now we play GWS up in Western Sydney. We'll automate the travel. Hopefully, we can get through this relatively unscathed. We'll put Dan Curtin at full forward. Actually, we'll put the Fog at full forward. We'll play Peatling at half forward. Who's going to come in? Rory Laird is back, which is good. So we can now put him back on a back flank. He can do the kickouts. With Saligo, Deer can come back onto the bench. Oh, sorry, Gill can come back onto the bench. He's been very good, actually, so far this season. But without the Texan, we've got a lot to do to get by GWS. Can we get the win? Yes, we do. 50-point victors. Lockie Neal gets the votes in this one, doing very, very well. We now have the Hawks at half forward. Lee Kalir is out with hamstring tightness. Hopefully we can get somebody back. We've got 5 injuries at the moment. We might have to put Dan Curtin back at full back because he does sort of float around, do a bit of everything. We are lacking in key defenders. That is one thing that I did miss in the off-season. Jake Suter hasn't played a game for us all series since we drafted him. He's going to be coming in and doing an important job for us. Is that going to be enough to get us through to the grand final? Which, if we do make the grand final, I will be playing it. I'm not going to repeat the mistake of last season. But we need to get through. We need to win. And we're through once again. 35-point win. Dawson does well. Will Day gets some votes for the Hawks. But it is another grand final appearance for the Crows. And it's up against Freo once again. Freo just cannot be beaten so far in this video. We are coming back. Cowan is going to be out for the grand final. Lee Kalir is also back. We also get some money for achieving one of our objectives, which is lovely. Hopefully, everybody is going to be fully fit. Is Tex back? That is the important question. Lee Leary's back, which is good. Cowan's out. Tex Walker is back, so he's going to be in for the grand final. Who is going to be the poor bugger that misses out? Cowan obviously can't help it. He's out with an injury. We'll put Peatling at halfback. Fogarty can play in the forward pocket. Dan Curtin forward flank. That works out fine. Lee Lear is coming off an injury, but is the right person to come in for Jake Sutar. So he did well for one game. It'll be a game that will be remembered in Crows folklore forever if we win this premiership. Cal Shadir has done well. Nan Curvis, we might make him off the bench. We'll make Watkins the sub. Is anybody else destined to come back in? I don't believe so. Nope. Oh, Windhager could come in. We did have him. He was injured at one point, so we might bring him back in. For who's he going to come in for? Jack Watkins is going to be the poor bugger. Nan Curvis can be the sub. Other than that, we are good to go. It is grand final week. We are going to play this one. We got absolutely smoked in the last grand final against Freo. We're going to go with the Clash Guernseys. Hopefully, we will not repeat the same mistake as last time. I am not playing 10-minute quarters. Let me just patch that up quickly. We're going to do 2.5-minute quarters, match time. Okay, now everything is fixed. Let's get into the game. Hopefully, we can redeem ourselves. Here we are, 1 year later. It's not raining this year. We've got clear skies and 4-kilometre winds. Freo, the reigning 2-time premiers. Can we stop the three-peat? We need to stop the three-peat in order to get our 3rd premiership in club history. Tex Walker back into the lineup. Rory Laird still there. Brodie Smith still in the side as well, I'm pretty sure. Possibly for the last time. We said this in the last grand final. They've chosen to play on. Will this be the final career games for those 3 who last played in the 2017 grand final? And let's line up for the club photo. Let's have a look. Let's all line everyone up very nicely. No power stance this year. And how appropriate it would be if we win this game 10 years to the day after that grand final stinker against Richmond. And out come a very powerful team from Perth, the 2-time premiers in this video, the Freo Dockers. And in also what could be the final game of Nat Fyfe's career. He's obviously getting up there in years now, but a 3-time premiership player, back-to-back-to-back grand finalist, a 2-time Brownlow medalist. Could he get it done? Could he get it done? He played very well in the first grand final we saw. And one thing that should be mentioned, we've got Lachie Neale, who we actually signed in free agency from Brisbane, playing against his final side, or his former side, I should say, who played in the 2013 grand final against Hawthorn. And listen to the roar of the crowd. Now time for the toss of the coin. Dawson and Brayshaw met this time last year in this exact location to toss the coin. We won it last time and lost. Freo have won it this time. And they're going to kick to the left of screen just as we did. But this time we are in control. O'Brien trying to get up. We get the ball clear. Dawson smashes it forward. Phil Thorpe going to be lining up for his first of the day and the first of the grand final. Obviously, a very strong betting point for many, many years. Who's going to kick the first goal of the grand final? And this year, it's Riley Thilthorpe. Really good start in the middle of the ground. We give the ball away. Brayshaw looking for a target, ends up in the hands of Switkowski. Kicked a goal in last year's grand final. We pick it up at halfback. Quick kick forward. We can't get it. Peatling gets wrapped up. We got a ball up. Freo going forward now. Can't get the mark. Jyamis looking for a target forward. Mickey Walters still in the side. Great hands by Saligo. Let's kick down the line. We got Pickett in space. Trying to take the mark. We can't. But Pickett now running forward. Puts it on his boot. Rochelle takes the mark. Lining up for his first of the day. Not a good kick. It's offline. It's out on the full. Risky kick inboard. Finds James Aish. I haven't seen Nat Fife yet. Sam Sturt on the lead. 16 minutes gone. Trying to find a target forward. He can't. Lockie Neal. Multi-time best and fairest for Freo. Brodie Smith takes the mark. And a very long kick for the Crows. Has kicked many goals from outside 50 for many a year. He finally puts it through, and the Crows are in the lead by 2. It's a hot start. It's a really hot start. Trying to get it clear once again. Great tackle. I think that was O'Brien that laid the tackle that time. Pick it up. Find a target forward. Quick kick over the top by Smith. He finds Dan Curtin. Very flexible player. Dan Curtin can play all over the ground. Siren goes for quarter time. That looks good. It's a goal to the Crows. It's a 3-0 start for the Adelaide Crows. Sam Draper now off the bench. First time today. Can he get a start going for the Crows in the second term? He can't. But we get the turnover in the middle of the ground. Short kick forward. Looking for Cowshadir. Fogarty looking for the smother. We've got Brodie Smith getting around the ball early. Might be an early contender for the Norm Smith medal. How appropriate if he won it. And the fog. The Crows not showing any mercy. After last year's painful defeat, they've piled on the first 4 of the grand final. Docker's working the ball forward. Can't get it forward far enough. Loose hands in the middle. Just too many handballs. Fife picks it up. Looking for a half forward. Ends up with Jyamis. Pushing forward now. Lee Kalia and Frederick. Great hands in the back by Michelini. Goes wide. Finds Saligo. Kicking up the line, finds Michelini again. Cowshadir pushing up the ground. Nichols takes the mark. Ball goes to ground. Mickey Walter. Crumbs gets Freo's first. Win it out of the middle. Quick kick forward. Can't get boot to ball. It's not 50. Oh, it's not even a free kick. Great hands by Worrell at half back. Kicking down the line. Rankin and Ryan. Rankin can't take the mark. Well done by Ryan. Quick boot by Cozzy Pickett. Can't get boot to ball. Well done, Freo. Good defensive pressure. Much improved in this quarter. Going over the top. It's a poor kick, though. And Cozzy Pickett intercepts. Going down the line. Looking for Fogg. And the Fogg's got it. The Texans on the move. Windhager intercepts his own teammate's ball. Picked up in the draft last year, I believe. Looking for his first goal of the grand final. He puts it through. Back out to a 4-goal game. Draper just crushing it in the ruck right now. Doing a fantastic job. But our ball use in the middle has really gone down the toilet this quarter. And now, no mark inside forward 50 for Freo. They're doing really well right now. They are doing the exact opposite of what we're doing. And that is taking care of the footy. James Aish gets wrapped up. We've got a ball up. Brodie Smith with the strong tackle. 23 minutes gone. Probably time for one more goal in this quarter. Just depends on which team will get it. In fact, it'll be neither team as the first half is done. And it's 5-1 in favour of the Crows so far. First half is in the books. Freo led at halftime last time and won. This time we are looking to get the lead here. And I don't really know what I'm saying. It's not making a whole bunch of sense. But we get a mark at full forward anyway with the fog. I think of what I was trying to say was Freo had the lead and won the grand final last time. We have the lead at halftime this time. Things are looking pretty good here. Fogarty looking for a second. Sneaks it in. And it's a 5-goal lead. Okay, Worrell. Down the line, looking for a target. There's a big fly from behind from Fife. The Texan gets wrapped up. It's advantage to Freo. Could things be starting to unravel for the Crows? We don't know. We have to wait and see. Saligo going down the line to his mate Rochelle, who takes a really good mark. Gets clobbered, actually. Let's look for the Texan. Can't find Tex. He's got it now. Quick kick forward. Hands over the top. Kaushadir gets wrapped up. Good hands by Freo to get it clear of their defensive 50. Looking for a target here. They find Jayamis once again. You go wide. Can't find anybody. We got advantage off the free kick. It goes wide. Kaushadir in pursuit of the ball. Insufficient. How is that insufficient intent? Oh my goodness me. Brodie Smith working his way up the ground, getting a ton of the ball so far. Kaushadir has a big man to deal with. We deal with it just fine. The Fog takes a mark inside forward 50 once again. Going to be lining up for his third and his second of the quarter, although I think he may have butchered this one. We'll see how we go, and it's the first behind of the grand final for either team. Bad kick out of fullback by Freo, just didn't even hit the target on the full. Brayshaw got absolutely pile-driven into the ground by Thilthorpe. O'Brien can't win it in the ruck this time. Freo win the loose ball once again. Fife looking for a target. Ends up with Switkowski, gives it up though. Sam Sturt with the mark. And that's three-quarter time. Freo have a lot of work to do if they're going to come back from here. But a very, very good quarter of football by the Crows. Actually, it was relatively low scoring. Only one goal scored in that quarter. Final quarter of the grand final. It's a 31-point lead for the Crows. They have an opportunity to either put their foot on the pedal and really grind out a big win here, or they can just enjoy it. Let's see what they decide to do. Rankin's the target down the line. Great hands to Windhager. Where's the Texan? Can't take the mark. We got to get Tex a goal. Oh, he's getting old. He can't run around like he used to. But he takes, actually, it is Dan Worrell with the mark here. Let's go down the line. Tex is not in a position to take a mark. Fogarty gets sat on by Draper. Not the Draper you're thinking of. We've got two, but they've got one. Thilthorpe takes a nice mark. Where is Tex? Where are you, you old SOB? I can't find him. Let's just kick it down the line. Kausha takes the mark. Sneaks it through. 37-point game for the Crows. You think we're safe from here? Loose ball in the middle of the ground. If I can get a goal for Tex before the grand final is done, that is my immediate objective. Great hands by Michaelini at half-back. Let's kick it down the line. Loose ball. Gill, the youngster, does a fantastic job. Now Rankin looking to bring it to ground. Tex. No, give it to Tex. Oh, Texan, what are you doing, son? Great tackle. That's holding the ball, surely. Ah, it's a ball up. Thilthorpe trying to... Actually, no, not Thilthorpe. It's Draper. Quick kick. Ball goes backwards. We've got Rankin giving chase with Nichols. Quick tackle. Can't get a tackle to go. Michaelini, we need to get Tex a goal. Come on, Texan. He's at full forward. Big Tex. Come on, don't you go, Siren. Oh, he gets bodied. But Sid Draper gets the mark in front of goal. We may as well take it. I don't think we're going to have enough time to get Tex a goal. We could have passed it off. But honestly, I don't even think the kick would have been 15 metres. The Norm Smith medalist from last year puts the goal through for today. One more for the Texan. Can we get it done? Long ball forward. Tex. He's got it. On the siren. Possibly the last kick of his career. And to get the Crows. Well, the grand final's already done. Texas Walker puts it through. And the Crows have won the 2027 grand final by 49 points. And here we are for the presentations. Who's going to win Norm? Probably the Fog if I had to guess, because he kicked a few goals in a relatively short period of time. And it is the Fog. What a guy. He's already got the medal on. Why has he already got a medal on? Oh, because I've already done the Premiership medals probably. But he's now got 2 medals on. And what a performance this season. Matthew Nix comes out to get his Jock McHale medal. Jordan Dawson there, the skipper. He hasn't got a medal. For whatever reason, Fogarty already had his Premiership medal. I don't know what that is. But here we go. Let's raise the cup. And here we go. The Crows streaming onto the podium. The fans go absolutely nuts as the Freo players watch their three-peat go down the toilet. They have to wait for another 3 years to get their 3rd, 4th and 5th Premiership. But today, the Crows are premiers of the AFL. What a performance by the Crows in this one. Let's have a quick look at the stats. Fog kicked 2, was really solid. A lot of single digits goal kickers. Murphy Reid led the disposals for Freo. Max Michelini actually led it for us. Jordan Dawson was there. Pickett was there. Possessions-wise, in terms of intercept marks, Michelini was really good. In terms of the top stats, here they are. And the BOG, Max Michelini actually got the Norm Smith medal, not Darcy Fogarty. Fogarty was second, and Brodie Smith, who I did say was a smoky earlier on, did get 1 vote for his troubles. But our work here is done. Fan satisfaction at 100% at the moment, but we did fail it through the regular season. Unfortunately, we had to get over 90. We only ended up at 77. But what a job we have done. We'll have a quick look at the stats leaders on the league. Tex Walker led the way with the most goals in the AFL this year with 44. I think he did the same last season as well, at least at the end of the season. He didn't win the Coleman. Disposals wise, Andy Brayshaw was great. Mabior Chol had the most marks. Row bottom tackles. Hit outs was W. Green. I can't say I'm familiar with his work. Let's have a look at Brownlow medal winners. It is Melbourne's Matt Rao. That is disgusting to look at. Jordan Dawson didn't really get amongst it. 21 votes. I think he was second last season. Tex Walker goes into retirement with a Coleman medal. What a story. Josh Rochelle, 33 goals. Rory Laird, 33 goals as well. Quite funny to see. And G. Cameron. Grayson Cameron, fantastic name. He gets the Rising Star Award. And Black from Port Adelaide, who we wanted to draft, he ended up second. And we have a few different All-Australians already. Lee Kalir finishes on halfback. Fogarty, Tex Walker are the other All-Australians. No Jordan Dawson. So 3 All-Australians in a Premiership season. We are officially done with the Crows. Next edition of this will be Brisbane, as of course we are going in alphabetical order. But if you did enjoy this series and you want to see more of what I did of this series on AFL 23, I'll leave a playlist down below. But thank you very much for watching up until this point, guys. Please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. And until then, I hope you have a lovely day wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys then. Bye. Quick disclaimer, guys. I'm recording this one before the start of the 2025 AFL Grand Final. So it's either going to be happy days for Brisbane, we're celebrating a premiership, or sad days for Brisbane, happy days for Queensland in general because I'm a Suns fan, because Brisbane lost. Either way, Queensland's happy. Let's get into the video. Hello everybody, Cooper here. Welcome back to another AFL rebuild. It is my final, not my final AFL 26 rebuild. I'm not willing to commit to that just yet, but it is the last club that I need to do, apart from Port Adelaide. Largely, you know what I mean. I hope you're doing very, very well. I've actually just simulated through to the end of 2025 because I figured we didn't really need to rehash the season that we've already done. We actually finished in 8th and lost to Hawthorn in the grand final, which was a bit of a shame. We actually got pumped in the end, but we are right here in the midst of the trade season, free agency, all of that good stuff. And to my understanding, I think Brisbane are going to be pretty busy. There is a lot of uncontracted players. The only player that I have re-signed already is Dane Zorko because, believe it or not, I don't think he's going to be going anywhere. But there's the likes of Devon Robertson, Callum Archie, who looks like he's probably going to be moving to Adelaide. So I'm going to try and make that deal happen. Brandon Starcevic is going to be moving to West Coast, I believe. I think he's got a pretty hefty offer there, amongst a whole smattering of others who could potentially be moved on. But we also need to think about the players that are coming in. If we have a look at free agency, we go have a look at the restricted free agents. Oscar Allen has committed to joining us, as has Sam Draper. What that means for our other key forwards and ruckman, I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to operate on the assumption that we have lost the grand final, because I think that makes this video more interesting. Do they solve the problems that we do need? Oscar Allen, yes. Sam Draper, probably not as much, because I think our rucks are fine. But I think there's going to be a few other sort of under-the-radar moves which I am going to be trying to make this rebuild a bit fun, because it seems silly rebuilding a team that's in the grand final. These are not going to be big tweaks, just minor adjustments to get us closer to a premiership, assuming that we've lost. And our first trade period is now done, as well as our free agency, and I'm very happy with the moves that we have done. A lot of them quite predictable, but that is for good reason. Our first of which was sending Starcevic, McLaughlin, Devon Robertson, and Connor McKenna over to the West Coast Eagles for pick 20. A very, very easy deal for us. We get pick 20, which we've actually kept, because we did trade away our first round pick. You'll see that in a minute. We also picked up another first round pick, which we forwarded on to Sydney, Callum Archie, Lincoln McCarthy, and Darcy Gardner off to the Adelaide Crows. We also picked up Charlie Ballard as another just sort of third choice key defensive option. I think he's going to be very, very handy. Torrent, Ryan Joyce, and Lester pop across the road to the Gold Coast Suns. And now this is where we get a little bit interesting. Charlie Cameron hasn't had the best of seasons, but I want to get sort of another really, really good small forward in the building. We send pick 15 and 17. 17's our own pick, 15 is from the Adelaide Crows. They both go to Sydney for Will Hayward, and then Carlton are going to lose a whole bunch of ruckmen, deconing one of them, and we decide to give them two of them for an unused draft pick. We get a future second from them. We also did one or two bits of business in free agency. Yes, we got Oscar Allen. Yes, we got Sam Draper. But we also pick up Alex Sexton on a 2-year deal. Everybody else has stayed. So as I said, fairly predictable free agency and trade period outside of a quiet few. And around the league, you can see that Jack Buckley's been traded to Fremantle for Corey Wagner. Connor McDonald to Carlton for a future second and pick 25. James Warple signed with West Coast, which is actually quite surprising. Darcy Tucker's off to GWS from North Melbourne. Dylan Moore's been traded to St Kilda along with pick 25 for the 5th overall pick and pick 43. Patrick Voss is off to Melbourne. That is comical. Jack Bowes off to the Western Bulldogs for pick 47 and Ryan Gardner. Sam Walsh has been traded for a bag of chips. Josh Weddle's off to the West Coast Eagles as well, so the Eagles really starting to load up. Max Hall's been traded from the Saints to the Giants, and that appears to be it. Now, as I said, we did pick up a second round pick, and we are going to enter the draft at pick 20, which is a lot earlier than I anticipated before the start of the video. So we'll have to have a look and see who is available from the Under-18s Championships, as there is a key defender here in Jeremy Worrell, who is a intriguing option. He's a Western Australian, kicked 4 goals in the country championship, so I think we're going to pick him up. We do need another key defender. Obviously, we've got Harris Andrews, and we just picked up Charlie Ballard, so I think he's going to be a good fit for the future. I don't expect him to feature too much in the video, though. And after all of our business is done in the draft, I think our simple objective, we've made a grand final this past year. Let's just try and win a premiership. We've got a bit of money in the bank to wiggle around, and we've got Sydney in a pre-season fixture. I think it's in Sydney, which is going to be a little bit annoying, but not the end of the world. And we take care of business on the SCG very nicely with a 11-point win. Callum Mills with the 3 votes. Hugh McLoggich with the 43 touches. The Scottish Suitcase does very, very nicely. And round 1 in 2026 is going to be at Marvel Stadium, which is actually quite surprising. Looks like Jack Buckley's already got off to a good start at Fremantle. let's have a look at our starting lineup for the 2026 season. We've got Zorko in a back pocket, Harris Andrews, Tom Duday, who, I mean, I'm just amazed he's still playing football. It feels like he hasn't been around forever just due to injury. Darcy Wilmot, Jack Payne, Zach Bailey across halfback, Will Ashcroft, Dunkley, Fletcher, McCluggage, Neal. Possibly the best midfield in the AFL. Possibly. Sam Draper in the ruck, Will Hayward, Logan Morris, Levi Ashcroft, Kai Lohmann, Oscar Allen, Charlie Cameron, with the Big O, Jared Berry, Cam Rayner, Eric Hipwood, and Charlie Ballard as the sub. Should win this one, you would think, up against the Bombers, and we do in a high-scoring game. 14-point win, Josh Dunkley with the 3 votes after 4 goals and 35 disposals. Very, very impressive. And then we've got the Pineapple Grapple in round 2. I refuse to call it the Q Clash, but we are going to call it the Pineapple Grapple. Let's see how we go in this one. We go in unchanged. It's another close one. Gold Coast were up by almost 30 points in the 4th quarter, but we get it done beautifully. And they get all 3 Brownlow votes as well, which is hilarious. I don't care. We won the game. I'm going to meet up with you guys in September. I'm assuming we make finals. I hope that is the case. We'll see how we go. Come to the start of September now, and we have made the AFL finals, which is lovely. We finished in 2nd place, 1 game behind Collingwood, and we've got the Western Bulldogs in a qualifying final. We've got the home ground advantage, which is lovely. We ended up winning 18 games, lost 5. We were very, very good in terms of our season objectives. We did avoid losing 4 games in a row, but we didn't end up winning 8 in a row. We never really got close to that one. I think our highest might have been 5, but still a very, very good season. And it looks like Logan Morris has won the Coleman medal. Not that that is our primary concern right now, as we do have a round of finals to play. The lineup hasn't changed over the course of the season, so hopefully we can get through these finals unscathed as we beat the Western Bulldogs at home by 49 points. Oscar Allen kicks 4. He hasn't really kicked a lot of goals this year, Oscar Allen. Apparently he's kicked 40 now. He hasn't really popped up amongst the leading goal kickers for us over the course of the season. I know Logan Morris has kicked quite a few big bags, but we now have a home prelim. I don't know who it is against. It is against Hawthorn, which is going to be an absolute ripper. They finished down in 8th, which is actually a little surprising for them. But hopefully we can get through to the grand final. We lose, unfortunately, by 40 points. Ow, that is a shocking second half. 14 goals to 7. Really, really poor. Jack Gunston, the former Lion, very, very short-term Lion, kicked 4. Disappointing performance by us, but we've got another season to build up our premiership hopes. And Jai Newcomb wins the 2026 Brownlow medal, actually tied with Tommy Liberatore. Did very, very well. The highest polling Lion was Hugh McCluggage, did very well. Logan Morris, as discussed, did win the Coleman medal, was very, very good. Levi Ashcroft down the bottom there as well. Oscar Allen with the 36 goals on the year. That is some fantastic hair by Steve Lang. I was going to say Scott Lang, it would have been hilarious, but he wins the Rising Star Award. Did any Lions win All-Australian selection? Jack Payne got some representation in there. Logan Morris, obviously. Oscar Allen as well, and Lachie Neale on the bench. So a bit for us to do in this off-season. I think just improve this round. There's no real weakness in our team right now. Who ended up winning the Premiership? We should have a look at that before we wrap up Season 2. And the Hawks get it done. They win by 5 points, holding off the very fast finishing Western Bulldogs. Jai Newcomb with the Norm Smith medal as well was very, very good. I'm going to have a look at our contract situation. Hopefully there's no real big contracts that we do need to take care of, and there's actually quite a few. Dane Zorko is one of them. Lachie Neale and Will Ashcroft are contracts that need to be extended. The Big O as well needs to be looked at. We'll see what else is on our list. Zach Bailey I've just seen is another one. But we do have a lot of money, about $5 million to spend in free agency. Obviously, we've got to take care of our own first, and then we'll have a look around, see what the rest of the league has to offer. There have been some good bits to this off-season. There's been some really bad bits. We're going to cover the good bits first, and then we're going to cover the bad thing I did. There's a trade I did with Carlton, which was very, very good. We traded away Lockie Neal, Eric Hipwood, a pick 16, pick 34 in exchange for Jacob Wiedering and pick 15. Lockie Neal was out of contract, and we've got far too many good midfielders that are a lot younger than Lockie Neal. As much as I like Lockie Neal, I think it's probably best that we mutually go our separate ways. We bring in Jacob Wiedering, who, there's a bit of an exodus going on at Carlton right now. We get an extra pick from them, which we are going to send to the Gold Coast Suns in a minute. We'll cover that in a sec. We also picked up pick 8 from Fremantle. We just did sort of a dump of a few different players, including Worrell, who we picked up with pick 20 last year, is a Western Australian. So I guess that deal is slightly, there's some realism in there somewhere. But I'm going to show you this deal on screen now. I was not paying attention when I put this deal through. I was sort of trying to get the Jake Rogers to Gold Coast deal done. I put in Marshall, who is an academy prospect of us. Rogers is obviously an academy prospect of the Suns. I put in the 8th pick and the 15th pick. Neither of those went through. I accidentally put in Charlie Cameron and they accepted the deal. So I did not mean to trade Charlie Cameron, nor did I really want to trade Charlie Cameron. So he's now on the Gold Coast Suns. We've got Jake Rogers, who I guess is the Charlie Cameron replacement. I'm really sorry, Charlie Cameron. We also picked up some free agents as well. That is not where I want to go. We picked up Stone Cold Nick Vlosten and Jamie Elliott, because I feel like Jamie Elliott would fit in quite nicely with us. Now that we don't have Charlie Cameron and Stone Cold Nick Vlosten, we needed another defender off of half back. And he was available, so we signed them both. Actually, Elliott's on a 3-year deal, Vlosten's on a 2-year deal. We've got a couple of uncontracted players right now that we are not going to bring back, so we are just going to delist them right now. We've actually been proposed a trade offer from the Adelaide Crows for Kai Lohmann. I am going to decline that offer. I am not entertaining any other trades. Darcy Wilmot for pick 3. I've already had a look at the draft prospects for this year, and they are not that great, so I'm going to decline that one as well. And our first pick in this year's draft is in at 52. And I don't think there's going to be a lot for us to do in this year's draft as per usual. We're just going to be having a look at the best talent available, bringing them in and hoping they can provide something to us. Billy Wilson is going to be our first selection. Just a young man with a bit of potential. Very happy to bring him in. And we're then in at 63 as well. I think let's just go for some mature age talent. I've seen that Tommy Cole is available. I'm very happy to pick him up. I can't believe he wasn't picked up by the West Coast Eagles, or his contract wasn't extended by the West Coast Eagles. Same with Jack Petruccelli. What are the West Coast Eagles doing? Ryan Marich is also available. We're going to pick him up. I don't know. Are the West Coast Eagles on some kind of mission to just blow up the joint? I have no idea. Noah Answorth was a former player of ours. I think we must have delisted him. We're going to bring him back. Why not? And that brings to end, quite frankly, just a bizarre off-season. But hopefully we can get through, win a premiership in 2027. We're going to be meeting up with the Saints in pre-season. And we get a very nice win by 34 points at Brighton Homes Arena. I just picked an auto-generated team. Cookson kicks 4, which is very nice. New team for the 2027 season. We got Vlosten, Andrews, Darcy Wilmot, Zach Bailey, Jacob Wiedering at centre halfback, looking very, very good. Dane Zorko, the former skipper, Jasper Fletcher, Will Ashcroft, Jared Berry, Dunkley, McCluggage. I mean, when you look at that midfield, you take Lockie Neal out of it, it's still very, very good. Oscar McInerney in the ruck, Levi Ashcroft on half forward flank, Oscar Allen, Kai Lohmann, Will Hayward, Logan Morris, Jamie Elliott. I'm sorry, Charlie Cameron, I really am. Sam Draper on the bench with Cam Rayner, Jake the Snake Rogers, Tom Cole, and Jack Petruccelli as the sub. Our team is an 85 overall, looking very, very good. And somehow we lose our first game of the season at the Adelaide Oval. Putrid behaviour. And we've got our second pineapple grapple of the video. Let's see how we go in this one. In an unchanged lineup, we get our revenge. Charlie Cameron does not, do much in this one, to be perfectly honest. I don't even think he played. Hugh McCluggage with the 40 disposals. Logan Morris with the 4 goals. Going to be looking to go back-to-back in the Coleman medal. Let's see if we can find Charlie. Did he even play? He did play. No goals, 15 disposals, 50 fantasy points. Was really, really quiet. It's what I like to hear. Let's meet up in September once again, and hopefully we can fare a little bit better than last season. A little bit of a shaky finish to the home and away season, but we still finish on top of the ladder very, very nicely. 19 wins, 4 losses, 2 games clear of St Kilda, who we did actually lose to in the final 5 weeks. But we've got the Crows in a qualifying final at home. Should be favourites, you would think, to win this one. Let's see how we go in the simulation. We lose by 8 goddamn points. Josh Dunkley does get best on, though. Yikes. Okay, let's hopefully not choke in straight sets, Adelaide style. We've got the Giants now at home in a semi. I hate this game sometimes. I really, really do. Okay, let's just get through to the end of the home and away season. I really hate this game sometimes. And you've got to be kidding. Lockie Neal wins a Brownlow medal. Josh Dunkley with the 26 votes finishes in second. Dangerfield in third, tied with McCluggage for 23. We trade away a Brownlow medalist who wins his 3rd Brownlow medal, and we go out in straight sets. I cannot believe it. Logan Morris, 41 goals, finishes 5th in the Coleman. And Adelaide win their 2nd grand final in club history over St Kilda, obviously their 3rd flag overall, and they win actually 30 years to the day, which is quite funny. Jordan Dawson with the Norm Smith medal. Very, very interesting. Such a frustrating season. We've done really well so far, but 2027 has not been kind to us. Let's see who is out of contract in 2027. Kyle Lohman is. Tom Doedee, I'm ready to move on from him. Logan Morris, might want to seek a move back to Victoria. Wait and see how that plays out. Darcy Wilmot is probably the only other high-profile player that we do need to have a look at. We'll wait and see. We are sort of quite tied up with our financial situation. We'll have to have a look around the league, see who is a free agent heading into this season. Restricted free agency is quite busy with a lot of very, very talented players. I'm going to have a look around the league, see what we can conjure up. I know in the draft, we probably can't have a look at the draft pool. Yes, we can actually have a look at the draft pool. I can already see there is a really good key forward prospect in Landon Kelly. Had an okay country championships, 4 goals, 12, not ideal, but trading away someone like a Logan Morris, I don't think that gets us any closer to a premiership. There is a Logan Topley, who is a very good utility. There's a lot to consider for this off-season. This off-season, I did not mess around. We did a lot of our work in the trade period. We made 5 trades. We sent Charlie Ballard back to South Australia, along with pick 34 to Port Adelaide. We get pick 26 from them in the 2nd round. Jack Petruccelli, Tom Cole, and Ryan Marriage, who we've all picked up over the course of this video. We're sending them back to the West Coast Eagles for a future 2nd. Tom Doedee and pick 53 are heading to the Western Bulldogs in exchange for pick 29. We're just loading up on draft picks, getting rid of a lot of salary and expired contracts. Now, on the surface, this deal might look a little bit strange. We're sending Jared Berry and Will Hayward. Will Hayward's actually going back to the Sydney Swans in exchange for Corey Warner, pick 25 and pick 36. There's more to this deal, which we'll get to later. And then we did a salary dump here with the Adelaide Crows. We sent Sam Draper, pick 16 and pick 36 over to the Crows for a future 1st and pick 20. Now, we did make 5 trades, and I did say we did a lot of our work in the trade period, but we also picked up Max Gawn, Caleb Sarong, and the Chad Warner. Max Gawn, Melbourne have been absolutely crap the last few seasons, so he's finally had it, and we are going to put him next to the Big O in the ruck. Realism just went out the window, guy. Max Gawn's left Melbourne. I mean, there's nothing much more to say other than that. Caleb Sarong, obviously a free agent, has signed with us, and the Chad has joined his brother Corey north of the border. Very, very interesting. We're currently over the salary cap by about $900,000, and we still need to sign 16 players. Hence why I loaded up on all of those draft picks, and I am going to have to tinker around with a few salaries to get back under the cap. But we entered the draft at pick 20, and we'll see what we can come up with. Hopefully 1 or 2. I did not mean to simulate that pick, but we've picked up the Delhi man, Victor Delhi. That was not what I had in mind, but we're back in the draft at pick 25. Oh, what is happening here? Okay, let's try again. Go to the Under-18s Championships and Zayden O'Brien. That is a fantastic name. He is playing for Victoria, was playing for Victoria, because we are now going to draft him with the 25th overall pick. And we actually have back-to-back picks, so I believe this is Jai Clark. He's not been picked up from Geelong, so we're going to take him here. He's probably not going to play a great deal, but we're going to just load up on the mature age talent as we normally do. Logan or Lawson Humphreys, another one of Geelong's young core. We're going to pick him up with the 29th pick. We get the win over Carlton in the preseason. Will Ashcroft does very, very well with the 35 disposals, and I'm very, very much liking this team. We've gone for a bit of an unorthodox selections process. We're actually playing Cam Rayner at full forward because Logan Morris obviously is very, very good, but Oscar Allen is just starting to decline, even though he is only 28 years old. So I will be in the market for a new key forward next season. Where we're going to send him, I have no idea, because I believe his contract may even be expiring next season. We'll see how we go. But we've got Vlosten, Andrews, Darcy Wilmot, Chad Warner off of halfback, Jacob Wiedering, Dane Zorko, Fletcher, Sarong, Dunkley, Ashcroft, McCluggage, Gawn in the ruck, with Levi Ashcroft, Logan Morris, Jake the Snake Rogers, Jamie Elliott, Cam Rayner at full forward, Kyle Lohman as the, I was about to say as the subbers in the forward pocket, with the Big O, Zach Bailey, Oscar Allen, Jai Clark, and Victor Delhi, who we accidentally drafted as the sub. Hopefully GWS are kind in the opening game of the 2028 season. We get the win at the Gabba, very inaccurately kicking 5 of 15 goals, 23 I should say. McCluggage with the 3 votes. Who kicked all the behinds? Aaron Cadman kicked 4 behinds for the Giants, as did Jesse Hogan. Jamie Elliott 1 goal for, really bad for us. But we get our first win of the year, and we actually have West Coast in round 1. Hopefully we can get the win over in Perth as well. We'll see how we go. We'll keep the same team for the course of the season as we normally do. And we get a nice win over in Perth. 45 points. Jake Rogers getting amongst the Brownlow votes early in this year. Might be a year for him to get the Brownlow medal. Bring one back to Brisbane. Let's see how we go. Hopefully we don't go out in straight sets once again. I've just realised my mic was muted up until right now, so that is highly annoying. We've lost to GWS in the opening round of 2028. Not ideal. Hopefully we can do a little bit better in the semi-final at the Gabba. If we go out in straight sets once again, I'll be very, very annoyed. Carlton now are the opposition at the Gabba. We get the win. We're through to a prelim, which is fantastic. Who gets best on? Patrick Cripps. Of course he does. Naturally he will. And now we've got the Crows, who finished on top of the ladder, 21% higher than us, but we did finish on equal points. We're going over to Adelaide in a prelim final, hostile environment. The team is exactly the same as it has been for the course of the season, and we get the win. A much needed win. 8 goals to 3 in the final quarter gets it done. Hugh McCluggage easily been our best player this year, and now we've got the grand final. Hopefully it's not against the Giants. It will be against the Giants. We've already lost to them twice this year. Hopefully we can get the job done in this grand final. Nick Vlosten in a back pocket, going to be doing good for us. Harris Andrews, 315 games right now. Obviously, he's played for a long time and hardly been injured in this series. He's been very, very good. Darcy Wilmot, 159 games. Chad Warner just signed with us this season. Jacob Wiedering, 280 games. Dane Zorko still playing somehow, 380 games. And then we get into the midfield. Fletcher, Sarong, Dunkley, 270 games. Hugh McCluggage, 285 games. Will Ashcroft coming into his prime. Max Gawn, 320 games. Can't believe we were able to steal him from Melbourne. Levi Ashcroft's over 100 games now. Logan Morris, the Coleman medalist. Jake Rogers, Jamie Elliott, 400 goals. Not going to crack the 300 games in this video. Cam Rayner's had an interesting season at full forward. What a lineup this has been for us, but let's see how we go. I got to turn off the minutes, bring it down to 2.5. And we're going to go retro in this one. I'm very much looking forward to this grand final. Toby Green, still the captain for GWS. He's been there since the start, as has Whitfield. Is there any other day one Giants? Not that I can see. Actually, Whitfield's technically not a day one Giant. He's a second-year Giant, as is Kelly. Canelio's on the bench, so it's really only Toby Green and Canelio that are still there. But let's get into this one and wrap up this video in style. And it is absolutely perfect here at the MCG. Clear skies, no wind, and a beautiful, beautiful red footy being held aloft by the umpires. And Uncle Toby going to lead out the Giants in this one. We've already played them a few times in grand finals over the course of this series. Finn Callahan getting some game time at half forward. Or actually on a wing, excuse me. But I like the look of this orange kit that the Giants are wearing. But it's going to take our very best to beat them on this grand final day. Will the pride of Brisbane Town carry us through to victory here on grand final day? There's been a lot of changes over the course of these last 3 years. But a lot of our father, son, and academy products are still in the core of this team. And Max, why is Max Gawn so short? Why on earth is he the same size as Levi Ashcroft? I don't know if that's a bug just because of they're running through the race. We'll find out as they come out onto the middle of the ground. Maxie's height seemed to be okay in the national anthem, standing next to Harris Andrews and Fags. Hopefully, it's going to be fine for the game here today. Giants have called heads on the toss, and they have won the toss in this one. They're going to kick to the left of screen. Our game plan is secure. Win clearances, kick ass in the middle of the ground, and get the footy forward. Fletcher gets the first clearance of the day. And Kai Lohman, let's just send it forward over the top. Josh Dunkley can't take the mark. Quick kick forward. It's offline. A critical miss at the start of the grand final. Ball taken on the half volley by Uncle Toby. Levi, actually, that's Wilbur. Actually, I think it was Levi, and he has kicked it. What a kick from Levi Ashcroft, commonly known as Syndrome from The Incredibles. He has got a weird head. Perfect start in the middle of the ground by us. There's Will Ashcroft. How many times am I going to get those two mixed up in today's video? And now Tom Green sends it forward for the Giants. Now with Hannaford at half forward. And he's going to have a crack with that right boot of his. Outside 50. A capable kick. And that is wide. It's not going to be a goal. It's a mark on the goal line, but it's a rush behind. Clearing ball from Zorko down the line. Jamie Elliott takes the mark. Max Gawn in a paddock by himself. And we got Cam Rayner playing at full forward. He's had an interesting season. Probably not what he would have wanted from the start of the year. And Gawn, he's just sent it long. Too long, in fact. That's out in the full. But we get the intercept mark via Jake the Snake. Zorko takes the mark. It's a miss to the left-hand side, unfortunately. But we still have the lead. It's now 7 points. Now with Phoenix Gothard. Jacob Wiedering now gets the intercept mark at half forward, sending it towards... I think that's Caleb Sarong sitting under it. Can't take the mark, unfortunately. Jacob Wiedering getting amongst it once again. Jesse Hogan gets wrapped up. Kicks it backwards. Probably not what he would have wanted. But he's going to do the old-fashioned 1-2 with Toby Green. And it's going to work out well for the Giants. As Phoenix Gothard had the ball back, forces his way forward and takes the mark inside 50. lining up for the Giants first. And he puts it through. Goals tied so far, but we have a 1-point lead. Gawn giving chase. He actually had the ball. I did not mean to... that's not what I wanted. I definitely thought he wasn't going to get there first, so I was lining up to tackle and panicked. Never mind. It's okay. It's not going to affect the scoreboard as we lead at quarter time. 1-2 plays 1-1. It's been a good start by both teams. The Giants providing a bit of a contest in this one, but I still remain confident that our team of champions are going to be doing just fine. Finn Callahan gets wrapped up, middle of the ground. Dunkley gets him with the tackle. Cam Rayner down at full forward. Ball goes to deck. Big fly from behind. Now with Lockie Ash. Sends it down the line. Toby Green getting amongst it once again. Great fist by Wiedering. Handball over the top. Probably not the wisest decision, but it's going to work out okay. No, it's not going to work out okay. We turn the ball over. Just too much panic. Too much panic. It's okay. We got space here. Rogers down to full forward. Taylor, Rayner. Rayner takes it. Lining up for his first of the day. Starts it wide. Swings it back beautifully. Brisbane have 2. Been a solid game plan from us so far. Now looking for McCluggage down the line. Can't find him. Jacob Wiedering, another intercept mark, does really well. McCluggage on Callahan wide. McCluggage takes it. Just weighing up our options. Let's send it down the line. Logan Morris can't take it. Himmelberg does really well in the end. Kai Lohmann with the intercept mark. Going to be a tough kick from this pocket. Let's center the ball. Jamie Elliott can't take it in the square. Why did we stop running? I don't know why we did. Oh my goodness me. This match has been chaos so far. Smoke and Joe Richard sends it down the line. Jesse Hogan has been absolutely bodied in this one so far by Wiedering. Laying down his case for BOG as Chad Warner takes the mark. And this kick is not going to be a good one. No, not good. Dunkley has the ball now at half forward, just weighing up his options. We've got a few players over the top. And Max Gawn crashes the pack. Takes a good mark. Has kicked a few goals from time to time over the course of his career. And he's done well in the ruck so far today. Easily had the number of Briggs. Puts through Brisbane's third. And we get out to an early 13-point lead. Really like what I've seen from these young Lions so far. The Big O getting his first taste of the action today. Rayner in the middle of the guts. Dunkley sends it forward. Jamie Elliott with the mark. Does really, really nicely. Getting his second contested mark of the day. Let's see if he can put this one through. That's really good. Expertly done by Jamie Elliott. 19-point lead here on Grand Final day. Things starting to get a little bit out of hand for the Giants, but they're working the ball forward now. Wilmot sitting under it. Jesse Hogan's down there with Cadman. Great crumbs. Didn't see who it was, but it's a goal to the Giants. Brent Daniels with the excellent finish in the end. Doubling their score right now, but we can't afford to get complacent. Ball over the top. We do well. Rayner starting to get a bit of the ball in the middle of the ground. Another intercept by Rayner. Kicks it wide. Nobody home. Levi Ashcroft giving chase. Uncle Toby's going to get there first. We lay the tackle. We lay 3 tackles. Well done. Well done. How was that ball up? Ball going forward for Brisbane. Actually, it's the Giants, but Wiedering, really good mark. Down the line, Zach Bailey sitting under it. Can't take the mark. Handball forward over the top. Ball's just dropped in our forward line. What the hell was that? And the Big O takes the mark. Let's just send it forward. Hope for the best. Dunkley's down there. McCluggage is down there. Why are all the midfielders down there? And it's a rush behind. 17 gone in the third. Another dropped mark by Jesse Hogan. We pick up the pieces. McCluggage over the top. Allen's hit the post. Not a complete runaway of the game right now, but we're certainly in control of it. As Will Ashcroft, commonly known as Prince Charming from Shrek, takes the mark outside 50. And we're going to have a shot with the youngster, the Norm Smith medalist from last year. Can he repeat his performance today? Not going to be a goal. And it's a boundary throw-in. 26 gone in the third. We need just a clean hit out. Kick on goal. It's out in the full, you idiot. But we are very much in control of the game. 1 goal, 2 to 1 straight in the third. McCluggage getting a lot of the ball. GWS actually controlling possession in this one. But we've got 1 quarter to go. 15-point lead. GWS would need to give absolutely everything to win this game. We can't get the hit out. That's incorrect disposal straight away. Let's send it long. We've got Ashcroft sitting down there of the Will variety. Prince Charming can't take the mark as Jamie Elliott going to stand the mark for him. Brave kick backwards to Harrison Oliver. We got to get to the ball. Smoking Joe Richards takes it at halfback for the Giants. Darcy Wilmot recovers the ball at halfback. Down the line now. Jai Clark. Hasn't seen a lot of it today, but has played a crucial role for us. Down the line once more. Ashcroft takes the mark. Let's go around the body. There's a bit of breeze now. Bit of dynamic weather. Let's swing it around. Put it through. Extend the lead out to a 21-point game, and you'd think that'd be safe. Levi Ashcroft at half forward. The Ashcroft boys just lining up this grand final. Rayner just stopped running. Why did he do that? Jeez, okay. Now Tom Green hasn't had a great deal of impact on today's game. Great fist from behind from the Big O. Wraps up Joe Richards. Just an outstanding athletic feat there by the big fella. Jamie Elliott sitting under this one. Connor Iden just too big and strong. 14 gone in the final quarter. Briggs on the run. Kicking it forward to no really anybody. But the Giants are actually going to end up with the ball. We tackle them. Now Phoenix Gothard once again. Harris Andrews has done a real number on Aaron Cadman as well. Both of our key backs have done very, very nicely. Ball fisted wide by the Whitfield. Boundary throw in, 18 minutes gone. Zorko sends it to the middle of the ground. Jamie Elliott trying to deal with Connor Iden once again, but just too small. Wiedering, he would have to be a shout for Norm Smith. He's done very, very well. Elliott, third time lucky. This time he does take the mark. Well done to the little fella. The controller has died. Now, this is probably not an opportunity. Actually, the batteries have just died, not the actual controller itself. Sometimes things just happen at the worst possible time, but it's not going to matter. As we win the grand final of 2028, the Brisbane Lions have done supremely well in this video. It took a little bit longer than we probably would have liked, but we get it done in the end, and that's all that matters. And it's time for the Prezos. Who is going to get Norm Smith? My money's on Jacob Wiedering, because he was absolutely phenomenal in this one. And it looks like it's going to be Cam Rayner of all people. That is not, I did not expect him to get it. He did very, very well. Got a lot of the ball in that third quarter, but I did not expect him to get the Norm Smith medal. And possibly the most popular coach in the AFL by every metric, Chris Fagan gets his second Jock McHale medal. And here we go. Premiership Cup number 17 of the series. But it's going to be number 2 for the Brisbane Lions in the 2020s. Harris Andrews lifts that cup for a second time. And an outstanding performance in this grand final. 21-point victory in the end. Brent Daniels and Phoenix Gothard got goals for the Giants. Gawn, Elliott, Ashcroft, Rayner. And Ashcroft, funnily enough, got goals for the Lions. But yeah, McCluggage got the 9 disposals, most of them handballs. Jacob Wiedering was my vote, got a lot of marks. And I believe he actually didn't lead the AFL fantasy. That was Tom Green. Even Will Ashcroft could have been a possibility for it, but a phenomenal, phenomenal game. And we get it done. As I said, Premiership number 17. Let's see who gets the individual awards. Hugh McCluggage, 34 Brownlow votes, does very, very well. In a Premiership year, gets the Brownlow medal, does a fantastic job. A lot of demons in that middle patch there. No other Lions at the top of this list. Aaron Cadman finishes in second. Thomas Sins finishes in first with 42 goals in the Coleman. McCluggage actually led the goal kicking for us, which is hilarious, alongside Logan Morris, tied on 37 goals. And then Topley for the Suns gets the Rising Star Award. Any All-Australians, I imagine there'll be a few. McCluggage is one, Logan Morris is another, but only the 2 All-Australians in this dominant season. That's it. The Lions get another premiership. Hopefully, they would have gotten another premiership on Saturday. I'm assuming they will, even though I have tipped Geelong. I'm assuming they will win because I think never. What's the right phrase I'm looking for here? Never dismiss the heart of a champion. That's what I'm trying to say. Kerno with the 96 behinds did very, very well. No, he didn't. He kicked 96 behinds in the season. Cadman kicked the 95. Logan Morris only kicked the 7. He was very good. Hugh McCluggage, 41 goals over the course of the year, was outstanding. But that is going to do it for today. My Port Adelaide rebuild, that's the only one I have left. Even though I've done every other club in the AFL, I am doing a separate series on Port Adelaide. So I'm probably not going to do that rebuild until next week. And then once I've done all 18 clubs, I plan on releasing all of the 18 clubs in like a one big video compilation that goes for like 18 hours that you guys can just binge watch to your pleasure, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But that's going to do it. Thank you very much for your support. Please leave a like, subscribe to the channel if you are new. And until then, I hope you have a lovely day wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. After a long week of basketball, as we know, it's Rebuild Fridays here on AFL 26. And the House of Carlton is burning down as we speak. Time for me to rebuild it. Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome to another rebuild. Carlton need all sorts of help. And yep, they're currently losing everybody in free agency, trades, Kerno, De Koning, Silvani. It's not looking good. My goal for this first season is just not have the wheels fall off entirely. We're going to try and win 5 games against top 6 sides from last year, maintain a top 8 position against 6 different rounds. Apart from that, I have no real ambitions for this first season. We have to get to the trade period, and hopefully, after I trade everyone away, we'll bounce back and win a premiership. In all seriousness, it is not completely all bad. We do have a young man by the name of Jagger Smith, who unfortunately hasn't played a game all year due to a knee injury, but we picked him up with the 3rd pick in last year's draft, and we are hoping that we're going to be able to build the club around this young man. Unfortunately for us, he's not injured in this universe, so he's going to be playing from round 1. And we do a very good number on the West Coast Eagles in our preseason game by winning by 114 points. Cottrell and Walsh both kicked 4. I like what I've seen. But can we get it done up against Richmond on a Thursday night at the MCG? I'm hoping that we will be able to. We get our first win of the year with a bang. 43 points. We do a good job. Because Carlton, really good players aside, their list is far too top heavy. There's too many really good players at the top. Not enough really, really good players at the bottom. So I'm hoping to change the salary structure of the club, trading out some of those players that are on really high wages, and hopefully we'll be able to have a bit more of a sustained success period over the coming years. I will see you guys in the trade period. Hopefully we can finish at least in the top 8, if not top 10 at most. Look, I don't know how to explain it. We finished in the top 4. We had a really good run of fixtures. We've won our last 4 games, so we are entering a hot period of form. This went a lot better than I thought it was going to, but I'm going to keep it realistic. I'm going to be training the likes of De Koning, Silvani, Holland, and possibly even Charlie Kerno, even though he wants to leave. Carlton probably not going to trade him, but we'll see how we go. We've actually got Sydney in the opening qualifying final, which should be good fun. We've got an interstate game. I actually forgot to schedule my travel over the course of the year, so I'm actually surprised we didn't get as many injuries as we did. We're going to keep the lineup exactly the same. Hopefully, we don't encounter too many issues in this one. I know it's a away game, but we get the job done by 45 points. We beat the Swans in Sydney. Brody Kemp with the 32 touches, Cripps with the 32, played very well also. And now we've got the Crows in a prelim final. I did not have this on my bingo card. Look, we've made the grand final. I am going to simulate the grand final, so I'm not going to play around and play this game. Team is basically the same. Where is Jagger Smith? Why is he not in the lineup? He played 1 game, kicked 3 goals. Did I take him out accidentally? That's a mistake on my behalf. Maybe that's why Carlton are good. We've won the Premiership in the first season. What? Sam Walsh wins the Norm Smith medal. Very, very interesting. Now it's time to blow the club up, trade everybody, and go back down to the bottom of the ladder. Maybe Carlton don't need rebuilding after all. And then after all that, Tom Green wins the Brownlow medal with 28 votes. Does a really nice job leading the competition. Sam Walsh ended up with 20. Sam Darcy led the goal kicking, wins the Coleman this year. Charlie Curnow led the way with 35 for us. Murphy Reid very predictably won the Rising Star. Jagger Smith played 1 game and got 12 votes in the Rising Star. That is strange. And then in the All-Australian, De Koning makes it on a wing. Anybody else? Nope. So even though Sam Walsh got 20 Brownlow votes, he did not make the All-Australian team, but De Koning did. That's interesting. And now it's time to get into the nuts and bolts of this rebuild. All of these players are uncontracted. I'm not going to bring a single one of them back. If you are not under contract, you are leaving. Free agency itself is now here, and I don't think there's a single player on this list that would be considering coming to Carlton, considering what's happening at the moment. So I'm just going to dodge free agency completely, at least for top tier players. I'm really just going to be focusing on the draft and trading for youngsters. Because the one thing that we are going to be able to promise young players, game time, because there's going to be no really good players here. Hopefully we can get to the trade period. Unrestricted free agency is now here. I just want to get to the trade period. There we go. And if we have a look at the top of the draft board, we are close to be having the 18th pick or something like that in the first round. But if we have a look at the national draft, we can see that there is Tomlinson here, who is a really good halfback, 89 to 99 potential. But he is definitely going to be an option considering some of the talent we are losing out of our back 50. Are there any other really top tier players on this list going forward? Not that I can really see. Braden Chapman is also here. He's a little bit worse in overall ability, has a little bit less potential than the player that we saw before, but he is another one to consider if we get another few draft picks. We've got a key defender here in Aiden Dennis from the Allies. I was going to say from the Origin, but that is not what I mean. He is looking like he may be a decent prospect. So there's a couple of really good defensive prospects. Outside of that, not a great deal. And we entered the draft at pick 18 as I thought, even though... Actually, no, we did win the Premiership, so I don't know why I thought we wouldn't have pick 18. But if we go to our main roster here, Silvani's getting traded. I'm going to try and keep Cowan. Motlop's a good young player. Hollins is gone. Chera will keep for now, but we'll probably move him on at some point. I have no idea what to do with Patrick Cripps, because if we trade absolutely everybody, he's probably going to want to go. So yeah, it's a real mess. I will see you guys once I've made some trades. I've been very busy in the trade period. It has actually taken me so long to get this done, but there was so much that I wanted to get rid of because there's like a rot within this football club that it's almost like it's a stink. I have no words that I can describe it with. Anyway, first trade is probably the most obvious one that I did. Silvani and Tom De Koning off to St Kilda. We also included Adam Sard and Mitch McGovern to get pick 6 just to get the deal done. We then sent the Hollands boys along with pick 18, which was our own, to the Western Bulldogs for pick 10. We have then forwarded that on to the West Coast Eagles in a trade you'll see in a minute. We then did a straight swap, Charlie Curnow for Errol Goulden. There wasn't much for us to do here. We needed another midfielder and I wanted to get rid of Charlie Curnow, so that was easy. Now this on the surface may seem a little bit strange. We've sent Patrick Cripps off to the West Coast Eagles along with Blake Acres and pick 10 for Harley Reid. Now I know Harley Reid just signed a massive contract extension. Well, not a massive contract extension, it was only 2 years. But I wanted to bring him in for many reasons. One, wouldn't be the first time the Carlton have taken away a West Coast midfielder. You know, just saying. And 2, Cripps, Western Australian, seemed to make sense. He's a little bit older, so I wanted to include something that would actually entice the Eagles to get this deal done. And 3, videos are much funner when Harley Reid is involved. The next deal was sending Harry Mackay, Nick Haynes and Zach Williams off to GWS for Aaron Cadman and a first round pick. Cadman is going to be the replacement for Mackay and Curnow. Obviously, he can't replace two players at once, but I'm hoping that pick down the line will also help out in getting another key forward. We then sent Motlop, Cooper Lord, Lewis Young and pick 38 off to Port Adelaide for a future second round pick. This is now the first of two deals that I did with Geelong. We sent Adam Chero, Brody Kemp and Nick Newman off to the Cats for Ollie Dempsey, who I think is going to be very good for us. This trade was simply dumping expired contracts to Richmond for a third round pick. I mean, there's nothing really more for us to do here. The second deal with Geelong is sending Pitternet, Fogarty, Cottrell for Sam De Koning. When one De Koning leaves, you bring in another. Hopefully, I mean, he's not as good as his brother, but hopefully he can do a somewhat reasonable replication of what his brother brought to the table. And this last one is also just a pink dump to North Melbourne. Now, as things stand, we only have 17 players on our list. We also did pick up Ari Schoenmaker and Bodie Ryan in free agency. They were both delisted, so we just decided to pick them up. A couple of players with decent potential. But that does mean that the draft and rookie draft is going to be very, very, very long. So I'll do my important picks at the top of the draft, but in terms of who I'm going to be picking with my 23rd pick, I'm not going to bore you with that. Free agency time, and Jack Petrocelli has signed with the Bombers. The Eagles get pick 34. Starcevic is off to North Melbourne. Brisbane gets some compensation. Oscar Allen also off to St Kilda. Apparently everyone's just signing to St Kilda nowadays. Callum Archie is off to Melbourne. Brisbane really losing out here. Jack Buckley's been traded to Freo from GWS for pick 23 and Corey Wagner. Connor McDonald and an unused pick has been traded to North for pick 2. That seems steep for Hawthorn. Michael Frederick's been traded to Port Adelaide for pick 22. Jamara, who was another forward that I was looking at, but he had already been traded, unfortunately. He's been sent to Hawthorn, along with pick 44 for a future first and pick 2. Zach Bailey and pick 10 have been sent to the Doggies for a future first and pick 13. Jack Burrows has been sent back to the Gold Coast Suns for a handful of draft picks. And these are getting into our deals here that we got done. Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller has been traded to Melbourne for pick 9. Ryan Burton signed with North Melbourne as a free agent, which is quite interesting because he was delisted by Port Adelaide in real life not too recently. Darcy Tucker's now signed with Richmond as a free agent. Mitch Lewis has been traded to Melbourne for pick 24. Josh Weddle's off to Collingwood for a couple of draft picks as well. Kay Chandler has been traded from Melbourne to Essendon. Noah Answorth to GWS. Ryan Gardner to Port Adelaide for a future second. Marcus Windhager did make his way to GWS in the end. And Mitch Hinge, along with pick 14, has been traded for a future first and pick 33 to Port Adelaide. Good golly almighty, that was a mouthful. We are in at pick 6. And I'm hoping that one of at least the 2 defenders that I was looking at before will be available. I think Tomlinson was one of them, unfortunately. So he's gone at pick 3 to the Eagles, funnily enough. But Chapman is still available, so that is lovely. We're going to be picking him up with our first pick in the first round. Next up, going to be taking Joseph Harrison, another defender with a bit of potential. I don't know why this is the case in AFL 26 this year, but a lot of the good draft picks, I should say, they're all like halfbacks. I don't know why that is. I'm probably going to play a few of them out of position. We're going to have a look at Leo Foster here, see what his potential brings. 79 to 89, it's not bad. We may as well take him, just stock up. And this is sort of the point of the draft where it starts to get a little bit less interesting. Archie Wesley is next up. He could be a potential key forward replacement. So we've got him, we've got Cadman. He's 202 centimeters. He is a big boy, and I believe the rest of the draft is ours. So I will be back once the rest of our roster is filled out. Objectives for next year, I just finished in the top 15 because, yeah, we are going to be absolutely terrible this year. We've got a lot of money. I need to upgrade the facilities, and then we'll get into some preseason action. Look, I'll be honest, it's not a great team, but hopefully it won't be super, super terrible. We've got Callum Porter in the back pocket, Harry O'Farrell, who was a youngster that was drafted last year. We didn't actually talk about him a great deal, but he's going to be starting at fullback this year. Braden Chapman going to be in that back pocket, who we drafted with the 6th overall pick. Errol Goulden running off of halfback. He is not going to be the captain. I'm going to give that to Sam Walsh, along with Jacob Wiedering, Actually, he should be the captain, not Sam Walsh. Stupid me. Lockie Cowan at the other half-back flank with Ollie Dempsey, Harley Reid, Ben Camporelli, Jagger Smith, Sam Walsh, and Sam De Koning in the ruck. George Hewitt's going to start at half-forward. Archie Wesley, who we picked up in the draft, is going to be centre-half forward. Isaiah Winder at half-forward flank. Lucas Camporelli in a forward pocket. Aaron Cadman at full forward with Oliver Lowe in the other forward pocket with Hudson Gray, Shane Nelson, Ari Showmaker, Milan Murdoch, and Liam Hickmott as the sub. We actually don't do too badly in our preseason game. We only lose by 16 over in Perth against Fremantle. But once again, round one up against the Tigers. How do we go? We get the win, surprisingly. I know Richmond are pretty bad, but I didn't expect us to win a game this year, to be perfectly honest. Sam Walsh with the 3 Brownlow votes. Harley Reid with the 2 for his new club, I should say. Fantastic work. We have a tie in the Brownlow medal. Sam Walsh and Bontempelli at the top. Brayshaw, McCluggage, and Sheasel all 1 vote behind. We almost had a 5-way tie at the top. That is very, very funny. Kaushadir wins the Coleman. Very, very good. Jagger Smith finishes in second. Can't quite win it, unfortunately. In the All-Australian side, do we get anybody? I'm guessing we don't. No real surprise there because we were absolutely terrible. We finish on the bottom of the ladder. 4 wins and a draw. We beat Richmond twice. We beat the Eagles twice. And then we drew with Brisbane. That was it. We lost to everybody else, and 3 of those teams are in the bottom 5. So there's a clear divide between bottom 5 teams and the rest of the competition, clearly. And the Suns win the grand final this year. 85-point winners over the Hawks. Took Miller with the 3 votes. Ben King with the 5 in front of goal was very, very good. But Took Miller 42 disposals was amazing. Only the 7 out-of-contract players at this point in time. Ben Camporelli is one of them, and apparently he has low morale, even though I believe he played every single game for us, so we may have to move him on if he's not willing to sign a new contract. Sam Walsh is out of contract. We'll be signing him up very shortly, but everybody else I'm fairly happy to let go of, apart from Camporelli, if I can't get a deal done for him. With the Walsh deal signed, we have 7 contracts to sign, or 7 player spots available, and we've got about $10.5 million to spend. So this should be a lot of fun this off-season. I'm assuming we have the number 1 pick. I actually haven't looked at our draft situation yet. So we have pick 1, but we also have somebody else's pick, if I remember correctly. Who finished 3rd? I can't remember, but we have 16. We also have 19, which is our own second rounder, and 37 as well. So quite a few high draft picks. And there's a really good midfielder, Caden Mosley, who we're definitely taking with the first pick in the draft. 17 years of age, ton of potential. There's also Archie Flynn here, who is very, very good. This could be a fun draft. I'm going to try and trade up for the second pick as well to make sure Flynn doesn't fall too far. Now, even though Jared Witts just won a premiership with the Gold Coast Suns, I know he is Victorian, so he may be looking for a little bit of a contract to come home and play in Victoria for the final years of his career. He's 34 years of age now. Currently a free agent. The Suns haven't offered him a new deal. He's only after $840,000 a season. We can definitely do that for him. And considering it's only for 2 years, I feel very, very comfortable about this deal. So he's going to be a very, very sort of overqualified backup to play alongside De Koning. Welcome aboard, Jared Witts. And speaking of really, really good young midfielders, Zach Butters, also a free agent. I think a 6-year deal is fair to him. Going to take him through to his age 31 season, I believe. I have no idea how much money he would want. He wants about $1.245 million. We have got more money than God right now. So this should be a fairly easy deal to be put through. As we know, Zach Butters did sign an extension through to the end of 2026. That is where we are now. And he's out of here. He's out of Port Adelaide. We're going to sign him up. And this is going to take a while because there's no way to put the digits up any faster. Probably not the greatest design decision, I must admit. But we get there eventually, and Zach Butters is now signed up for the next 6 years. We have not done a single trade yet, but we've already spent $2 million in the off-season. Nice to have Jared Witts and Zach Butters aboard. Nothing else has happened in free agency. I will meet up with you guys at the end of the trade period. We're going to start in the trade period, and first up, we've got this trade with the Adelaide Crows, going to be sending Ben Camporelli, Ashton Moyer, O'Keefe, and pick 17 over to the Adelaide Crows for pick 10. We then forwarded pick 10, Harrison, Crowden, and Battersby over to Port Adelaide for pick 7. This was in our pursuit to try and get the second overall pick. We then send pick 7, pick 20, and 2 third-round picks. These picks appear to have gone unused, hence their appearance, over to St Kilda for their 4th overall pick. We then forward that one to Richmond to get the second overall pick finally. We send pick 4, future second, George Hewitt and Selwood to get that done. Here's the thing. We did do a deal to get the second overall pick, and originally that was my idea. But I had this idea in mind and a change in philosophy occurred. To me, as a non-Victorian, having grown up in South Australia and lived there for the majority of my life, Carlton strike me very much as a white-collar club. Now, I want Carlton to become this kind of club that I feel like at times they're afraid to get their hands and their nose dirty, and I wanted to rip the soul out of another club. And who better to do that to than Collingwood? We traded our future first round pick, pick 2, over to Collingwood for Nick Dacos. Would Collingwood do this in real life? Absolutely not. They would never trade Nick Dacos unless he wanted to leave. But this is a video game and we're doing this for fun. So our future pick, because we finished on the bottom of the ladder, is valued quite highly at the moment. And obviously pick 2 is high in the draft for a reason. We get Nick Dacos. He's going to be in our midfield. We also do this deal where we dump a couple of expired contracts over to Freo for pick 55. Not important. But on top of all that, we also signed Bailey Scott in free agency as well. We signed Nick Dacos. But on top of that, we signed Bailey Scott in free agency through to 2030. He was a free agent, so we signed him. Need I say more? But Nick Dacos now signed through to the end of 2035. If you're a Collingwood supporter, I'm sorry, but if you're a Carlton supporter, you're welcome. On top of our moves, Lockie Ash has been sent to the West Coast Eagles by GWS for pick 22. Hayden McLean is off to Brisbane for pick 24. Joel Amardi and pick 9 has been traded to Melbourne for a future first and pick 12. These are all of our trades that we did. Then Ollie Henry was traded by Geelong to Brisbane for pick 16. Matt Rao is now off to Essendon for a future first and pick 8. Harrison Jones has been traded to Richmond for pick 40. Hawthorn have traded Ginnivan. They always seem to trade Ginnivan, I don't know why, to Geelong for pick 29 and pick 16. The Wiz has also been traded to Brisbane for a future first and pick 5. Bailey Williams is now going to join the other Bailey Williams over at West Coast for a future second. Kai Lohmann's off to Melbourne for pick 9 and pick 46. And then Jack Williams has been traded from West Coast to Richmond for a future third. But we do have the number 1 pick, and I am going to take the player that I always intended to take, Caden Mosley. Welcome to this stacked midfield that we are employing very, very quickly. And then we don't enter the draft again until pick 50. I can see that Mason Hayes is a player here with a lot of potential. He's a key defender. We always need more of those, so I'm quite happy to take him. I think we should take Jack out here. I did think about trading him at the end of Season 1, or trading for him at the end of Season 1, but I never did in the end. And then who is the highest rated player here? Will Phillips, perfect. Another North Melbourne player. That is fine. We are all done in the AFL draft. Do we need to take anyone in the rookie draft? We need to take 4 more players, apparently. As we enter Season 3, I think if we can just finish in the top 8 and be placed within the top 8 within 6 different rounds, I think that is a reasonable goal for us. Unfortunately, we lose in pre-season of 2027. 53-point loss to the Cats. They just showing how dominant they are. They're a very, very good side. Best 22 for this season is on screen, as seen. Braden Chapman in the back pocket. Harry O'Farrell is in that full back spot. Bodie Ryan, Errol Goulden off of half back. Jacob Wiedering, Lockie Cowan. The Jag on one wing. Nick Dacos in the middle. Zach Butters, Harley Reid, Sam Walsh, De Koning. What a midfield that is. With Ollie Dempsey at half forward. Archie Wesley at centre half forward. Tom Blamirez not doing too bad at the half-forward flank. Played a little bit of footy for us last year. Aaron Cadman at full forward, being a bit of a presence, with Oliver Lowe at the other forward pocket, with Jared Witts on the bench, Bailey Scott, Caden Mosley on the bench as well, with Zerk Thatcher, who we picked up in the rookie draft, and Isaiah Winder as the sub. Richmond, MCG, round 1, lose by 11 goals. Fantastic start. And it's another Carlton Brownlow medalist, but this time it is Nick Dacos with the 28 votes, wins it over Connor Nash in the end. Charlie Curnow wins the Coleman medal for Sydney. And there's quite a few Carlton players down the bottom here. Cadman led the way for us this year with 35 goals. Nick Dacos with the 34 did very, very well from the midfield. No rising star, unfortunately, for us. Jacob Wiedering makes All-Australian centre-half back. No Dacos. Dacos on the interchange of the All-Australian team, even though he was the Brownlow medalist. But I must say, it wasn't a good season for us. We did improve. We won 7 games this year, so there is a vision. Didn't go as well as I hoped. Unfortunately, we still finished in the bottom 3. West Coast and Richmond still struggling. North Melbourne doing very, very well up there in 11th. And Melbourne win the flag over Hawthorn in this one, a 28-point win at the MCG, and Petrarca gets his second Norm Smith medal. Very, very impressive. And I've done my work early in the off-season this year. In fact, I have not made a single trade. I did all of my work in free agency. We have brought in Toby, Tom, Caleb, and Isaac. I'm going to explain my logic for all of them because they're all coming for different reasons. Toby Green has played his entire career for GWS. He wants to experience playing in his home state week in and week out. That is his reason, and GWS still haven't won a premiership yet. The argument could be made that we are closer than them. We'll wait and see. Tom Stewart got tired of farming. Caleb Sarong wanted to leave Victoria, and Isaac Rankin, well, he doesn't like playing in Adelaide anymore. I don't know, I just came up with a reason for Isaac Rankin. That is basically it, and we have not even gotten close to spending all of our money. Our roster is coming together very, very nicely. We actually did quite well on our objectives front this year. We won 2 consecutive games, and we beat 4 top 8 teams from last year. We just couldn't finish in the top 8. So hopefully with the moves that we have made, we've brought in some veterans and some good talent. Hopefully we can get the job done, as the Burger King has actually gone and signed with North Melbourne in free agency. Darcy Jones is off to the Crows. Paul Curtis to Richmond. William Green off to the Suns. Jad McVee to North Melbourne. Shannon Neal to St Kilda. Tom McCartan to the Crows. Darcy Wilson to the Crows. Are the Crows just getting everybody this year? I don't know what they're doing. Luke Lloyd has been traded to Port Adelaide. Will Day to Richmond. Logan McDonald to Collingwood. Darcy Wilmot to the Eagles, Trent Rivers to Geelong for a couple of first rounders, Ruben Ginby off to North Melbourne, Taylor Goad to Port Adelaide for draft pick 7, which I believe that was exactly how it happened in my Port Adelaide series. George Aldis also off to North Melbourne for Will Dawson, so just something of a swap there, that's quite interesting. Aidan Dennis to Port Adelaide for a future first rounder to the Saints, and then Jai Caldwell to Collingwood for a future third rounder and a third pick in the draft, which I believe is actually our pick that we traded them for Dacos. We don't enter the draft until very, very late. I don't think there's going to be a great deal for us to do in this one. As we head into 2028, surely this is the year that we finish in the top 8. We have been so good in our recruiting phase this year, and I'm hopeful that this will be the year that we get to at least the finals. And our lineup for round 1 is as follows. Chapman, Farrell, I keep saying Farrell, not O'Farrell. Lockie Cowan, Goulden, Jacob Wiedering, Tom Stewart at half back this time. Good recruit, I think, even though he's 35 years of age. Jesus. Jagger Smith, Nick Dacos, Caleb Sarong, Zach Butters, Sam Walsh, Sam De Koning, very good midfield. Isaac Rankin at half forward. Archie Wesley. We're going to put Harley Reid at a half-forward flank with Oliver Dempsey, Aaron Cadman, Toby Green, Jared Witts, Bailey Scott, Will Phillips, Caden Mosley, and Sam Berry, who we picked up in the rookie draft as the sub. But let's kick our season off in style. Big win over Richmond. Good God almighty. 203-90. What the hell just happened? Sam Walsh with the 3 votes. Cadman kicked 5. This season could be the one we win the Premiership again. So we made the finals, which was lovely. We've got a qualifying final up against Fremantle at home, but I feel like I may have accidentally created a monster. We're 4.5 games clear at the top of the ladder. We're on 84 points. Brisbane's in second on 66. St Kilda have finally risen from the doldrums. They are on 64. Freo in fourth with 60. Collingwood all the way down the bottom at, or near the bottom at least. Port Adelaide not doing too good either. But this is a bit bizarre season, bizarre turnaround. It was not supposed to be like this. I just wanted to make the top 8, let alone this monster that I've created. Let's see how we go in the simulation. We win by 7 points. Dominant first quarter, we do well. Tom Stewart with the bog. And now we get the week off. Let's have a little bit of rest. It's what we need. We now have the doggies at home once again. Win or get out of town. Same team, same place. How the hell did we lose to the Bulldogs?
What? How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair.
We lose 2 games all year. I do not understand. Ugh, Jesus. How does this team lose and that first team from the first season wins the Premiership? I do not understand. Josh Dunkley wins the Brownlow medal. Good for him. Zach Butters in second. Patrick Cripps also in second for the West Coast Eagles. That looks weird that he's in a West Coast Eagles uniform. Aaron Cadman wins his first Coleman medal. Harley Reid with the 36 at half forward does very nicely. Jacob Wiedering gets All-Australian centre half back once again. Cadman at full forward. Butters in the interchange, I should say. Who won the Premiership in 2028? The Doggies win. So we lose to the eventual Premiers, which is probably fair, to be honest. Bontempelli wins the flag as captain, gets the Norm Smith medal. But now it is time to start the 2028 off-season, and we have got to find the nuclear launch codes, because after winning the flag in 2025, we have been really unsuccessful, and possibly with one of the best teams in AFL history, we lose in a prelim. So these are the players that are out of contract. I'm going to try and bring some new players in. Jared Witts, this is why we only signed him to a 2-year deal. He's all the way down to a 75 now, so we'll probably just delist him. But first and foremost, we have to bring back Caden Mosley, who is our number 1 pick from 2026. We're going to sign him up to a 3-year extension, which he does accept. And now I'm going to have a look at free agency, see what moves we can do to strengthen our team and go for glory in 2029. With Jared Witts getting worse in his overall player ability and getting older, I had to get a little bit frisky in the trade market, and my main priority was getting a new ruckman. The first deal that I did was sending Archie Wesley, Christian Moraes, and Hayes, who was a player that we drafted in our first season, and our future first round pick over to the Bombers in exchange for pick 7. We then forwarded that pick over to the Suns in a later deal. We then also traded pick 16, which was our own first round pick, Bodie Ryan, Bailey Scott, and James Leake, all players that we've picked up along the way, to the Swans for pick 5. We then combined 5 and 7 to trade them to the Suns in exchange for Ben King and Mac Andrew, just to sort of hold up our main team, bit of service at both ends of the ground. And then we sent some expiring deals over to Melbourne, including Jared Witts, actually, funnily enough, for a future second. Now, you're probably wondering where the new ruckman is. We actually took Toby Nankervis from Richmond. He was a free agent. He's better than, well, Jared Witts ever has been. And we signed him up to a 2-year deal. We're starting to get to the pointy end of our salary situation right now, but I'm very happy with our roster as it stands. We don't have any real impact on the draft this year, so I'm just going to skip over it. But we will have a quick look around the league. Chase Jones has signed with the West Coast Eagles as a free agent. The Crows get pick 36 as compensation. Sam Sturt has also signed with Essendon as an unrestricted free agent. Josh Rochelle was then traded to Collingwood for 2 unused picks. That's a bad piece of business. Jace Burgoyne has been traded from Port to North Melbourne. I don't know why. But Colton Tholstrup has also been traded from Melbourne to Port Adelaide in exchange for some future picks. Alex Davies is off to Richmond. Jaya Miss to St Kilda. And these are our deals that we did. Matt Whitlock's been traded from North Melbourne to Freo for pick 15. Matty Roberts has been traded to Hawthorn from Sydney for an unused pick. Charlie Nichols to Brisbane for pick 17. Riley Thilthorpe to Melbourne for pick 4. The Crows would never do that, I know, but it's a video game, so we don't have to worry about it too much. St Kilda have received pick 37 as compensation for losing Liam Henry to Essendon as an unrestricted free agent. Ashton Moyer, who we traded to the Crows, has now been traded to Port Adelaide for a couple of draft picks. Brody Kemp, who we also traded to Geelong, has been traded to West Coast. Jake the Snake Rogers has been traded from the Suns to the Crows for some future picks. Ethan Reid has been traded to St Kilda for the number 1 pick. So the Suns starting to blow it up here. Avery Hale to the Lions from the Eagles for a future first. And I believe we're getting into some auto-generated player territory here. Jacob Van Rooyen off to the Saints from Melbourne for pick 30 and 29. Cooper Simpson from Freo to Essendon for pick 40 and 23. James Rowbottom's been traded to the Crows. Jordan Croft to the Suns. Josh Dolan to the Bombers. Georgie Wardlaw's been traded to Collingwood. That's very interesting. Cade Chandler, who got traded from Melbourne to Essendon earlier on, has now been traded to the West Coast Eagles for a future second. Blake Laidler has been traded from Sydney to the Bulldogs for an unused pick and draft pick 1. So that number 1 pick has been traded around a fair bit actually. And Will Ashcroft has been traded from Brisbane to Hawthorn in exchange for a future first round pick and pick 11. Now, I know I said I was going to skip over the draft, but I've just seen that Sam Layla is available, so we're going to be picking him up. That is the only player that I'm going to pick up in the Draft Scouts honor that is of any relevance. Hopefully this will be our last season because every objective from here on out is just going to be win the Premiership, nothing more. The lineup for 2029 is now here. Braden Chapman, our number 1 pick from season 1, up to 77 career games. He's doing very, very nicely. Mac Andrew at fullback. Lockie Cowan still here. Errol Goulden. Jacob Wiedering, 280 games for the club. And club captain, what a servant he has been. Tommy Stewart, still 90 overall in the prime of his career. Jagger Smith doing well. Nick Dacos, Caleb Sarong, Zach Butters, Sam Walsh, all still here. Sam De Koning, Isaac Rankin, Ben King, Harley Reid up to a 94 overall playing at half forward. What a player he has been for us. 132 goals for his career as well, doing very nicely. Ollie Dempsey, Aaron Cadman, Toby Green with Toby Nankervis, Sam Layla, Caden Mosley, Will Phillips, and Smokin' Joe Richards, who we picked up in the draft. He's going to be the sub for the coming year. I was going to say round 1, but it's actually opening round. We get the job done, kicking 7 goals to 2 up against Port Adelaide in Adelaide. And now we have round 1 up against Richmond. Having opening round really threw me off there. Hopefully we can start this season really well. We do. Back-to-back wins to start the year. Sam Walsh with the 3 Brownlow votes, 53 disposals. Wow. Ladder time, and we are doing very, very well. We're top of the ladder. We were unbeaten until 5 weeks ago. We were 18-0. Then we lost 2 games in a row. Then we won our last 3. We lost against St Kilda and Collingwood, so they're 2 teams that are quite high up on the ladder. But what a start to the season it was. And it looks like Jack Whitlock has pipped one of our guys, or a few of our guys, to the Coleman medal. At one point in time, we had 3 players leading the Coleman. It was King, Cadman, and then Reid with Rankin, I think, was in 5th. But it seems like the goals have spread out a little bit more amongst the rest of the competition. But we now have qualifying final up against North Melbourne, who are in 4th. You'd think we'd win this, and we do very, very comfortably. Sam Walsh with the 3 votes, 38 disposals and 3 goals. And hopefully we can avoid a repeat of last year by losing in the prelim final. We lost to the Bulldogs last year. It appears they have been knocked out. So hopefully that will be the case. Brisbane.
Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
Don't want to talk about it. Let's move on. Brisbane win the Premiership 168-52 against St Kilda. That is highly annoying, but that is okay. We're going to be back for another season. Jack Steele wins this season's Brownlow medal. Fantastic work by him. Whitlock, as we know, won the Coleman medal, and no Carlton players in the Rising Star. I wouldn't have expected to see any, only because we didn't really draft anybody that would have been eligible. Cadman makes it at full forward in the All-Australian team, as does Sam Walsh on the bench. Okay, we've made some changes. I've spent all the money. We've gotten Sheasel, Jackson, Green, and Anderson via free agency. 2029, good year for free agents, it turns out. So hopefully, we don't lose a prelim for the third consecutive year. That would be fantastic. We're going to be saying goodbye to all of these uncontracted players. So Toby Green, farewell and goodbye. Who else is uncontracted? Barrett, goodbye. Hamilton, a lot of these players you wouldn't have seen because they were just picked up randomly in the draft. Sam Berry, goodbye. Yeah, we're a little bit over budget, but with the autocorrect of the salary, the AI should be able to correct that for me, so I'm not going to be worrying about it too much. We do have a first round pick, as we haven't traded anybody away this year. Ollie Dempsey for 2 picks. I'm going to say no to that. However, we do have 8 roster spots to fill. Actually, no, we did trade our first round pick away. I'm remembering that incorrectly. Is there anybody of high overall that is going to be any use for us? Amir Dickinson, sure, or Dixon, I should say. Why not? We'll draft you. Okay, we're officially into the next decade. If we don't win a premiership this year, I think I might break something. Hopefully, we can get this through with a round 1 victory over Richmond. Tom Stewart, now 36 years of age, still hasn't played his 300th game yet, but he is now down to an 84. Mac Andrew, Lockie Cowan somehow has survived this rebuild. Errol Goulden, Jacob Wiedering down to a 74. We'll probably move on from him next season if we don't win. Chapman, Butters, Dacos, Sarong, Green, Sheasel, Jackson, Harley Reid, Cadman, I'm not finished, Jagger Smith, Sam Layla, Ben King, Isaac Rankin, Sam DeConing, Caden Mosley, so good, 20 years old, 86 overall, fantastic. Noah Anderson, Ollie Dempsey with Sam Walsh as the sub. If we do not win this year, I anger, big anger. 95-point win in round 1. Tom Green gets the 3 votes. Let's just meet up in the finals. We were so close to a perfect season. We were 20-0. We drew with Richmond. And we cost ourselves the perfect season. We were 1 point within a perfect season. That is so annoying. But 22 and a draw. Very, very good. Top of the ladder once again. We have won... Sorry, let me rephrase that. We have lost 5 games in 3 years in the regular season. 7 if you include finals and a draw. That is very, very good stuff from us. Qualifying final up against the Crows. We get the win very, very nicely. We go through to another prelim final. Okay, it's up against the Bombers, who have finished in 7th. Okay, we are calm, we are calm, we are calm. 13 wins and 10 losses. They have lost to 10 other teams this year. We were probably one of them. There were 10 games they didn't win. We think about it that way. If we don't win this game, I have no idea what I'm going to do. We almost lose. I don't know how we have almost lost that. We were up by 30 points in the middle of the 3rd quarter. We hang on 6-7 in the final quarter and we get the job done. Layla with the 3 goals. Who are we playing in the grand final? If it's Freo, actually Freo didn't make the top 8. It can't be Freo. It's the Crows again. So we've already played them in this final series. Taylor Walker is still playing in 2030. He's kicked 55 goals this year. Hang on. Before we do the grand final, we need to have a look at this. Taylor Walker, where are you? He's 40 years old and a 71 overall, yet he is leading the Coleman medal. He has kicked 879 goals, and at this point in his career, because the goal-kicking accuracy is stupid for key forwards, he has kicked 875 behinds. He's played 435 games. How is he still playing? I have no idea. Beside the point, we got to play the Crows in this grand final. Let me just quickly turn the minutes down. Okay. Adjust the lineup. There is nothing for us to adjust. We've had the week off. We're fine. We're going to play this one. Dan Curtin's the captain. We did try and get Dan Curtin, but a trade for him didn't materialize in the end. 2.5 minute quarters. We should be fine. gameplay-wise. The sliders are harder compared to when I did my Essendon rebuild. So hopefully, we don't crap the bed when the control is in our hands. Here we go. And the conditions are absolutely perfect here at the MCG. Carlton, if you don't count the one that we won in season 1, that's a lot of ones in a sentence, have not won a premiership since 1995. So this will be our first grand final in over 35 years that we would have played. And the Crows are looking very, very good. They haven't won a flag since 1998. And they're going to be eager to play a good game here against the very heavy favourites in the Carlton Football Club. And the good old navy blue coming out into the MCG for what hopefully will be the final time this video. God, this has been a long video. It's a team full of superstars. It's a who's who of AFL greats. And surely, for the love of God, can we win this game? And unfortunately, I don't think there's actually many players left from the original lineup. We've got Caden Mosley, who we drafted in season 1, but Jacob Wiedering and Sam Walsh, I believe that's probably it. At least I can think of off the top of my head. Lovely work on the national anthem, as always. Wiedering, the captain, and Dan Curtin. Quite the age discrepancy with the skippers here. And you'd think they'd be matched up against each other today. We're going to kick to the left of screen after winning the toss. And the hype music in for the first time in a long time. And I have not played AFL 26 in about a week, so I'm going to be quite rusty. Clear the ball out of the middle. Harley Reid has the mark at half forward. We've got to find a target here. Let's just kick it long. Dacos! Can't take the mark off the deck. He's missed. We get the first score, which is always good. Nice and early. Now with Ryan at halfback for the Crows. There's going to be a few unusual names in this one. Jake the Snake Rogers wearing number 1. One of my favourite sons now on the Crows. Now with Chapman, the number 1 pick from season 1. Who's sitting under this? It's the Jagger. I forgot about him. He is here from season 1. Oh, and the kick is absolutely awful. That's terrible. Caleb Sarong intercepts at half forward. We're going to have a lot of players capable of intercepting balls in our half forward line because we have a lot of strong marking types in our forward line. Now with Lockie Scholl, who survived the... He's still here apparently. He's still with Adelaide after all these years. Going to the pocket, Ben King takes the mark. Matched up on Jake Saligo. You'd think that's a bit of a disadvantage for Saligo. This is a really poor check side. Let's hit the post. So not the best kicking start for the Blues in this one. Did say, haven't played in about a week, so feeling a little bit rusty. Good tackle by Layla, but it's a free kick against, unfortunately. Saligo now kicking down the line. Rankin standing the mark, the former Crow. Layla at centre half forward. Can he take it in the hands? No, he can't. Ball goes to ground. Now Draper on the deck once again. Blues are swooping. Cadman with the tackle does a good job forcing the pressure. Harley Reid just needs to send it long. King's got Saligo on him. Easy mark. And surely this is an easy kick in front of goal. 22 minutes gone on the siren. It's another behind. No goals in the first quarter of the 2030 grand final. And also what's quite impressive is that Matthew Nix and Michael Voss are still both coaches of both clubs respectively. Ball hit down by, I think that's Luke Jackson in the ruck there. Draper gets wrapped up by Jacko. Does well. Trying to clear it in the middle. Can't. Ball goes to foot. Chapman takes the mark at half-back. Does a good job. We got players running wide. Jackson, one of the most athletic rucks in the AFL. Down the line. King and Saligo once again. We've got a ball over the top if we can get it. We just need one of you to take the mark. And it's in the hands of the former Crow, Isaac Rankin. How appropriate he would kick the first goal of the grand final, and he's missed as well. This game is just out to frustrate me today. I don't know why that is the case, but it just is. Now with Luca Grego at halfback, kicking down the line. Sid Draper takes it in the hands. Poor kick though. Nick Dacos hasn't had a lot of it today, but does a good job. Harry Sheasel has a few to deal with, takes a really good mark. Plays over the top. Ollie Dempsey is actually out by himself. Easy mark. Hopefully we can just line this up with that right goalpost. It'll swing in beautifully. And it's hit the left goalpost. Just one of those days. It's a poor kick. Sure, we can just get over the top. Chapman can't take it. Quick snap on goal. Finally, we get our first. And it's the number 1 pick that gets it. 1 goal 5 plays absolutely nothing so far to start the grand final. Caleb Sarong in pursuit of this ball at half forward. We handball it to absolutely nobody. Wiedering and Curtin. And now Curtin from outside 50. Mac Andrews on the goal line. Just has to sit under it and takes a good mark. Down the line now with Layla. Let's kick the ball inside. We've got Dacos all by himself. And we've got Blues streaming forward. Take your pick, Nick. Let's go to Rankin. Can't take the mark. Center the ball. Back in the hands of Dempsey. For 2 in the final moments of the first half. He puts it through. Back to a 17-point lead. And the Crows are in big trouble if they don't get their kicking boots on soon. And that is halftime of the 2030 grand final. 2 goals 5 to nothing so far. Crows are actually dominating possession a fair bit right now, but Chapman and Dempsey with the goals. Anybody with multiple behinds? Doesn't actually look like it. Saligo and Draper getting majority of the ball, but we're ahead on the scoreboard, and that's where it counts. Jackson back in the middle. Great bounce by the umpire. Now with Thompson Dow. Great tackle. That's not holding the ball, unfortunately. Gonna have a second crack at it in the middle of the ground. Jackson hits it down. Handball forward. We've got a player wide in Jagger Smith. Kicks it from inside the center square. And Ben King, too big and strong for Saligo. I'm actually going to go around the body with this one. He's already got 4 contested marks on the day. And you'd think he is due a goal. Finally puts one through. Feeling a lot more comfortable now. Jackson can't win it out of the ruck this time around, but we've got a loose ball middle of the ground. Ball kicked forward looking for Fogarty. Can't find him. Tom Stewart standing at centre half back. What a long career he's had. Would love to cap it off with a premiership. Layla on the move now. Kicking down the line, looking for Cadman. Takes a good mark. Tough angle, but definitely capable. Hopefully we can just sneak this one in past that left goal post. Looking for his first of the day. Swings across the face of goal. Loose ball, middle of the ground. Dacos is wrapped up. Good pressure by the Crows. Really well done. But they turn the ball over straight away to Errol Goulding. Or Goulden, I should say. And Noah Anderson sitting under this one. Hasn't touched it today. Going to kick the ball over the top. And Layla takes it in the square. And surely he doesn't miss this one. It's a little bit to the left, but it's fine. It's a 5-goal lead to Carlton. And the Crows are nowhere to be seen. Going to get our first look at Tom De Koning in the ruck today. Handball goes backwards. Now in the hands of Sid Draper. Gets wrapped up by De Koning. Fantastic work by him. Down the line now. Aaron Cadman wearing that famous number 25. Takes the mark just inside 50. Probably be kicking from outside 50. But definitely capable. Let's see if that booming left can put this through. Not bad, but not quite what we need. We're almost actually close to our 6 out of 7 behinds achievement, funnily enough. And there is the 3-quarter time siren. It's a 25-minute quarter. And the Crows have been so disappointing today. 2 goals again to 0. Let's finish this strong. There's the address from Matty Nix. Kick in that hype music, and let's put these Crows into extinction. And in saying that, the Crows get the first clearance, but now Mac Andrew, he's done a good job of keeping the Texan goalless. But straight after I talk a bit of smack about the Crows, Darcy Jones gets the crumbs. And to be honest, he looks a little bit weird wearing the orange helmet in a Crows uniform. But good to see the Crows get a score there. Mac Andrew probably could have, defended it anywhere else and it would have been fine. Just don't punch the ball back into the corridor. And King takes the mark. Let's kick it to the top of the goal square. Cadman's down there. He deserves a goal. And he takes a mark on the goal line. And it's another poster. We get our achievement, which is something, or our objective, I should say. But we need to get the Caddyshack goal. That is my one ambition before the end of this game. I'm assuming we have it won at this point in time. Crows have the ball out the back here. There's a few players forward now in the hands of Jones once again. Having quite a good quarter. Ball goes to ground. Fogarty gets wrapped up. Great tackle by Jacob Wiedering. The skipper, whose blood bleeds blue, does a fantastic job once again. Now we got Cadman and Saligo. Is Saligo just playing at fullback? Is that what's happening? If so, why is he playing at fullback? Because that is stupid. Short little ball over the top, intercepted by Sam Walsh, who's been subbed into the game for today. Now with Layla in the forward pocket, takes the mark on Douglas. I'm going to go with the banana here. For a second goal, Layla could be a sneaky Norm Smith medal candidate. 6 disposals, 4 contested marks, and 2 goals. That's solid. Ezra Pereira having a shot on goal late for the Crows. A few of our guys are a little bit knackered. That one squeezes past the right goalpost. Crows get one back. Long ball out of the middle, looking for Dempsey. Takes the mark. Cadman's on the move. Can we get it to him in time? Yes, we don't. No! Cadman can't get the mark before the siren. It's not going to matter because Carlton have finally won an AFL Premiership. Now time for the presentations of the 2030 AFL Grand Final. I have no idea who's going to be the Norm Smith medalist. Usually there's one obvious pick, but I truly have no idea. And it is Sam Layla, someone who we picked up in the mid-season draft, or it might have been the rookie draft. It was definitely one of those, but we didn't trade for him. The former number 1 pick becomes a Norm Smith medalist. And here comes Michael Voss. His white sneakers. Not really sure I'd pick that with the suit pants. I'm not really sure about it. But Jacob Wiedering stands by as his captain. And the Premiership Cup, which has taken so long to be delivered, back into Carlton's hands. For number 17, raise it high, you Blue Boys. What a performance by our guys once again. I cannot overstate how well we played for the first 3 quarters. The Crows outscore us in the final quarter. Layla with the 2 goals and a ton of marks was best on. Saligo, 10 kicks, but had quite a few goals kicked on him in the end. Quite funny in the... we have $6 million in the bank. Wow. But our season is complete. Tom Green beats out his teammate Harry Sheasel in the Brownlow medal this time, just by 1 vote, and did a fantastic job. The Texan leads the way in the Coleman. No Rising Star Award winner for us this season, but the midfield is all Carlton. Jackson, Sheasel, and Green, and Nick Dacos on the bench. What a fantastic job. But the Carlton rebuild is finally done. We get our $1.25 million for winning. This one was absolutely exhausting to get done. We'll have a look at the season stats for Carlton. This one, we had a ton of players kick a ton of goals. I know I didn't do the stats every single year this rebuild because, I mean, we would have been here all day if I did. We may be here all day anyway, but a tremendous, tremendous video. Thank you so much for suggesting it. I'm going to leave a poll, as always, on my community page, so you guys can vote for who you guys want to see next. We've not got many clubs to go, so the choices are getting more and more less frequent, I should say. But thank you very much once again. Please leave a like and subscribe to the video if you are new. And until then, I hope you have a lovely day wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you guys then. Bye! Collingwood is up next to be rebuilt, and I think there's actually quite a bit to do here, contrary to popular belief. So stay tuned. This is going to be a good one. Hello everybody, Cooper here. Welcome back to another rebuild here on AFL 26. I hope you're all doing very well. There's, as I said, a bit to do here, mainly because if we have a look at the upcoming contracts or out of contract players for this coming season, there's 18 players out of contract at season's end. Most notably, Elliott, Pendlebury, Sidebottom, Jeremy Howe, and Brody Myercheck. Honorary mention to Mason Cox as well. So a lot of the last Premiership team is out of contract. And there's a lot of rumours and that kind of thing, which I do try and pay a little bit of attention to, but I also try and sort of try my own thing as well. But I'm going to do something a little bit different with this rebuild. So what I am going to do is in the first season, not so much in the second season, but as partly an experiment, but partly also a time-saving exercise, we're going to go to the calendar. And we're going to simulate all the way through September until the 26th of September. And what we're going to do is we're going to simulate through. The AI is going to control absolutely everything that occurs in this first season. And hopefully everything doesn't turn to crap. We're going to see how we go. And hopefully we can have a good run of things this coming season. We finished 5th on the ladder after our first season, 14 wins, 9 losses. GWS actually finished top of the ladder, which was quite interesting. Let's have a look. I have 50 emails. My objectives for this first season were win 5 home and away games and avoid losing 2 games in a row, both of which we achieved, but we have fallen short of winning a premiership, unfortunately. And the reason I know that is because we actually got knocked out in the first week of finals by the Bulldogs. We have a GWS Adelaide Grand Final, which we need to skip forward past, and I believe we have actually passed that now. So if we go back to our fixtures, GWS have won their inaugural premiership, which is really good for them. Who gets Norm? Tom Green does. Very good for him. And Murphy Reid, in his debut season, actually wins the Brownlow medal. A fantastic effort by him. How did his first season go? He got exactly 1,000 disposals, which is absurd, but a very, very good effort. Jack Crisp actually finished second. Very, very surprising, 273 games. Not the fact he's played 273 games, but the fact that he finished second in the Brownlow was the surprising bit. Taylor Walker finished with his first Coleman medal of the year, and Murphy Reid obviously wins his only Rising Star award alongside his Brownlow medal. Darcy Moore does finish as one of the All-Australian defenders. Are there any other Collingwood players here? Myercheck and Crisp obviously did very, very well. But let's have a quick look at the season statistics. We'll see who did well for Collingwood. I'm not really going to pay attention to the league for the first half or the first season of this video. Jamie Elliott led the goal kicking with Darcy Moore, Membry, Cameron, Josh Dacos, and Bobby Hill not far behind. Harry Perryman led the disposals with Nick Dacos not far behind either. 26 goals for Nick Dacos, did very, very well. But I do think there are quite a few bits and pieces that Collingwood need to address in the off-season. First and foremost is Brody Myercheck probably not going to re-sign with Collingwood. So if we have a look at the players that we do have that are out of contract, Brody Myercheck being one of them, I think addressing a really, really good key forward is going to be something that we need to address, because we didn't have one when Collingwood won last the Premiership in 2022. They've not really had a really dominant key forward since Travis Cloke. Also, Jamie Elliott probably wanting to leave as well. Scott Pendlebury's not getting any younger. He's going to be pushing 40 soon. Still Sidebottom, you could put him in the same boat. Jeremy Howe also getting a bit older. Mason Cox He's a bit more of a novelty player nowadays. So it's going to be very, very interesting. There's a lot of uncontracted players, a lot of them the older players that we need to either replace, re-sign, or all of the above. So I'm going to have a look around. We've got about just under $6 million to spend. Free agency is always very interesting in the first season, mainly because we generally sign all the same kind of players. We've got four main free agents, which we've already addressed. Jack Silvani is probably going to head to St Kilda, but was rumoured to go to Collingwood, so that could potentially be an option for us. But I'm going to have a look around in free agency and the trade period. What draft pick do we have in this year? We can't see just yet. But if we finished in 5th, that would mean we get the 13th pick, I believe. So, first off-season, we'll see how we go, and hopefully the off-season will be kind to us. And with my business in the trade period done, I'm optimistic that we're going to be better next season. Although some of the trades that I have done could go one of two ways. I'm going to start with a fairly straightforward trade that we did do. Bobby Hill, Tom Mitchell, Ed Allen, and the 32nd overall pick heading to Freo for their first round pick, which is pick 11. Bobby Hill, not the most happy at Collingwood right now, so I decided to send him back to Perth, where he is from, along with Tom Mitchell and Ed Allen, who are both Western Australians, in order to get a first round pick, because there is a key forward who plays for the Suns, who's probably not going to leave in real life, but his name has been floated around here and there, and it is Jed Walter. Now, Brody Myercheck, Jamie Elliott, pick 11 and pick 12 might seem like a huge price to pay for Jed Walter, but we've got to remember he's like 20 years old. The other two players that we traded are in their 30s. Think of them as just signing as free agents, and we traded for Jed Walter with 2 first-round picks. That's basically what the deal is. We then taken another risk on another key forward in Jamara Ugle-Hagan. We sent 4 players over to the Western Bulldogs who aren't really in my plans, but they are young enough that they can still become something for the Bulldogs. My next trade was sort of a out of contract players that probably are going to retire / didn't want to re-sign with me trade. So we sent Will Hoskin-Elliott, Mason Cox, Billy Frampton, pick 56 over to the Eagles for pick 42, which we then flipped along with a future second rounder to Melbourne for Stephen May, because I just realised we only had 1 key defender on the list. So I think we're actually looking a lot better. We also did sign some free agents. We picked up Tom Cole from the West Coast Eagles, Todd Goldstein, who's basically going to be our backup ruck, going to take the Mason Cox role, as well as the man with 1,000 teeth, Jake Melksham, who's going to fill the Jamie Elliott role, and then Jason Johannesson from the Bulldogs. We lose one Norm Smith medalist, another one takes his place. So all these deals are fairly short term, apart from Tom Cole's, who's a 3-year deal, but also relatively inexpensive. I like the business that we've done. We've still got cap space to spare, as well as our first round pick that we can use next year, should we need it. And before we head into the draft, as always, we've got to run through the players that have changed teams. Oscar Allen's off to St Kilda. St Kilda have opened their checkbook and they've just said, here, Oscar Allen, blank check, write your number, come join us. Callum Archie's off to Port Adelaide. Petrocelli's off to Essendon from the West Coast Eagles. So the Eagles losing it big time right now. Jack Buckley's been traded from the Giants to Freo for pick 31 and Corey Wagner. Patrick Voss is off to Melbourne for pick 27. Josh Weddle has been traded for a first round pick. These are all of our deals. Dylan Moore is now off to the Adelaide Crows from Hawthorn in exchange for pick 17. Sam Walsh has been traded to St Kilda. So again, another checkbook signing for the Saints for pick 4 and pick 23. Jack Bowes is to the Bulldogs for Ryan Gardner and pick 39. Connor McDonald has been traded from Hawthorn to the Bulldogs for pick 13. So the Bulldogs getting busy in the trade market already. Noah Answorth is off to GWS for pick 31. John Noble, who just arrived at Gold Coast, is now heading over to the West Coast Eagles for pick 20. Michael Frederick's been traded to Essendon. Riley West has been traded to the West Coast Eagles for some reason. And then Elijah Hollins has been traded alongside pick 23 for a future first and pick 46. And our first pick comes in at pick 55. I don't expect us to do too much here. Basically just mature age options, because anybody that's worth anything probably not going to be available this late in the draft. But we are going to take Maximus Munro just on name value alone, and he's got a little bit of potential. So why the hell not? We then enter the draft again at pick 59, and we're going to take Michael Selwood, I meant, not Mitch Selwood. That was my mistake. And I think just for comedy value alone, we're going to take James Battersby. For those of you who don't know, he was the captain of Sturt for this SANFL season. He didn't get picked to the grand final, so he quit the club. So just for comedy value alone, we're going to draft him here. Welcome to Collingwood. And our goal for this coming season, I believe, is just once again win the Premiership. Collingwood are very much in their Premiership window. And I can't believe I actually haven't mentioned the Dacos boys right now. I've been recording for 32 minutes. The video won't be up to that length at this point in time. But I've not actually mentioned the Dacos boys just yet, I believe, unless I pointed out their stats earlier on. But we've got St Kilda in our preseason game. Should be a very interesting contest. Obviously, it is just preseason, but from here on out, I will be picking a proper functional team. And this really needs to be fixed. I'll be back in 2 seconds. And I think I've put together a pretty handy team. We've got Jeremy Howe in the back pocket, Stephen May at fullback, Maynard, Quainer, Darcy Moore, and Dan Houston. Very solid backline with Jack Crisp, Nick Dacos, Scott Pendlebury, Josh Dacos, Harry Perryman, and Darcy Cameron, as well as Jordan DeGoey, Jamara, Steel side bottom, the man with 1,000 teeth, Jake Melksham, Jed Walter at full forward, who's also going to be backup ruck in this one. Todd Goldstein didn't quite make the final 22. Lockie Schultz, Tim Membry on the bench with Lipinski, Tommy Cole, Johannesson, and Bo McCreary as the sub. A very, very strong team. Fan satisfaction down at 43%. That is going to be up, I'm not sure by how much, but it will be up by the end of the season. I can guarantee it. We win by 6 points in preseason. Jake Melksham with the 3 votes did very well. 5 goals to his name. And let's see how we go in opening round up against the Giants. We are going to now schedule our interstate travel because we go interstate not that frequently. So this should be very, very nice. We're going to go same team unless we have this horrible run of form. But we start off the season 1 and zip. Very, very happy. Dan Houston gets the first 3 Brownlow votes of the year for us. Jamara with 3 goals on debut. Very happy with how this is looking. And then we got the Crows in round 1. We'll have a quick look at that game as well. They do have something of a rivalry happening at the moment. And they belt us by 67 points. Wow, I was not expecting that. Very, very surprising. I will continue the simulation from here. I just seen that Perryman had 48 disposals. And I'll meet up with you guys in September. Okay, quick confession to make. I've just gone through the mid-season draft. I am not making this up. St Kilda are stupid because they did not re-sign Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera halfway or at the end of last season. So we picked him up in the mid-season draft. So I guess Isaac Quainer, I'm very, very sorry. But Wanganeen-Millera wearing the number 99 is going into our lineup. Where am I going? List management. We want to go to drafts and then mid-season draft. We had the only pick and Wanganeen-Millera was there. I am not making this up. This is so bizarre. There was also Marcus Windhager who also didn't get re-signed, as well as a few other players. But Wanganeen-Millera clearly the best player available. This might be the weirdest thing that I've seen in a rebuild, and we lose our first game back to Brisbane. Very, very annoying. But Wanganeen-Millera, 27 disposals and 2 goals off of half-back. This rebuild just got more interesting. We're hitting our stride at the perfect time. We've won our last 6 or 7 games, doing very nicely. And we're actually tied for the top of the ladder, all the way down in 4th, just on percentage, unfortunately. But we've got Freo over in Perth as our qualifying final. We get the double chance, which is lovely. And I've just seen that Jed Walter finished 4th in the Coleman. So that is a good recruit. Jack Gunston with the 43 goals led the way. Murphy Reid might be going back-to-back in the Brownlow. So another thing to keep an eye on. But let's hopefully go through this semi-final. I can't believe we got Wanganeen-Millera. That's so stupid. Hopefully we get through this semi-final in one piece. Oh God. Okay, not good. Not good at all. We got absolutely smoked by Fremantle. But now we've got a semi-final game against I don't know who, Hawthorn. the ceremonial Jack Ginnivan Trophy will leave everything as is, as I basically have done for the entire season. We don't go out in straight sets despite a best on-ground performance by Jai Newcomb. Brandon Maynard with the 3 goals. Pendlebury with a vintage performance, 38 disposals. Now we've got Geelong in a prelim at the MCG, although it is a Geelong home game. I still like our odds, and we lose, unfortunately, by 52 points. Jai Clark, of all people, finishes best on with 48 disposals. And Fremantle win the grand final in the end, with Murphy Reid getting best on ground honours. So adding to his Rising Star Award and Brownlow medal, he's now got a Norm Smith medal and a Premiership. Incredible, incredible first 2 years in the AFL, and he finishes second in the Brownlow not once again, but first and second. Not a bad start to your career. Jack Gunston, I forgot to say Jordan Dawson actually won it. Jack Gunston with the 43 goals. Jed Walter, we'd already mentioned, had a very good season. And then in the All-Australian team, Stephen May, Jeremy Howe was very, very good. Jed Walter, Josh Dacos, very, very good as well. But now we've got to have a look at our uncontracted players for 2027. The main one I want to bring back, obviously, is Darcy Cameron. Very, very valuable ruckman, one of the best rucks in the AFL. I'm comfortable with letting everybody else go, even Tim Membry. Our key forwards are basically fine for the upcoming season, so I'll probably look to trade him, because I still think he has value around the AFL. Not sure who to, though. Might be something we have to think about. But Darcy Cameron, I'll try and put a contract together for him. And I think the one position I do want to strengthen is, I know we had Todd Goldstein, but a proper backup ruckman would be fantastic. I might just quickly put a deal together for Darcy Cameron. We'll put together a 3-year deal. Hopefully the money is decent. He wants 1.13 million bucks. It's fine. I'll give it to him basically because he is that good. And perhaps another thing to think about is that some of our best players are getting older. So obviously Pendlebury, he's still very, very good. Played week in and week out. Still getting, I mean, he's not getting any under. I have no idea how old he is at this point, but he's been in the league for over 20 years. Not Pendlebury. Side bottom, you're getting very, very close. So just got to keep an eye on those guys. And obviously, Wanganeen Miller was a blessing in the mid-season draft. So hopefully we can, I think, back up ruck, just fill holes in the rest of the list. We've got a bit of money to spend. Should be okay. I'm not going to go too nuts in free agency or the trade market. Just filling a few holes, and that'll be that. Another very interesting trade period. There was actually a bit more action than I did anticipate, because we did have a few salary issues, but I believe I have resolved them now. Our first trade was sending Tim Membry as well as 3 younger uncontracted players off to the Sydney Swans. I believe one of them was contracted. I can't remember who it was. This is basically just the Swans doing us a favor. We only take a second round pick in the future for all of those players. I didn't want to take too much from the Swans, so I basically did this deal. And the next deal is also a goodwill gesture for St Kilda, as we really just did not deserve to pick up Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller. So we sent Dan McStay, I think it's Ned Long, I believe, as well as Bo McCreary, as well as the 15th overall pick in the draft, which is our own, for their future first and a future second round pick. We've also picked up Murphy Reid in the trade period as well, and it really didn't take that much. I was actually quite surprised. He doesn't have as much potential as his performance would indicate, being a Brownlow medalist and now a Norm Smith medalist. But we sent Lipinski, DiMattia, Jath, and Maximus Munro, who we picked up in the first draft of the season, of the video I should say, for Murphy Reid. And then we sent 2 future first rounders to the Adelaide Crows for Worrell, who's going to be playing as probably second main key defender behind Darcy Moore, and then Stephen May, who we picked up at the end of last season. He's going to be third choice as he is getting older. And the 2 picks, obviously one is our own for next year, and the other one is St Kilda's pick that we just picked up. So that was all the business that we did in the trade market. But we also signed 3 free agents, the first of which was Switkowski from Freo, as well as Banfield from Freo, two small forwards who can do a bit of business for us, and Jared Witts, who used to play for Collingwood back in the day, as our backup ruck. Now, we've addressed everything that we've needed to. We've still got a few uncontracted players, Goldstein, Donegan, and Oscar Lowe. So we're going to wave goodbye to them now, and hopefully they can find new clubs before the start of the new season. We enter the draft at pick 48. There shouldn't be a lot of business for us to do in the draft. Marcus Windhager is still here, so we are going to take him with our first pick. I'm sort of turning into Geelong here, just finding players that can just contribute right away. I don't expect these players to play a whole lot as we pick up Max Hall there. But Ryan Marich, another one who used to play for West Coast, a very young player, 22 years of age. Blake Laidler, I feel like I've picked him up a fair bit recently. Let's see who else is here. Darcy Tucker, recently been delisted by North Melbourne. Mitch Nevitt is the next selection, and I think the rest of the draft, I can see that Oscar Ryan is available, as well as Cale Guerin, I believe is how you say his name. But I think Blake Laidler's the obvious pick here, 87 to 94 potential. I don't know why he always gets delisted, but this is basically the strategy. Go to the mature age section, see who's there, and just find the best players you can. We get a good win over Sydney in the preseason, and it was actually looking pretty ugly for a while. Swans were up big in the third quarter, but we come back, get the win by 3 points. Nick Blakey gets best on. Nick Dacos was a bit quiet last season, but hopefully can have a better performance in the 2027 season, as we are going to encounter Freo for our first game of the year over in Perth. So it is the Murphy-Reid Revenge Series, as well as Banfield and Switkowski. And what a lineup this is looking like. And we've done well. We've got Dan Houston, Josh Worrell, Jeremy Howe, Josh Dacos, Darcy Moore, Nazaya Wanganeen-Miller, Jack Crisp, Nick Dacos, Sidebottom, Scott Pendlebury, Murphy-Reid. How many games has Pendlebury played? 454. Jesus. Darcy Cameron in the ruck. Jordan De Goey off of half forward. Jamara, Lockie Schultz, Sam Switkowski, as we said, Jed Walter, Bailey Banfield, then Jared Witts, Harry Perryman, Stephen May, Maynard, and Jason Johannesson as the sub. If we don't win every game this year, I don't know what we're going to do, because this team is outstanding and we dominate over in Perth. 83-point win with Nick Dacos getting the best on ground. Let's go through to September once again. Surely we are going to be finishing on top of the ladder. We finish second on the ladder, but we've got a home qualifying final up against the Adelaide Crows. Jed Walter wins the Coleman medal, does very, very good. Bailey Banfield's actually in second, and that's not Darcy Moore, that's Dylan Moore, so calm down. We haven't got the leading three goal kickers in the Coleman medal. We've got both of our season objectives. No, we don't have both of our season objectives. Unfortunately, I know we got the first one, we didn't get the second one by losing 2 games in a row. Let's keep the team exactly the same. Surely this team is grand final worthy, and we lose to the Adelaide Crows, who kick 11 goals to 7 in the second half. Phil Thorpe kicked 5, was very, very good. And we've got Freo in the semi-final. Of course, it's Fremantle. If there's any team to break our heart, it would be the Fremantle Dockers. I'm going to break something. How did we lose to Freo? We took 3 of their players, and we still lose by 6 points. I do not understand. Fortunately for us, Fremantle don't win the grand final. In fact, they don't even make it, as the Adelaide Crows win their 3rd flag in club history. Rory Laird, with the best on ground, did very, very well, but a very disappointing end to the season. What was a very, very dominant performance. Darcy Parish wins the Brownlow medal, not a sentence I thought I would say. Murphy-Reid did get the most votes for us, but with Jed Walter winning the Coleman, Bailey Banfield, as I said, did very, very well. No rising star performance for us. Darcy Moore, once again, centre-half back in the All-Australian team. Jed Walter on a half-forward flank of all positions, and Murphy-Reid on the bench. And this off-season, it is basically more of the same. Let's just keep our players on the books that we do want to keep. Anybody that is wanting to leave, we can obviously let them leave. And we've got a lot of players that we need to try and re-sign. Jordan De Goey starting to decline, although Lockie Schultz, Pendlebury and Melksham are still holding form. So I'm going to have a look around, see what we can come up with. Obviously, with even Jason Johannesson is in decline now. We picked up Joel Amadi in the mid-season draft, but never really played him. But we might need to find a new home for Jordan De Goey. But we've got a bit of money to spend. Hopefully, we can spend it wisely and plug a few holes in our squad. It was a more turbulent off-season than I probably would have hoped for, but I still think it was successful. You can see that we only have 24 players on the books right now, and that's because we actually got rid of more players than we actually brought in, because I'm going to be relying on the national draft and the rookie draft to back up the rest of our roster, but I've really focused on our best 24, and I think I've come up with some pretty good solutions. We only brought in 2 players, one via free agency and one via trade, and it's Chad Warner and Harley Reid. I'm very, very happy with what we've done. Very, very long contracts for the 2 of them. Very, very expensive also. I've had to rejig a few things. So Darcy Moore, I did give an extension to, but obviously that first year is way, way down on the salary front. So if we have to get to 2030, I might be in a little bit of trouble. We also give Nick Dacos an extension, which was very, very lucrative for him. I was actually looking for Josh Dacos, but it was Nick Dacos, I promise. He got a back-ended deal very, very similarly. I doubt we're going to get to 2036, but I'm very happy with the business that we did do, and we'll have a quick look at the trades that we did. The first of which was sending Jack Crisp and Jordan De Goey along with pick 36 to Richmond for pick 20. We used that in a later trade with GWS. Joel Amadi, who we picked up in the mid-season draft, I believe it was, and Marcus Windhager, we got for pick 16, which we then forwarded to West Coast for Harley Reid. We also got a future first from Essendon, a future second from Brisbane. We also got GWS's first round pick for which is pick 12 in exchange for 20, 33, and Michael Selwood. We then sent 4 first rounders over to West Coast for Harley Reid. We dumped Braden Maynard over at Port. We dumped Stephen May over at Brisbane. And Isaac Quainer also went to Geelong for their first round pick, or a future first round pick next year. So as I said, the off-season was very, very turbulent. We're actually entering the draft at pick 31. So still have a second round pick to use. Oscar Ryan is the best available player according to my suggested list, but I'm actually going to take Tom McCarthy at a discounted deal. He can be my Isaac Quainer / Braden Maynard backup, sort of halfback flanker. And then we go all the way down to 66, and we have 14 other players that we need to draft. This could take a while. And this is going to be the lineup for the upcoming 2028 season. We got Houston, Worrell, Laidler, Dacos of the Josh variety, Darcy Moore at centre half back, Naz, Warner, Dacos of the Nick variety, Pendles, who's probably going to bring up his 500th game at some point this year. Can't believe he's still an 87 overall. Harley Reid, Murphy Reid, Darcy Cameron, Sam Swikowski, Jamara, Lockie Schultz, still side bottom in that forward pocket. He's just ticked over 400 games last season. Jetty Walter, Bailey Banfield, and then Jared Witts as our backup ruck. Jeremy Howe, Harry Perryman, Tom McCarthy with Ryan Marich as the sub. Our team isn't as deep compared to some of our previous seasons, so hopefully we can get off to a good start over in Perth up against Freo. We don't, unfortunately. Nick Dacos does get the 3 Brownlow votes though, so that is a decent start. Hopefully we can do a little bit better in round 2 up against the Tigers. Much better, 89-point win. Murphy Reid with the 3 votes this time. 44 disposals and 4 goals. Yeah, fair enough. And now we've got the Chad Warner revenge game. So we're going to simulate this one as well. But after this one, we will meet up once again in September, hopefully to secure a grand final berth. And we're actually up by 87 points at halftime. Ended up only winning by 70. But that is an outstanding, outstanding performance. Darcy Moore with the 6 goals. Murphy Reid might be on track for another Brownlow. Weird series of events. Jed Walter has won his back-to-back Coleman medal. That's not the weird bit. We're up against the GWS in a qualifying final. That's not the weird bit. The weird bit is that we're on top of the ladder and we're actually on a 22-game winning streak. The only game that we lost was round 1 up against Freo, I think it was, in Perth, and they didn't even make the finals, which is hilarious. So we are in red-hot form. If we do not win a premiership this year, I think I might cry. Anyway, GWS in Melbourne. We haven't changed the team all year, so I'm not going to change it. for the rest of the year. This should be fairly fine. We're actually down by 40. Oh my God, we were down by 35 points at three-quarter time, and we kicked 12 goals to 3 in the final quarter to win. That is absolutely ridiculous, as Nick Dacos got the best on ground with the 39 disposals. Who is waiting, or we are waiting for someone in the prelim final. Who's it going to be? It is Brisbane, who finished in 7th. If we lose, I don't know what I'm going to do. But we win by 56 points. Collingwood are grand final bound. Bailey Banfield with the 5 goals. Harley Reid and Murphy Reid had 71 disposals between the two of them. Outrageous performance. Let's get into the granny. And I realised what I just said, and I deeply apologise for it. But we've got Carlton in the grand final. Rematch of the 1970 grand final. Very, very famous for that Carlton comeback. I think it was a 40-something, 44-point comeback, I believe it was, from halftime. But a very, very interesting turn of events. Riley Philthorpe is on 52 goals. Jed Walters on 51. Obviously, we need to kick 2 goals to pass him. Walters actually got the most marks in the competition this year. That said, we have got Carlton in the grand final. I've got to change the minutes. But what grand final Guernsey are we going to wear? Is there anything sort of super nice that we can wear? I do like this one. And you got to go with the Sturt Blue for Carlton in this one. But final lineups for this season. Dan Houston in a back pocket. Worrell, Laidler, who's up to an 85, is doing very, very nicely. Joshy Dacos, Darcy Moore, Naz. Darcy Moore's down to an 80, which is very sad. Pendlebury has actually gone up to an 88, which is hilarious. He's now 30. It says he's 37 years old, but I'm pretty sure he's 37 in real life. Warner, Dacos, Reid, Cameron, Swikowski, Jamara, Lockie Schultz, still side bottom. Jed Walter up to a 94. What a trade that's been. Very, very happy with this team. But let's see how we go. We should be fine, but fingers crossed the Magpie Army and us don't get the collywobbles. And we've got a beautiful afternoon in store. It's clear skies, a little bit of wind. Should be very, very lovely. Patrick Cripps still on Carlton at this point in time. It'll be interesting to see who else they've recruited over the years. Wiedering's still there. Jagger Smith has developed nicely. Tom De Koning is still there. Darcy Jones, Charlie Curnow. Jack Silvani's still there. So not too dissimilar to the side that they have in real life. Obviously with a few trades here and there. But our team is very, very different. Probably for the better. As we've really struggled to make a grand final in this game so far. In this video so far, I should say. But let's go up against Carlton. Let's prove to them why we are on a 24-game winning streak right now. And we're flying up the race. Houston, Worrell, Laidler, Dacos, Wanganeen, Miller, and somebody else, alpha halfback, who I've forgotten about. But we're looking fantastic in this preseason Guernsey from, I think, 2001, I think, was the year that it was listed as. What a stacked team this is. This is going to be a fantastic grand final. Awesome work, Michael Voss, Patty Cripps. And then we got Fly and Darcy as well. And who's got the call of the toss? Carlton have won it. And they're going to kick to the left of screen. After Collingwood, we've got two rebuilds to go, technically speaking, because we've got Brisbane. And then we have got Port Adelaide, who I am leaving until last. Jenny Walter couldn't take the mark at full forward, wearing that famous number 5. Obviously, Nathan Buckley and Jamie Elliott more recently, and still side bottom. Can't take the mark in the pocket. And Pendlebury also, his old mate. in amongst it early. Josh Dacos at half forward. Harry Mackay still on Carlton. I'm amazed about the lack of moves that Carlton have done in this video so far. Down the line, Switkowski and Adam Sard. We played on. We probably shouldn't have. Jamara and Jacob Wiedering. Good tackle by Jamara. That's holding the ball. Let's just send it to Big Jed. Carroll. And Jed Walter takes a fantastic mark for the first of the grand final. Kicking towards the Ponsford stand. Excellent kick. And it's been a perfect start in this grand final. Obviously, almost gave away a free kick in the middle of the ground, but we're doing very, very well. Williams kicking forward. We need a spoil. Bring it down to ground level. We've got numbers. We get it clear. Blake Laidler clears it very nicely. Lockie Schultz and Nick Newman. Obviously familiar with Nick Newman's work in our Port Adelaide series. Nick Dacos sends it forward looking. I didn't actually see who that was. Believe that's Bailey Banfield. Long left footer. It's offline though. TDK in the back pocket for Carlton. It's not a good kick as Wanganeen Miller intercepts. Long ball. Steel side bottom and Brackets. Brackets McGovern couldn't take the mark. And Steel side bottom, who's got to be about 450 years old at this point, lining up for his first. It's offline. Darcy Cameron leading this ruck division so far at Collingwood. He's been here the entire video. Intercepted by Pendlebury. Nick Dacos kicks it out in the full. Now Carlton on the rebound. Motlop has it a half forward in front of Houston. We need a mark. We get it via Josh Worrell, who takes it in front of Charlie Curnow. But it's been a good start. Not so much in front of goal. We could be, easily 2 or 3 goals ahead at this point. But we're still winning, which is the main thing. Harley Reid just stacks it forward. Straight to Nick Dacos. That's a ball up. Contested footy has been good so far by Collingwood. We get another clearance, this time to Murphy Reid. The handball's not good from Harley. Josh Dacos giving chase to Lucas Camporelli. A couple of father sons. Nick Dacos wins out. Back down to Walter, down the line, has the size advantage and takes it. For his second and Collingwood's second. Let's see how this kick goes. Just outside that right goalpost. So a 9-point lead early in the piece. Nick Newman, what are you doing, son? Just chip it over the top and we'll put it through. Very easy, very simple. But we get another goal on the board and it's courtesy of Lockie Schultz. Carlton get it clear this time now with Harry Mackay. Sending it down the line, looking for Charlie Curnow. The Coleman medalists linking up with each other. And Curnow's going to have Carlton's first shot on goal. Not a bad kick. Just sneaks it in. Carlton are on the board. Ball getting cleared by Collingwood once again. Pendles sends it down the line. Walter sitting under it. Another contested mark. I'm actually going to go around the body this time. Carroll just cannot deal with Walter in the air. And he puts through his second. Active hands around the contest right now for Collingwood. Murphy Reid misses the ball completely. Now with Jamara, just panics the handball a little bit. Steel side bottom now. Handball's backwards, but it's all good. Lockie Schultz trying to get boot to ball. Does in the end. But it just finds a Carlton jumper. Josh Dacos sends it forward. Looking for a target and finds Switkowski, who he picked up from Fremantle in free agency. And for some reason, I thought he was a left footer. I confused him with Bailey Banfield, so I lined up as a left footer. And I've missed it, unfortunately. But it's now a 16-point game. And there's still a lot to play for Carlton in this one, obviously. It's only the 3 goals that they're behind by. But we're almost at halftime, and you'd have to say we've been the dominant force so far. But we've got one more forward entry before halftime, and guess who? Jetty Walter has marked on the halftime siren to put a third through for Collingwood. That looks tight, and he's got it! And you'd have to say that Jetty Walter, for his first half performance, is the favourite for the Norm Smith medal right now, because he has been absolutely astounding. Obviously, this team is astounding, but when you have a key forward as good as Jetty Walter, good things are going to happen for you. Obviously, a 2-time Coleman medalist in this timeline, as Naz takes the mark at half back. but a very, very valuable contributor as Jamara, who his performances haven't really been shined upon. That's probably insufficient intent, and it is. But as I was saying, Jamara's performances really haven't been shined upon as brightly as those of Jetty Walter. We might be able to get Jamara some footy here, but Walter just sends it towards the goal line. Banfield takes the mark. Now this time he is a left footer, so we are going to take the kick, go around the corner, and hopefully we can just swing this back beautifully. Expertly done by Bailey Banfield. And this is getting ugly for Carlton. 28-point game. Harley Reid gives it to Pendles. Sends it long. Jetty Walter, surely not another contested mark. This time Carroll intercepts, does a good job. Little short ball, bounces first. Bailey gets wrapped up. And that is holding the ball. Josh Dacos, Jed Walters all by himself out the back. But I didn't want him to mark that. Doesn't matter. Josh Dacos just sends it from outside 50 and gets one on grand final day. Jagger Smith with the clearance for Carlton. And Blake Laidler just stands up strong, takes a good mark. Wearing to go, he's number 2. Big fly from Harley Reid. Can't take the mark though. But Pendlebury picks up the pieces once again. Little ball over the top. Was looking for side bottom. Couldn't find him in the end, but it's a good tackle. Side bottom does well. Harley Reid's in space, and that's where we're going to go. We'll get Harley Reid a shot on goal. The weather is being fairly friendly in this one. So let's just have a launch from outside 50. Why the hell not? Taking his time in his approach. Approaching now. Oh, that is perfection! And it's really, really getting ugly for Carlton. Even more so than earlier in the quarter. Earlier in the game, I should say. 40-point lead. Almost at three-quarter time. Josh Dacos running off of halfback has been exceptional. Pendlebury as well. Nick Dacos sends it towards Jed Walter once again. Ball goes to ground. Side bottom amongst it. Jamara dribbles it along the deck. And he gets his first of the day. And that is three-quarter time. The destruction of the Carlton Football Club is not far away. It was not far away from being over, I should perfectly be honest in saying. 4 goals in that quarter to us, 3 in the previous. Carlton only with the 1 goal in the day. Your pain will soon be gone as this grand final is being wrapped up soon. Cripps gets chased down from behind. Murphy Reid, exceptionally done. Let's just think about this for a minute. Let's send it down the line. Walter is down there. We've got a few other players out the back. Nick Dacos is one of them. And he takes it. For a 9th disposal and a first goal, he's hit the post from directly in front. Turns out Nick Dacos is not good at absolutely everything in football. And Jagger Smith he's actually gotten a bit of the ball in this one so far today. Blue's just working it up the line. Brackets McGovern. Has it at half back. Kicks it down towards Zach Bailey. And he takes a very good mark. Been quiet today, Zach Bailey, but Josh Dacos has done his bit. And that is a good mark by Dan Houston in front of Jesse Motlop. Let's send it back down the line. Banfield and Haynes, the former Blue, or the former Giant, I should say, does a good job in spoiling that one. Switkowski once again takes a good contested mark. But Chad Warner, who, to be perfectly honest, hasn't really seen it today. He's had 1 disposal. We're going to get him, or at least try to get him a goal today. But I feel like this kick is not good, and it's not. 8-6 plays 1 straight. Scotty Pendlebury in surely what would be his last game. We're going to have a barrel. I don't know how many games he has played at this point of his career, but he's actually been quite good today. 5 disposals. Not going to be a goal. But Jed Walter will sit under it and have a shot at a 4th. 8 disposals, 7 contested marks. 7 marks in total as well, actually. And possibly a 4th. That's no good. Although it won't affect the score too much. We have been absolutely dominant today. 49-point lead right now. Darcy Moore from behind can't get a fist into the hands of Harry Mackay as Scott Pendlebury almost gave away a 50-meter penalty. We get the intercept mark via Lockie Schultz and we play on quickly. Walter can't take the mark on this occasion. Now we've got to chase after it. Side bottoms over the top. Earns a trip. I have not seen too many trips given this year, to be perfectly honest. Walter kicks it forward. If this bounces through for a goal, it's not going to in the end. Doesn't matter. But Collingwood are the 2028 AFL champions. And I've just realised I got the Steam notification that we won a match without giving away a free kick, which is nice. Can't believe that just happened. But congratulations, Collingwood. And the Norm Smith medalist for this one surely is Jed Walter. You'd have to think it is. And it is Jed Walter, as we thought it would be. Exceptional performance. I think King to kick 3 goals in the end. Kicked a few behinds, but was still exceptional in setting the foundation of that dominant Collingwood performance. And Fly McRae getting his second Jock McHale medal. Darcy Moore, 2-time Premiership captain now. And the Premiership Cup, here we go. Going to be lifted by a legendary Collingwood name in Darcy Moore. And those Magpies flock to the stage to lift the cup. And what a performance that was. We actually didn't kick any goals in the final quarter, funnily enough, but we absolutely dominated Carlton in this one. 3 goals, 2 to Jetty Walter. Charlie Curnow with the only goal for Carlton. George Hewitt actually got a bit of the ball as well. Nick Dacos, Harley Reid, Pendles getting a lot of it. But who got the best on-ground votes? Jetty Walter, Switkowski, and Lockie Schultz. I did think Scotty Pendlebury was probably a little bit stiff, but a phenomenal performance. We've got $6.7 million in the bag. Scotty Pendlebury, I should say, surely is retiring. He's 40 years old, for God's sake, and he's played 505 games. Let the man retire. And George Hewitt wins the Brownlow medal. Jordan Dawson, 24 votes. Tom Green, 24. Where is Murphy Reid? Murphy Reid ended up with 21. So not far behind. Phil Thorpe and Walter tied with the Coleman, as we know. I was going to say Tommy Atkins won the Rising Star, but that's Theodore Atkins. Different guy. Had a very good season, actually, funnily enough. Darcy Moore finishes as an All-Australian. Once again, Jed Walter as well. And that's basically it. There's only Brisbane and Port Adelaide to go. I'm going to be doing Brisbane next. I'm going to try and get it out before the AFL Grand Final, but I don't think I'll be able to. But if it is out, happy days. If not, I do apologise. If not, it'll be out on Monday. So Jetty Walter, 54 goals, leads the AFL in the goals at the end of the total season. Jamara with 41, Darcy Moore with the 40 goals from centre half back was incredible. Here are your leading disposal getters. Charlie Curnow with the 86 behinds. Jed Walter with the 82, but he did kick 15 more goals. Very, very impressed with how this one went. Did take a little bit longer than I expected, but I'm still very, very happy, especially ending with a 25-game winning streak. That is absolutely unbelievable. But thank you very much for watching up until this point. Please leave a like, subscribe to the channel if you're new, and until next time, I'll see you then. That doesn't make any sense. I butchered the outro, but never mind. Bye! Alright everybody, it's time for the Essendon rebuild. It is a sad state of affairs down at Wendy Hill at the moment. They've just been knocked out, or they've been knocked out of the finals for a while now, but they've just lost to the Gold Coast Suns, and for the 21st consecutive year, they will not be winning a finals game, so good effort. We're going to try and change that in this coming rebuild. Hello, Cooper. Hello, Cooper. Hello, everybody. Cooper here. That is so stupid. I hope you're all doing very, very well. I'm doing very well. We've got a big job on our hands today. The Bombers, it's not good. It's not good. Carlton were a close second, and I feel like they're probably the next cab off the rank in terms of the rebuilding teams. I look at this list, and I can see that I need to reset a few positions because Elijah Sardis is not a key defender. Yeah, interesting. I'm going to reset the positions, and I'll be right back. All fixed now. Anytime there's an update on AFL 26, they always change the positions in the academy. I don't know why, but I've reset it now. It's all good. If this one is coming out a little late, I do apologize. I was stuffed around by installing the update, and then once the update was installed, it said that I had to reinstall the game entirely. So hopefully that is not going to be a pressing issue going forward. But as I was saying before, we've got some really, really good young, talented players. Obviously, the Isaac Kakos, the Nate Caddies of the world. But apart from that, it's pretty slim pickings, I will be honest. Xavier Dersma, I mean, he's not that young anymore, I will say. And then we've got the skipper who's running a lone ship at the moment, I will be honest, in Zach Merritt. Now, when I did my Essendon rebuild on AFL 23, a lot of people got upset that I traded Zach Merritt, so he's going to be staying here for the rest of the rebuild. Apart from that, and a few of the younger players, nobody is safe. I've put together a 22 for the upcoming year. It's not honestly that different compared to what is, the default lineup, but Redmond, Mackay, I'm surprised he's still, playing. He's been awful since he's come to Essendon. Andy McGrath, Angus Clark, Jordan Ridley, Nick Martin. There are some really, really good players, but just the age profile of this list is so unbalanced. There's a lot of really, really good older players, really, really old players, a really, sort of good younger players, but there's that nucleus in the middle. It is just no good. So that's, I think, the main thing I'm going to be trying to fix today. And also, they've got a lot of midfielders, no other really good players in other positions in terms of the spine of the team, which is where most teams are built. Ben Mackay, Jordan Ridley, are fine. Kyle Langford, he's okay. Nate Caddy's obviously unproven, but yeah, it's all out of whack. There's a lot of issues. Draper's probably going to leave, still got to replace him. But Parrish, Caldwell, Dersma, Archie Perkins, Zach Merritt's obviously the captain. Isaac Kako I really, really like. There's a lot to do here, and we've got a pre-season game up against Geelong. Hopefully we don't get belted by too much. 75 points is fine. And if we have a quick look at our season objectives, I've just got finish in the top 10, win 4 games against top 8 sides from last year, as well as win 3 games against top 4 sides from last year. I would be surprised if any of those happen. But if we can get the job done in opening round, that would be fantastic. I'm just going to schedule my travel because I honestly just want to give them as much rest as possible heading into this game up against the Suns. And yep, 111 points. That's pretty bad here with the Bombers right now. Matt Rao kicks 4 in a very, very impressive performance. Gets the 44 touches as well. It's going to be a long season, this one. Sam Walsh is your Brownlow medalist of 2025 with the Irishman Connor Nash in second on the 28 votes. Only 3 votes behind Sam Walsh. Matty Rao would have got the 3 in round 1, or in opening round, I should say. Clayton Oliver, Cripps is up there. No Bombers. Archie Perkins, actually, a telefib. 16 votes on the year, led us. My guy, Jack Whitlock, 51 goals in the Coleman, led the way. Georgiadis with the 38, and Toddy Marshall with the 37, so I feel like Port must have done reasonably well. No Lukosius, so very interesting to see what happened to him. But Nate Caddy chipped in with the 35 goals, was very, very good. And then Murphy Reed with the Rising Star Award was exceptional. Quite a few Bombers in the Rising Star votes, which is good to see. Jordan Ridley made the All-Australian team, which honestly is a little bit surprising considering how bad we were this year. We finished in 16th, which was actually kind of funny because we lost 6 games by 100 points, but we also won, I think, 1 game by 100 points. It was very, very strange. We either won by a lot or lost by a lot. It was kind of weird. We, at this stage, have the 3rd pick in the draft, and I'm going to try something that I've done, or I haven't done really through these rebuilds, is build through the draft properly. So I think we're going to be very, very strong over the course of going into the draft and picking up as many draft picks as we can. Collingwood are the premiers of 2025. They beat Freo in the grand final. Caleb Sarong with the Norm Smith medal, but Dacos with the 34 touches. Jack Crisp gets the premiership, or another premiership, I should say. He probably would have won one in 2022. And the season stats are here. Whitlock, 51 goals, as we know, led the way. Andy Brayshaw with the 908 disposals over the course of the 26 games he played was very, very good. And who kicked the most behinds? We've got a century. Joel Amati. I mean, it's hard to do. 102. It's very, very difficult. Nate Caddy with the 75. Not ideal. But if we have a look at our club as well, obviously Nate Caddy would have led the way with the goals. Mason Redmond, Sam Draper, Langford, Unwin had a decent campaign, not too bad in that forward pocket, but there's a lot for us to do in this trade period. And first order of business is to look at and see who is actually uncontracted. Sam Draper, I've already touched on. We're just going to let him go. Hobbs, I'm happy to let him go. I will be honest. I was thinking, depending on how much potential he has in game, I'd be happy to let him go. But, you know, that's fine. Shield is going to go. Setterfield, probably going to go. Laverde is going to go. Goldstein can retire. Yeah, a lot of these guys, I'm going to go through, re-sign who I think I need to if they have a little bit of potential, but I don't think I'm going to be keeping a whole bunch of these guys here. Didn't end up re-signing anybody, mainly because there was one player that I did want to sign, which was Lual. He didn't want to re-sign, so I'm going to try and redraft him in either the national draft or the rookie draft, but we're just going to have to delist him at this point in time. Now, in terms of free agents, I can't say Essendon's a free agency destination right now. Like, unless there's someone that's desperately wanting to come back to Victoria and play, and I don't know who that would be, I'm not even gonna touch free agency. I'm gonna really attack the trade market, get the picks as I spoke about, and then, you know, if we need a few roster spots towards the back end of the trade period, we might have a look at that and see where it takes us. My trade period is done, and boy oh boy, I have been busy. I did not trade for a single player. I did, however, sign some free agents. So we're going to have a look at our trades very shortly. We're going to go from bottom to top. I think that's the best way to do it. I did end up leveraging Lual in a trade. So he is off to Melbourne along with Jade Gresham and Guelphy. I'm not really sure how to say his name. I have no clue. And a second round pick, I believe that's our own. We did send that to Melbourne for their future first. They've finished 11th, I think, this year. So they are going to be, actually, they might have been a top 8 team. I can't remember. But they've got the 11th pick this year. We're going to try and get their pick for next year. With this deal with the West Coast Eagles, it was basically just a dump of Menzies, Sardis, and Lewis Hayes. None of them really have a future at the club, unfortunately, so we just picked up pick 51, which is the West Coast Eagles' 4th round pick. We then sent Laverde and, I was going to say Neil Bryan, but it's not Neil Bryan. Is it Nathan Bryan? I can't remember. Off to St Kilda, they need another ruck, depending on how the decoding thing goes. We get their future 4th round pick. This is a big trade, which actually ties into one of our free agent signings. I'll explain it in a minute. Jai Caldwell, we're going to send him off to the Bulldogs along with Hobbs and Setterfield. We get pick 12, which is their own 1st round pick, as well as their future 1st round pick. We then send Draper and Dylan Shield, 2 experienced players, off to the Brisbane Lions for a future 2nd round pick. And then Kyle Langford, Ben Mackay, Xavier Dersma, and our own 2nd round pick, which it looks like has actually been on-traded to Adelaide. We pick up North Melbourne's 1st rounder at pick 9. And in free agency, we only picked up one relatively big name player. It's only a short deal. The longest of these contracts is 2 years. It is Adam Treloar. With the midfielders that we sent to the Bulldogs, he probably wasn't going to re-sign, and he was a free agent. I don't know where my voice went there for a second. Anyway, Treloar was the one big free agent that we did sign. 2-year deal. Same with Ryan Burton. He recently got delisted in real life, and so I think that is a reasonable player for us to pick up just on a 2-year deal. We'll carry him through till he's 30 years of age. We brought back Fantasia. It's nice just to have him back. He's familiar around the club. Not same with Jeremy Finlayson, but we only signed him to a 1-year deal. And in terms of everybody else, we're all signed up for the 2026 season. Restricted free agency, I don't think anything else you need to look at in terms of restricted free agents. Oscar Allen's off to Brisbane. West Coast only get pick 20. That's probably not going to happen for them in real life. They'll probably end up getting a top 2 pick, I dare say. Jack Buckley's been traded to the Giants for a bag of chips. Lockie Bramble has been traded from the Bulldogs to North Melbourne for pick 28. And Zach Bailey's been traded to Carlton along with pick 23 for a future 1st rounder. Jack Bowes is off to the Saints for some picks. Connor McDonald is off to the Swans. And these are just our trades that we performed. Unrestricted free agency. Now, Callum Archie is off to North Melbourne. Brisbane Lions pick up pick 25. Thomas Berry has been traded to the Giants from the Suns. Cade Chandler's off to the Eagles in exchange for pick 18, which goes to Melbourne. Josh Weddle has been traded from the Hawks to the Bulldogs for a future first. Alex Chincotter's off to the Giants for a future third rounder. Jack Petrocelli signed with Richmond. Sam Walsh has been traded to the West Coast Eagles in exchange for the number 1 pick and pick 38. So the Brownlow medalist now teaming up with Harley Reid over in Perth. Mitch Hinge has now joined North Melbourne. Jamar is off to the Suns for a future first and pick 6. Be interesting to see how he fits in with Ben King and, if I can remember his name, Jed Walter. The Wiz has been traded to the Saints in exchange for a future first and pick 4. Riley West is off to Port Adelaide for pick 27. Naz has been traded to Carlton for pick 7. Darcy Tucker has signed with the Giants as an unrestricted free agent. North Melbourne get pick 38. Mateus Philippou is also off to the West Coast Eagles for a future first rounder and a future third rounder. And then finally, Michael Frederick has been traded to Port for a future second rounder. Let's get into the draft. We enter the draft at pick 3. Then we have 9, 12, and then a bunch of other picks later. And Carlton at Richmond with the first 2 picks. Don't take the player that I wanted to pick. There is one particular little defender that I do like the look of. Where are you, good sir? It is Nate Scott. He's only a 67 overall, but 90 to 99 potential. We're going to pick him up with the first pick in our hand of the draft. We do very, very nicely. And then Hawthorn at pick 4, pick up Franks. We go all the way through to pick 9 now. And we'll just have a look and see how we go in the National Championship. See if there's any good prospects for us to pick up. It really seems like all the good draftees are all defenders, which is a little strange. But it says that Matthew Flatt is the best option here. Elijah Shaw is also up there with Lincoln Kerr. I just want to see if there's anybody else a bit further down the line who has fantastic potential. Had a look, and it looks like the only one is Matthew Flatt. So Western Australian, good thing to keep in mind. Didn't actually play in the National Championships this past campaign, but we pick him up at pick 9 and then at pick 12. We're probably just going to go for another defender here. I know Andrew Worrell, who's a key defender, might be the look depending on how much potential he has. I thought about Worrell and I thought about Kerr, but I think I can get Worrell a little bit further down the draft board. So we're going to go with Lincoln Kerr at pick 12. And I think our back line is going to be the big strengthening, or the big position that is strengthened at this point in time. Worrell is gone, unfortunately, but Noah Butcher is there. So we'll have a look and see what his potential is, see if it is any good. 80 to 91 isn't great, but it's not terrible by any means. We're going to draft him anyway. I'm just drafting for potential at this point in time. I'm not really caring about positions too much, but I think that'll change now. I'm going to get into some of the mature age prospects. We'll just pick a couple of forwards, I think. Do we have back-to-back picks? We do. I know that Felix Ware is the best recommended player. We'll just have a quick look, see what his potential is. Yeah, we're getting really to the not good end of the draft here. So let's just pick Jake. Jake Suter. Why not? And with that, our pre-season is here for 2026. Our objective for the year, finish in the top 12, win 5 games against top 8 teams, and win 3 games against top 4 teams. I just picked the one that had the best sponsorship objective, to be perfectly honest. Now, in terms of our facilities, I do normally just improve these passively over the course of the season. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to upgrade the turf first up, I should say, for $2 million. We've still got $1 million in the bank. We did end up picking, if I can think of his name, there was one defender that I wasn't going to pick in the end. Felix Ware, I think it might have been. I can't remember. But there was one that I wasn't going to pick. I did end up picking him, and the others are fairly irrelevant. Just sort of there to fill out the roster over the course of this season. And a completely different lineup for Season 2. The back line is still pretty familiar. They've got Redmond, Martin, Ridley, McGrath. A few of our younger defenders that we just drafted are playing in other positions, but that will slowly phase out the older guys and build around this young core that we have just drafted. We've got Burton, Schoenmaker, Ari Showmaker is going to be our fullback for the start of the year. Then we've got Archie Perkins, Darcy Parish, Sam Durham, Adam Treloar, Merritt, and Jamison Selman as our ruck, with Lincoln Kerr as our half forward, who I think was the 6th pick, I believe. Even though he is a defender, he is just going to sit on that half forward line. 2 meter Peter is going to be at centre half forward and as our backup ruck. Reese Unwin at half forward. Matthew Flatt, Nate Caddy, and Isaac Kako across the full forward line. Finlayson, Nate Scott, Felix Ware, Archie Roberts, and Nick Cox make up the rest of the interchange. This season's not going to be much better than the last one. I would be surprised if it is. Yeah, even if we get out of the bottom 4, I should say, I'd be surprised. The objective is to maintain a top 12 position. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near that. I just had to pick one. It's basically what it was. And hopefully we can get a win here in round 1. We lose again. It's going to be a long season for you Bombers fans out there. Matt Rowell this season wins the Brownlow medal. Patrick Dangerfield actually finishes in 2nd. How old is Danger at this point in time of his career? 36 years old, finishing 2nd in the Brownlow. Josh Dunkley, Clayton Oliver, Lockie Neal up there as well. Sam Darcy wins his first Coleman. Logan Morris not far behind on 44 goals. Had a very, very good season and a good start to his career as well. No sign of any Bombers in those first 2. Actually, Darcy Parish got some votes at the bottom there. And then Josh Smiley wins the Rising Star Award. No All-Australians for us this year. Let's have a look at who won the grand final. Sydney win the grand final as Freo lose the grand final back-to-back years against different opponents, funnily enough. But a really, really good job by the Swans. And for us this year, Peter Wright actually led the goal kicking with 33. Nate Caddy with the 25, almost at 22. Archie Perkins with the 24. Parish 23. Nick Martin 22. Not bad. I mean, we weren't great. We're definitely a lot worse than last year. Sam Darcy with the 93 behinds, as Joel Amadi can't replicate his fantastic work from last year in front of goal. Look, I can't say it's great. We finished 2nd to last, but we did get 4 wins. So that is something. Richmond are 2-21 this season. West Coast are in 16th, and then Port Adelaide in 15th as well. Just something to keep an eye on. And if we have a look at our contracts at this point in time, we can see that all of these players are out of contract. So Finlayson and Fantasia, who we just recruited, if they want to stay, I guess we can keep them, but if not, that's fine. Nick Cox, I'm happy to let go. Perkins was quite good for us. I'll probably look to keep him. Guerin has a bit of potential, but just hasn't played for us and is very, very low morale, so I don't think we're going to keep him. Archie Roberts, I believe, played a bit of footy for us, maybe, if I can think about it. I'm not 100% sure. May, I haven't played him at all, so I'm probably going to let him go. Clark, same. Unwin has played a bit, depending on how much potential he has. As we get further and further down the list, just the increased list of players we're going to be letting go just continues to grow. And looking around the league, there's no really sort of convincing free agents that I would want to sign at this point in time. Obviously, like, all of these restricted free agents are sort of older players, and Jack Ross and Bailey Scott. And then if we have a look at the free agents that are unrestricted, they're sort of not the quality of player that I would or the caliber of player, I should say, that I would want to bring in. They're either players that are too young that I don't really have a need for at this point in time, or they're players that are just too old, which seems really funny because I know that we've sort of spoken about having players that aren't the right caliber in terms of the current list that we do have. But as I said, we're sort of phasing out those older players. We don't want to sort of bring in more players that are older to sort of fill that gap that we're trying to get rid of. So I'm going to ignore free agency once again. If there's a player that comes up, we'll go through it. But I'm going to get into the trade period. Another key forward I think would be good, as well as a key defender. Midfield, I think we're okay for now. But we still need a lot of improvements, and we also need a ruckman. We actually need a genuine ruckman. So that is going to be a point of emphasis for me. And also, before we get into the trade period, we have picks 2 and 7. Pick 2 is our own pick. Pick 7, I can't remember where that pick came from. But we also have our other first round pick. Actually, this is our second round pick, excuse me, which is pick 20. So I'm probably going to trade out of the draft this year because I've had a look at the prospects and there is literally not one good draft prospect that I am interested in. Like the highest overall player is like an 84. So I'm going to be trading out of those picks, maybe trading for future picks or try and land a big fish in free agency or in the trade period, I should say, because we've got $9 million to spend on 10 players. So I'm going to try and spend most of it. Obviously, I won't spend all of it, but we'll see what we can get up to. After a remarkably busy trade period and free agency, we have brought in the big guns to get the job done for hopefully making a finals start at next season, or a finals run at next season, and a good run at the Premiership in possibly the following season. That is my immediate game plan. We'll start with the trades. We sent Jeremy Finlayson out to the Sydney Swans. He did not want to re-sign, unfortunately. We also sent out pick 47 and we get their future second round pick, which was quite nice. We bring in a key forward to play alongside Nate Caddy. We get Dan Curtin from the Adelaide Crows. We send our future first round pick along with Butcher, who we drafted last year. He was one of our later picks, but does have a little bit of potential. And we also send Nick Martin and Redmond off to the Crows. I'm putting my faith fully in our young defenders that we drafted. So hopefully we don't regret this trade. But Curtin, there was no key forwards that I wanted to bring in on the market. And he was the best at one. Because I wanted to get someone that was young enough. I thought about getting Aaron Cadman, but I think we must have got him in another rebuild semi-recently. So we went for Curtin instead. This is the big one. De Koning is still on Carlton. So we ended up trading for him. We sent pick 22, which is our own second rounder, as well as Guerin and Archie Roberts, off to Carlton for Tom De Koning. We signed him to a nice deal, get ourselves a ruckman. But the biggest trade of the video so far, we pick up Tom Green from GWS. We send pick 2, pick 7, Archie Perkins, and I was going to say Herb Jones, but he plays for the New Orleans Pelicans. I'm not sure if Harry Jones maybe? I'm not 100% sure on that. Tom Green is now a Bomber, but we're not done just yet, because free agency has been very, very kind to us. And we've picked up a series of names. The first thing is first. Jake Stringer is back on the Bombers on a 2-year deal. Jamie Elliott has crossed over to the Bombers as well. Wasn't re-signed by Collingwood, so we pick him up. Stephen May, we were lacking in sort of key defensive options, so we went for an experienced head, 2-year deal. Cooper Bell was delisted by the Suns, so we pick him up. He has a lot of potential. Jack Au, I finally know how to pronounce this guy's name. It's Au. We signed him up on a 3-year deal, as well as Lockie Smith and Alex Dodson to be our backup rucks. And at this point in time, we are completely out of the draft. We enter at 65, and that's basically it. So not a lot for us to do in the trade period, or in the draft period, I should say. We're going to skip through to the end of free agency, as it is still going on. And the first trade to happen outside of our club was Tom McCartan heading to Carlton in exchange for pick 24. Matt Rao has been traded to Hawthorn in exchange for pick 6 and pick 13. So Hawthorn getting busy in the trade period as well. Jack Ginnivan has then been sent as well in that trade to the Suns for pick 6. So, okay, let me wrap my head around this. So it's Jack Ginnivan, pick 13 for Matt Rao and pick 6. No. I'm very confused about that. Darcy Wilmot is now off to the Bulldogs for a future first and pick 9. Ollie Henry's been traded to St Kilda for a future second and pick 46. Well done, Geelong. Essendon have traded pick 2. Oh, these are all our trades. Never mind. Jack Scrimshaw's been traded to the Eagles for pick 22. Lockie Ash has been traded to the Eagles for a second rounder. And Bailey Williams has been traded from the Western Bulldogs to Port Adelaide for a future second and pick 44. So not a lot of trades actually in the trade period this year. And we're actually not required to pick up anybody in the national draft this year. They're probably just going to keep us waiting until the rookie draft, which they do. We enter at pick 3, and this is just going to be a case of let's pick the best player available, and that is Tom Cole. Hopefully, if he doesn't turn out for us this season, we can flip him for something next season, get a bit of value there. I can see that Will Phillips is now available. We're going to probably do the same with him. And I think our objective for this year, win 9 games. And hopefully that should get us at least in the top 10-ish. That would be ideal. Our other objectives are win 7 games against top 8 sides and win 4 games against top 4 teams. So they're really pushing for those beat teams in a certain position objective over the course of this video so far. Let's quickly repair our facilities, because that is something that you need to do, is maintenance. Team for Season 3 is here. We've got Matthew Flatt in the back pocket, along with Stephen May, Nate Scott, Andy McGrath, Jordan Ridley, and Lincoln Kerr. So our top, I think, 3 draft picks from Season 1 now all in the starting lineup, which is fantastic. Sam Durham, Tom Green, Treloar, Parrish, Merritt, and De Koning in the middle, with Ollie Lowe getting a bit of run on that half-forward flank, Nate Caddy, Isaac Kako, the string, Dan Curtin, Jamie Elliott in that forward line, with 2 meter Peter as our backup ruck, Tom Cole, Ryan Burton, Cooper Bell with Will Phillips as the sub. Let's see how we go up against the Bulldogs in preseason. We lose by 120. Not a good sign. Let's try again. Let's see how our opening round goes up against the Hawks in Tassie. We'll go with the same lineup. Hopefully we get a better result. We do, but unfortunately it is still a loss. 37-point loss, unfortunately. I want to see if we can get a win in the simulation on camera before we actually get to the finals. That would be outstanding. If we don't get it this game, I'll meet you guys at the end of 2027. Crows in Adelaide. It's a tough one. We lose again. This might be a tougher season than I thought. Harry Sheasel is your Brownlow medalist for 2027 in a very, very solid performance. Luke Parker finished in 3rd, which is weird, but no Bombers in the leading Brownlow medal vote getters. Dan Curtin with the 34 goals, just the 9 behind Tex Walker, Caddy with the 35, as well as the Texan gets his first Coleman. No rising star for us in this one. De Koning makes All-Australian, Curtin makes All-Australian, Caddy makes All-Australian, but unfortunately we do finish in 14th. We were in the top 5, I think, in round 19, and then I think we lost every game for the remainder of the season. It was absolutely awful to watch. And Freo finally win a grand final after losing the first 2 of this video. They get the job done against the Suns to get their first grand final victory in club history. Murphy Reed with the Norm Smith medal. Objectives-wise, we did win the 9 games on the season, which was nice, but we fell short on the other ones. Now, in terms of our current contract situation, we have 24 players that are without contracts, including our skipper, including a lot of our draftees from Season 1. So there's a lot of work for us to do, but we should be in a place where we are able to bring most of our players back. We also picked up Sam Berry and Cooper Nichols in the mid-season draft, which was nice. After re-signing our most important players, we still have 17 players without contracts. We need to get through to the start of the trade period, because I don't really feel like signing any major free agents at this moment. Because if we have a look, we can see that Lockie Neal is a free agent, but I don't think he would be interested in coming here. Then we get into Cameron, Gawn, Stewart, Zorko, and a lot of the other players are just probably a little bit too old for my liking. So we're going to head into the trade period. We can see that Jake Riccardi has gone to Richmond, for pick 38, and Darcy Jones has been sent to Carlton for pick 10th. So the Giants getting some early draft compensation for losing some players. And if we have a look at my draft hand for this year, we've got 23, 33, 42, 60, and then later. I think my goal is just to build on what we already have, because we are trending upwards, which is nice. We spent the first couple of seasons in the bottom 4. I mean, admittedly, we did get out the bottom 4 this year by getting to 5th. Big jump. But the next jump is hopefully to get, I keep saying get into the top 8, but I'm going to be reasonable, say if we can get into the top 10 this year, I think that'll be good. With every off-season that comes and goes, we get closer and closer to a flag. Now time for us to go over our trades, first of which we dumped Cooper Nichols, Will Phillips, Ryan Burton, and pick 46 over on North Melbourne. We get pick 9 in the first round. because I had a look at the prospects. They're a lot better than last year, so I'm actually trading into the first round of the draft this year, considering we don't actually have our own first round pick. Next up, we trade Zach Reed, Reece Unwin, Selman, and pick 37 off to Geelong. We move up to pick 26. The next deal, we send Toomey to Peter and former number 1 overall pick Andy McGrath, as well as pick 27 over to the Gold Coast Suns for Mac Andrew. Andy McGrath, great servant of the club. He is no longer here. Bye-bye. Next up, we get a little bit fancier. We send Sam Durham, Tom Cole, and Elle McPherson. I know it's not Elle McPherson, but I'm just saying it is. And our future first round pick off to Sydney for Errol Goulden. Only had 2 years left on his deal. Seemed like a good time to pounce. These next 2 trades with the Dogs and the Lions are just dumping basically players that don't want to re-sign and now out of contract. We get pick 16 and pick 25 for our Troubles. We actually also include Ware and Jameson in this deal with the Lions, who we drafted in season 1. And then we combine 16, 25, 26, and our future second for pick 7 from Melbourne. However, we are not done. Free agency. I did have a look at those older players that were out of contract. You know, your Lockie Neals, your Dane Zorkos of the world. But we have done a fantastic job. As you know, we picked up Errol Goulden and Mac Andrew in the trade period, but we also picked up Brian Myers, Trent Rivers, and Bailey Banfield for some much added depth to our starting 22. Colin McKercher has been traded to St Kilda for a future first round pick and pick 4, which is very, very interesting. Geelong have sent Shannon Neal and pick 19 off to Brisbane for a future first round pick and pick 33. That may be, I'm trying to think whose pick that might be. I'm assuming that's Brisbane's own pick. And James Peatling has been traded, funnily enough, back to GWS by the Adelaide Crows for pick 35. Outside of that, not a lot of deals done in this trade period. And if we have a quick look at the draft pool, the player that I have my eye on is Mason Quiney. I'd like to get him in my draft, but I also have Gabriel Olsen and Emmett Hepburn on my radar as well. But Mason Quiney is my number 1 target. I'm hoping that he doesn't go in the first 6 picks. Hepburn does get taken. Olsen also gets taken, but Quiney is still there. So we're going to pick him up. Absolute bargain at pick 7. And now I need to find somebody at pick 9. So hopefully we just have a quick scout of the 18s championships. Apparently that's all. We're already there. Okay, sweet. So I know there's Hempstall and Burt. We don't need another defender, and we did pick up quite a few utilities already this year. It's probably a little bit early to go mature age, so Sam Berry, I'm not going to redraft you at this stage. I'm actually going to go with Matthew French, top of the draft. He's 70 overall, 79 to 91 potential. Small forward, can't go wrong with those guys. And the rest of the draft is playing out very, very nicely. After a few early picks, we then enter again at pick 57. Billy Wilson is available. We don't need another defender, so we might go in the O'Farrell direction, who I think he used to play for Carlton. Yes, he did used to play for Carlton. So we're going to draft him with our next pick. Finally get a preseason win, 56-point win against St Kilda, but it's a game that doesn't really count, unfortunately. Darcy Parish with the best on, 39 disposals and 4 goals, was very, very good. We've got round 1. We skip over opening round, but that's okay. That gives us time to have a look at the new team for this upcoming season, 2028 we're up to. So the no finals win streak is up to 24 years, and they haven't won a flag in 28. It will be this year. Unless we win it this year, we'll wait and see what happens. But Flatt, May, Scott, Kerr, Ridley, Goulden, solid backline. Treloar, Parish, Rivers, Zach Merritt, who's all the way down to an 84. This game's actually going to be his 300th, funnily enough. Still the captain. Tom Green, Tom DeConing, Jamie Elliott, Nate Caddy, Brian Myers, Isaac Kako, Dan Curtin as backup ruck, and Bailey Banfield, along with Mac Andrew, Jake Stringer, Mason Quiney, Billy Wilson, and Harvey Thomas as the sub. Additionally, our objectives for this year are finish in the top 6, win 6 home games, and 3 consecutive games without a loss or draw. Can we get the win in Merritt's 300th? No, we can't, unfortunately. Lose by 67 up against the Cats, as Mitch Nevitt gets the 3 Brownlow votes, did very, very well. Let's try and get our first win of the year up against the Hawks at Marvel. Surely we can get it done. We do. 85-point win. That is more like it. High-scoring final quarter as Tom Green gets the 3 votes for 45 disposals. Solid effort. Surely we make the finals this year. We've finally done it. We've finished on top of the ladder this year. 2 games clear, I might add, if we have a quick scout. 17 wins on the year. We were absolutely fantastic. We were actually dropped, I think, down to 5th at one point, but then we struck while the iron was hot at the end of the season. Now, there was one game that I particularly wanted to show you guys. It was this game. I went straight past it. So there was 2 scores of 200 over the course of this year. We'll have a look at the Crows and GWS game in a minute, but we beat Brisbane by 130 points, 213 to 83. Absolutely crushed them. Treloar kicked 5 in just a bizarre game. But then the Giants beat the Crows at Adelaide Oval by 145 points after the Crows kicked 6 goals in the first quarter. Strange. How many players kicked 4 for the Giants? 4 players. Bizarre. Anyway, that brings us to the first final of this video. This is a game that's 24 years in the making, this one. We go in unchanged. Do we get our first finals win since 2004? No, we don't. Jeez. If we go out in straight sets in this one, I'm going to be so sad. We were down by 4 points at 3/4 time after really coming back, after being down by quite a lot, almost 40 points near the end of the first quarter, to lose by 27 in the end. Took Miller was best on ground. Surely we don't go out in straight sets. We've been the best team over the course of the entire season. We've got a home final in Melbourne up against Port Adelaide. This time we finished in 8th. We win by 128 points. That is a lot more like it. Fantastic performance. Isaac Kako with the 5 was very, very good. And most importantly, that's our first finals win since 2004. And what a way to get it done. Prelim final time up against St Kilda. Hopefully we can just get this done in one finals run and win from here, because this has been a bit of a longer rebuild than I anticipated it would be. We win the prelim final by 84 points. Really crushing it these last few games. So, yeah, not much to say other than the Giants are waiting for us in the grand final. It's actually their home game, funnily enough. I've just seen that Horn Francis is second in the AFL goal kicking this year, which is quite funny. Grand final time. No need to change the squad. We'll keep it as is. We'll do stats at the end of the video. Hopefully we win this game. It's first versus second. Let's have a look at some uniforms before I get too excited and carried away. We gotta get funky here. We'll go with the Anzac uniforms. Why not? It's grand final day. Seems like a good idea. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, it's raining. Grand final. 32-kilometer winds, and it is wet and awful. The Giants and the Bombers. Zach Merritt in what could be his final AFL game. He is an old boy at this point in time. And the Bombers have undergone, I should say, a massive resurgence this year and in the last couple of seasons, doing a lot of recruiting. And there is a lot for us to achieve on this grand final day. We're going up against a team that has made grand finals in this series so far. Don't believe they've won one. But yeah, what a day this is. Unfortunately, the weather is a bit of a stinker though. And the Orange Tsunami making their way up the race. Wearing that beautiful camo Anzac uniform. I thought about last minute changing it to the Sir Doug Nicholls Guernseys, but I decided to go with the camo instead. But the big sound from the west of the town. A lot for them to achieve to get their first premiership in club history today. Our first since 2000, their first in club history. Let's see who comes out on top. Adam Kingsley and Brad Scott, the two coaches today. Big job on their hands, as we're going to call tails on the toss. This wind is absolutely horrible. 32 kilometres, as I said earlier today. The Giants have won the toss, and they are going to kick to the left of screen. Zach Merritt going to be starting middle of the ground. Tom De Koning wins his hit out, does a good job, turns the ball over the middle of the ground though. And great hands by Aaron Cadman, sends it down to full forward. Stephen May does a good job, takes the mark at full back. Kicking wide to Tom Green, up against his former side. Not something that I really considered at the start of today's game. Long ball, kick towards full forward. Hogan's down there, takes the mark. Going to be going around the body. Already 4 minutes into this first quarter. And Jesse Hogan puts through the first of the day for the Giants. It's going to be rock and roll football. Very, very messy and hopefully very efficient today. As the ball now with Uncle Toby at centre half forward. Ball over the top. And now with James Leake. The Giants looking to score early and very quickly. That is a very risky kick, but it swings back beautifully with the wind. Ball out the back of the stoppage. Giants again working the ball forward. We need a mark here or a spoil, but we'll take a mark. Ridley does a good job. Kicking wide. Brian Myers and Whitfield. Myers does a good job. Let's go fully down the line now. Curtin, Taylor with the crumb. Can't get boot to ball, Banfield. Trying to get rid of it via the hands. That's holding the ball. Intercepted at half forward by Trent Rivers. Let's kick him board. And Curtin takes it. Wearing that famous number 18 out at full forward. The kick is no good, unfortunately. We get our first score, but it's not one of the scores that we would have wanted. Whitfield out of fullback now. De Koning chasing after Briggs. The ball's come loose inside our half forward line. Great tackle by Caddy. Let's have a look at a set shot here. The wind really giving us a bit of trouble here. Going to be pushing to the left-hand side. And the ball just gets caught up. Doesn't make the distance. Ball loose now, top of the goal square. Kick on goal. De Koning picks it up, gets wrapped up. And there is quarter time. So goalless for Essendon to start the day. GWS with the first two of the game. It has been ugly so far, but hopefully we can get a bit more of it in the second quarter. Just the 27 disposals between the two teams. De Koning going to be rucking solo, I believe, for most of today. Caddy is an option. Mac Andrew probably as well. Ball comes loose. Quick kick forward. Little panicked. We've got players running onto it. Rivers, quick hands forward, looking for Myers. Can't find him. Short little ball ends up in the hands of Toby Green. Probably been one of GWS's best players in their club history so far. Ball over the top. Can't take the mark. Curtin giving chase to Taylor. Well done by Goulden. Let's send it long and strong. Caddy's down there with Himmelberg. Can't take the mark. Ball now goes to ground at our half forward line. Good tackle on Cadman. Ball up. 7 minutes gone in the second quarter. We've got two players sitting behind the stoppage. Quick kick by Parrish. Short little ball. Ends up with Caddy. I want to get close to the goal because I don't want to get stuck up in the wind. And Curtin takes it top of the goal square. You'd think he'd be safe from here, but you never know. Already has one behind on the day. And the wind takes care of it. We get our first. Back down to a 5-point game. Nice feeling just to have a goal on the board. Green sends it out of the middle of the ground. Stringer takes a good mark. Let's send it long and strong. Kako's down there with Caddy. Can't take the mark though. Ball coming back. De Koning runs straight past it. More worried about the man than the ball. Now with Green looking forward. Finds Daniel short. Need to take a mark here. We do well via Goulden. Down the line now, Tom Green. Got to get hands on this, and he does. Your players streaming down towards goal. Merritt, the skipper, can't take the mark. Lays a crucial tackle, though. Caddy, that's a high tackle. Not really sure where to line this one up. I'm hoping the wind will just take it. That's probably not what I had in mind. Halftime has come. Unfortunately, couldn't get the lead just before halftime. Poor kick by Caddy, but scoreless Giants in that quarter. We get a goal. It's looking good. Errol Goulden with the 2 intercept marks. Tom Green with the 5 disposals has been very good. There's a lot for us to do in this second half to stay strong. McAndrew just giving De Koning a bit of a spell in the ruck at the start of the second half. Hopefully he can handle Briggs fairly comfortably. Need a mark at half back. Ball just springs up in the air. Almost ended up in a Brent Daniels crumb. Handball over the top finds Merritt. One more. Goulden with the quick kick forward. Jamie Elliott getting amongst it. I'm just happy that we cleared it out of the Giants forward 50. Good tackle. Elliott handballs it forward to Parrish. One over the top. Curtin over the top once again. Stringer's out the back. Give it a Stringer. I want to see Stringer kick a goal. Come on, take a mark. We get it. Jamie Elliott, his first of the day coming up. And it's going to be crucial. He puts it through. I thought it hit the post even though it went straight through the middle because the umpire was standing right next to the post. Let's have a look at the wind here. Just gets caught up in the wind and swings right around the back of the post. That is hilarious. And we get our first lead of the day. Green, quick boot forward. Ends up in the hands of Treloar. Don't think I've said his name today. Stringer, full forward. Can't take the mark on Taylor. Caddy intercepts. Centre half forward. Sends it long towards Parrish. Not sure he's going to get hands on this. Elliott's there with the crumb. Ball's offline though. And it's a rush behind. Ball now in the back pocket with Angove. Cody Angove, I think is his name. Darcy Parrish intercepts the ball. Players pushing forward. We got somebody over the top, but that might go through for a goal. And it has. Totally accidental on my part, but you know what? I'm going to take credit for it. Beautiful kick. Just sneaks it past that right goalpost. And we have our first of the quarter. 19 minutes in. Merritt with a tackle. Ball over the top towards Perkins. Sends it short. Green can't take the mark. McAndrew trying to chase him down. We get the spoil. And it's a rush behind. Ball is cleared out of fullback. McAndrew stands strong underneath the footy. Gonna send it long once more. Stringer and Taylor. Stringer takes it. I do not envy him with the wind here. But the siren goes. If anyone could kick this, it would be Stringer. And he barely makes it to 15 meters out. Just got holed up in the wind. But it's a 2-goal-to-1 quarter. For some reason, I thought we kicked 2 in the first half, not 1. But a phenomenal effort to get the lead. But now we just got to keep it. 7-point game. Elliott 1, Curtin 1, Parrish 1. It's been wet weather footy at its finest. Let's kick in that hype music and send off Zach Merritt in style. As McAndrew, Kieran Briggs going to start things off middle of the ground. Can't win it in the middle this time around. Good tackle there by Zach Merritt, but we can't win it back. Ball over the top. We need a mark. Ridley, one of the few players left over from the start of the video. Great tackle on Goulden. I don't know why we played on via handball. Maybe just panicked. Maybe just nerves. Andrew, hit out, sends it forward. Trying to lay a tackle, can't on this occasion. Great hands by Errol Goulden. Let's take our time here. Going via foot. Ball goes to ground. Sent back forward by GWS. Great hands by Goulden once again. I have no idea how many intercept marks he's up to. But now Quiney. Caddy's down the line. So's Jamie Elliott. Jamie Elliott, probably not the preferred target, but he takes a good mark. Just weighing up the options now. Let's just send it long. Hope for the best. Stringer! Takes it!
Stringer! He's kicked a goal!
Stringer's delivered! Look at this! Look at Stringer! Look at Stringer! Stringer!
What a grand final moment by Jake Stringer. Left the Bombers and come back so many years later and potentially win a premiership as Parrish takes the mark on top of the goal square to get an insurmountable 3-goal lead. You'd think he'd put this through, and he's a chance at Norm. Great hands out the middle of the ground by the Bombers. Stringer once again. Where has this come from the Bombers? They were absolutely nowhere in the first half, but 5 goals to nothing in the second half might have secured the premiership. And that's it. The Bombers, for the first time since the turn of the century, are your AFL premiers. Number 17 is in the trophy cabinet. And what a long journey it has been. A painful 28 years since your last AFL premiership, 24 years since your last finals win. And to get it done today, in the rain, it's the stuff of fairy tales. And your Norm Smith medalist for this year is Dan Curtin for his great work at centre half forward. Plenty of marks, might have kicked a goal as well. I think he kicked the first of the day for us. But a phenomenal effort by the youngster. Come across from Adelaide. Was a big part of our rebuild. And Brad Scott, no longer in his brother's shadow, finally becomes a premiership coach. And Zach Merritt, he's been waiting patiently for so many years for this moment. Going to be lifting that premiership cup. What a sight for Bombers fans. What a performance it was by the team today. Tom Green with the 11 disposals gets his first premiership. All these, I mean, a lot of players getting their first premiership today, I should say. But most disposals on the ground against his former side. 5 goals, 1 to 1 behind in the second half. Parrish, Goulden, and Stringer were actually best on ground. Dan Curtin nowhere in sight. But a phenomenal effort. We get the job done. Let's see who wins the Brownlow this year. Bontempelli, even though he didn't win a premiership, finally gets his Brownlow medal. However many years we are into his career now. Parrish finishes in 4th in the end, actually equals 2nd, did a good job. Tom Green's up there, as is Zach Merritt. Coleman medalist was Jacob Van Rooyen, was very good with the 44 goals. His teammate Bailey Fritsch actually finished in 2nd as well. Ridley gets another All-Australian jacket, as does De Koning. Anybody else? No, it doesn't look like it. But a fantastic effort if we just have a look at our stats for the season. Jamie Elliott with the 39 was exceptional. Treloar with the 36. Ridley, Kako, Curtin, Caddy. Geez, how many C's do you want in there? Rivers, Goulden, and May all kicked 30 plus. Darcy Parish with 897 disposals on the year. Anybody kick 100 behinds? No. Jack Whitlock got very close with the 84. Dan Curtin finished actually in 2nd, funnily enough. But that's that. We're all done. The Bombers finally get a premiership. How many games is Zach Merritt on at this point in time? 327. You'd think he'd retire at this point in time, but you never know how well he is playing at 32 years of age. But I'm very, very happy. Request who you want to see next down in the comments below. I'm also going to put a post up once this video is live, so you can vote for whoever you want to see next time. I do apologize as well if this does come out a little bit late And additionally, please subscribe to the channel if you are new. We're trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and we are getting very, very close at the time of recording. Freo, heave ho. Freo, heave ho. Now, before we get started today, the Fremantle rebuild is here, so obviously very, very highly polled by you guys. Thank you very, very much. They've been second place for so long. We're finally going to get it done. But before we get into today's video, we're going to do our Fremantle exercises for pre-season. Obviously, we've got the West Coast Eagles, so we get to do 0 squats, 0 push-ups, 0 planks, and we're going to run 0 kilometers. We're going to run all of those things for as many premierships as Fremantle has won, and the big answer is 0, because Fremantle historically have sucked, and we're going to change that today. Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome to the Fremantle rebuild here on AFL 26. It's been a long time coming, and it could not have actually come at a better time, considering Nat Fyfe has recently announced his retirement, and he will be here for the remainder of the rebuild. And I say remainder for the rebuild like it's been going for 12 years. It's just started. He's not going anywhere. But apart from that, most of the other players are probably not safe, except, you know, the likes of Sarong and, you know, guys like Jordan Clark and Luke Jackson. Ideally, I'd like to keep Andy Brayshaw. We love Andy Brayshaw. Shea Bolton just got here, so obviously we're trying like to keep those guys. And a few of the other young talents as well we'd like to keep. I've received some really good feedback as well from you guys in the last couple of weeks on how to treat my rebuilds, and I'm going to try and follow that feedback as best as I can. But before we get started as well, if we're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers so I can make more videos, I love making these videos for you, so if you could support me by subscribing to the channel. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers so I can start being monetized for these videos. Not that I need money to make them, but always helps. Always helps. Money never hurt anybody that was trying to make a career out of what they do. And if I can turn this into a career, I think that would be really great for me. And if you can help me out on that journey, it'd be deeply, deeply appreciated. And also, like the video as well, we've got to try and get it out to as many people as possible. Fremantle always do really well in these rebuilds. I've lost count of how many times I've played them in grand finals. It'd be at least 5 of them I've played Fremantle in grand finals. So I feel like simulation-wise, there really isn't a lot for me to do. Obviously, they've made finals, or will be making finals this year, barring a freak accident. So there actually shouldn't be that much for me to do in the grand scheme of things. Objective-wise, I just want to maintain a top 8 position across 8 different rounds, win a few interstate games, and win 6 games at home. That should be fairly straightforward. But my immediate goal for this season is just make finals, and then we'll just see how things are at. Now, I was going to bring Sam Sturt into the starting lineup. He's actually not as good in game as I thought he was. Now, Bailey Banfield, very, very good. Josh Treacy, very, very good, having a great season in real life. Michael Frederick, his brother, I believe, plays for Sturt at the moment. Switkowski, Jaimis, he's having an interesting year. Why is Luke Jackson playing at half forward? That's weird. But I'm going to try and put my best Fremantle team together just for this opening season, and then we'll see how things play out. And to be perfectly honest, there wasn't actually a great amount of change that I had to do. I've made a few minor changes. The back line is largely the same, except I'm going to give Charlie Nichols some run at full back. I'm actually going to put Josh Draper at full back. We'll put Charlie Nichols at centre half back. Alex Pearce, although I believe he is the captain at this point in time, he's getting older, and I'm kind of wanting to move on from him. So I've given the captaincy to Andy Brayshaw. He seems very happy over there in Perth, and I think we should reward him with the captaincy. We've then got Hayden Young on a wing. We've got Nat Fyfe in the guts. We're going to put Murphy Reid on that wing, on the other wing, I should say. There's going to be a lot of children in the near future with this first name Reid, I think, just in the coming years. I think that'll probably be a thing that happens. Caleb Sarong is going to be the rover. Brayshaw, we've already discussed. Luke Jackson is going to be our main ruckman. I'm not the biggest Sean Darcy fan in the world, so I'm going to be looking to be trading him, because if he's not starting in the ruck, he doesn't really do anything, and I think that's a disservice to Luke Jackson, who traded a lot to get from Melbourne. So I'm going to be moving on from Darcy. I feel like he could be used better on another team. Shea Bolton is going to be starting at half forward with Giamis at centre half forward, Switkowski, Frederick, Treacy, and Banfield. Darcy's going to start on the bench, as I said, with Jagger O'Meara, Alex Pearce, Patrick Voss, who, I mean, as good as he has been in real life this year, he's not highly rated in the game, so don't be surprised if I move on from him, despite how good he has been in real life. And then Jeremy Sharp as the sub. We beat West Coast in pre-season, which, to be perfectly honest, wasn't a big surprise. Fife gets the 3 votes as best on with a 44 disposal performance. And now we've got the, famous debut game of Murphy Reid down in Geelong, where he kicked, I think, 4 goals in a very short period of time. If he could repeat that performance today, that would be outstanding. We get belted, which I believe actually happened in real life. Doesn't look like Murphy Reid got a lot of the ball, unfortunately, but Geelong are very, very good, as we know. But I will meet up with you guys at finals time. Hopefully we'll be in the top 8 and we will get started on the rebuild very shortly. The best way I can describe this season is bizarre. I think after 3 games we hadn't won a game. We lost our first 3 games of the season. If we have a look at our fixtures and we go all the way to, I don't think we played in the opening round, but then we lost against Geelong, which was probably expected. We got absolutely belted by the Swans in round 2, and then we lost to West Coast in the derby. We only lost by 29 points. And then by the mid-season draft, we had won 1 game and we were in dead last. And then somehow, I don't know how it happened, but we've managed to get a home final against Geelong by the end of the home and away season. I do not understand it. Nothing else has changed. I've played the same team all year. It makes no sense. Because if we have a look at the inbox, and I think the mid-season draft happens around round 10, I think. Yeah, we were 18th with 2 wins and 8 losses. And it's just been win after win since then. It has been absolutely bizarre. We're going to keep the same lineup. If we win a premiership in this season, obviously that doesn't count towards anything, because technically speaking, I wouldn't have rebuilt Freo in any way, shape or form. We win our elimination final against Geelong, which is, strange. All right, sure. And objectives-wise, we obviously didn't maintain a position in the top 8 across 8 different rounds because we weren't really in the top 8 until 2 weeks ago. But anyway, we won all our interstate games that we needed to win, as well as our home games in Perth. Now we've got our semi-final against the Crows. This is so stupid. We lose, which is, honestly actually quite happy about, which is a little bit of a strange thing to say. Lockie Scholl gets 3 votes of all people. Isaac Rankin with the 4 goals and Matt Crouch with the 38 touches. But our season is now done. We can fast forward to free agency, end of trade period, etc. But we also have a third Brownlow medalist, a third Brownlow medal, but a second Brownlow medalist in Fremantle history, unless I'm completely forgetting about somebody. But Nat Fyfe's obviously got the 2. Brayshaw gets his first, winning by 1 vote over Zach Merritt. Matt Crouch finished in 3rd. No other Freo players. I don't believe Caleb Sarong's right down the bottom of the list, but a fantastic individual season by the skipper. Joel Amati wins his first Coleman medal, 45 goals to his name. Fogarty in 2nd, tied with Sam Darcy. And Murphy Reid finishes in 3rd of the Rising Star Award with Harvey Langford in 1st. Archer Reid, a lot of Reid representation in the Rising Star Award as well. Brayshaw was the only Fremantle player, I believe, to make the All-Australian team, which isn't too surprising. But if we have a quick look at the fixtures, just to have a look and see who won the grand final this year, Carlton have won the grand final. So for the first time in 30 years, they finally win a grand final. The Crows lose another one. Crouch was the Norm Smith medalist, 36 disposals and 3 goals. Fair enough. But it's also time to have a look. But it's now time to have a look at our player contracts that are expired at this point in time. Nat Fyfe obviously has expired in real life. Well, not has expired, but is retiring in real life. But we're going to keep him around for the rest of the rebuild. He wants $375,000. Yeah, that's fine. But someone like Michael Walters, who has also retired in real life, but sort of not as good as probably he once was compared to the rest of our team, I'm quite happy to let go. I probably won't trade him anywhere. I'll just delist him. But guys like James Aish getting a bit older now. Jeremy Sharp was very, very good. Played quite a few games for us this year. I think he played probably every game. We'll offer him a contract. He's probably the only other one that I'm looking to re-sign at this point, because we've actually still got quite a few players contracted for 2026 and beyond. We've got a little bit of money to spend, but now Jeremy Sharp has re-signed. I'm going to have a look around in free agency. There's nobody that I'm super curious about, just thinking back to other rebuilds I've done. So we may also just head straight into the trade period. I've skipped over free agency completely. I've not completed any business. I'm actually looking at the wrong roster. As you can see, I've not completed any business just yet. But the areas that I do want to strengthen is basically everywhere but the midfield. Our midfield is our strongest area. We've got some really good key forwards, but not one super key forward. But I'm quite happy with the key forwards that we do have, so that's probably not the biggest area of concern. Our backline needs a lot of work. Obviously, we're going to be probably moving on someone like an Alex Pearce. I don't even think he played a game for us this year. If he did, he came off the bench in all of them. So really good key back. Some really good sort of half back, half forward types. And maybe just some general depth. Because obviously we've got 35 players contracted. Some of those players, like, I'm looking at the Dudleys here, or Dudley here, who I must say I don't know a great deal about. Someone like Josh Draper did play a lot of footy for us. He is contracted through to 2027, but doesn't have the greatest potential in game. I don't know much about him outside of that. Charlie Nichols is someone who Freo drafted last season, has a bit of potential. We did play him a fair bit. But I think we'll have a look around, see what the league has to offer, and then we'll just build things up from there. But my main priority is also to trade Sean Darcy to a team that needs a ruckman, because I don't need him anymore, just because he doesn't feel a need for me, because we have Jackson. We don't need both of them. He just sort of gets in the way. So he's going to be my number one get rid of guy. Everybody else, doesn't necessarily have a caution sign over their head, but I'm not going to be going out and trading too many big names. My first trade period is done. We've made 6 trades, including one with West Coast, which you might think is a little bit funny, but it is just a minor trade. We sent Reedy, who was actually one player that we hadn't signed a new contract, or signed to a new contract, I should say. We sent him to West Coast for 2 5th-round picks, which isn't a great deal for a player that didn't want to re-sign anyway. So, it's fine. He's gone. Our next deal is James Aish and our 54th overall pick in the 3rd round for Adelaide's 2nd round pick next season. James Aish, another player that I wasn't that interested in re-signing. So we sent him back home to South Australia, where he can go and retire and be around with his family. That is fantastic. Our next trade is, this is sort of like 2 series sort of imitating each other. In my Port Adelaide series, I have traded Mitch Georgiadis to Fremantle. I did that at the end of my first off-season, and I've done the same here, although what I'm getting back is slightly different. We have sent Frederick, Jaimis, and can't think of the guy's first name. I know it's not Josh Carr, but Jay Carr, I'm just going to say, off to Port Adelaide in exchange for a future first-round pick, I should say, in exchange for Mitch Georgiadis. As I said before, we did have some really, really good key forwards, obviously Jaimis and Josh Treacy, but I wanted to sort of get a really, really good one, and we've given up Jaimis to get that done. And Mitch Georgiadis from Western Australia, so it made sense. I did also have a look at Dan Curtin, but the Crows wanted too much. Next up, we've got the Will Powell trade with the Gold Coast Suns, where we send Ollie Murphy, I think is his first name, Corey Wagner, Simpson, and a future 2nd rounder, which is our own 2nd rounder, to the Suns for Will Powell. Experienced campaigner, didn't take a lot of negotiating to get it done, actually, funnily enough. So this is a fairly easy deal. Just another really good half-back flanker, I should say. Could potentially sneak into our midfield if needed as well. And this is the crown jewel trade here. We sent Sam Sturt and Patrick Voss. I know he's really good. And our 1st round pick, which is pick 13 overall, off to the Giants for probably the best key defender in the competition in Sam Taylor. He's not very highly rated in game, which is quite a surprise, but he's very, very good. We did have to offer him a long deal as he's contracted for a long time at the Giants, but he's very good, and I think he's going to help out Charlie Nichols across that half-back line. And we also picked up the 7th overall pick from Essendon. We sent Sean Darcy and a few other bits and pieces over to Essendon because I had a look at the draft, just seeing who was available, and there is one player that I am curious in getting. It is Ethan Winters, who is Western Australian. He's a half-back flanker, rebounding type of player, 184 centimeters tall, has good size, had a really good national championship. So I think if we can get our hands on him with the 7th pick, we will be doing very, very well. In front of us, there's obviously Richmond to worry about. West Coast could go for him at pick 2. Saints at 3. North Melbourne at 4. Brisbane 5. Hawthorn at 6. So he may not even get to 7, but if not, he is there just as an option. And in terms of the rest of our list, the only uncontracted player at this point in time is Michael Walters. I'm quite happy to let him go now. He's done. He's retired. That is all I need to do. But we've picked up 1 or 2 additional names in free agency. The first of which is David Swallow. He's a Western Australian. We're just going to bring him home for a year. I think that's going to be good fun. And then we've brought in Jamie Cripps from West Coast. Funnily enough, West Coast didn't want to re-sign him. So I thought, we'll give him a 2-year deal. We traded away Frederick. We'll just bring him in. And that sort of leaves the window open for a potential Patrick Cripps trade down the line. We'll wait and see what happens. And we've also brought in Mitch McGovern just as a key back. I think he can do stuff for us, and I think that'll be fun. But apart from those moves, it was a pretty quiet off-season for us. If we have a look at some of the moves that have been done already, we can see that Brandon Starcevic has signed as a free agent, I should say, with North Melbourne. Brisbane gets some compensation back. Callum Archie's off to Melbourne. Zach Bailey's off to West Coast. So Brisbane lose 3 free agents already in this video, which is outrageous. Mitch Lewis has been traded to Melbourne for pick 27. Jack Buckley's been traded to the Swans for an unused pick, which is quite funny. And these are just our trades that we have done. Noah Answorth, I thought I said Noah Anderson for a second, has been traded from Brisbane to the Giants for pick 32. Ben Long has been traded to Essendon for pick 31 from the Gold Coast Suns, which I think is quite nice. Geelong have traded Jack Bowes back to the Gold Coast Suns in exchange for pick 11 and pick 30. Oh my God, Carlton. How the hell have you gotten your hands on Wanganeen Millera from St Kilda for an unused draft pick and pick 17?
This is the single dumbest plan I've ever heard.
What are you doing, St Kilda? Anyway, Josh Weddle has been traded to Collingwood in exchange for pick 44 and pick 10. Sam Walsh has been traded to Hawthorn from Carlton for pick 25 and pick 6. Connor McDonald getting traded to the Suns. It's a trade that's happened a few different times across my videos. Oscar Allen signs as a free agent with the Brisbane Lions. It's not too surprising there. Jamara has been traded to the Brisbane Lions also for a future first rounder and pick 5. Then Ryan Gardner has also been traded from the Bulldogs to Port Adelaide for pick 28. And lastly, Mitch Hinge has been traded to the West Coast Eagles from the Crows for pick 20. But now we wait. It's national draft time. Hopefully our guy doesn't get drafted in the top 7. He gets drafted 3rd by St Kilda, which is slightly annoying. Let's have a look at the national championship, see who else is down here that we could pick. Chase Zimmerman is at the top of our suggested players. I can see that Evan Hunt is also on this list. But Chase Zimmerman, that's a really hard name to say, is probably going to be the best available prospect. Only a 67 overall, but massive potential. I think he's going to be the right choice with the 7th overall pick. Objectives for next season, I think we just go and try and finish in the top 10. I mean, the halfway point of last year, we were not doing very, very well, and then we somehow made the finals. So I'm just going to be conservative, make the top 10. I know that in the rest of the draft, we didn't really do anything of note. So Zimmerman was really the only new player that I'm really going to give much attention to. Some of the other players are here. You know, we did pick up Tom Downey. We did pick up Jared Lyons he used to play for Brisbane and the Crows and Gold Coast, so a few different people. But I think we have done very, very well this off-season. Our other objectives are to win 9 home and away games and win 2 consecutive games, which shouldn't be too difficult. And the best lineup I've put together for this upcoming season, we've got Luke Ryan in the back pocket, Charlie Nichols at fullback, Mitch McGovern in the other back pocket, I should say. Will Powell across halfback with Sam Taylor and Jordan Clark. That is really good. Hayden Young on a wing, Nat Fyfe in the guts, Murphy Reid on the other wing, I should say. Caleb Sarong, the skipper Andy Brayshaw, Luke Jackson in the right, Shea Bolton, Mitch Georgiadis, Witkowski's up there, Jamie Cripps, Josh Treacy, and Bailey Banfield as our forward line. Alex Pearce is going to start on the bench with Jagger O'Meara, Jeremy Sharp, Chase Zimmerman, and Brennan Cox as the sub. I've just noticed I forgot to do the stats for last season, so I do apologise for that. But anyway, we have got our preseason game up against North Melbourne, which we do win quite convincingly by 55 points. Really, really good stuff there. Opening round this year is up against the Bombers, so we should be going fairly okay in this one. Hopefully, we can have a good run of things. We start our season strong compared to last year. Zach Merritt gets the 3 votes in, oh my God, in the Brownlow. 49 disposals. What a way to open the year, but a very solid performance. Let's see if we can finish this season strong. We'll just have a good season in general. It's basically all that I want, and hopefully we can make a bit of noise in finals. This year, we basically end up in the exact same spot, although we do have an away elimination final this year up against Port Adelaide, but how we got there was completely different compared to last year. We just couldn't ever really get ahead. We spent some time in the top 5, then we dropped down into the bottom 5 for a bit, and then we sort of floated between 6th and 11th for the final few games of the season because getting into the top 8 was very, very tough. But we are hitting our stride at the right time, and we now have a elimination final in Adelaide, which is always tough. Hopefully, we can get the job done. We haven't had to change the team around too much. We get the job done as we kick away in the second half with a phenomenal performance, 12 goals to 7, as Nat Fyfe gets the best on-ground votes in this one. And then we have our semi-final up against the Gold Coast Suns, who I think finished in the top 4 this year. Top 3, actually. They were very, very good. Brisbane on top of the ladder did phenomenally well. But I'm just going to treat this basically as the same as we have every other game this year. Hopefully, we can do something not too bad. We get through to the prelim. 5 goals to 1 in the final quarter. Just seals it up very nicely for us. Took Miller, best on. Brayshaw with the 40 disposals was really, really good. And then we get all of our match objectives done. I should say we got all of our season objectives done as well, which was very, very good. Perhaps I was a little bit too conservative there. But now we've got our prelim final up against the Swans, who were in first place for a good chunk of the season as well. Hopefully, I mean, I know I'm just simulating these games. I play all the grand finals, but hopefully the simulation is kind to us. Season 2, we get it done. Freo are through to a grand final finally for the first time since 2013, I believe, was the year that they got beaten by Hawthorn. The Swans did very well in the second half, but it wasn't enough. Nat Fyfe with the 43 disposals. Georgiadis with the 5 goals does very, very well. And who is going to be waiting for us? It's a bit weird being on the other side of this. It's actually a rematch of 2013. Which is quite funny. It's going to be up against Hawthorn. I can see that Georgiadis is finished on top of or is equal top of the goal kicking for this year with 46 goals. I don't believe that would be in terms of the Coleman medal because he just kicked 5 in a final. So I don't think he would have won the Coleman this year. But that is good to see. We'll have a proper look at it once the season is done. Hawthorn ended up finishing in second on the ladder. They had a very, very good year. And I don't think they picked up anybody of note in the off-season as well. Zimmerman is the only one that's actually struggling with a bit of stamina, although I think he's going to be okay. But if we've actually got the home ground advantage. I'm not playing the 20 minutes, the 10 minutes, as you know. Always forget to change that over when the time comes around for it. But what do we do with the grand final kit? We'll go with the big anchor, why not? And we'll make the shorts the current day ones, as well as the socks, just so everything feels a bit more legitimate. And Hawthorn, can we go with something a little bit retro for you guys as well? I think this is what we are going to do. So if we have a look at the lineup for the grand final, we've got Luke Ryan in the back pocket, Charlie Nichols, who's had a very, very good career so far, already up to a 73 overall. If you want me to make a video, I know it's a bit late into the AFL 26 cycle on player development, I'm more than happy to do that for you as well. So just leave a comment down below and I'm happy to look into that if you wish. Mitch McGovern in that back pocket, having a good season, or good first season with Fremantle as well. Will Powell, Sam Taylor, Jordan Clark, Hayden Young, Fife in his final game for the club. You would probably think Murphy Reid, Caleb Sarong, Andy Brayshaw, Luke Jackson, and our forward line, which has been so good over the course of the first few seasons. The really only differences is Georgiadis and Cripps. Young talent in Chase Zimmerman on the bench. It says he's 17 years old. I don't necessarily believe it, but grand final time is here. Let's go Freo. And the MCG is looking spectacular as always. The umpires wearing the green. Those green little maggots, as they are affectionately called by AFL crowds. James Sicily leads out Hawthorn for probably another grand final. I don't know how many grand finals Hawthorn have played in this series so far. And I'm very, very excited to see how we go. And I've just seen Jack Ginnivan's sleeves. I absolutely hate that. It's obviously got the white front, but the brown back with the white sleeves is absolutely horrible. See if you can spot him. That is putrid. And up we come out of the race, out of the change rooms for our first grand final in 13 years. Andy Brayshaw hoping to join his brother, who also has a premiership medal. Be very, very interesting to see how we go. And it'd be good to see the Purple People Eaters get a grand final winners medal for the first time in their history. Obviously made their debut in 1995. They've come close once, but no cigar just yet. Excellent work, as always, on that national anthem. And we've got the toss of the coin. Andy Brayshaw and James Sicily, as Hawthorn call heads on the toss, win it. Let's see what Hawthorn decide. They're going to kick to the left. Not a lot of wind to speak of. And in what could be Nat Fyfe's final game, let's see how he goes in this grand final. Poor handball to start. Hawthorn working the ball forward. Luke Ryan takes a good mark. Very nicely done. I've just seen Ginnivan's sleeves once again just out of the corner of my eye. It is absolutely disgusting. Great hands by Bailey Banfield. We've got players pushing forward. I see Nathaniel. He's down there. Take it, Nat. Can't take the mark. Quick kick forward. Ends up with Treacy to get the first of the grand final for Freo. Just sneaks it past that left-hand goalpost. Phenomenal work by the Dockers to start this granny. Butler in the middle of the ground. Great fist. Guinea gets wrapped up. That's in the back, though. A little bit unfortunate with that one. Brayshaw with the tackle, but he intercepts the kick. Does a fantastic job. We got players wide. Bolton and Warple. Plays on, gets wrapped up. Let's kick it long down the line, but we actually just kick it to nobody. And Connor Jath just takes the intercept mark. Does a fantastic job. Now Young Really, really good with that intercept mark. So just trading blows right now. Big contest inside forward 50. Handball, kicking forward, not far enough. Quick kick on goal. It's missed. It's been fast-paced grand finals so far. Kick to kick to kick to handball to kick. There's been tackles. Ginnivan's getting amongst it early. Cleared by the Hawthorn defender. Didn't quite see who it was. Just weighing up our options. Luke Ryan is here. I'm speaking like Yoda once again. Don't know why. Banfield takes it. Fifes over the top. Surely a Norm Smith medal in your final game is a perfect fairy tale ending. If we can get this goal with him, can we get it? Hits the post. It's a good start so far. That's not 15. Great tackle once again. And Sam Taylor, of all people, going to be lining up to have a set shot on goal. First kick for him of grand final day. And he squeezes it through. Continuing to try to work the ball out of the middle of the ground. Let's see if we can get it at halfback. We can't. Mabior Chol takes a mark on the siren to get Hawthorn's first of the grand final very late in the first quarter. Going to be kicking from right on the center square. It's a behind. It's been a good start so far from Freo. Hawthorn couldn't quite just break the deadlock. Well, it's not really a deadlock, but break the flood of goals from Fremantle so far. We get the early clearance. Murphy Reid gets wrapped up. Good tackle there by Will Day, the South Australian. Now Dylan Moore kicking down the line. Good hands by Sam Taylor. Kicked to goal not that long ago. Looking for Fife wide. Getting a lot of the ball early. Kicks it short. Finds Switkowski. Ball in the middle of the ground now. Sarong. Down the line. Treacy. Bit to do. Takes the mark. For a second on grand final days. Had a bit of it already. Kick is no good, however. Freo still have a 14-point lead over Hawthorn. Brayshaw intercepts the ball middle of the ground. We've got a short kick here. Finds Banfield. Let's kick long once again. Treacy. Georgiadis will be around the place somewhere. We've got a ball over the top. Let's see if we can get it in the hands of. And it is Jamie Cripps, the former Eagle, could perhaps be helping Freo win their first premiership in club history. He puts it through. Mark at half forward by the Wiz. Looking short, finds his mate in Ginnivan. Long ball over the top. And Connor Nash takes the mark, top of the goal square. You'd think he'd be fairly safe putting this one through. Just the two disposals so far. But looking to put Hawthorn's first of the grand final through the big six, and he does. Brayshaw pops it short, looking for Georgiadis, finds him. Could probably have a shot from here. I'm actually going to have... we'll actually go with the grand final barrel, wearing the famous number 29. Obviously made famous by Matthew Pavlich. This is going to be a terrible kick. I've put it way too wide. But it's got the distance. Unfortunately, not the accuracy. I thought Fife might have been able to take a mark on the goal line. Not to be on this occasion. And that is half-time. Just a 23-minute quarter compared to the 25 of the first. 1 goal apiece in that one. Actually, we only outscored them by 1 point. But disposal's pretty even so far. Method of disposal is basically the same. Hawthorn have a slight advantage in the ruck. But there's no real clear best on ground so far. 4 different goal kickers. Disposal getters could be literally anybody. Remains to see how the rest of this grand final will play out. Can Brayshaw summon the troops? Force Freo to focus in this second half of this grand final. Can't get the ball to Fife. Actually ends up with him eventually. But we got a ball up after he was gang tackled by a few. Jackson and Meek once again. Meek wins out in the middle. Good tackle by Brayshaw. Mabior Chol in pursuit. Another tackle by our midfield. Ends up with Meek. Sends it long. Hawthorn get the first of the second half. But we get a clearance, although Sarong leaves the ball behind. That's a great tackle on Jaith. Barras gets wrapped up. Carl Amon sends it down the line. Zimmerman's down there. Can't take the mark, unfortunately. But we intercept the ball, middle of the ground. We've got numbers. Send the ball long. Treacy's down there. He's been one of our best so far. And he takes it. for his second of the day. Puts it straight through the middle, and it's back out to double digits. Ball sent down to full forward. Battle and Fife. Battle wins out, unfortunately. We're just giving Fife a bit of a break at full forward. He's big enough to compete. Hopefully he can do his bit. Hawthorn now rebounding out of defensive 50. That's a poor kick though. Clark just drops it. Handballs it forward. We've got the advantage. Sarong sends it long. Fife takes it for disposal number 7. His first of the grand final. He puts through his goal. It's now back out to a 20-point lead. And we've got Zimmerman in the middle of the ground. Just as a replacement for Fife. Obviously not a like-for-like replacement. That's a push in the back. But let's just see what the youngster can do. Only 17 years of age, playing in his first AFL season. Could potentially get a premiership for his side if he has a good, strong last quarter. Fife, can he get one before three-quarter time? No, he can't. But that is a rash kick by Hawthorn. Nobody up the ground just being available for that footy. Ball's given up. Just need a quick target. Opposite direction. That's not what we want. Taylor hits up sharp. Let's go a bit shorter. Cripps takes the mark. Let's have a shot. Already has one on the game, as we know. Siren goes for three-quarter time. Sends it long, but it's offline. Sam Mitchell giving his Hawks one final rev up. JL would have done the same for the Dockers. And here we go. The final quarter of Nat Fife's career. Jackson can't hit it down, but Zimmerman wins it out. He actually gets it back. Sends it wide. That's not what I wanted. But we now got Hayden Young giving chase. But Mackenzie's going to get there first. Good tackle on Mackenzie. He gets wrapped up by 2. That's holding the ball. Let's send it long. Georgianis competing with Sicily. Been all over him today. We'll kick it short. We're going to play her over the top. And it's Cripps once again. Trying again for his second. This time puts it straight through. Ball loose in the middle of the ground. McGovern pushing forward, giving chase. Fife is going to do his best to get over to that contest. He can't, unfortunately. Just a bit of a wide kick. Too wide indeed. Down the line now for Hawthorn. Sam Taylor. Probably a sneaky chance for the Norm Smith as well if he does reasonably well in this final quarter. Fife can't take the contested mark. Does well to wrap up Meek. I think that was down there. But it's rebounded well again by Fremantle. By Hawthorn, I should say. And we get the mark. We've got players on the move wide. It's actually going to go in the McGovern direction. But Warple intercepts. Zimmerman and Butler here. Just waiting and just weighing up our options at the moment. Great fist by McGovern. Not quite what we had in mind, but Warple gets wrapped up again. Another decision that goes our way. Fife's on the move. He's got 2 to deal with. Can't take the mark on this occasion. Maybe we need to put him back in the midfield because he's just not dealing with battle down there at full forward very well. Shea Bolton been fairly quiet today. At half forward, hasn't seen a lot of it. Couldn't take the mark on that occasion. Caleb Sarong, he takes his mark this time around. Heading back towards full forward. Fife marks it this time. And with what could be the final kick of his career, he might secure Fremantle's first premiership. And the siren goes, and after so many years of pain and suffering, Fremantle have finally broken through and won their first grand final in AFL. And the grand final presentations are here. Ross the Boss, I believe that's Ross the Boss, waiting on the presentation stand. And it's not Nat Fife that wins the Norm Smith medal, funnily enough. I can't quite tell who that is. I think it may be Jamie Cripps. And here comes JL with his Jock McHale medal, the first in Fremantle's history. He and Andy Brayshaw exchange an embrace. I don't know why I couldn't tell before that wasn't Jamie Cripps. But here we go. Premiership Cup in Brayshaw's hands. Doing something that so many skippers before him couldn't. Nat Fife included, and that is raise a Premiership Cup for Fremantle. And it was Josh Treacy that won the Norm Smith medal, not Jamie Cripps. I don't know why I thought it was Jamie Cripps. But Nat Fyfe ended up finishing second, Sam Taylor third. Treacy with the 2 goals and 5 disposals. Fyfe with 8 disposals and 2 goals. Probably deserved to feel a little bit stiff there for not getting it. But a phenomenal performance by our Dockers. Really, really well done. Nat Fyfe, you can sail off into the sunset and enjoy your retirement. Nat Fyfe actually led the way in disposals this season, which is quite funny. Brayshaw goes back-to-back in the Brownlow medal. Former Docker, I should say. Lachie Neale finishes in second. Any other Dockers? Not that I can see. But Andy Brayshaw back-to-back in the Brownlow in this video. Very, very interesting. Logan McDonald gets the Coleman this year. Georgiades only finished with 36 goals. To finish with 45, or Treacy with 45 in the end, was very, very good. No Rising Star Award for the Zimmer frame. And it looks like only Andy Brayshaw again in the All-Australian team, which is a little bit of a shame. Let's have a look at those club statistics once again. Actually, for the first time in this video, because we didn't do it for Season 1. We can see that Georgiades did finish with 46 goals in the end. Treacy with the 38, Bolton with the 35, Switkowski 34, Sarong 33, Brayshaw 32. A lot of players over 30 this year. Nat Fyfe has had a career to remember. 919 disposals for the season. I'm actually not sure if he would have cracked the 300 games or not. But I'm very, very happy with how this video is gone. We'll just quickly check if Fyfe has managed to crack 300. He ended up on 294. That's a shame. But what a job by Freo after so much heartache. They win the grand final from 7th of all positions. Win 4 straight games on the road to get to the grand final. Or 4 straight games in the finals to win the Premiership, I should say. Phenomenal effort. But that is the end of the Fremantle rebuild. It has by far been the most requested of this series so far. If you want to know how to vote for the next one, I'm going to put up a poll once this video is live. All you have to do is vote on that poll for who you want to be included as the next team. I'll put a series of options. It's generally the runner-ups of previous polls plus teams that haven't been done yet. We're over halfway. I think we may have almost cracked double digits on the rebuilds as well. So I'm very, very happy with this one. But if you have enjoyed this video, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. As I said at the start, we're trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, as I do want to make this not necessarily a career of mine, but I would like to have this as a little side thing where I can make as many awesome videos for you guys as possible and, you know, earn a bit of, you know, cashola, increase production quality, all that good stuff, and that is not done without your support. So if you could do that, it'd be deeply appreciated. But that is all from me. I will see you guys next time for my next video. I'll see you guys then. Bye. It's time for the Geelong rebuild here on AFL 26, and I'm very, very excited because, much like Morgan Freeman, Geelong just get better with age. Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome back to another video on AFL 26. As I said, it's time for Geelong. Season 1 goal, win the Premiership, nothing much more to say than that. In all seriousness, there is not a lot for us to do in Season 1. Obviously, that goes for all of our rebuilds, but Geelong, especially being one of the best teams in the competition, and after the most recent update where is what's-his-face, Bailey Smith finally got a nice attribute boost, this rebuild just got a hell of a lot easier. Because to be perfectly honest, there's a lot of reasons people want to come play for Geelong. Obviously, they've been a very successful team for a very long time. They also, you know, love cotton on, and they like farms. Why wouldn't you want all of your players, or all players, to come down, play for Geelong for all of those reasons? We're going to put Connor O'Sullivan at centre half back. He's going to be a crucial part of this rebuild, a good young player to build around. We've got the competition's best young player in Sean Manor. Is it Sean Manor? Yes, it is. 28 years of age in real life. Best young player in the competition, apparently. If you get the reference, you get the reference. But in all seriousness, Geelong are a very, very good team, and there's not really a lot for me to do in this rebuild, just fine-tune certain points of this lineup. I'm going to try and keep it as realistic as real life, but also throw a little bit of fun in there. We'll see what I can come up with. So we've got Zach Guthrie in a back pocket with Colin Dasney at fullback, Blixarves in the other back pocket, Jack Bowes, Connor O'Sullivan, Tom Stewart across the halfback line. Tom Stewart could probably play forever if he wanted to. Max Holmes on a wing, Ollie Dempsey, Sean Manor, Bailey Smith, Dangerfield. He's the captain. He's a very good captain. Sam De Koning in the ruck, Brad Close, Shannon Neal, Jack Martin, Grind Myers in that forward pocket. I might just switch those two around. Jezza at full forward, Tyson Stengel in the other forward pocket with Reece Stanley as the backup ruck, Tommy Atkins, Ollie Henry, Jai Clark, and Lawson Humphreys as the sub. Guys like, I'm just trying to find an example here. Not Mark O'Connor, that's not who I was thinking out, but guys like Jed Buse, Cam Guthrie, Mitch Duncan, a lot of these older players I am going to be phasing out. Not your older players like your Dangerfields and your Jeremy Camerons and players of that ilk, you know, that are still quality. Just sort of those guys that are maybe a little bit of a step below. Reece Stanley's another one that I'm going to be looking to replace. They can go join the farms and coach. That can be their role up and coming. I don't know. I'm too many farms jokes already in this video. We lose in preseason, funnily enough, to the Gold Coast Suns, and we've also got opening round at the Gabba. We have to go interstate. Hopefully we can get the job done, and we do. We win our first game of the season by 6 points. An excellent job. Grind Myers with the 2. Bailey Smith with the 37 disposals was very, very good as well. Let's go through the first season of this rebuild, and hopefully we don't go too poorly. Well, it's been a good first season simulation-wise. We won 21 games, we lost 2. Hawthorn were at the top of the ladder for quite a while, then lost their final 3 games of the year. The Suns are up there, Collingwood, GWS, Carlton. Weird that Carlton's doing well. It's a bit strange, a bit unsettling to be honest. The Crows have dropped down a little bit compared to real life, but the ladder for the most part, not too bad. But we've now got to deal with Collingwood in a qualifying final. We've done very well so far. We actually lose our first game in a long time up against the Magpies. Bobby Hill with the 3 votes, kicked 7 goals. Wow. But I'm not really too concerned with the outcome of this first season. We'll just keep the lineup as we have done for the entire year. We win our semi. We don't go out in straight sets, which is lovely. Shannon Neal kicks 5. Bailey Smith has been dominating this season so far. He's kicked like 40-something goals and needs to be close to that at least. Prelim final, Suns versus Geelong. The Suns did beat us in what's it called, pre-season, but I'm not really too concerned about a pre-season result. We win by 78 points, go through to the grand final. Ollie Dempsey with the 3 votes, 41 disposals and 3 goals is very, very good. And now it is a Collingwood-Geelong grand final, which it probably will be in real life. We'll just have to wait and see how the finals play out. We'll keep the lineup exactly the same. No need to change anything. And we lose at the final hurdle, unfortunately. Collingwood too good. They win by 33 points, and Bobby Hill gets his second Norm Smith medal. Connor Nash wins his first Brownlow medal, 35 Brownlow medal votes for him. Paddy Dangerfield with the 30 ends up in second. McCluggage in third. Jai Newcomb in fourth. Any other Geelong players? Bailey Smith. I'm so surprised he's down as low as he is, but he was awesome this year. If we have a look at his stats, 28 matches for his career. That doesn't seem right, but we'll play on. We'll play on. Tim Embry's a Coleman medalist. That's weird. He's still got his correct career stats, which is weird, but I don't know why Bailey Smith's like that. Anyway, Taylor Walker with the 39 goals in second. Turner in third, along with Kyle Langford. Darcy only on... Actually, there's a lot of people tied for 38. But as you can see here, Bailey Smith and Shannon Neal tied first for our leading goal kickers, with Tyson Stengel not far behind. And then Murphy Reid obviously wins the Rising Star Award. Dangerfield makes it as an All-Australian. I believe he is the only one, which is probably a little bit harsh to him and the rest of our team, to be perfectly honest. But if we have a look at the season stats just for our team, Shannon Neal did lead the goal kicking for the season. 48 goals, 63. Bailey Smith, 40 goals, 930 disposals. Played every game, was exceptional. Tyson Stengel was very good as well. Inaccuracy is still a thing in the simulation. I don't know how to get around it. It's just a thing that exists apparently. Ollie Dempsey, Holmes, Brian Myers, a lot of really good players this season. Dangerfield was really good as well. Obviously, came second in the Brownlow. But it's now time to address all of our uncontracted players. We've got about $2 million on the books, 11 players out of contract. I'm quite happy to let go of Reece Stanley, let go of Mitch Duncan, Jed Hughes, all these older players. I don't think any of these players that are also probably not as good have a great deal of potential. Like Ollie Wiltshire doesn't have a great deal of potential. Neither does Mitch Nevitt. So I'm quite happy to let these players go, which is fine. So we're not going to lose anybody, that's currently or that is contracted for the next season, which is handy. But we do have a lot of expiring contracts for 2026. Dangerfield obviously is a major one. Blake Sarves is a major one. Just something to keep an eye on. Jai Clark, another player that we need to keep an eye on as well. And the number one free agent this year is Libba. I'm not going to sign Libba. Obviously, Dane Zorko is another. And I'm not just going to sign players willy-nilly. I'm just going to try and sign players that would make sense in a Geelong system and would make sense that players want to leave their current situation. So somebody like a Jamie Elliott, who hasn't re-signed with Collingwood just yet and has expressed frustration with a lack of a new deal, might be someone that we look to, depending on. I haven't decided yet. I'll have a look around, see what we can come up with. I've taken a punt on 2 free agents this season, and it is James Worpel and Jamie Elliott in the end. Worpel we signed to a 3-year deal. Elliott we signed to a 2-year deal. Elliott got a little bit more money, but Worpel's money is obviously spread out over a longer period of time. Now we've got to get through to the trade period, get some money off of the books to try and balance things out a little bit, because we've still got to get some players in through the draft. I don't anticipate that we'll probably use our first round pick. I'm guessing that we'll probably trade it, but we'll just have to wait and see what we can find, because I think one of our main things that we do need is we need a really good sort of key defender. I think that is thing number one, because as good as Connor O'Sullivan is, he's still very young, and Colin Jasny is fine, but he's obviously getting up there in age. How old is he now? He was the 2013 draft, so yeah, getting up there in age. The other thing would probably be like our second key forward. Now, I do like Shannon Neal. In game, he's probably not as good as he is in real life. We've locked up our small forwards. Our midfield is fine, doesn't need to be touched. We've got obviously Sam De Koning in the rucks. I think key defender, key forward, we're going to be fine going forward. Pun not intended. In an early notification in free agency, Oscar Allen has signed with St Kilda, so didn't go to Brisbane in the end, but West Coast get pick 21 as compensation. And we've already been proposed a trade. It is Jack Bowes and pick 37 in exchange for pick 52 and pick 3. I don't actually hate the deal, I will be perfectly honest. I'm quite happy to take Carlton's first round pick. So let's put that through. They proposed the deal. How can they not be happy with it? I don't understand. That's so dumb by the AI. I absolutely hate that. Anyway, let's have a look at the national draft. Is there anybody that's super fantastic at the top of the draft? There is Nolan Cowdery, who we'd have to trade up a significant amount to get. Obviously, we had the 17th pick in the first round. I don't think he's worth adding. I mean, this isn't going to be a long rebuild, I'm guessing, because Geelong's already very good. So I don't think he's going to be worth trading up to the first round to get him, the first pick, to get him at the top of the draft. So as I said, we're probably going to trade our first round pick. I'm just not sure what for yet. We'll have to wait and see. And our trade period was fairly straightforward as well. Our first deal was actually with the Adelaide Crows. We pick up Mark Keane for our first round pick. We send, I think it's Jay Polkinghorne, Jacob Mollier, and Brad Close, 3 South Australians, heading back to the Crows. We pick up an Irishman. We all know that Geelong does love an Irishman, so he's going to fit in perfectly at centre-half back for us. Our next deal was actually with North Melbourne. We did 2 deals with North Melbourne. We sent Reece Stanley and Mitch Duncan, who were both out of contract, over to North for pick 28. We then do a similar deal with St Kilda. We send Cam Guthrie and I think it's Josh Henry, I'm not 100% sure, along with pick 37 and pick 56 for pick 21, which now has been forwarded to North Melbourne in a second deal, which was for Nick Larkey. We did go for a couple of different key forwards, Cadman Curnow, Harry Mackay. We just couldn't get deals done, unfortunately. So we ended up getting pick 21, which was from St Kilda. We then send back North Melbourne's pick 28 along with Mitch Nevitt and Claire Hesse. We pick up Nick Larkey, who's going to be playing at full forward. We're probably going to push Jezza a bit further up the ground. And then this last deal was just to get a future second rounder from the Swans. Overall, I haven't really done a lot with the roster for this upcoming season. We've mainly gone for experience. We've kept our first round pick for next season as well, which would be extremely handy. And we've still got a few players. Actually, we've only got one player left who is out of contract, and we are not going to bring him back. So I'm sorry, Patrick. This is really hard to say on the side. Retschko? Sure. I'm sorry, Patrick. We're not going to bring you back. He's the only one left that hasn't signed a new deal. Let's go through to the draft. Carlton have actually come back in for Jack Bowes, and they proposed a trade offer, and we accepted it. We get pick 33 in this year's draft, and they also give us their future second rounder. So if we ended up doing another season, we at least get a second rounder, which could be of use for us next season. Calamachi has signed with Melbourne as a free agent. Brisbane pick up pick 29 as compensation. Dylan Moore has been traded to the Adelaide Crows for pick 12. Connor McDonald's also been traded to Brisbane for pick 28 and pick 27. Petruccelli has signed with Richmond. West Coast again get a bit of compensation. Sam Walsh has been traded to St Kilda for pick 2. Jack Buckley has been traded from the Giants to the Bulldogs for pick 26. That's quite the bargain. Josh Weddle has been traded to the Swans from Hawthorn, I should say, for an unused draft pick and pick 10. Ben Hobbs is off to GWS. Lockie Fogarty to Essendon. And Corey Wagner off to GWS for a future second. We've got a bit to do in the draft. We've got 9 players to draft. Our pick is coming up at pick 33. I have no idea who I'm going to draft. I did not intend on drafting anybody of note. So I'm just going to draft best player available, and that is Selwood. Funnily enough, coming back to Geelong. Not that Michael Selwood ever played for Geelong, it's just that it's a very famous name in Geelong lore, obviously. Pick 61, we are up next, and this is where it starts to get a little bit dry. So best player available, again, is just the best mature age option here. And with the off-season done, we just got to try and win the Premiership again next season. Obviously, we lost in the grand final in the simulation. Had we played the grand final, that probably would have been a different story, at least hopefully. We actually get belted by North Melbourne in pre-season, which is actually quite funny. Harry Sheasel with the 3 votes did very, very well. 43 disposals and 3 goals. We're actually a lot better on paper compared to last season. We don't have a game in opening round, so we can just go straight through to round 1. We're playing the Gold Coast Suns at home, and this is the 22 I have put together for this season. We've got Zach Guthrie, Connor O'Sullivan, Tommy Atkins, Blixarves. Might just swap those two around, actually. Blixarves probably shouldn't be playing off of half-back. Getting close to 300 games also, Blixarves. Mark Keane at centre-half-back. New addition to the side, Tommy Stewart. Max Holmes. Tommy Stewart's actually playing his 200th today. Max Holmes on a wing. James Warple. Ollie Dempsey on the other wing. Bailey Smith. Dangerfield. Sam De Koning in the ruck. Brian Myers. Jeremy Cameron. Jamie Elliott. Tyson Stengel. With Nick Larkey at full forward, and then Shannon Neal just sitting in a forward pocket. We've got Toby Conway as our backup ruck. Don't expect him to play a lot, but he's just there, along with Ollie Henry on the bench, Jack Martin, Tanner Bruin, and Sean Manor as the sub. And let's see how we go. Round 1 up against the Suns. We win by a point. That is the kind of luck that we need to make the grand final. Bailey Smith with the 42 disposals. Didn't get best on. That went to Matt Rao, who had 37 disposals, but Jed Walter did kick 6. So something to keep an eye on. Maybe we're getting more bags of big goals. Did he kick straight? 6 goals, 4. So no, but better. Not quite as dominant in the home and away season this year, but still very, very good. Finished 19-4, top of the ladder once again. The Doggies in second. Freo in third, Brisbane in fourth. So we're going to take on the Lions at home in a qualifying final. It's actually at the Alphabet Stadium, which is quite funny considering we never play finals down in Geelong. Hopefully this lineup will get the job done. Let's get a nice win over the Lions. We win by 82 points in the end. Bailey Smith Didn't have as good a season this season as he did last year, but still very, very good. And we've got a prelim final again at GMHBA. Hopefully we can get a decent opponent. And it's the Doggies, who second on the ladder. Very, very tough. Tom Liberatore leading the competition in disposals, funnily enough. Logan Morris looks like he won the Coleman medal. Very good effort from the third-year player, I believe. We get the job done over the Doggies. So it's going to be back-to-back grand finals. Tom Stewart with the best on, even though Warple had 44 disposals and 3 goals. And it's going to be the Lions waiting for us in the grand final. 4th versus 1st. We actually are not going to get our last objective done today, which is the win 3 interstate games, which is quite funny. We only won 2 out of 3, which is unfortunate, so we miss out on 150 grand there. But we've got a grand final to play, and this team has been very, very good. Hopefully we can get the job done, because I don't really feel like doing another season. But this season, this rebuild entirely, in fact, there wasn't a lot that had to be done. As we know, Geelong are very, very powerful in real life. And yeah, not a lot for us to do here. This lineup has been really, really good. Let's finish strong, have a good grand final up against the Brisbane Lions. Let's take down those quarter lengths to 2.5 minutes. I don't really want to be doing 10-minute quarters as per usual. And for the Guernseys, let's do something fun. We're going retro with it for the grand final, the Cats and the Lions. Let's go. And it's a glorious day here at the MCG. Not a cloud in the sky. 10-kilometre winds though, so that is something that we do need to keep in mind. Lachie Neale, Charlie Cameron, all the veterans on the Brisbane Lions, and some of the new brigade coming through. The Ashcroft boys, the McCluggages, the Logan Morrises. They're all here. Jasper Fletcher's another one. Let's see if the Lions can get it done for today. Or are the Geelong Cats of old going to win another premiership? And as the Cats come up the race, will Chris Scott cement himself as one of the greatest coaches in AFL history with a win in today's grand final? Wearing their original strip, the Cats of old have got a big task on their hands this season, or in this game I should say. Brisbane have won a premiership more recently. They won in 2024. The Cats last won in 2022. So definitely capable, still in their premiership window, as it feels like it has been for the last 15 years. Wonderfully done, Fags and Neale, Dangerfield and Scott. The Lions are going to call heads on the toss. We've actually won the toss this time around. Let's kick to the right of screen. And let's kick in that hype music. And let's dominate this grand final from start to finish. I want to see Jeremy Cameron unleash some tinnies and celebrate in style. Ball down the line from Lachie Neale. And McDonald only arrived at the Lions this past season. Traded away from Hawthorn. Gets the first through for the Lions. We get holding the ball middle of the ground. Dangerfield sends it down the line. We get the mark via Shannon Neale. We've got players streaming over the top. Gonna end up in the hands of Brian Myers. Looking for his first of the day. Geelong's first as well. Guides it very nicely with the breeze. Scores tied. Bailey Smith getting amongst it here. Handball forward to Dangerfield. Superstars combining. Dempsey to the pocket. Larky takes the mark. But the wind is not going to be favourable from this angle. And, oh, we've turned the ball over. Really, really sloppy there. The Big O takes it at fullback. We probably should have just taken the mark or taken the set shot with Larky. He's the full forward. We traded for him. He's the man who we paying the big bucks. So we've got to expect him to kick those goals as Dangerfield can't take the mark on Lachie Neale. Ball now entering Geelong's forward 50, or Brisbane's forward 50, I should say. And Levi Ashcroft going to have to be taking a thumping kick from here to get it through. Obviously, the wind is going to be in his back. Going to go through on the goal line. It's a rush behind. Clearing ball by Tommy Stewart out of fullback. Good fist on the ball. But now Geelong got to defend well here. Need a mark. Blixarv stands under it, does a good job. Just got to find some targets here, not just kick and hope. Atkins and Ashcroft. Ball goes to ground. Little ball inside. Not good enough. Good tackle once again on Will Ashcroft this time around. Tommy Atkins looking down the line. We got numbers here. Okay, we take the mark. Cameron's over the top by himself, but we go deeper towards Larky. Just did not kick to his advantage there. Bailey Smith with the intercept mark. And we are going to take the kick with possibly the most controversial figure in the AFL at this point in time. Siren goes for quarter time. Sneaks in for a behind, and we've got a tie game. Been an interesting start so far. I've not really liked what I've seen. I'm hoping we can get a little bit better towards the rest of the game. Good tackle, middle of the ground. We handball it into De Koning's back. One more over the top. Dangerfield. Long ball gets wrapped up before he can kick it. But Brisbane play on quickly. Probably not to their advantage. Probably should have taken their time a little bit more. Smith now standing under it. Has a few to deal with. Big fly from behind. I think that was Harris Andrews. Get a good fist on it. Handball over the top. Dempsey gets wrapped up by 3. We got another ball up. Dangerfield, another tackle in the middle of the ground. Larky down at full forward, takes this one. You got to go back and kick it. The wind is to your advantage. We just got to kick it straight. And the wind will take it. Usually goes right to left, but the wind will just counteract that. Take it back to the right. That's good enough. I think a few of the player animations have been changed in between updates, so I might have to have a look at that. I'm not sure why they would have changed, but I know that during some of my testing that I did in my Port Adelaide video, my most recent one, a few of the Port players did have the AFLW animations. As Levi Ashcroft this time going to be having a shot from outside 50. It's another behind to him. Zach Guthrie clears it now. Jeremy Cameron yet to make an impact on this game, obviously playing further up the ground. De Koning sitting under it. Tom Duday, big fly from behind. Handball over the top. One more little kick. That's not good enough. We need a good bounce here if we can get it from Brian Myers. We can't in the end. But the game now an even goal lead for us. Dunkley now in the back pocket for Brisbane. Brain kicks it down the line. Now with the Big O once again. Back to Dunkley. Max Holmes, good hands on Torrent. Too big and strong. Now we've got Jamie Elliott. Hasn't seen a lot of it today. Ball goes to ground. I didn't mean to play on. That was a complete fumble on my behalf. And Brisbane might be out here. Charlie Cameron getting amongst it early. God, we need a fist if we can get it. But Hugh McCluggage got to be kicking from outside 50. The wind is not going to be to his advantage. It's going to be a very, very tough kick from here. Starts it wide. Punched through. No, not punched through for a rush behind, but the siren goes, luckily. So Brisbane does not get a goal in that quarter. We get one. Very, very lucky. Brisbane dominating the ball early. Myers and Larky hitting the scoreboard for us. Pretty sloppy from both teams so far, but we're still holding a lead, which is important. Second half now underway. De Koning can't get that first hit out of the second half. Neale sends it forward, only as far as Mark Keane though. Irishman's been quiet today. Haven't really needed him a great deal. Tyson Stengel, the third man up, does a good job. Sends it long. Dangerfield. Duday. I don't know if Duday and Dangerfield were ever on the Crows at the same time, but Patrick Dangerfield obviously played for the Crows for a long time. but cementing himself as a Geelong legend with a premiership as captain would certainly go on his Hall of Fame resume as he puts through his first and Geelong's of the second half. Bailey Smith sending it forward towards Dangerfield. Long ball from the centre square. Larkey takes it in the goal square. And this has been a positive start to the second half. Now a 12-point game. Larkey just killing a bit of time. Running in towards goal. Does well. And now it is a 3-goal lead to the Cats. Brisbane not giving up just yet. Now with Darcy Wilmot at halfback. Lance Morris, the Coleman medalist. Or Logan Morris, I should say, not Lance Morris. Looking for, I think that's Lockie Neal down the line, but Dangerfield stands under it, does a fantastic job. Jezza takes a good mark. Let's even get him a few snags in the second half. Well done, Nick Larkey. And potentially a third on his way. I don't think this will be as good a kick. Obviously one of the best kicks in the competition in front of goal. But this one is going to be an absolute stinker. Although, it was swinging back through for a behind. Tommy Stewart intercepts in front of... Oh, okay. Sure, that's not what I wanted. I was trying to hit up Jamie Elliott. But we'll take it. Nick Larkey's going to miss another shot in front of goal. And with this long set shot routine, he's just killing all the time in the world in the third quarter. And it's another behind. Now a 20-point lead. The Big O in the back pocket once again. 23 gone in the third. Looking down the line, there's Jamie Elliott. We could have a barrel, which I think is what I'm going to do. And I'm glad I did, because we wouldn't have had time to find a target inside our forward 50. But this kick is literally have to be perfect, because the wind is pushing very heavily to the left-hand side. For just his second kick of the day, it's an absolute stinker. Doesn't even make it. Both the coaches have given their final address heading into the final quarter. De Koning. Can't knock it down. We actually get it back via Dangerfield. Good tackle. But now back in the hands of Brisbane. Good tackle. The tackling in this game has been incredible so far. Guthrie sitting under it. And stands up strong. Takes a good mark. Kicks it short. Finds Keane. Just trying to kill a bit of time here with some of these shorter possessions. Now with Ollie Dempsey. Hasn't seen a lot of it today. We haven't seen a goal from Jeremy Cameron. That is also one of my objectives for the rest of the game, other than just trying to maintain possession. Dempsey gets it back. Cameron's down the line. Stengel can't take the mark. Cameron is down there. Lays the tackle. Actually, it's Stengel that lays the tackle. I guess we'll have a set shot. I was going to try and get a kick to, what's his face? Jeremy Cameron, but I didn't think I was going to be able to with the distance. As Stengel puts through his first, it's a 26-point game, and you'd think Geelong are home from here. And I'm not sure if this is the case with the most recent update, but I think they've included dynamic weather, because the time of day has absolutely changed. But as you can see with the stadium shadowing of the MCG as the game has gone on has absolutely changed. So I'm not sure if that's the thing that's recently been added, but it is something that I've definitely just noticed for the first time, unless it's been here since the start of the game's release. Charlie Cameron sends it forward for the Lions. Blixarves collects the ball. Let's send it down the line. Larkey standing under it. De Koning's forward. Cameron's on the move. God, he needs to take this. He's got two to deal with. He's got it. Now, this is going to be tough for the lefty. Hopefully, it's going to be just good enough outside that left goal post. Jeremy Cameron. Not bad. But we don't get a mark on the goal line. De Koning was down there. Through for a rush behind. One last chance for a tinny celebration. Cameron takes the mark on the siren. Are we going to get a tinny? I hope we get a tinny. Surely. To extend the margin out to 33 points. There's your tinny. And with that, Geelong have won the 2026 AFL Premiership. Fantastic work by us. Not that there was really a lot of work to be done. The foundation at Geelong has really been set for many, many years. And they've got another premiership to add to their collection. I believe that's number 6 of the 21st century, I believe. I could be mistaken. It could be number 5. It is number 5. I've just remembered correctly. And the presentations are now here. Let's see how we go. Who's going to win Norm? Nick Larkey was really, really good early. And that is exactly who it goes to. 2 goals for him. Was very, very good. Got his Premiership medal as well. And he's very, very happy. Not the first forward to cross from North Melbourne to Geelong and achieve success. And the moment you've all been waiting for, the rise of that Premiership Cup. It's going to be an absolute madness down in the streets of Geelong for the next 4 to 6 business days. Not really sure what happened with the PA towards the end of that game. It was very, very strange. The song was playing twice and sort of overlapping each other. A little bit weird. Libba wins the Brownlow medal this season, joins his dad in winning it. I believe that would be the only father-son duo to win a Brownlow medal. I'm not 100% certain on that. Logan Morris wins the Coleman medal, a very, very good start to his career. Harry Mackay in second. And then Docking got the Rising Star Award. Not that we really drafted anybody of significance. Did we get any All-Australians? Jeremy Cameron made it. And that was it. So only the one All-Australian for us. Statistics for the team. Let's have a quick scout. 42 goals for Jeremy Cameron. Actually led the way for the team. Nick Larkey in second. 80 behinds for Nick Larkey. Hard to kick 80 behinds in a year. Tyson Stengel with the 34. Tommy Stewart with the 33 goals. Really pushing forward in his old age. Max Holmes, Bailey Smith once again wasn't as dominant, but was still very good. Dangerfield was good. And a smattering of others got a lot of the ball, kicked a lot of goals. AFL Fantasy doesn't actually show who got the most AFL Fantasy points. That is weird, but a little quirk in the game. But I'm very, very glad I don't have to do another season, I will be perfectly honest, because there are a lot of players out of contract. And a lot of them are some of our sort of better players. You know, your Dangerfields, your Blixarves, your Sean Manners, your Jack Martins. So I'm very, very glad I do not have to make those decisions. But very, very good rebuild. A little quick one, as expected. And if you want to see your team done next, I think there's only 5 teams left to go. I'm going to do Port Adelaide last because I'm doing a larger series with them at the moment. So of the remaining 4 teams, I'm going to put a poll up at the end of the video once it is live. But that is basically all you guys have to do. Vote on the poll. Whoever wins gets done next. It's very, very simple. But thank you very much for watching up until this point. Please leave a like, subscribe to the channel if you are new. And until next time, I hope you have a lovely day wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome to everybody's favorite time of the week. It is Rebuild Friday. I'm very keen for this one because not only are we doing the Gold Coast Suns, who was the highest polled team in the poll. They had 33% of the vote amongst the 3 clubs and the open choice. But we're also doing my favorite club in the AFL. And as seen in real life, the Premiership window is very much open. So this one should be a lot quicker than some of the other rebuilds I have done as of late. I hope you're all doing very well. In terms of our objectives, what I have done is I've gone for the middle, I think it's the gold objective, which is avoiding the losing streak. Is basically, let's just go through the season, not lose 3 games in a row, win 4 games at home, and win 7 games interstate, which shouldn't be too difficult because we are interstate basically every second week. And if we have a look at our list for the upcoming 2025 season, I know there's recently been another update in between when I uploaded my last video and this video. So I think some of the contracts have now been updated. So Matt Rowe's extension has now kicked into 27, as is Noah Anderson's and a few other players on the Suns, as well as around the league. So I'm hoping Bontempelli will be one of those players as well. But we're very, very young. We've got a fantastic coach. and a lot of really, really good young players who I can't give game time to all of them. So I'm going to try my best to squeeze every single young player into this lineup, and hopefully we can get something done in this first season and just at least make finals. That's my goal for the first season. My Premiership aspirations will start next year. And I've put together my best 22 for the upcoming season, or my best 23. I've got Will Powell, Charlie Ballard, who's obviously out with an ACL at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how he actually goes this year and whether or not I move him on. But I know he's contracted for a few more seasons before I have to worry about losing him. Bodie Euland, who's obviously very good. John Noble, what a revelation he's been on the Suns this year. Sam Collins, Daniel Rioli. I'm going to try Mac Andrew on a wing. I feel like he's athletic enough to play a bit further up the ground. Obviously, he's been playing as a key back and at times a key forward over the course of his career. But I think him playing on a wing is going to be quite interesting. Noah Anderson might be my favourite player. Leo Lombard, I want to give the youngster a bit of a go. We've got Took Miller, Matt Rao, Jared Witts in the ruck. And then our forward line is one of my favourite forward lines in the AFL. We've got Benny Ainsworth, Jed Walter, the Colonel, Sam Flanders, Benny Long, who's actually been a bit of a surprise packet. He's been very, very good. Ben King, a lot of Bens in this forward line. And Jake the Snake Rogers, one of my favourite players in the AFL. And then we've got Ethan Reid, who's only played a handful of games, but has a lot of potential. Braden Fiorini, I believe he's a free agent at season's end, so I'm going to give him the rest of the season, then we'll see what comes of it. Will Graham, another youngster. Bailey Humphrey, another youngster. And then this one's purely for sentimental reasons. We're going to have David Swallow as the sub to open the year. I don't know if he's going to make it past this year, but we'll wait and see what happens. Our preseason game, we get absolutely belted by Collingwood, which is a bit of a shame. Tuk does quite well though. 31 disposals and 3 goals. Not an ideal start to preseason, but hopefully our opening in the home and away season will be a little bit better. We'll keep everything unchanged for now. I don't see a reason to change anything, obviously barring injury. But I mean, injuries are off right now, so you would think that would be perfectly healthy. We beat Essendon by 2 points to open the year. Really a back and forth game. 5 goals to 3 in the final quarter to our advantage. Fantastic work. King and Flanders both kick 3. Matt Rao gets 40 disposals. I like where we're at. But now it's time to move forward in the rebuild. I am a little bit nervous because I just want to make finals in this first year. 2026 is going to be the year of the Gold Coast Suns, assuming we don't win the Premiership this year. But even if we do, we're still going to continue until we win a Premiership. John Newcomb is your Brownlow medalist for the 2025 season with 36 votes. Did very, very well. Matt Rao and Took Miller finished tied for the most votes for us with 17 apiece. And Charlie Curnow and the Texan won the Coleman this year with 40 goals, joint at the top of the list. No Suns, which is not a good sign. Rising Star, we did not have anybody on that list. And in terms of the All-Australian side, no Suns, I believe, this year. This year was an unmitigated disaster. If we have a quick look at the ladder, we lost like 7 of our last 10 games. It was absolutely awful. We may have even lost more than that. But we finished in 14th, which obviously we missed finals, but we also have a top 5 draft pick. Brisbane finished on top of the ladder. I don't know who won the Premiership. We'll have a quick scout of that. Sydney beat Hawthorn in the grand final, a repeat of 2012. The Swans finally get a Premiership after all of those Premiership losses. Callum Mills has 43 disposals, doesn't get Norm Smith. Rowbottom gets it, 34 disposals and 2 goals. Was very, very good. Well done to the Swans for this year. But if we have a look at the stats league-wide, John Newcomb actually led the goal kicking on the year, which was quite funny. In terms of the poor accuracy in front of goal, Treacy, 95 behind. Ben King, not far behind on 84. But as it relates to the Gold Coast Suns, King led the goal kicking with 30 goals, as we know. Rao, not too far behind with 28. Walter, 27. Took Miller, 23. And in terms of the disposals, Took Miller did very, very well. But free agency is open. We need to have a look at our contract situation first, because I have no idea who's out of contract that I would potentially want to bring back. And after going over it with a fine-tooth comb, I don't think I'm going to bring anybody back that is currently uncontracted. We've got 13 roster spots open and about $2.8 million to spend. So I'm going to attack free agency, see who's there, and hopefully nothing terrible happens in the meantime in terms of losing players that we potentially wouldn't want to lose. And I will make a few roster decisions in terms of contract extensions going forward into the upcoming year. And in free agency, we have an early mover already. Oscar Allen has signed with St Kilda. West Coast get pick 22. Calamachi, who used to play for us way back in the day, has now signed with Melbourne after he left Brisbane. Brisbane get pick 35 in compensation. Darcy Tucker is signed with Richmond. North get pick 40. And then Jack Buckley has been traded to the Sydney Swans in exchange for pick 57 and pick 18. We've been proposed a trade in the trade period. I haven't actually done any trades just yet. And it is Berry in exchange for pick 52. Now, I think we can do a little bit better than that. Berry is not a player, I think it's Tom Berry's his name, is not a player that is going to be on my radar heading forward, and he's not going to be a primary player on my for my plans at least. So if we can throw in someone like a Zach Evans as well, would the Giants give us pick 32? They say it's a little bit under. We'll throw Eastham in as well. They still say we're under. I don't think that pick 53 is really going to do much for us, so I do want to move up in the draft if possible. My last offer is to throw in Butterick and Graham into this deal. If this doesn't work out, I'm just going to ignore the trade and do my own business in the trade period. They still say it's under, so that's fine. We will leave the Giants. There is no need for us to do that trade. I actually didn't do any business in free agency. There really wasn't anybody that was, particularly of interest to me. So I just let all of my free agents walk. I may use them in trades if I do need to have a little bit of ammunition in the background, but I will do some business in the trade market. My main thing that I am looking for is another good key defender. I think as much as good as Sam Collins is, and obviously we have Mac Andrew and Charlie Ballard, Collins is getting a little bit older. Ballard, obviously coming off the ACL, and Mac Andrew, I'm not even sure if that's his permanent position, so we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. But I would like another key forward. I think our midfield is fine. Key defender. I don't think our midfield needs to be touched. It would really just be adding sort of complementary pieces. And then maybe, Jared Witt's getting a bit older as well. We'll see what... I know he's out of contract, so depending on how much money he's after, I'd like to give more opportunities to Ethan Reid, so like a backup ruck, and then just sort of adding as much talent to this roster as I can, as purely in the form of complementary pieces, because we have got a Premiership core on this list already. We just need to add good stuff to it and then win a grand final in the future. My trade period is now done, as well as picking up a few free agents late in the piece. But let's head to our trade period. We made 6 trades in all, and I'm actually going to start at the bottom of the list. Chronologically, our last trade, but our first trade that I will be displaying today is Caleb Graham off to St Kilda for a 5th round pick in this year's draft, 55 overall, as well as a future 5th round pick. We then sent Jepson, Jeffrey Holman, and pick 41 off to the Swans in exchange for their 2nd rounder, which is pick 33. We then sent Zach Evans, Eastham, Johnston, and Connor Butterick off to Richmond in exchange for their 3rd rounder. We then revisited the Tom Berry trade with the Giants, but we threw in Himmelberg, whose brother obviously plays for the Giants, Goulburn, and Lewis, who we picked up in the mid-season draft for their 2nd rounder in this year's draft actually is pick 28. Now, this one may seem a little controversial, but I've got good reasoning behind it. We have traded for Will Ashcroft. Now, you're probably thinking, in a million years, Brisbane would never let go of Will Ashcroft, and you're obviously very right. But this is a video game, and we're all about having fun. But anyway, Will Ashcroft's dad, whose first name I've suddenly blanked on, he used to play for Brisbane, played 300 games, 3 premierships, yada yada, was born and raised on the Gold Coast. Now, had he been, obviously played nowadays, he would be a Gold Coast Academy signing, but not the case. Will Ashcroft obviously got father-son to Brisbane, and we have sent pick 5, which was our first round pick. We've also sent Will Graham, who is one of our academy players, so he's going to move over to Brisbane, just, short little drive. And then Sam Clohessy, who we picked up a few seasons ago, off to Brisbane. We get Will Ashcroft in return. I tried to get Levi as well, but it couldn't work out, unfortunately. And then lastly, the key defender that we wanted to pick up, we've gotten Jake Lever. Now, I think he's going to play in tandem with Charlie Ballard, with Sam Collins, Mac Andrew. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with him, but obviously he's going to stay for the entirety of the rebuild. And we just threw in pieces that I think, Bailey Humphrey, between him, we've got the likes of Flanders, we've got the likes of Jake Rogers. They're all sort of this similar kind of player, and we really only need a couple of those. So I decided that he was probably the most expendable, even though I do really like him. But we've also thrown in Fiorini and Sexton, who were free agents, and pick 21 in this draft, who it looks like Melbourne have on-forwarded to Adelaide. We'll have a look at that in a minute. On top of our trade business, we've also done some business in free agency. We only did a couple, but my logic in this was, let's just sign a bunch of old guys and add some veteran leadership, premiership experience, I think bar one player. And the first of which is Toddy Goldstein. You can see down the bottom down there, the reason I'm sitting on Ned Moyle is I don't want to spoil the rest of the signings, but we did pick up Todd Goldstein, was a free agent. It's only a 1-year deal. I don't expect him to play, but I just want him to do that little coaching role that he's doing with Essendon at the moment. Obviously played a lot of games for North Melbourne. And while Jared Witts is contracted for 1 more year, I think at the end of that contract, we'll see where he's at in his sort of regression from being a really top tier ruckman. We'll then hand the reins over to Ethan Reid. He can be the number 1 ruck going forward. Next up, we picked up Scott Pendlebury from Collingwood. Now, we've signed him to a 2-year deal. He's obviously a little bit better. Now, you're probably wondering, why have I given a 37-year-old a 2-year deal? To be honest, he wouldn't sign with us without it. But I think he is going to be, again, just a veteran, leadership, premiership experience, got the 2 flags with Collingwood, a Norm Smith medal, was captain for a long time. I don't expect him to play week in and week out, but I think he's just going to provide some good experience, and I think Dimmer would really, really like to have Scott Pendlebury on this team. We then picked up Travis Boak from Port Adelaide, and I honestly, from my Port Adelaide off-season stuff that I've done, I felt a little bit bad getting rid of them, so I wanted to include him in this video, probably in the same boat as Goldstein. Probably not going to play every week, but he is going to be there. And then we picked up Jake Lever, we picked up Will Ashcroft, we may have stolen Dane Zorko from Brisbane. Now, if you don't know the story about Dane Zorko, he was eligible to be signed as a 17-year-old zone selection to the Gold Coast when they first came into the competition, but we never signed him up. And then he returned to what was the Quaffle back then. Played a whole bunch of games, won best and fairest year in and year out. Finally got picked up by Brisbane once we traded his rights to them, I believe. And then he's been awesome for Brisbane ever since. Would he want to come to the Gold Coast? I don't know, but he's here now. And then I think that's it in terms of our free agency business. So we've picked up 6 new players. We've still got 12 players to draft. I don't know how we're going to go money-wise because we're already cutting it quite fine, but I'm sure it will be fine once we rejig a few things. And around the league, we can see that Connor McDonald has been traded to Collingwood from Hawthorn in exchange for pick 14. The Adelaide Crows have traded Mitch Hinge to Melbourne in exchange for pick 45 and pick 21. I believe that was the pick that we sent to Melbourne. Unrestricted free agency, Starcevic has signed with North Melbourne. Brisbane gets some compensation there. Michael Frederick is returning home to South Australia. He has been traded to Port Adelaide for pick 25. Jack Bowes is off to Brisbane in exchange for pick 13 and pick 29. Sam Walsh has been traded to West Coast for pick 2. That's a little strange. Jack Silvani is signed with Richmond. Carlton get pick 35 in compensation. Zach Bailey's been traded to the Western Bulldogs in exchange for a future second-round pick and pick 32. Isaiah Wanganeen-Miller has been traded to Carlton in exchange for a future second-round pick and pick 22. That is an absolute bargain. Josh Weddle's gone to the Crows once again in exchange for pick 8. Lockie Bramble has been traded from the Bulldogs to North Melbourne in exchange for pick 23. And then Ryan Gardner's also been traded to Port Adelaide for a future second round pick. Mitch Lewis has been traded to Melbourne for a bag of chips. Cade Chandler's been traded from Melbourne to West Coast for pick 17. And lastly, Jamara has been traded from the Bulldogs to the West Coast Eagles in exchange for a future first round pick and pick 18. And that brings us to the national draft. There was one player that I was looking at. If we can just quickly see, it was Wenzel. We'll go back to him in a minute. He got picked up with St Kilda's 3rd pick. And as you can see, he is actually from the Allies, so is either from New South Wales or Queensland. He's a very, very good young player, 73 overall, has a ton of potential, but we decided to go in the Will Ashcroft direction instead. We enter the draft at pick 28. Let's see what is available around the national championships. We can see that there is, what's this guy's name? Luke Chen, who is a Victorian, played a little bit in the country championships, has a bit of potential, but there's also some players recommended on my right. Hugo Brown, Nathaniel Reid, and Flynn Kahn. I'll see what their work is all about shortly. So it looks like Hugo Brown is from Western Australia, a little bit worse of a prospect, but has quite good potential. Nathaniel Reid's sort of in the same boat, but doesn't have as good potential, and Flynn Kahn, sort of the same as well. I actually think I'm going to go with Hugo Brown. I think he is going to be a good fit. You know, obviously we've got Cooper Bell, who is a really good young key defender, picked up via our academy. And I also think that, if, one of Ballard or Sam Collins leave in the future, I think that would be a good option. Nathaniel Reid is still here. Bodie Ryan is an option. Who's this here? It's Emmett Murray. Had a really good country championships, actually. We're going to pick him up in the draft. And with our next pick, we're going to be taking Nathaniel Reid. And then I believe we don't actually have too many more picks early on in the draft. We're starting to get a little bit further down the line. Our next pick, we're actually going to be taking Michael Selwood, another young, not small defender, but like a halfback flanker. 77 overall. I just wanted to pick sort of a best player available type option. We do need some more forwards. I just want to see who is in and around. Our next pick is Isaiah Winder, and I believe we've also got back-to-back picks. So I'm just going to pick players with reasonably high overalls now. Joel Trudgeon, you can be the next pick. You can play a few different positions. And then we've got 2 more picks at 58 and 59 to wrap up the draft. We may as well take Bodie Ryan. I know he is sort of in every first-year draft just because he never gets re-signed for whatever reason from Hawthorn. And we're going to be taking Geordie Payne as well, who never gets re-signed from North Melbourne. Now, in the rookie draft, we have 4 players we need to take. We actually have the 3rd pick overall, funnily enough. Let's just go, once again, highest player available. Let's go Ewan McPherson. And we are all done with the draft now. With our last picks, I think we took Hickmott, Oscar Eastland, I think his name is, and a few other players. Now, in terms of Guernsey numbers, this really doesn't matter. We'll give Ashcroft the number 8, as he does wear at Brisbane. And in terms of the other numbers, I'll just try and fit in as best as I can. And this year, I think we're going to aim for the stars a little bit further. Let's finish in the top 6 for this upcoming season. I've got a good amount of faith that we're going to be a lot better. We've definitely strengthened our starting 22, and I think we've added a few depth pieces as well. We also need to win 1 final and win 2 consecutive games. That should be fairly straightforward. Match objectives, as always, are outrageous. And we win our pre-season game fairly comfortably up against St Kilda, a much better result than last pre-season as well. Matty Rao, 44 touches. Benny Ainsworth, 4 goals, 33 disposals. Really positive signs. And our best 22 for this upcoming season, we've got Will Powell in the back pocket, Collins at full back, Bodie Hewland, Dan Rioli, Jake Lever at centre half back, with Dane Zorko at halfback flank. Very, very good. Took Miller on a wing, Noah Anderson, Pendlebury on the other wing. He's 4 games away from the AFL games record. Just something to keep an eye on as well. Will Ashcroft in that roving position. Matty Rao at a ruck rover. Jared Witts in the ruck. Actually, I might switch you around. Actually, no, we'll keep Ethan Reid on the bench for now. Then we've got Ainsworth, Jed Walter, Flanders, Mac Andrew in the forward pocket. I'm deciding to go with 3 tools. I just didn't have anywhere else to put him, so I think he's going to do well in there with Ben King at full forward, and then Jake Rogers as the other forward pocket with Ballard, Reed, Lombard, Noble as the sub with Emmett Murray, who we picked up in the draft, on the bench as well. And then our round 1 game is Geelong in Geelong. Let's see how we go. We lose by 4. We're up by 20, sort of halfway through the second quarter, and managed to blow it away. Bailey Smith gets the best on ground. A little bit of a disappointing performance. Well, now we've got the Q Clash in round 2. We've got to do the Q Clash. Hopefully, we can get the win in this one. How do we go? We belt them by 89 points. Collins gets best on. Actually, King gets best on. Collins with the 2 votes. Pendlebury with the 1. Anderson gets the most disposals. Was very, very good. Ashcroft wasn't too far behind. King and Pendlebury kick 4 apiece. Let's meet up in the finals in 2026. We shouldn't be too far away from finishing in the top 8. I'm hopeful that'll happen this year. And a much better home and away season this time around. We've finished in the top 3, which was very, very good. But our qualifying final is away from home. It will be against Collingwood at the MCG. We actually had the best defense in the AFL this season, which was really, really good. We had the best percentage as well. We just lost a few too many games to finish on top of the ladder. Let's just go straight into this game. Same lineup. We haven't changed it all year. Hopefully we can get the win up against Collingwood. We do! By 3 points. We just get over the line in the end. 5 goals apiece in the final quarter, but we were just too good. Maynard actually gets best on ground with Zorko, and I didn't even see who the other player was Matt Rao with the 1 vote. Rao, 36 disposals, was incredible. And we also achieved, I should say, we won the 2 games in a row, we've won a final, and we did finish in the top 6. So we've done very, very well this upcoming year. Who's waiting for us in the prelim? It is the Sydney Swans, who finished down in 5th. Let's just go through this one once again. Same lineup. Simulate. We win by a point. Goodness gracious me. The Suns have made the grand final for the first time in the first year that they've made finals. This is absolutely outrageous. Chad Warner, 35 disposals and 3 goals, was best on. We just cannot get a player best on ground in these finals. And oh my god, it's Freo in the grand final once again. It wouldn't be it wouldn't be one of these rebuilds if Freo weren't in the grand final. This is absolutely crazy. We're going to schedule our travel for our interstate game, I should say. I am going to change the time on the game because we do not need to be playing 2.5 minute, or we don't need to be playing 10-minute quarters, I should say. Select the lineup. Once again, nothing is going to change. There is no reason for us to change anything. It's 3rd versus 4th on the ladder, and I am very, very keen for this one. I don't think we should change the uniform. I don't really see a reason to. We could go with that one. We could go with the pink. I think we'll just leave it. There's no reason to change it at this point. 2026 Grand Final. This might be one of my quickest rebuilds ever. And it's a terrible day on Grand Final day. There is rain. It's 39-kilometer winds. What's Brian Taylor got to say about this?
Absolutely pissing down here with the team.
But anyway, we're coming out. They've still got the flamethrowers out here on the MCG in spite of this terrible weather. We're making finals for the first time in 2026, and we've made the grand final on first time of asking. I can't wait for this grand final. And as we come through the banner, Noah Anderson, one of the best young midfielders in the competition, leads us through. And have a look at us. We're beautiful in that sort of red kit. Not a lot of gold, not a lot of blue, but just all red. Scotty Pendlebury on the bench. A chance at a 3rd premiership for him today. Will Ashcroft looking to get his 2nd premiership as well. And out come Freo. They've won quite a few premierships in this series so far. I don't know how many flags Freo have won at this point. I've lost track. But they've been so good throughout this series. Nat Five, who's recently retired in real life. Well, he's announced his retirement, I should say, at season's end. Hopefully, I mean, for Frio's sake, they can get it done today, but obviously, we want to get it done for ourselves. Inspirational stuff. Dimmer is ready for the grand final. And we have the toss of the coin. The toss could be crucial here. There's a big wind going to the left of screen. And we've won the toss. Let's kick with the wind. And what a decent start we need for this grand final. Wits can't win it out of the middle. Handball forward by Ashcroft. Can't get it forward enough. Now Freo chasing the... I don't know what I'm trying to say. That's all good. Sorko's got it. All right, let's play on short. Looking wide to Pendlebury, the 450-700 gamer. I don't know how many games he's played up until this point. Benny King takes it in the Dukes. I want to get a little bit closer to goal because the wind is not friendly. And Ainsworth takes the mark in front of goal, almost directly in front of goal. Let's see how impactful this wind is. It's got a lot of breeze. And we kick our first. Let's get that second goal as quickly as we got our first. Just rushing the ball a little bit forward. But it works out okay. Zorko, let's play on. A little bit too close to the man on the mark. Swikowski tries to take the advantage, but Brayshaw sends it long. That's a decent boot into the wind, but it's offline. We just smash it forward out of the middle. Ashcroft getting amongst it early. Another long ball from Brayshaw. Just doesn't know what to do otherwise. And I think that one's actually hit the post. So 2 long behinds from Andy Brayshaw from outside 50. Jed Walter pushing up the ground. Another long ball from Freo. What is going on? Is this just their strategy? Kick the ball as far as they can and hope for the best? Anyway, Noah Anderson sitting under it. Takes a nice mark. We got players over the top. Heading into the Jake Rogers direction. That was not my immediate plan, but it works out okay. And now we've got Ainsworth again. Trying to set this one up with the breeze. Does very, very nicely. Ainsworth 2, Fremantle 0. It'll be very interesting to see what happens when we have to kick into the breeze. I'm hoping it won't be too bad as Zorko absolutely dominating at halfback so far. Taking a few contested marks. Jared Witts trying to handball it forward to Zorko, but he's nowhere near it. Actually, no, it's Ainsworth, excuse me. Sends it goalward. King! This time marks it. Almost 22 gone in the first quarter. And this breeze, I'm very happy that we're kicking with it in the first quarter, because I think we may struggle in the second. Quick kick forward from, I think that was Ashcroft. As there's quarter time. And I finally remembered his father's name. It's Marcus Ashcroft as well. 3 goals in the first quarter by the Gold Coast Suns. We have been phenomenal so far. Ainsworth, surprise packet, having 2 goals in the first quarter. And let's see if the boys can just maintain this pressure going into the second quarter, because obviously kicking against the breeze, always more difficult. But let's see where we go. Witts and Darcy, middle of the ground, trying to go up with it. We do well. Ball actually goes wide. Pendlebury leaves it behind. Brayshaw getting a lot of it early. And Rioli at halfback does well. Pendlebury now on the wing, sends it towards centre half forward. Anderson takes the mark, but probably a bit far out, kicking into the breeze. Jetty Walters over the top. Fantastic vision. And well done by the skipper. Now, I think I'm just going to try and kick this as straight as possible, because the wind's going to push it to the right. And obviously kicking with that right boot, the natural right to left, should hold its line, and it does. We've got 4. Freo working the ball forward now. Rioli, nice mark at halfback. We got players wide. We head in the Flanders direction. Hasn't seen a lot of it today, but gets tackled. Handball over the top. We've got numbers in the middle. Jared Witts gets wrapped up. Great defensive pressure by Hind Best. And I think he must be a draft pick because I've never heard of him. But you never know who these players are when they pop up. Ainsworth sitting under it. Has a chance at 3 inside the first half of this grand final. Wearing a number that is actually very famous in Gold Coast history. 2 players have only ever worn it in, I think they would have been around 15 years at this point. Gary Ablett and himself. I think that's it. Those are the only 2 that have ever worn the number 9. We get a nice mark at half forward. Let's kick long. We've got players down there. Ashcroft. And I think that's King down there. It's actually Anderson. Handball over the top. Doesn't find anybody, unfortunately. Players in the middle. Quick kick on goal. Anderson puts it through. The Suns are running away with it. Andrew gets the mark from Ashcroft. I keep wanting to say Ashworth for whatever reason. Rogers and Chapman. How the hell has Rogers taken that massive size advantage, or disadvantage, I should say? I think we just stick this on the right goalpost and hope for the best. I think that's probably the best course of action. Oh, that is well done. We've got our 6 goals on the day, and halftime hasn't come yet. We may be able to get one more. I don't know. We'll wait and see. But it's a 35-point game, and Freo are nowhere to be seen. There's halftime, and Freo would be so disappointed with that performance that quarter. They actually did better kicking against the wind than they did with it. But we've had majority of the ball so far. Ainsworth, 2 goals, 1 in the first half. Ashcroft, 6 disposals. Pendlebury getting a lot of the ball as well, with Anderson, Rioli, and Flanders. We get the first clearance straight away, courtesy of Ashcroft. King takes it very easily in the hands, and he's actually been quite unselfish today. He has kicked 1 goal, but he's also passed off a few. Hopefully he can get his second here. Kicking with the breeze, puts it straight through the middle. Freo not giving up just yet. Almost got that first clearance, but they've got it now. Kicking down the line, now in the hands of Bailey Banfield. Kicking long towards full forward. Jai misses down there. Great job, Collins, running back with the flight of the ball. Now Took Miller, the former skipper. Be nice for him to get a premiership today. Obviously been with the Suns for a long time. Never really considered leaving. And now he will hopefully be rewarded by the end of this game with a premiership medal. Ben King takes the mark for a 47-point lead. Inside 3 quarters, it's offline. Freo clear the ball off of half back, but Will Powell, Western Australian, has the ball. And kicking it wide, looking for Dane Zorko. Had a very good first quarter. Hasn't really seen it since. Probably shouldn't have played on there. Jed Walter with the hands over the top to Took Miller. Inside to Ashcroft, to Witts. Player over the top. Now with the Colonel for the Suns' 8th. That's nicely done. It has been all Suns on this rainy MCG day. And there is the 3-quarter time siren. There's not really much more for me to say about this game. We only got the 2 goals that quarter, so, I mean, we're a little bit off the pace, technically speaking. But 48-point lead. Ashcroft with the 8 disposals. No goals for him just yet, I believe, but Ainsworth and King have also been very, very good. I just want to enjoy the rest of this grand final, and hopefully we can be lifting a cup by the end of today. Let's go, Jared Witts. You've been so good today. Wins this one as well. Ashcroft with the hands in the middle, trying to get it back via Rao. Not too good. Sarong gets the handball. Long ball to, I was about to say Collingwood's forward line, Freo's forward line. And Sam Collins with the mark. We got players wide. Zorko with the hands was very, very good. We got Witts now running towards the wing. Can he get there? Yes, he can. We got another one short. Jed Walter, great hands. We got players all over the place running forward. Kick now to our full forward line. Flanders takes it. What wonderful transition football that was. And we cap it off with a 9th goal of the day and a 54-point lead. Freo not done though. Jackson takes the mark right on 50. Now we got to remember, he's got the wind in his back. Hasn't actually touched the ball today. So hopefully, you know, for his sake, he can get a goal and Fremantle can show a little bit of fight. That kick's not bad. It might be offline though. It's another rush behind. And a rare mistake from me, kicking out of full-back. That never really happens. But now Luke Ryan going to have his first shot on goal for today. Starts it wide. Doesn't swing back enough. And Freo get a fourth behind. Sorry, yes, a fourth behind. Let's just send it a bit longer. Big fly from behind. No mark though. Jake Lever. I was thinking of a previous rebuild. And now Hindbaston. Oscar Hindbaston. Can't say I've heard of you, good sir. Freo desperately want a goal before the end of the game. It's another mark on the goal line. Let's kick it wide. Flanders and Rioli are down there. Jackson out the back. Now with Clark. Finds Cox wide. Sends it back into their forward 50. And Jake Lever once again. The ball's just been trapped inside Melbourne's forward half this quarter. And now Rao. Let's just send it inside our forward 50. Ben King's down there with Draper. Takes it in the hands. Mac Andrew hasn't seen a lot of it today. But it's actually going to end up in the hands of Flanders. Handball it back. Andrew, quick goal. And that's a push in the back. We're very lucky that worked out. We probably should have just done the right thing, taken the goal with King. And hopefully that's what we'll get here for his third. On the full-time siren, the Gold Coast Suns are the premiers of the 2026 season. And I honestly have no idea who will be the Norm Smith this week, or in this video I should say. Could be Ainsworth, could be King, could be Ashcroft, could be any one of those players, could be Zorko even, but it will be Ben King, our leading goal kicker for today. I think he ended up with 3, and I think he led it on the season as well. And fantastic pink boots as well. Must admit his boot game is on point. And now Dimmer arguably takes the crown of the best coach of this century. 4 premierships, 4 Jock McHale medals. Him and Clarkson. I mean, Clarkson has the 4 premierships at Hawthorn, but Dimmer shows that he can do it at 2 different clubs. And now the cup coming out to Noah Anderson. Let's raise it nice and high into the cloudy sky where the Suns will now shine. And just the final stats of the day. Ben King ended up with the 3 goals. Flanders 2 in the first quarter. Sorry, Ainsworth 2 in the first quarter. Flanders also kicked 2. Anderson, Rogers and Walter also hitting the scoreboard. Andy Brayshaw got the 2 behinds in the first quarter. Ashcroft led the game with 9 disposals. And King, Zorko, Flanders end up getting the votes for today. And I dare say, one of my easier rebuilds, I have to say. That was fairly straightforward. Jai Amiss actually kicked 63 goals on the year. Ended up, I dare say, would have been winning the Coleman. Membry, 48 on the season, including finals. Curnow kicked 30 again. Ben King kicked 34, as did Powell, actually, funnily enough. But we'll have a look at the end of season awards shortly. Jonty Fall, 87 behinds on the year. Amadi not too far behind. And then Walter not too far behind him. And Patrick Cripps gets his 3rd Brownlow medal. No Suns in the top 20, it seems, which is a little bit surprising considering we finished 3rd on the ladder, but we had 2 players inside the top 20 last year. We were worse. So I don't know what that's about. Jai Amiss, 61 goals on the year, 19 clear of second place. Exceptional, exceptional work. Josh Smiley gets the Rising Star Award for this year. Jake Lever, Sam Collins, as All-Australians in the back line. They were the only 2, so Jake Lever, good recruit. Really well done by us. There's no more I have to say about this one. Very, very quick rebuild, but very, very nicely done, if I do say so myself. If you want to see your team done next, I'll put a poll up once this video is live, and you generally have until the following Thursday to get your vote in, because I record on Thursday, I upload on Friday. That is the whole plan with these rebuilds going forward. And then obviously it'll be Port Adelaide and other videos throughout the week, depending on what new games come out, whatever the case may be. But that's going to do it for today, guys. Thank you very much for your support. We're getting very close to 1,000 subscribers. So please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new, because I'm desperate to get to 1,000 subscribers. I just think that would be a tremendous achievement for not only me, but for you guys as well, for the small community that we have created. So please subscribe to the channel if you are new. But until next time, I hope you have a lovely day, wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you guys then. Bye!
No, not now.
You are a disgrace.
No, you are not my father. I am not a disgrace. I am vengeance. I am the knight. I am
the orange team.
And just like that, we found out Batman was a GWS fan. Who knew? Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome to another episode of rebuilding every single team in AFL 26. And today, we finally get a chance to do GWS. My neighbours, the construction of the neighbouring fence is now complete, and it should be relatively quiet. We've got our fingers crossed. We hope you're all doing very, very well today. I have no idea what to do with the objectives for today's video, because I don't really know what to expect from GWS, because they could finish in the top 4, they could finish outside of the final spot. I really have no idea. So in terms of this, I think what we're going to try and do is just go flat down the middle, be placed in the top 10 by season's end. We get a decent signing bonus, and we get a nice completion bonus as well. But GWS are in a bit of a funny spot in real life at the moment. They made it a grand final, I think, in 2019, where they got absolutely smoked by Dustin Martin and Richmond. They've made a couple of other prelims, and they made a prelim last year, and I believe they got knocked out by Brisbane. I think that was in the prelim or the semi, I can't remember. So there's a couple of different directions we can go with this, because if we have a look at their roster, there's some really, really good talent. You know, the Harvey Thomases, the Darcy Jones, the Aaron Cadman, who had a very, very good game. Had his breakout game last weekend. We've got some decent young talent. We've got Tom Green, who obviously is probably one of our best players, if not our best player overall. But then we've got some of the inaugural giants, your Lockie Whitfields, your Caniglios, your Toby Greens, who I would obviously love to keep, but I don't know if they're going to be a part of our first grand final side. And then obviously we've got Callan Ward, who also was an inaugural giant, but did tear his ACL. I believe it was his ACL. It is probably retired now. I am going to keep him around for the rest of the video, even if his attributes diminish horribly, because he and alongside Toby Green are the heart and soul of GWS. So this first season, as we know, we're not going to change anything, because there's nothing really to change. I'm not going to touch any contracts at this stage. I will see you guys at the end of the 2025 season. Hopefully, we finish in the top 10 and we can sort of push for a final spot. In terms of our objectives for the end of the 2025 season, we did win 3 interstate games. However, we did fail to win 7 games against top 8 teams from last season. And did we finish in the top 10? We finished in 4th. We're doing very, very well. And we are going to be renewing our rivalry with the Western Bulldogs in a qualifying final at Marvel Stadium. But life is very, very cruel, as Callan Ward has also done his ACL in AFL 26. He obviously didn't have the injury at the start of the season. He has played games for me this year, but he's done his ACL again. So I don't know what to do about this, really. I'm assuming I'll still keep him. Harrison Oliver, he's going to be out for a while with a dislocated shoulder. Unfortunately, I mean, he's one of our better young players, I think. We picked him up in the draft last year. Hopefully, he can be decent for us in Season 2. But that brings us to the the Western Bulldogs. We're just going to keep our training as we have for the last couple of weeks. And I think this has basically been the team that we've picked for the entirety of the season. I did start Callum Ward on a half-back flank, but since he came in, or got injured, I should say, Ryan Angwin has come in and done a decent job at half-back. And I think this lineup has what it takes to at least be the foundation of a Premiership team. We'll just have to see what we can do in 2025. We're just going to simulate through this game against the Doggies. We lose, unfortunately, by 30 points at Marvel. Not a good game for us. And we now have to take on Geelong in a home final at NG. But Geelong, I'm kind of scared of Geelong, I will be honest. They're just this team that sort of keeps on coming back no matter how old they get. James Buckley. Jack Buckley is out, unfortunately. I don't actually know what he is injured. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Lee Galea can come in for his first game of the season, and we lose to Geelong by a point. We were up by almost 20 in the last quarter. They kicked 4 goals to 3. I mean, a lot of those came towards the back end, and we just really crapped the bed in this one, unfortunately. But that is our season done. Tom Liberatore wins another Brownlow medal. We got one in, was it the Doggies video? I can't remember. It was definitely a couple of videos ago. Tom Green, second in the Brownlow. Luke Parker getting up there, showing a bit in his older years. Sam Walsh, Jai Newcomb, Monsieur Hewitt, not doing too bad. The Bont, Sheasel, some big names here. And in terms of the Coleman, Treacy with 52 goals wins the Coleman this year. Sam Darcy not too far behind on 46. Ben King getting up there. Jesse Hogan, really the only Giant representing on this list. He gets the 39 goals, finishing in 4th. No Giants on the Rising Star, unfortunately. Harry Himmelberg makes the All-Australian team on a half-back flank, it looks like. That's strange. Tom Green in a roving position. Any other Giants that I can see not to be this year? So just the 2 All-Australians. And the Doggies beat Geelong in the grand final by 42 points. So I guess it makes me comfortable that we did lose to the 2 teams that made the grand final. I guess that makes sense. Let's see who did well in the granny. Let's have a quick squiz. Who gets Norm Smith? Adam Treloar gets the Norm Smith medal. Probably overdue for him to win a premiership. He's obviously got traded from GWS to Collingwood. I forgot where he got traded for a second, but then he's like, oh, Collingwood have a better chance of winning premierships than Richmond. And then Richmond won 3 premierships, and then he made the grand final with Collingwood, and then he lost that against West Coast, and then he made the grand final in 2021 with the Bulldogs, and then he also lost that one. So good for Adam Treloar to finally get a premiership, as I believe we actually traded him away in our Bulldogs rebuild, so that's quite funny. Dangerfield, 44 touches for Geelong as well. Treloar with the 42. Any goals for Treloar? Not that I can see, but anyway, well done to the Bulldogs. Now it's time to have a look at the contracts that we have that are expiring at the end of 2025, and to be perfectly honest, there's not any players that I really feel like I need to bring back. There's 6 players off the books at the moment, and all of which I feel like are pretty disposable. So I'm not going to sign any new contracts at this stage. But if we have a look at our list, I think there's a few things that we need to address. We need a 3rd key big. I think that is, when I say key big, I mean a key forward. We've got Jesse Hogan, who obviously was very, very good. We've got Aaron Cadman, who's one for the future. Yes, we have Jake Stringer, but I really sort of count him as like almost like he's like a hybrid between a small forward and a key forward. He's listed as a key forward, but I've really just been playing him in a pocket. So I really want to get another decent key forward. Also, some halfback flankers I think are going to be the most important thing to have a look at here. And we can also see here in our player transfers that Xavier O'Halloran, Leakeley, and Dirksen have all been delisted. Callan Ward has unfortunately retired due to his knee injury. My first free agent signing of the off-season is going to be Jack Silvani from Carlton. Now, I know that he is a father-son, obviously, to Carlton, but if I'm not mistaken, I think the Silvanis have had a bit to do with the Giants over the years. I'm not 100% sure if that is accurate, but I think he is going to be a really good 3rd key tall in the forward line. And he also is very flexible. He can go back and play in the back line if needed. So welcome to the Giants, Jack Silvani. Next up, we have signed Luke Bruce from Hawthorn on a 2-year deal. He is from New South Wales. Obviously, he's spent his entire career at Hawthorn. He's won flags. He's won goal-kicking awards. I believe he's even won All-Australians. We're going to see if he can bring the inaugural Premiership to the Giants and help us along the way, provide a bit of experience to our forward line. To replace the role of Lockie Keefe, who we have let go via being delisted, we have brought in Tom McDonald on a 2-year deal from Melbourne. He is a big guy. He can go around, kick lots and lots of goals. He can also be a bit of a backup ruck option for us off the bench. We're not done with Melbourne yet. We've also picked up his mate Jake Melksham on a 1-year deal. Again, just an experienced option in our forward line. Provide a bit of mentoring for our young small forwards. We're also going to take a bit of a gamble on Tom Lynch, who Richmond have let go. We've signed him up to a 2-year deal worth $285,000 a season. I think there is a little bit of something there that if Jesse Hogan, for whatever reason, goes down, we can put him in the goal square. I don't expect him to run up the ground. We just leave him in the forward 50. He can hopefully kick some goals for us. In terms of the other free agent moves around the league, looks like Oscar Allen is the only other free agent to move. He's now over to Melbourne. West Coast get pick 24 in the deal, and the Crows have traded Mitch Hinge to West Coast in exchange for pick 64 and 22. Patrick Voss is now off to Richmond. Jace Burgoyne, for whatever reason, Port Adelaide always trade him, and he's off to the Bulldogs for pick 18. And Connor McDonald has been traded to Melbourne from Hawthorn in exchange for pick 60 and pick 5. In terms of our draft hand, we can see we've got pick 14 in the national draft in the first round, along with pick 33, 55, 74, and then we get into our later picks. Now, I'm not really that interested in the draft this year, so I think I just want to basically fill up on the rest of our roster spots. We've got 4 spots left, just under 600 grand to spend. I wonder what we're going to do with that. I'm going to have a look around. I've got a few players in mind, but we'll just have to wait and see what becomes available. Fairly small deal this one. We're going to be sending Wardius, Ralston and Madden off to St Kilda for their 3rd round pick, which is pick 52. Hopefully this deal will go through. They say yes. This one's just about clearing a little bit of salary because there is actually one more free agent that I want to have a look at. And I think apart from pick 14 in the draft, which we probably will trade at one point, there isn't really going to be that many trade moves for us to do in this rebuild. We're now going to be sending pick 14, Jack Watkins, who we picked up in the mid-season draft, Callum Brown and Connor Stone, over to the Bulldogs in exchange for their future first-round pick, pick 37 in the 2nd round, as well as a future 2nd. Hopefully they say yes to this deal. They say no. Let's take out the future 2nd, and they say that is extremely fair. There is a very specific reason I've done this deal, because the specific reason is we're going to be bringing Adam Treloar back to the Giants. I know he just won a premiership with the Bulldogs. I know he just won the Norm Smith medal, but he is a free agent and he was a part of the inaugural Giants. Let's bring him home. He wants a little bit more money. Fine, we'll give him a little bit more money. We're giving him a 3-year deal. He has accepted. Welcome back, Adam Treloar. We're now actually a little bit over the salary cap, so we're going to need to do a little bit of tweaking here. Who's going to be the noble sacrifice here that we're going to part with? I need to have a look and see what we can get rid of. I think Toby Bedford's going to be the one to miss out, unfortunately. We didn't really play him a lot last season, and he's basically on the perfect amount of money that we do need to get rid of for us to get back under the salary cap before the start of the draft. So we just need to find him a home. We're also going to include Mr. Riccardi. I think it's Jake, or is it Jack? I can't remember. We're going to be sending Toby Bedford and Jay Riccardi, I can't remember his first name, off to Geelong for their 2nd round pick, which is pick 36, and their future 2nd round pick. They say we're close to an agreement. I'm happy to chuck in some of our 3rd round picks from this year because I just want to sort of maintain a bit of a presence at the top of the draft. They say yes to 2 3rd round picks. Our work here is done. We've mainly done a lot of our damage in free agency. We did bring in, I think, 6 players actually. No, yes, 6 players. Just quick maths is not my strong suit. So Jack Silvani is on board. We've got Jake Melksham, Tom Lynch, Tom McDonald, Luke Bruce, and Adam Treloar. Well, he's not a free agent, but we got him via trade. It's good to see him back in a Giants uniform. Time for the draft. We are currently 400 grand under the salary cap. We may have to do some wiggle room at a later date, but hopefully we should be okay for the start of the season. And we've actually been proposed a trade from Collingwood for Jack Buckley and pick 34 in the second round in exchange for their future first and pick 53. I'm going to say no to that deal because I don't want to trade Mr. Buckley. And in terms of other deals done around the league, Ryan Burton is off to North Melbourne as a free agent in exchange for pick 40. Jamara has been traded to Melbourne in exchange for their future first and pick 24. Zach Bailey's been traded from Brisbane to Carlton in exchange for pick 30 and pick 54. Matt Rao is off to Hawthorn in exchange for pick 5 and pick 42. Callum Archie's off to Richmond via free agency. Ollie Dempsey has been traded from Geelong to St Kilda in exchange for a future first, and Josh Weddle has been traded to the Bulldogs in exchange for a future second round pick and pick 14, which was our original pick. Now time for the national draft. We only have 3 picks to make, and they're all going to be very, very early, I would imagine. Pick 34 is going to be our first look at the draft. We can see that Andrew Hansen is the recommended player, so let's just see what he is all about. It looks to be a decent prospect, 82 to 87 potential as a halfback flanker. I ideally want someone a little bit more, I guess, not experienced, but someone with a bit of a higher potential or at least a better overall. But we are going to take him because we do have a few picks in this area, so we can afford to take a bit of a gamble. We now have back-to-back picks here back in the second round, and we're just going to have a look at some of the higher end talent in the AFL draft in terms of overall ratings. I am not really a big fan of any of these. I mean, who's going to really be able to help us at this point in time? We could go in the direction of Darcy Tucker, but I feel like we've drafted him a couple of times. If we go a little bit further down the list, we can see we've got a few former AFL talents. We've got Jonty Scharenberg, used to play for Collingwood. Mitch Crowden, former teammate of mine, used to play for Fremantle. He's actually just done his ACL in real life. So yeah, keep going, Mitch. We'll know you'll be back some point next year. Aaron Francis is another key tool. Tom Downey, I think, is going to be the pick, though. Another former Giant. He may have been an inaugural Giant as well. We're going to pick him up as sort of a spare ruck. And with our last pick, let's go to someone who was in the league last year. Let's see if there's anybody decent. We can see there's Bodie Ryan. There's Lockie Rawlinson. Or Rawlinson, I should say. But I think I'm going to go with someone who's actually on my Port Adelaide team at the moment. And it's Joshy Lay. I think another midfielder. Bit of youth in there. He's going to be just fine. And our draft period is done. And as for the back end of the trade period, Jack Bowes has been traded from Geelong to St Kilda for pick 11 and 31. Mitch Lewis is off to Brisbane for pick 26. Kay Chandler is off to West Coast from Melbourne for pick 23. Lockie Bramble's been traded to North Melbourne for pick 25. And Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera has been traded to the Gold Coast Suns for pick 5 and pick 13. And as for the rookie draft, I think I'm just going to go best player available. So Darcy Tucker, I don't expect him to play, but he's really just there if all the season turns to crap. Same kind of deal with our next couple of picks. We'll just see who is available. We'll pick a few players that I think can do a job for us. Is Oscar Lowe? Oliver Lowe, I was close. He used to play for the Bulldogs, has a bit of potential as a small forward, could probably do with a bit of mentoring from the likes of Luke Bruce and Jake Melksham. Ari Schoenmaker is the next pick, former St Kilda player. He has now been picked up in the rookie draft. He's not a mean pick, but he is a decent player, good young player. Sam Butler used to play for Hawthorn, and he's going to be decent. I feel like he's going to be okay. I couldn't find a funny player that I was going to draft, but Toby Murray, for whatever reason, was really, really cool last season, and I think we're done here. And as for our next season's objectives, I think we just go for it and try and reach the grand final and win it. I'm going to go all out in this upcoming season, and coincidentally, we have Carlton in the preseason game. I say coincidentally because we did get Jack Silvani, so he's going to have his first crack at his old team today. We've put together our best 22 for the year, and I think this is actually a very, very decent chance of winning a premiership. We've got Connor Iden in a back pocket, Harry Himmelberg at fullback, Sam Taylor in a back pocket. Now, I'm really just going to be rotating through our 3 key defenders, mainly because I mean, one of them is bound to get injured. So Sam Taylor, just for now, is sitting in the back pocket, but I do think he will play a bit more of a central position later down the season. Lockie Ash at halfback, Jack Buckley at centre halfback, Lockie Whitfield on the other halfback flank. Canelio, Treloar, Callahan, Kelly, and Tom Green in the midfield. What a midfield that is. With Kieran Briggs in the ruck, Jack Silvani on a half-forward flank, with Aaron Cadman, Uncle Toby, Darcy Jones, Jesse Hogan, and Brent Daniels in the forward line, with Tom McDonald, the string, Luke Bruce, and Harrison Oliver on the bench, with Harvey Thomas as the sub. Notable omissions are James Leake. We've got Tom Downey as our sort of third backup ruck, I guess. Tom Lynch as the backup key forward for when the wheels fall off. Jake Melksham also, as well as the youngsters like your Cody Angos, your Phoenix Gothards, and the others. I'm going to simulate this Carlton game. We'll see how we go. We win by a very nice margin of 69 points. 11 goals to 2 in the final quarter. Sam Welsh still gets best on, but lots of goals from Jesse Hogan and Cadman combined. I like the look for this season. I'm very, very excited to see how we go. We've got opening round up against Collingwood. Very, very keen to see how this goes. We'll quickly go over our season objectives. Obviously, we picked that we are going to win the grand final, but we've got to win 8 games at home this year as well and win 2 finals. We obviously have to win 2 finals if we're going to at least make the grand final. So those 2 objectives kind of go hand in hand. Anyway, round 1 up against Collingwood. Let's see how we go. It's a nice win at home. We didn't really kick that straight, but we still win by 5 goals. Josh Kelly in the votes, as well as Finn Callahan. Lockie Schultz doing not too bad either. A very, very good win to start the year. But I'll meet up with you guys at the end of the home and away season in 2026. Hopefully, we can make some progress by still finishing in the top 4. If I do say so myself, this is the best performance we've had so far in one of these rebuilds. We finished 21-2 at the top of the ladder. And I can say the 2 games that we did lose, we lost to Richmond, and I can't remember who the other team that we lost to was, but we lost those games by a combined total of about 4 points. The Richmond game was actually, I think we're on like a 13 or 14 game winning streak to start the year, if I can find it. It was this game here. We didn't lose until round 16, so we'd won 15 games in a row. We lost to Richmond at home by 3 points. Tim Taranto, former Giant, of course, went absolutely berserk, had 37 disposals and kicked 3 goals. Josh Kelly was also very good. And then we lost 2 weeks later against Geelong at home again by 1 point. So that was very, very interesting that we lost 2 games all year against, I mean, Richmond's interesting, but Geelong, very, very good side. And then we beat the Swans by 98 points in the last round of the season, which is always great. But now we have Brisbane, home game, qualifying final. Hopefully, we can go halfway decent in this final series. I'm a little bit nervous because, I mean, we actually don't have any injuries right now, but I think we had like 10 injuries up at one point, even though we were still winning a lot of games. But at the moment, we don't have any injuries, which is great. But let's sim this game up against Brisbane. We've won so many games this year, but we lose by 52 at home in a qualifying final. I do not understand. Are we going to go out in straight sets for 2 years in a row? I am really hopeful that is not going to be the case. And now Luke Bruce is injured. I mean, that's obviously not the end of the world, but still not ideal. We'll bring Harvey Thomas in. James Leake can be the sub. Hawthorn, where do they finish? They finished in 5th, and they would have beaten Carlton to get to this point. So let's see how we go up against the Mighty Hawks. We lose by a point. We're going to have to do another off-season. We go out in straight sets 2 years running. Ginnivan kicks 5. Finn Callahan actually had quite a good game, but not going to be enough. Unfortunately, we lose once again. We have a tie in the Brownlow medal, and it is Luke Parker and Bontempelli, 2 names who did very, very well at the end of Season 1. Elliot Yeo finishes in 3rd, Caleb Sarong, Callum Mills, Matt Crouch, Tom Green up there in the votes as well. We've got Logan Morris, who finished at the top of the Coleman, Lockie Schultz in 2nd, Sam Darcy in 3rd, Cadman up there doing very, very nicely Jesse Hogan and Uncle Toby doing very good as well. And in the Rising Star, we had nobody. In terms of the All-Australian team, Jack Buckley was very, very good in the back line. If we get further down, do we only have one All-Australian? No, we had Tom Green as well. So 2 All-Australians from a team that won 21 games in the home and away season. Not happy at all. And Brisbane beat Sydney in the grand final again after the 2024 experience. They have now got another grand final, and Sydney have lost another grand final. So that is quite good for us. But let's just have a quick look at our inbox. Everybody's back from injury, which is lovely. How are we going contract-wise? That is not where I'm looking for. We have a whole bunch of cap space and a whole bunch of contracts that we do need to sign. In fact, we have 21 players that are out of contract, and yeah, basically everybody that's any good is out of contract. Okay, this is going to take a while. I've re-signed all the contracts that I wanted to. We've got 11 players or so left over to sign up. The only one that I'm really considering, mainly because the other ones are kind of grumpy because I didn't give them enough game time, so we're going to move them on. So Melksham, who we just brought in, he doesn't want to renew his contract, and all the other ones I'm going to trade away because I do think there is some value there. But the one that I'm considering keeping is Jake Stringer. I just have no idea what I want to do with him. So I may trade him, I may keep him. He is a free agent. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. But everybody else, if we have a quick look at our roster entirely, basically everybody else that we did play last season is staying. My first deal of free agency is going to be getting a proper either backup or number 1 ruckman. So we're going to be grabbing Jared Witts from the Gold Coast Suns. We're going to offer him a 2-year deal worth just over $800,000 a season. He is accepted. Will he or Kieran Briggs be the number 1? We'll just have to wait and see. Now, my last free agency target, I'm really only going to go for 2 players here, but it is Jamie Elliott. Now, you're probably wondering what the connection is between Jamie Elliott and GWS. It is actually a very, very interesting one. He spent his entire career at Collingwood, but it's how he got to Collingwood is the interesting bit. Now, he was a pre-draft selection from when GWS had access to underage signings, you know, that were under the legal age, not legal, but under the age of the draft. Basically, I think technically it was legal, but they could draft a whole bunch of 17-year-olds prior towards the 2011 draft. So the likes of Jeremy Cameron, the likes of Adam Treloar, the likes of Jamie Elliott were all those players. However, they had to trade. They could only sign so many of them, but they could use other ones to trade away to get players back. Now, what they did is they traded Jamie Elliott to Collingwood, and they got some draft picks, I think is basically what the nuts and bolts of the deal was. And Jamie Elliott's been very, very successful at Collingwood. Now, we're going to give him a chance to play for the Giants, the team he spent about 5 minutes with in 2011. So hopefully he accepts this deal, and he does. He's now signed up for 2 years. And with those deals done, I think that really puts me in the direction of letting go of Jake Stringer, because I don't really think he fits into this forward line anymore now that we've got some proper small forwards. I know that we've got Cadman, we've got Jesse Hogan, who we re-signed. We've got, Jack Silvani, who's kind of a key forward, but he's also kind of a key back. I think Jake Stringer is now disposable, essentially. So we need to find a home for him. We also need to find a home for these 6 other players that we are out of contract with. And we also may need to trade away 1 or 2 other players just to clear up a little bit more salary cap room, because it is a bit of a tight squeeze right now. Draft-wise, we have pick 13 and 14 in this year's draft. The pick 13, I believe that was from the Bulldogs. I think from the... There's a dog in the background. That was from the salary dump where we traded away our first-round pick to the Bulldogs last season, and they gave us theirs this season. So we traded away pick 14, we get 13 back, which is all good. We also have pick 14, which is our own pick, along with a couple of second-round picks as well. So I'm going to have a look around for some deals. I'll see what I can come up with. We're going to do a bit of a salary dump here with the Essendon Football Club. We're going to be sending Lowe, Joshy Lay, who we just picked up in the draft last year, Smith, and... is it Alf? I don't really know how to say his surname. He is got a bit of potential. He's the best player of the bunch by far. 80 to 86 potential, but he doesn't want to re-sign with us. If we can get a second-round pick via Essendon, who finished bottom of the ladder, so it's really almost a first-round pick if we think about it that way. They say yes. We now have 13, 14, and 19 in the draft. We're not done yet with the trade market. We're now going to be sending McMullen, Fonte, and Delana, as well as our 4th-round pick over to Collingwood for their 2nd-round pick and 3rd-round pick in this year's draft. Hopefully they say yes, they say no. What if we ask for just pick 51? We'll take pick 70. Actually, we'll include pick 71 because we're generous. We'll just take pick 30 overall. They say yes again. And we're not done yet dealing with the doggies. Jake Stringer and Darcy Tucker are heading over to the kennel, along with pick 13 and 14 in this year's draft for pick 5. I believe that is from, if I can remember the trade, that may have been, I can't remember what the trade was, but it was a trade they got in last year's draft. We're just going to submit this deal. They say yes. We move up to pick 5 in the draft. I'm not sure if I'm going to draft someone with that pick yet, or if I'm going to use that in a trade down the line. We may as well have a quick scout of the draft pool, and it doesn't actually look that promising, to be perfectly honest. So I think this may be a year where we trade the pick. Obviously, pick 5 is still a valuable asset, if I can get my words out. And to be perfectly honest, I've just remembered I did not look at the season stats for Season 1. So we're going to quickly do it for Season 2. Ginnivan, as we know, won the Coleman Medal. Who led the disposals? It was McCluggage. Marks was Callum Mills. Tackles was Murphy Reid. McCluggage got the clearances as well as the kicks. And Andy Brayshaw getting a ton of handballs as well. In terms of the ruck, Ryan Gardner led the way for the competition. But in terms of us as a club, as we know, Aaron Cadman led the goal kicking. Hogan and Toby Green. No, that is Toby Green. The 2 T Greens are really confusing at times. Then we've got Brent Daniels, Kelly, Callahan, and Treloar all having good seasons in front of goal. Tom Green got most of the ball. Adam Treloar, Josh Kelly, Finn Callahan getting a lot of the ball, as well as Uncle Toby. In terms of the marks, that went to Kelly. Tackles was Canelio. Clearances was Tom Green. And he also got the disposals, as we know. And Tom McDonald getting a lot of hit-outs off the bench. That's really the number 2 ruckman, which is quite funny. Now, we're going to have a look at Caleb Sarong, which you might think is a bit of a funny place for me to look, because our midfield is actually very, very good. But I've got a plan here. We're going to be having a look at trying to get Caleb Sarong in a trade. Obviously, he plays for Fremantle, but I've got good logic here. I'm going to walk through it. We're going to offer him a deal. He's a free agent as of next season, he is a free agent. So let's try and negotiate with him to see if we can get a decent salary together. Okay, we've done the deal with Caleb Sarong, and it says that GWS has not elected to match, even though we are GWS. That is strange. He's looking forward to playing for the club for the next 6 years. We are still going to do a trade with Fremantle, and what we're going to do is going to be sending Sam Taylor, pick 5, and a future first-round pick to Freo, even though Sarong, we technically have just signed him, because my viewpoint is I'm quite happy with Buckley and Himmelberg in our back 50, and as good as Sam Taylor is in real life, his stats in the game don't reflect it. So I'm trying to sort of boost the team in other ways. So, and you know, Sam Taylor's Western Australian. It's basically my problem solves your problem, makes everybody happy kind of deal. Hopefully this trade gets done. They are still saying it's no good. We'll throw in pick 20 as well. Come on, Freo, you're being greedy. Do we need to throw in another player, even though Freo technically don't deserve anything? It's a free agent signing, although the game doesn't recognize it as it's happening a year from now. What can we throw in? Can we throw in Hansen? I don't recognize Hansen. Who are you? We'll throw you in the deal. Hopefully this works. No, they say no. Hansen was our pick in last year's draft. I've just remembered who he is. I'm going to work on this deal and I'm going to come back. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do a deal with Hawthorn. We're going to give them our future first round pick. We're going to take that out of the Fremantle deal. We're also going to send Lockie Ash over to Hawthorn in exchange for their first round pick, which is number 6 this year. They say no. What if we give you pick 33, which is our own second round pick? They still say no. We've got plenty of second round picks. I can do this all day. We just need to work out what the right combination is, and we've found it. So in the end, it is our future first, Lockie Ash, pick 31 and pick 25. They go to Hawthorn. We get pick 6. Now it's time to go back to Fremantle. I can't actually go back to Fremantle because unfortunately he's already moved over to us as a restricted free agent. So what I'm going to do as a gesture of goodwill is we're going to send pick 5 and pick 6 off to them, as I was going to do in the trade once I could do it with Caleb Sarong, and we're only going to ask for a future second round pick back. I feel like that is fair because we were going to trade these picks. We just can't do it anymore because if we go back to the list of players, he's no longer there. As a gesture of goodwill, I'm going to be sending this deal to Fremantle. They are obviously very happy with it, and I believe my good work here is done. We are currently $600,000, or just under $600,000 over the salary cap. So we will need to wiggle around with that come draft time, but as of right now, our work is done. And I just remembered why we are a bit of money over the salary cap. It's because we didn't actually trade away Sam Taylor to Fremantle. We're now going to be sending him to West Coast. I'm going to just get a future. Would they do a future first, and would they take some of our seconds away? Would that be a thing that they're interested in? They say they're almost ready to take it. We'll throw in our third round pick. They say almost again. We'll throw in one of our future second round picks, probably the one we picked up from Fremantle. They're not liking this at all. What if we throw in Hansen, who was our draft pick from last year? They say yes. Okay, now we're done. We've created a bit more salary cap room. We're now under the salary cap, which is lovely, but we've still got a few players that we need to draft. And as we have a look at the off-season moves, Carlton have lost Lockie Fogarty to Essendon. They get pick 40 back. Guinea, the Coleman medalist, has been traded to Geelong for pick 6. Ollie Lowe, actually these are all our deals. So there are still some more deals that we need to get through. Let's have a look. Oliver Henry has been traded from Geelong to St Kilda for a future second round pick and pick 27. Massimo D'Ambrosio has been traded to the Suns in exchange for a future second and a second this year. Tom McCartan's off to the Eagles. Cozzy Pickett's off to Brisbane in exchange for Darcy Wilmot in a straight swap. We're past 50,000 members. Nice. Bodie Hewland is now off to North Melbourne for pick 29. Bailey Williams has been traded from the Bulldogs to Port for an unused pick and pick 22. Nick Watson is off to the Gold Coast Suns. That is something I can get behind in exchange for a future first and pick 4. And Ruben Ginbey has been traded to North Melbourne in exchange for a future second. And Georgiadis is now off to Hawthorn as well. Draft time, and we've got 9 picks that we need to make. I dare say none of them will actually play for us ever, but you never know. We can have a look here. We can see that Blake Lidler, who has a bit of a potential, I do know that, 84 to 97 potential. So even though he is, technically, I think he only just got drafted in real life to the Swans, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to pick him up. And then Kingston Mosley looks like he is going to be the best fit here, so we're going to take him with that pick. And it looks like we've actually just got back-to-back picks for the rest of the draft. And with that, our draft is done. We picked up Luca Grego, Boxall, Isaiah Winder, who I believe we just delisted, Cal Shadir, Will Phillips, Marcus Windhager, and Preston Healy, as well as Kingston Mosley, as we discussed. And we didn't pick up anybody significant in the rookie draft either. Now, in terms of the salary cap, we actually don't know if we're over or not. One player that we did actually bring back, which we traded away, was Leek Elliott. Was quite funny. So he's now back on the Giants. I think we actually delisted him, not trade him away. With our objectives again, I think we're just gonna go big again. Make the grand final. That is our ultimate goal. And we've got the Doggies in a preseason game. We're not going to go over preseason this year. I just want to get straight to the finals. If we don't make finals, I think I might cry. But our objectives for this year: win the granny, maintain a fan satisfaction of 95%. That's going to be tough. And win 4 interstate games. That one should be fairly easy. But we've got a big job ahead of us. We've got to make finals. Fingers crossed we can get there. Finals is here once again, and the season basically went the same as last year. We didn't win as many games. We went 20-3 in the regular season, but we won our first 10 or 11 games, and we lost really big in the middle of the season. Had a few injuries, but we've come good towards the back end. We can see that I think Jamie Elliott just picked up an injury, but Bruce and Canelio are back, as well as Lee Kalia. Admittedly, the one I really care about there is Canelio. Jamie Elliott is going to come out. We'll have a look and see just who else is available here. Nobody, as I said, that I really care about. So what we're going to do, I'm going to play around with this lineup. We're going to put Jack Silvani on a half-forward flank. Actually, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to put Phoenix on the half-forward flank. Silvani and Canelio can stay on the bench. I think that is the best course of action. Everything else, as is on screen, has basically been our best team this year so far. Brizzy at home, qualifying final. If we go out in straight sets once again for a third consecutive year, we don't. We win our first game. We're through to a prelim. Tommy Green does a fantastic job. 38 disposals and 4 goals. That is exactly what you want from your best players. And the Bulldogs are back. It's another prelim at NG Stadium. The last time this happened, the Bulldogs won the Premiership in 2016. Hopefully we don't have any injuries. Nobody is injured at this point in time. So if we go back down our list of goods, we can see that Harvey Thomas is back from injury. Is there any other big names? Jamie Elliott is back. Connor Iden also back. So let's see what we can do here. We're going to take out Windager and we're going to put Phoenix Gothard on the bench. Jamie Elliott can go back into the starting lineup. And then we are going to do a straight swap. Will Phillips, who we picked up in the national draft, he is going to come out, and Connor Iden is going to go back into the lineup. But it's all down to this. If we desperately need to win this game to get through to the grand final, and we do. 47-point win. We're finally through to a grand final. Adam Treloar, he's finally got a premiership with the Bulldogs. Can he make it 2 in the video? We don't know. We just have to wait and see. I have no idea who we're playing. But Treloar gets best on ground, and deservedly so. And honestly, I cannot plan this any further. It's the Dockers again in the grand final. They did finish in second. We did take Caleb Sarong from them. So this is going to be a very interesting game. In their home and away form, they lost 4 in a row towards the back end of the season, but won their final game of the season. And now, hopefully, nobody is injured going into the granny. Fantastic work. Nobody's injured. That means we don't need to change anything. So up next, we need to play the grand final. But first of all, I need to fix up the game time because I'm not playing 10-minute quarters. But what a game this is going to be. The Giants in their second grand final. Freo. I've lost track of how many flags they've won in this series. Who's going to come out on top? Let's tune in, find out. And to quote Brian Taylor,
It's absolutely pissing down here at the team.
the weather is absolutely awful right now, but out come Freo, led by Andy Brayshaw. The flamethrowers are still going off on the side of the ground, but it is a rainy day here at the MCG. And what a song that is, the Fremantle Dockers. I think they're going for their 4th flag in this video series. I think they won 2 in our Adelaide video. They won another in another video. I can't remember which one it was. I'm losing track. But one day we will have to rebuild Freo ourselves. And I dare say we probably won't be as successful as they have in this period. And now it's time for the Orange Tsunami. Coming out onto the ground, led by Uncle Toby himself. Here come
the Orange team.
The Tsunami is back, well and truly alive. Let's have a look at the rest of that banner if I can have a look. Nah, I can't have a look, unfortunately. And here we are for the toss of the coin. Freo are calling heads. There's a lot of wind going basically to the right of screen, and that is exactly where we're going to go to start this granny. Just look at that weather. It's absolutely putrid. Jared Witt straight out of the middle. And we get a very easy kick forward. And look at that. It's the Hulkster taking the first mark of the grand final. And hopefully we can get a very, very quick goal in similar fashion to a lot of our other grand finals we've had. We get another intercept in the middle of the ground. Callaghan, quick hands in the middle of the ground. Treloar tries to give it back to Callaghan, but he got wrapped up. Pushing forward now the Dockers. Now in the hands of Aish. Trying to find a target, and Mr. Himmelberg. Harry Himmelberg does a fantastic job at halfback, looking short. Connor Iden just drops the pill. Trying to find a target. Toby Green, great tackle. Ball's loose on the wing. Jared Witt's giving chase. Ball gets wrapped up. Oh, Whitfield just couldn't get rid of it. As Luke Jackson, he's a big unit, did a very good job wrapping him up. Let's just get boot to ball if we can. We can't. It is scrappy, wet weather football today. Callaghan looking for the helmeted one in Darcy Jones. Jesse Hogan's over the top. Probably shouldn't have done that, but it's worked out okay. Probably a little bit too risky for wet weather football, but Jesse Hogan, can he get two? He's hit the flippin' post. Just keep it simple. That's all we have to do in this wet weather footy. Nat Fife finds Luke Jackson. Still on Freo at this point in time. Hasn't requested a trade or anything like that. Treloar's done a hammy. Oh, goodness me. But now Tom Green kicks to an absolute paddock, and Uncle Toby takes the mark. This kick is going to be box office stuff. If he can get it, he can't. Treloar's now been subbed out, and James Leake is into the game. Unfortunately, Treloar, who was a big money signing for us, is not going to be able to make an impact on game day in the grand final. Let's look inside, get a bit closer to goal. Tom Green now is going to have a shot, not Toby. Let's see if Tom Green can put this one through to get a 14-point lead for the Giants on quarter time. Second quarter underway. Jared Witt's tapping it down. Tom Green trying to go wide. Callaghan ambles back into traffic. Nobody home though. Harrison Oliver gets the mark at halfback. Let's go down the line. Jamie Elliott, former Pie, knows all about grand finals. Handball's loose. Back to Green. Back to Elliott. Quick ball forward, gets wrapped up, handball inside. Green goes long. Uncle Toby's in the square, and he's got it. Surely he can't miss from here. He puts it into the second deck, and it's a 20-point lead for the Giants. Freo really struggling to do absolutely anything with it at the moment. And as soon as I say that, Andy Brayshaw has a shot on goal, but it falls short. Buckley does a good job at fullback. We're now kicking against the wind. Gothard brings the ball to ground. Handball over the top. Nobody home. Ball goes short. And it's in the hands of Nat Fife. And the champion trying to squeeze it in. Can't. And it's a touch behind. Big fly here. Can't take a mark though. Handball forward. Cadman hasn't really been in it today. Great tackle though. Ball comes loose. And now we're out. Jamie Elliott. Quick handball inside. Canelio. Looking down the line. Toby. Is it too early for party tricks? When you're Toby Green, it's never too early for party tricks. It might be too early for party tricks. Loose ball at half forward. Let's get it down to the goal square. The Caddyshack to get his first on the day in what has been a very, very sort of inaccurate start to the grand final for both teams. We put through a fourth, and it's a 26-point game. Ball going forward for the Dockers. Great spoil. Goes straight onto the head of Mickey Walters. Let's get it over the top if we can. Whitfield, little dab over the top. Gets intercepted by Luke Ryan. A very good player. Going wide to Sam Sturt. Now with Finn Callaghan standing the mark. Speaking of marks, we get the mark on half-time. And the Dockers have just not shown up in this one. I wonder what Justin Longmuir is going to have to say to his side at half-time, because they have been absolutely nowhere in this one. Second half is now underway. We're going wide with the handball. Probably a little bit too cute with it. Freo goes short. Now they go a bit longer. We get good hands via Buckley at halfback. Let's go down the line. We're kicking with the wind now. So you think we should be able to be okay. Probably shouldn't have played on there. That was probably a little dumb. Darcy Jones, where are you kicking that? What on earth have you done that for? Jamie Elliott trying to keep it in play. Does a good job. Now Cadman has a big job ahead of him getting it forward. Silvani can't stay in front. No good, unfortunately. Now Luke Jackson at half-back. Great punch from behind by Callahan. We're just handballing to absolutely nobody here. We're going to need to make some changes, I think, at three-quarter time. Because we are just really struggling right now. Canelio.
Back! I want a spare! Who's Blake's man?
Who is it, Willow?
It's Mitch. Come on, Mitch! Fucking work, Mitch!
So is he just not working hard?
You will!
No, he's round
What?
the winger.
Right, okay.
Unless
Okay.
we just sack that.
No.
Run, Will! Give it off quick! Fuck him!
Right, okay.
I'm glad we got that out of our system. I'm glad that the coach has just gone, given Canelio a good spray as Freo put their first goal through. And it's now back to a 20-point game. Josh Treacy with a very nice kick. Briggs trying to get it out of the ruck. He doesn't, unfortunately. We're just handballing a little bit too much right now. Quick kick forward. It's touched, I believe. Briggs straight onto the ground. Had a shot at goal. Got wrapped up, unfortunately. Now we're just waiting for Draper to come to a decision. Horrible kick. Now to the former Docker in Jesse Hogan. Already has one on the day. Has the wind to deal with, and that is going to be a poor kick, I've got a feeling. But it's swinging back. Not far enough, unfortunately. Ball's out to Darcy Jones, takes a good mark. Hogan, I believe, is going to be deep in the forward line by himself. He was for a moment. Now he's going to have a shot on goal. Siren's gone, so we're going to do the illegal thing and snap around the body after the siren. We get a bit of help from the wind. And it's back out to a 27-point game at three-quarter time. Fairly even quarter, that one, but now it's all got this. It's all come down to this. We just need to play a few good minutes of footy, and we're there. That is not a good start, as I believe that was Brent Daniels got wrapped up. Cadman's running back. Treacy's done a hammy now. It is hammy central right now. And Tom Green could be a chance for a sneaky Norm if he kicks this. Already has one on the day and has 9 disposals to go with it. Not a good kick this though. That is an absolute stinker. And I've not really taken notice, but I've just noticed that we are 1 behind away from getting our objective, which is 6 behinds on the day, which is quite funny. Jamie Elliott intercepts out of fullback. If we can get this goal, that would be very, very nice. He can get his first of the day and potentially add a second Premiership medal to his name. And it's actually not going to make the distance. It's held up in the wind. And Jesse, actually, no, it's Kieran Briggs who's going to have the tough job of kicking this goal. He's done well. I don't know why, but I accidentally put Cadman in the center square. That must have been an accident I did while making the interchanges. And here's Uncle Toby once again. He had Norm Smith potential early on, but this is probably going to be a bit of a wasted opportunity for him to get a Norm Smith. But he puts through his second, but he won't mind. Premiership captain is a lot better than Norm Smith medalist. The Giants just starting to run away with it now. Silvani down in the square, takes the mark. Might have to go with the check side here to get this one through because the wind is pushing away from the goals. Toby Green's done a hamstring now. Why are there so many hamstring injuries? So we kick another. This is slowly becoming hamstring injury the musical. Because both teams, I mean, Treacy, I think, did his hammy. Then Treloar and Toby Green have both done theirs. Kicking down to the goal square, actually in the forward 50. Sarong has a man over the top. He plays on unselfish footy by the man who's going to pick up another Premiership medal. Obviously got a few with the Dockers earlier in this series. Darcy Jones puts through his goal, and now it's over 50 points. 24 minutes gone in the fourth. We must be very close to party time. Laidler with the mark at halfback will go down the line. James Leake, the Tasmanian, can't get the mark on Luke Ryan, who's been one of Freo's best today. But there's the siren. The Giants are premiers. And here we are for the presentations. It's still raining. Everybody has to sit and get wet while we sit and get these presentations done. And while the team song was playing, I'm pretty sure I saw a Freo fan celebrating with the Giants fans, which is quite funny. Jesse Hogan gets the Norm Smith medal for the display. I wonder who it will be on the stats. We'll have a look at that in a minute. And big Adam Kingsley getting his Premiership medal. They're doing his guns a serious disservice in this game. Seriously, his pipes are a lot bigger than that. And here is the moment we've all been waiting for. Toby Green going to be lifting that Premiership Cup for the Giants. .52 win. Very, very outstanding game. We absolutely dominated. Jesse Hogan kicked 2. Toby Green kicked 2. What an outstanding game. Tom Green had a lot of the ball as well. Who gets best on ground? Tom Green gets the 3 votes. Toby Green gets the 2. Probably would have had a bit more of an opportunity to get it had he not done his hammy. And Jesse Hogan also gets 1. Now it's time for the end of season wrap up, and Murphy Reid is your Brownlow medalist for this year. Tom Green finishes second. I feel like he's finished second quite a few times actually, but no other Giants polling in the top 15. It looks like Mr. Jay Polkinghorne winning the Coleman. Not something I would have expected. Cadman, 37 goals. Jesse Hogan, 34, did a very good job. No Rising Star winners for us. Once again, actually, wait, that was one of our players, if I wasn't mistaken. I wasn't really paying attention. We'll have to go back and have a look at that if we can. Can we? Yes, we can. Preston Healy. He's won the Rising Star. Eight games, 8 goals. He did well. Well done, Preston. Anyway, let's push forward to the All-Australian team. Himmelberg makes it once again, this time at centre halfback. Tom Green also makes it. Jesse Hogan at full forward. 3 is better than 2. In terms of the All-Australians. It's our best effort so far. And in terms of the league stats, we'll have a quick scout. Ben King got the most goals with 46. Archie Perkins, 932 disposals across his 25 games. Harris Andrews got the most marks. Tom Green the most tackles. Lachie Neale with the clearances. And with the hitouts, Ethan Reid for the Suns does a fantastic job. And as for us, Jesse Hogan had the 42 goals in the end. Cadman 40, Brent Daniels 33, Lachie Whitfield 32 goals for halfback. Not a bad effort whatsoever. And with the disposals, we've got Tom Green, Marks, Caleb Sarong. Really, we didn't really touch on Caleb Sarong that much in that final season, but this is awesome. Tom Green, 141 tackles, almost 50 higher than the person who finished in second. Clearances was Tom Green once again. Disposals, he was there. Kieran Briggs, what a ruckman he's been for us. And who was the inaccurate idiot this year? It was Mitch Lewis, 35 goals, 88. What a performance from him. But that is going to do it for today, guys. If you want to see your team done next, leave a comment down below on who you want the next rebuild to be of. But I'm done. This has been a long video. A longer recording than I imagined it would be, but that is going to do it, as I said. Thank you very much for watching up until this point. Please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. And until then, I hope you have a lovely day, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much for 900 subscribers, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!
Whatever life holds in store for me, I will never forget these words. With great power comes great responsibility. This is my gift, my curse. Who am I? I'm
The orange team.
Well, Hockball is well and truly a thing, and we've got to guide them to a premiership. They've done very, very well rebuilding in the last few years, but they are not quite at the premiership level. I mean, they may well win it this year. Remains to be seen, but we're going to get them a premiership today. Hello, everybody. Cooper here, and welcome back to another rebuild here on AFL 26. I hope you're all doing very well. My objective for the first season is simple. Finish in the top 4. Should be fairly straightforward. We've got Sydney in our pre-season fixture for this upcoming season, and I think this rebuild will probably take a very similar shape to that of the Geelong rebuild I did most recently, and that I don't think it will take that many seasons to complete. We just need to bring in a couple of key players, basically captains from other AFL clubs. That is basically all we need to do, as that appears to be their recruiting plan. Jack Gunston is not going to be my backup ruckman, thank you very much. But I think we've got a good lineup here heading into our first season. We're going to start with the skipper, Sicily, in the back pocket with Battle, Weddle, Scrimshaw, Barris, and Carl Amon as the rest of our defensive 50. I really, really like it. They've done very, very well recruiting in the back half over the past couple of years. D'Ambrosio, Warple, McKenzie, Will Day, Jai Newcomb, a very, very good young nucleus of midfielders. They've got so many really good midfielders, we may actually have to part with one of them because we've got guys like Blake Hardwick, who's probably more of a half-back, not half-forward, but like a midfielder type. Connor Nash, another really good midfielder, and even someone like a Josh Ward is very, very good as well. But then we've got Lloyd Meek, who's a very good ruck. Dylan Moore on a half-forward flank. I've put Mabior Chol at centre half-forward with Connor McDonald, the Wiz, Jack Gunston at full forward, Jack Ginnivan in the other forward pocket with Cashidir as our backup ruck, Impey on the bench, and we've already mentioned Hardwick, Nash, and Josh Ward. Then we've got young guys like Will McCabe out of the rotation at the moment. Jath, he's in there. Bodie Ryan, who always seems to get delisted at the end of the first season. Then we got guys like Sam Frost, who are a bit older. Mitch Lewis, who's always injured. Seamus Mitchell, I don't know why he jumped out at me, but for some reason he did. Sam Butler, another really good young player, is probably going to be on the move in this off-season. And then the man whose knee basically got folded in half last week, Luke Bruce. He's going to retire at the end of the year, so we probably won't keep him, unfortunately, as much as I would love to. His poor knee. That's all I have to say about that. And Jai Sarong, who, I mean, it'd be nice to get Caleb on the team. We might have to part with a couple of midfielders, but that would be very, very nice. Outside of finishing in the top 4, if we could just win a final and win 9 matches in the home and away season, we should be looking fairly good. We lose our opening game of the season, actually it's our preseason game, excuse me, by 1 point after leading by almost 20 points in the 4th quarter. It's a little bit disappointing. But we've also got Sydney in opening round, so that's probably why I was confused, because I did think that we did play Sydney in opening round. Hopefully we can have better fortunes in this one, which we do. 37-point win over in Sydney. Dylan Moore with the 3 votes did very well. Jai Newcomb with the 34 disposals was fantastic as well. Let's meet up in September and hopefully we make the finals. We ticked our first few boxes of the season. We finished in the top 4 and we won our 9 home and away games this year. We actually finished top of the ladder, did very, very well. 19 wins, 4 losses. We were top of the ladder for quite a while, then we dropped down to 2nd, and we didn't actually drop much further. We've either been 1st or 2nd for majority of the season, so I've been very, very happy with how we're performing. But now we've got the Gold Coast Suns, fortunately at home in a qualifying final, and it looks like Harry Mackay and Ben King have tied for the Coleman medal. Very, very interesting. The lineup's going to stay the same. There's no reason for me to change too much as we head into a final. Makes no sense. We lose to the Suns, unfortunately. Took Miller with the 3 best on ground votes. Ben King adds 3 goals to his season tally. And we've got to try and not go out straight sets Adelaide Crows style. That would be very nice. We've got the Doggies at the G. Let's go unchanged once again. The Doggies finished in 8th. If we go out straight sets here, we don't. Obviously, if we win a premiership in Season 1, I'm not going to obviously end the video because we've always got to make changes. Because what's the point of me just simulating a season and you guys watching it? That makes absolutely no sense. We now have Freo in Perth for the prelim, first versus second. It is the battle of the Sarongs, even though one of the Sarongs isn't even playing. We make the grand final up against Freo, and it's actually the grand final is going to be Collingwood, which I don't believe that actually can be the case because Hawthorn are playing Collingwood in the prelim. I'm recording this on the Thursday. I can't recall if they're playing on the Friday or the Saturday. So hopefully, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Hawthorn make a grand final. It's been a few years since they have. Let's see how we go. We lose by 10 goals, and Erlo Smith, of all people, gets the Norman Smith medal. Absolutely stupid. Anyway, I mean, that qualifies as a rebuild. We lose a grand final. Now we've got to fix it and try and win one. Simples. And funnily enough, the retiring Matt Crouch wins the Brownlow medal. Paddy Dangerfield finishes in second. Brayshaw and Zach Merritt tied for third. Will Day and Jimmy Warple finish with about 30 votes between them. Did very well. As I mentioned, Harry Mackay and Ben King tied at the top of the Coleman medal. Jack Gunston did very, very well, as did Will Day and Mabior Chol. Murphy Reid, no surprise, won the Rising Star. Both Josh Battle, Weddle, anybody else make All-Australian? Jack Gunston did. So just the 3 All-Australians. And now we need to have a look at our contract situation, because we do have a few players that are out of contract, most notably James Warple and Jack Gunston, both of which who I would like to keep, but also Cal Shadir as well. Very, very good, young, talented player. So we'll offer him a 3-year deal. $345,000 a season seems to be his price. That is absolutely fine. And I'm looking around at everybody else, and I'm perfectly happy to let everybody else go. Bruce, I'm just going to let him retire. Gunston, obviously, we're going to keep Warple as well. But Frost, Bodie Ryan, Sarong, Butler, Scaife, and Seamus Mitchell, I'll probably look for trades to help them find other clubs, basically. And if we have a look at the available free agents, obviously Oscar Allen did have a meeting or two with Sam Mitchell over the course of the season. So we are going to shortlist him, even though he has listed as, or he has stated that Brisbane is his preferred destination. There are a whole other host of free agents we could possibly have a look at. I know that Adam Treloar did recently re-sign. I believe that was either this morning or at some point yesterday. So we'll stay away from him for now, even though, I mean, he's not actually that much better than what we already have. So probably wouldn't have signed him anyway. Jack Silvani has stated that he would like to go to St Kilda, but I feel like he would also be a very, very good fit. De Koning's obviously spoken for, as well as Sam Draper. Matt Crouch just won a Brownlow medal, but has retired in real life, so I'm a little bit mixed there. And I know that Tom Cole and Cripps are in the process of re-signing with West Coast as well. So if we were to sign a big free agent, it would probably be Oscar Allen. But since he's wanting to go to Brisbane, I would probably do most of my work in the trade market. So I'm going to have a look around, see what we can come up with. But my main sort of game plan at this stage, get another key forward, because Jack Gunston isn't going to be awesome forever. He's getting up there. He's what, 34, 35? So future-proof for Jack Gunston. I don't need to touch our back line and just strengthen other little holes that may be on our list. Potentially a backup ruck would also be a nice thing to have. I'll have a look around, see what we can find. And what a trade period it has been. We need to go and have a look at some of the deals that we have done, because we made 5 trades, some bigger than others. We're going to start at the bottom though. We picked up Ryan Gardner, who actually is a free agent in 2026, but we decided to pick him up a year early. We sent a future second as well as 2 third-round picks, one of which I think is our own, but is now an unused pick because the Bulldogs don't need it apparently. We get Gardner, just a nice backup ruck to Lloyd Meek. We then send Ned Reeves, Finn McGuinness, and Ramsden over to Carlton for pick 42, which is the pick that we sent to the Bulldogs. I didn't really want to do this deal, but I thought it would be a nice thing for Luke Bruce to experience. He's from New South Wales, I believe. I don't actually know exactly whereabouts he is. I believe he's from Canberra, actually, Luke Bruce. So going to the Giants is sort of a nice send-off for him. I wasn't going to re-sign him. He didn't want to re-sign. So we pick up a second-round pick. We also send Seamus Mitchell and Sam Frost and one of those unused picks as well to the Giants for pick 23, which actually helped us out in picking up Jai Simpkin, who is another skipper that wants to leave his club. We also send Harvey Morrison, Noah Mraz, who just is a good young player but wasn't going to get the game time that he was looking for in this video, as well as Huswaite over to North. Along with pick 23, we get Simpkin. And then lastly, a deal that most people probably would see coming, Zach Merritt. We did trade for him in the Sydney video, I believe. We've also gone and picked him up here. He has nominated Hawthorn as his club of choice. We send pick 16, a future first round pick, Mitch Lewis and Cam McKenzie. I did sort of hint that, we did need to possibly trade one or two of our really good young midfielders to get sort of to that next level. And Cam McKenzie, I do really highly rate him. He's an unfortunate victim to this situation. So he's off to Essendon. Mitch Lewis, who has been injured on and off for what seems like forever, has just missed out in the key forward shuffle. He is off to Essendon as well. He's going to stand by Nate Caddy and form a bit of a partnership there. And we get Zach Merritt. But we did not just do business in the trade market, we also did some business in free agency. We did actually sign Oscar Allen in the end. I got about halfway through the trade period and I noticed that he still hadn't signed a contract with Brisbane. So I went, let's sign Oscar Allen. We also picked up Brody Myercheck as well, who hadn't signed a deal with Collingwood. So our forward line stocks are well and truly full here. We did everything that we really needed to do. We picked up a backup ruck. We got some replacements for Jack Gunston for when he eventually retires in Oscar Allen, and someone who's a bit more of an immediate presence in Brody Myercheck. And we've re-signed everybody else that we wanted to keep. We're actually about 900,000 over the salary cap right now, but I will fix that up before the start of the new season. And in terms of other deals done around the league, Callum Archie has signed with Port Adelaide. Jack Petruccelli has signed with Essendon. These are our deals here. Billy Frampton has signed with GWS and Collingwood. Get pick one. That is just not something I thought I would say, but I do know that that is a bug in the game. Jack Buckley has also been traded to Collingwood for an unused pick. All right. Bodie Euland has signed with North Melbourne, or he has been traded to North Melbourne, I should say, and the Suns get pick 23 back. Jack Bowes is on his way to the Bulldogs. Jack Watkins, who was picked up in the mid-season draft, has been traded to GWS. Mitch Hinge is now off to West Coast. The Crows get pick 19. Sean Manor, youngest player, or the best young player in the AFL, has been traded to Essendon for pick 21, and we've passed 75,000 members. Hip hip hooray. And we don't actually enter the national draft until pick 54, so this is just really going to be collecting players. Hopefully we don't ever have to be in a situation where we need to use them. Who are we going to take with our first selection? Let's have a look at who we delisted last season. Let's just take Bodie Ryan. Why not? And after a really good off-season, we just need to go and win the grand final. I actually don't really anticipate doing a third season. We've already got $4 million in the bank, doing very, very nicely. We're playing Sydney in the preseason once again. I don't know if this is a running thing with them, but just apparently we are. That's fine. And the new lineup is looking very, very nice. We've got Sicily, Battle, Weddle, Will McCabe going to be entering making his AFL debut this season. Tom Barras, Carl Amon, Massimo D'Ambrosio, James Warple, Will Day, Jai Newcomb, Zach Merritt. What a lineup this is going to be, with Lloyd Meek in the ruck, Connor McDonald, Brody Myercheck at centre half forward, going to be starting in the forward line. We do have Oscar Allen and Mabior Chol on the bench. Very tall bench. Dylan Moore at half forward, The Wiz, Gunston, Ginnivan, Ryan Gardner as the backup with Jai Simpkin, Mabior Chol, Allen as we said, and Josh Ward as the sub. There's a lot of good talent not playing. Guys like Jarman Impey, Connor Nash, Scrimshaw, all these really good young players missing out. Well, not young players, but Kaushadir, a good young player. I think he played every game for us last year, but not playing in this preseason game. We lose to the Swans once again in preseason. We actually play in round 1 this year, not in opening round. And we're going to go in unchanged. And hopefully we can get our first win on the board. Jesus. Okay. We won by 127 points in round 1. Giant Newcomb with the 3 votes. Just the 49 disposals and 5 goals. This might be the greatest performance in AFL history. And now we have the Zach Merritt revenge game, which we are definitely not going to simulate over the top of. Well, we are going to simulate over the top of it, but we do need to have a look at this on camera. We'll just simulate it, see how we go. We may have created the best team in AFL history. Newcomb, again, 39 disposals. Ginnivan and Gunston, as well as Will Day, D'Ambrosio. Geez, we are doing very, very well to start the year. I'm going to catch up with you guys in September. Ginnivan is currently top of the Coleman. Newcomb's in 3rd. Gunston also in 3rd. This could be a very, very long season for the rest of the AFL. Hopefully, we don't have a collapse. It's been a fantastic year. Once again, Jack Gunston finishes on top of the Coleman medal, tied with Aaron Norton. Connor McDonald actually in 2nd with 45 goals, and Jack Ginnivan in 3rd. We kicked so many goals this year, especially in like the first half of the season. By the time we'd gotten to round 10, I think our lowest winning margin that we'd had, I think we were 9-1 at that point, was 56 points. Every other game we'd won by more than 56 points. Then we lost to, I think, GWS. And yeah, 19-4, once again, an awesome percentage, 148, about 20% clear than the second best team in the AFL, in the Adelaide Crows. I'm very, very impressed. That is basically all I have to say. We've now got Collingwood in a qualifying final, which I believe we either had a prelim against Collingwood last season, or we did play Collingwood in finals last year. I believe we did win. 51 points is the margin in the qualifying final. Dylan Moore does a very nice job, kicks the 5 goals. And we go straight through to the prelim up against Geelong, who, as we know, are very, very tough customers. The lineup has basically stayed the same the entire way over the course of the season. The only change I did make was bringing Kaushidea in just to give us a bit more youth off of the bench. We took Mabior Chol out, even though he was very, very good for us over the course of these last few years. Hopefully we can get the win over Geelong. We do, just by 7 points. Very, very lucky. We've got a grand final to play. Who are we waiting for? It's the Adelaide Crows once again. I wonder if Riley Thilthorpe's going to be sticking out his tongue during the national anthem. Just something we need to keep an eye on. Is there anybody that we want to bring in for the grand final? Not particularly. I don't think so. I know we did pick up... Who did we pick up in the mid-season draft? It was Will Phillips. We picked him up in the mid-season draft. We haven't played him at any point, but he was there. So I think we're just going to keep the lineup as is. There's no reason to change it, so let's do that. And let's do a battle of the monstrosity Guernseys. Why not? We're going to go with the golden... I was going to say golden eagle. Wow, golden hawk on the brown, and the Crows can wear whatever the hell that is. Hopefully we can do okay and reenact the semi-final from last week. Let's go! And the weather, unlike the last few grand finals we have had, is no good, unfortunately. We've got rain, we've got clouds. The wind isn't as bad as I thought it might be, though. Jordan Dawson, Rankin flanking him to his left. I didn't see who it was on the right. But this is going to be a very tough contest for the Adelaide Crows, as they are definitely underdogs coming into this one. And as they run through the banner, they've got obviously the yellow jumper with the horizontal red and blue stripes, the state colours. They'll be representing the entire state except for that very small population in Port Adelaide. And they're going to be hoping for a very good result for them today. Speaking of golden Guernseys, it's now time for the Hawks to come up the race. I basically haven't touched the team over the course of the past 2 seasons. There's really only been 3 players we've brought in. We did lose a couple of sort of fringe-ish players, except for Cam McKenzie, I should say. And I think we're a real chance of getting another flag here. How many previous AFL skippers are in this team? We've got Oscar Allen, Zach Merritt, Jai Simpkin, James Sicily, obviously the current skipper, so that's at least 4. I'm trying to think of who the skipper of Hawthorn was before Sicily. I can't remember. It's not relevant. Don't worry about it. Good to see Jack Riewoldt presenting the Premiership Cup before the game, which I believe he is doing on Grand Final day this year. I didn't actually tell who the other guy was. And the Crows have won the toss. Where are they going to kick? They're going to kick to the left of screen. And these Guernseys might actually be clashing a little bit too much. Hopefully it's not going to cause too many problems as Dawson picks up the crumbs straight out of the middle of the ground. Will McCabe, the father-son, takes a good mark. McDonald running wide. Hangs onto it very nicely in the wet. Did a good job. Kick it short this time. And the Irishman, Mark Keane, intercepts. We intercept back. We just got a panicked kick around the corner. The Wiz on Saligo does a good job. Kicks it short to the former Crow in Jack Gunston. Bit of breeze going to the right of screen, but probably not enough to affect this kick. Let's see if we can get the first of the grand final. Ooh, that's good. Jack is back. Not a big fan of us playing with the red footy today. Surely with the wet weather, we get the yellow footy treatment. Gunston, one out with Worrell once again. Takes it too easy of a mark. Really nicely done. We could see a big bag from the big fella today. And, you know, this past season in real life, he's been in career best form. That is not a good kick. But it's just defying father time right now as Jordan Dawson, the skipper, kicks short to the former skipper, Tex Walker. Dan Curtin kicks wide to Miller. Goes down the line looking for Crouch, the Brownlow medalist. Not a sentence I thought I would say. Thilthorpe and Battle. Thilthorpe picks it up, kicks goalward. It's across the face. Long and down the ground is our objective. Out of the middle of the ground, we get the ball at ground level. McDonald gets wrapped up. Meek gets wrapped up by O'Brien. We got a ball up. Winning the ball out of the middle once again. Newcomb gets it forward to Meek. We need a short little target. That's not 15. Crows pick it up very nicely. I must admit, not my best choice of Guernseys in this one. Sorry about that. As Carl Aim on the former Port Adelaide player takes a good mark. Let's go wide. Meek on the move. Takes an uncontested mark. We got another player over the top. The Wiz, actually no, it's not Gunston, Ginnivan down there. Ball goes to ground. Little snap around the body. And there is Warple. Going to be lining up for his first of the day. Oh. And there goes quarter time. Not my best kick before quarter time, but it's okay. We've got the lead, which is the main thing. And we are going to be hoping that we can carry and continue this momentum into the second quarter. Meek once again in the ruck. Hasn't had a spell just yet. Handballs forward today, the South Australian. Ball over the top. Gunston's in amongst it. But Worrell takes a good mark. Down the ground, looking for a target. Can only find the skipper in Sicily. I haven't seen a lot of the Wiz yet. We got to get the Wiz in some action. Newcomb can't take the mark on this occasion. We had players running backwards. Saligo kicking wide. Now we're Dowling. Meek has been all over this one so far. Another intercept mark. Will Day sitting under it. Where are you, my wizard? Kicking wide, the Wiz. Got to get your little legs onto this one. Newcomb intercepts it from him. Come on, Wiz. There we go. And you'd think this is probably drop punt territory for the Wizard. Hopefully we can just sort of steer this way, or steer this one through to the goals. Slow approach. Executed perfectly. That is what I was trying to say. I was trying to put too much sauce onto it. Never mind. We've got a 2-1 lead in the grand final. We're doing very, very well. Ball over the top. Thilthorpe in and amongst it. Ball goes to ground. Thilthorpe picks it up. We're trying to get a clearing handball. We've got numbers. Now with Will McCabe. Just kicks it into space, and hopefully we can get someone to run onto it. It's going to be the Wiz. Kick inside. Looking for Ginnivan. He takes it. Has grand final experience, obviously, with his performance with the Pies. I wonder if he went out the night before the grand final. He's done well. And he's put his first through of the day. It has been all Hawthorn so far, but an intercept in the middle of the ground does not go to our favour. And we're chasing jumpers right now. O'Brien trying to find Thilthorpe. Rankin picks up the pieces and puts the Crows' first goal through just before half-time. Crouch working the ball forward once again for the Crows. Carl Amon standing in front of Dan Curtin does a good job. Down the line now, Meek. Might be close to best on so far, to be perfectly honest. Merritt was short. We go right past him, actually. Gunston with the tackle. Will Day. Kick towards goal. Ginnivan. Really well done by Will Day there, just to lower the eyes. Ginnivan slots it through on half-time. He has 2. And what a fantastic quarter by Hawthorn. 3-1. And the Crows enter half-time feeling nothing but misery. But the game is not over yet. If we can continue our hot form, we might be able to wrap this up before three-quarter time. Who knows? But I mean, if the Crows don't turn up soon, they are going to be in a world of hurt. I was too worried about Gunston over the top in the goal square by himself. Okay, we need to focus. Ball goes to ground. Ball picked up by Newcomb. Now with McDonald, short little kick finds Warple once again. It's going to be a big kick from here. Outside 50, in the wet. Actually going to be just inside 50. It's another missed opportunity. McDonald intercepts out of full back. Kicking down to full forward. Gunston still down there. Ball goes to ground. Handball inside. Looking for the Wiz. Nobody home. McDonald drops it. Now with more. We've got players chasing after it. The Wiz. Handball's inside. Probably should have kicked it himself. But Warple once again marks on the 50. We are not going to have a shot on goal. He's already missed 2 today. Myercheck on the goal line. Takes the mark, but it's already over, unfortunately. Ball with Isaac coming at half back. The Crows need a lot to stay in the game. That's a high tackle. But it wasn't on us. I thought it might have been, but maybe it's just the Guernseys clashing. Cumming going to try again here. Finds Saligo at half back. Just kicking long and down the line in hope right now. Finds Billy Dowling. Does a good job, actually. Sicily can't take it. He's going to head back and try and man the troops. Battle has Riley O'Brien on him and did a very good job standing next to the big fella. Let's kick to the pack. Hope for the best. Merritt and Rankin. We've also got McCabe out the back, and that is where we're going to go. Little short kick. Down the line now. Gunston at full forward. Ginnivan at his feet. The Wiz, and I think that's... actually didn't see who that was out the back. Not going to matter as the Wiz takes a mark top of the goal square. He's done a very good job getting a lot of the ball today as well. Let's put a few party tricks together. Hey, Jesus, he's hit the post. Now is not the time for party tricks, but it is now a 21-point lead. Crows need 4 goals to win, and we just need to not crap the bed. But as the hype music kicks in, we did keep the Crows goalless last quarter, which was fantastic. But we can't afford too many more screw-ups. We've been actually quite fortunate as Merritt just lowers the vision. Gonna give the Wizard a second opportunity as the wind appears to have picked up. So we're gonna probably have to start this a little bit wider in front of goal, just outside that right goal post. Already the 5 marks on the day for the Wiz. That's probably a little bit too wide. It's actually not going to make the journey. And Matt Crouch just bodies. I think that's Oscar Allen at full forward. Ginnivan intercepts and we're going to play on. Look centrally. Gunston can't take the mark. Handball centrally once again. Little ball around the corner. Ginnivan. Actually, it was Dylan Moore was trying to pick up the pieces and to rush behind. Riley O'Brien now standing on Nick Watson. Hardly seems fair, but they're doing it anyway. Zach Merritt intercepts the ball out of half-back. Does a good job. Sends it long. McCabe. Why is he down the forward line? Is he lost? as that is very, very harsh on Jack Ginnivan. Just collected the ball, got called for holding the ball. Crows just chipping it around, trying to work the ball forward. They've had a very difficult time getting it out of their defensive 50, and they're not going to be much better as Gunston's the target down at full forward once again. Can't take the mark, can't get the handball over the top either, but we have players all over the place as Lloyd Meek takes a good mark. And again, just lots of loose numbers inside our forward 50. Warple sitting under it, takes it. Third time lucky for James Warple. Finally puts one through, and you'd have to say the game is done now for the Adelaide Crows. Long ball out of the middle once again. Gunston sitting under it, takes another mark. Surprisingly only kicked the 1 goal today, but this one won't affect the margin, or affect the result I should say whatsoever, as the Hawthorn Football Club have been so dominant today. They finally get another premiership to their collection, and the Crows another losing grand final. And as the presentations begin in the wet of Melbourne, how else would it be, to be perfectly honest? It's miserable Melbourne weather. Jack Gunston, possibly the oldest Norm Smith medalist in AFL history. Isaac Smith would be running him pretty close, but Jack Gunston did have a phenomenal game today. And out comes Sam Mitchell, former Premiership captain with Hawthorn, now a Premiership coach. And the moment the Hawks, and to be honest, quite a few teams have been waiting. Hawthorn finally win their AFL Premiership. We've only got a few clubs to go. I believe Collingwood and Brisbane, as well as Port technically, but I'm not that worried about Port right now. But well done, Hawthorn. Excellent job getting this done in 2 seasons. And another phenomenal grand final won. And we have a look at the disposals just from start to finish. We absolutely crushed the Crows. Ginnivan with the 2. Gunston with 2 as well was very good. The Wiz, 1 goal, 1. Had he kicked 2 goals, was potentially a shout for Norm Smith. Rankin with the Crows' only goal. Warple with 1 goal, 2. Could have been a lot more effective. If we have a look at the disposals, Jai Newcomb was all around it. The Wiz, Will Day. Lloyd Meek was very good. Tackles, I mean, it's pretty even across the board. But if we have a look at the major ball winners and goal kickers, here they are on screen. And Nick Watson did finish with 2 goals in the end. Lloyd Meek, as I did say, was a bit of a smoky for the Norm Smith, but did just get the 1 vote for his troubles. And Sam Berry, of all people, wins the Brownlow medal this year. Very, very strange. Hugh McCluggage with 29 votes finishes 2nd. Harry Sheasel in 3rd, actually tied with Jai Newcomb and Darcy Parish, with Connor McDonald down there with the 16 votes as well. Apparently the Rising Star Award got cancelled this year because nobody was eligible. But here are the leading goal kicker awards. For the Coleman medal, we had a lot of Hawks in the top sort of 10. Were so good this year in front of goal. And in the All-Australian team, it is listed with the Hawks with Weddle, Sicily, Jai Newcomb, Myercheck. Lots and lots of Hawthorn players, but that is going to be it. If we have a look at the club stats, you can just see how dominant we were this season. Connor McDonald led the goal kicking actually with 50. Jack Gunston, as far as leading goal kicking in accuracy goes, he was actually pretty good. 75 behinds, while kicking that many goals is not bad. Ginnivan with the 39. Nick Watson with the 39. Sorry, Ginnivan with 49, I should say. Myercheck 36-71. I didn't actually see a lot of him on grand final day, but I'm very, very happy with how he played. We did very, very well, and there is nothing much more I need to say. It's Collingwood or Brisbane. Whoever you want to see next, vote down below in the comment section. I'm going to put a poll up on when this video is live. I will. But that is going to do it for today. Thank you very much for watching up until this point. Please leave a like, subscribe to the channel if you're new. And until then, I hope you have a lovely day wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome to another AFL 26 rebuild. Oh, Melbourne. That is the job that we have to do today. Hope you're all doing very well, and they are not in a good spot. They have a lot of older players on long contracts. This is going to be tough. This is going to be very, very tough. Our objectives that we have, or to select from at least, is win the Premiership, finish in the top 4, avoid a losing streak, which that's not going to happen. None of those 3 are going to happen. Win 9 games, I think, is probably going to be our best bet. So we may as well go for that. I think that's what we do. And at the beginning of the new year, we don't touch a single thing. Contracts we don't touch. I'm actually for this particular rebuild. I'm going to turn injuries off. I know that the last few rebuilds have been really prolonged due to injuries. So just to make the video a little bit shorter, I'm going to turn injuries off. Hope you don't mind about that. But other than that, I'm not going to touch a single thing in this first season. And if we have a look at some of the players that we do have on our list still, we've got obviously Stephen May, Premiership defender, and we've got to remember this team only won a Premiership in 2021, so just to show how far the wheels have fallen off since then, it's, 2025, and they're really, really struggling. Petrarca is the crown jewel in this team, as well as, of course, the skipper in Max Vaughan. Jack Viney, although he is getting older, we're probably not going to move him on. He is just the heart and soul of this club. Jake Lever, we're probably going to move him on along with May. And probably, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with Petrarca. Clayton Oliver, another one that we will be moving on. Just, it's clear that some of these players do not want to be at the club anymore. But then, apart from that, there's nobody really coming up that is, like, really, really good. Cozzy Pickett has been the one shining light for them in real life this season. I know they've made a few young draft picks, so like Caleb Windsor and Colton Tholstrup, not too bad. There's one other one, I think, as well that I can't think of right now. Harvey Langford, that is who it is. Even Xavier Lindsay as well is a player with a bit of potential. But on the large scale of things, there's a lot of things wrong with this club, and I'm going to do my best to try and correct it. And I think this is the best 22 that I can put together for the upcoming season. Obviously, with no injuries being on, I'm still going to do my best to rotate the team as much as I can to prevent fatigue. So we're going to start with Judd McVie, a really good young defender in that back pocket. We're going to actually swap him around with Cade Chandler. We've got Stephen May, Jake Bowie, Christian Salem, who I feel like he's been around forever, and Jake Lever as that back line. I've decided to put in a few of our younger players in the midfield. Harvey Langford, who we spoke about, Caleb Windsor, who we spoke about, Ed Langdon, getting up there in years, 29 years of age, Petrarca and Oliver, as I said, 2 really, really strong players, but just there's a lot of unrest here at this football club, so I'm going to do my best to sort of tidy this up as best I can. Max Gawn, he is not going anywhere. I don't care if he reduces to a 3 overall. He is staying here. Trent Rivers, we're going to put him at half forward for now. Bailey Fritsch is going to play centre half forward. Cozzy Pickett, we're going to start him at half forward. He'll eventually rotate through the middle. The man with 1,000 teeth, Jake Melksham, is going to be in the other forward pocket. The Roo at full forward. Jack Viney in a forward pocket. With Tom McDonald as our backup ruck, Colton Tholstrup, Tommy Sparrow, Xavier Lindsay, and Daniel Turner as the sub. And preseason hasn't gone ideally. We lose to the Giants by 31 points, and they got absolutely belted last night by the Western Bulldogs. I know there were a few men down, but still a very impressive performance by the Bulldogs. Anyway, that is irrelevant to this video. The Giants win in preseason. Who we have in round 1? We don't get any of our achievements. We actually have GWS in round 1 as well. We're going to keep the same 22 going into that game, and this time we only lose by 5 points. 6 goals to 4 in the final quarter isn't enough to get the job done. Harvey Thomas kicks 4 for the Giants. Darcy Jones. I was going to say Damien Jones, but that's not right. It's Darcy Jones. Kicks 2. Petrarca had 40 disposals and 3 goals. Only got the 2 Brownlow votes. A little bit stiff considering we lost, but we didn't kick straight early on. It's probably what cost us in the end. Now that the opening round is done, I'll meet you guys at the end of the home and away season. I dare say we will not be very good this year. Very close race in the Brownlow this year. Patrick Cripps wins his 3rd Brownlow medal. Joins up with, I know Dick Reynolds has won 3. Ian Stewart, I believe, has won 3. It's probably a few other players that I am missing, and I do apologize. My AFL history nerds are going to be very grumpy with me. But Patrick Cripps joins a very exclusive club. Hayden Bunton Jr., I've just remembered another one. But Andy Brayshaw, Murphy Reed finish second and third as teammates, which is actually quite funny. Sam Walsh in fourth, so a lot of Carlton and Freo at the top of the Brownlow polls. Clayton Oliver, I should say, ended up with the most votes for us. He's down the ward towards the bottom of the list. He ended up with 17. Sam Darcy wins his first of, I'm assuming, what will be many Coleman medals. Ends up with 51 goals for the year. Charlie Curnow, 49 goals, not far behind. And then the Caddyshack, 42 goals. Did very, very well in third. And then Calamar Chi actually getting a few goals as well. Adam Treloar, geez, wow, a lot of representation amongst different positions as well. Max Gawn led the way for us with 36 goals, did very, very nicely. And then Murphy Reed, obviously, was third in the Brownlow, ends up winning the not Norm Smith medal, the Rising Star medal. Harvey Langford in second, got a lot of game time, was very, very good. Very, very impressed with our young brigade in this season. Max Gawn, All-Australian ruck, no real surprise there. He's been the best ruck in the competition for a very long time. We end up finishing in 10th, which I'm actually quite happy about. The Doggies finish on top of the ladder. Carlton in second. Big surprise. Geelong in third. Hawthorn, Freo, Sydney, Crows, GWS round out the top 8. Collingwood, probably the big shock. They're down in 14th. Brisbane as well. Apart from that, no real surprises. And in the end, Hawthorn belt the Giants in the AFL Grand Final. Giants, they just love getting belted in Grand Finals. Apparently that's their thing going forward. Massimo D'Ambrosio kicks 4. Cal Shadir kicks 4 goals, 8 in a Grand Final. That's quite funny. Anybody else kicked a lot of behinds? Maybe your Chol did. He kicked 1 goal free, I think it was. Jacob Ware, 41 disposals. Connor Nash, Newcomb, Dylan Moore, 38 disposals. Who gets Norm Smith in the end? Cal Shadir for his 4 goals, 8. That's probably the only time that inaccuracy has ever been rewarded. But a fantastic effort by the Hawks. And as I did say, Max Gawn led the goal kicking this year. Bailey Fritsch on 30 goals, not far behind. Caleb Windsor, really, really solid season. Probably wins best and fairest. Maybe Max Gawn. Either one of those guys would be eligible. Stephen May surprisingly popped up with 26 goals. Ed Langdon, The Roo, Trent Rivers, Jake Lever kicked a few snags. But a pretty all-round effort in terms of kicking goals this year. Clayton Oliver got a lot of the ball, as did Petrarca and Windsor. Harvey Langford was very good in a very young campaign for him. Cozzy Pickett was a little underwhelming. Probably will spend some more minutes in the midfield next season once some positions are freed up there. And who wins the idiot hat for the most behinds this season? It's the Texan. Well done, Tex Walker. 87 behinds in what will surely be one of his final AFL campaigns. And now free agency is officially open, but we need to seriously have a look at our players and see who's uncontracted, what moves we need to do. Uncontracted is where we're going to start, of course. Judd McVie, a very, very good young player. He was picked up in the rookie draft, actually. He's only got a little bit more potential to grow, and apparently we have 37 players contracted for this season. Now, I have not touched any contracts, so I feel like... Oh, I'm looking at 2026. Obviously, I'm looking at the wrong list. Okay, there we go. That's much better. 2026, we have 26 players contracted. That makes a lot more sense. We've got about $3.5 million to spend. I'm not that concerned about money at this point in time because I'm really going to be moving on a lot of the big players, which will surely move on a lot of the money. We're going to try and start to build young, which is what we did in the St Kilda video. And then obviously as the roster starts to flourish, we'll go from there. So I'm not exactly sure what Judgment V is going to be after, but we'll just have a quick look around, see who else we need to consider. There's Spargo, who I'm probably not going to bring back, I don't think. Billings, not great. Probably be remembered for being the pick before Bontempelli, before anything else. The man with 1,000 teeth, Jake Melksham. As much as I like him in real life, he's not highly rated here, so we're probably going to let him go. Howes will probably let him go. McDonald, I would look to trade him, and then we're sort of getting towards the back end of the list. So I would probably look to bring back Tajwa Woden, because he did play a few games for us. It wasn't too bad last year. It'll probably be a 1 or 2 year deal. And Judd McVie as well. The others, I'm not going to rush to re-sign. And in terms of everybody else, I cannot believe that Jack Viney is on over $1 million a season. That is outrageous. Clayton Oliver, that I can believe. And then we sort of get into some of the lesser talent the further we go down the list. I know Petrarca, we are going to try and keep at least for this season. I'm going to try and move on Clayton Oliver and May, as well as Lever. I think that is going to be a good starting point, and then whatever we get from that will be outstanding. I'm not going to touch any big name free agents, because to be perfectly honest, we are not a free agent destination right now. So I'm really only going to look at younger players, and maybe like delisted free agents is all I'm really going to look at. Before we get into our trade period, we've already made a few free agent signings, 6 actually, and they've all been delisted free agents. So Caleb Porter is the first one. He's sort of 194 centimeters, I think it was, is how tall he is. Not happy on the Bulldogs. We picked him up on a reasonably cheap fee, mainly because we signed him to a rookie contract, and those are always very, very handy. If you can sign your players to rookie contracts, they will accept whatever money you throw at them. Locke Rawlinson in the last video, he was listed as a ruck. He's now correctly listed as a forward, so he's all signed up. He's got a bit of potential to his name. Deline as well, I cannot remember where he's from. I think he might be from Freo. We picked him up. Callum M. Brown has also signed, and Lee Kalia and Mr. Riddle as well, the Riddler, also from Fremantle. We've all signed to relatively cheap deals, either on 2 or 3 year contracts. It's a good start. These are not high profile signings, and to be perfectly honest, depending on how long the rebuild takes, they may not be here when we eventually win a premiership with the D's. Trade period has officially started, and we've got a little bit of trade and free agent news to just sort of go through before we get started with our trade period. We can see that Ryan Burton has been signed by North Melbourne. They desperately need a defender, and they finally got one. Port Adelaide get pick 39 in compensation. Hawthorn have traded Connor McDonald off to the Suns in exchange for pick 10. Jace Burgoyne's off to St Kilda. I don't know why that always happens. In exchange for pick 67 and pick 24, which, to be perfectly honest, is a bit of a bargain. Jack Watkins is off to Richmond. He's been traded by the Giants for pick 40. And Josh Weddle has been traded to Collingwood from Hawthorn in exchange for pick 23 and a future second. Now, when we get to our trade period, there are a few bits and pieces that I want to address, or a few key positions I want to address. I want to get an actual full forward. We've not had one, a really good one, for a long time. I want to get a backup ruck for Max Gawn. Obviously, he's not getting any younger, and I just want to protect him a little bit. And I just want to move on those other experienced players that I have spoken about many times already in this video. So those are my sort of key areas. Key forward, backup ruck, as much as we can get for whatever we trade away. That's where I'm at. Hopefully we can do something decent. After a very long and tedious trade process, we have finally put together 5 trades, and I've also signed some more free agents, but I'm going to go through the trades first of how I think I can rebuild the Melbourne Football Club in my image. Now, bearing in mind, we are probably going to be worse next season, and I've taken about 5 steps backwards to take 10 steps forward, so bear in mind when I've done these trades. Now, the first trade is probably the biggest and most important trade, is where we've sent a lot of players, and by a lot of players I mean Clayton Oliver, and I was going to say Clayton May and Stephen Oliver. Stephen May and Clayton Oliver off to North Melbourne, along with pick 9 and a future second round pick for Zane Dersma. Now, Zane Dersma, he's a little bit out of sorts at North Melbourne. They don't really know where to play him. I know exactly where I'm going to play him. Pick 9 is very important. I know it's our own first round pick. We shifted that to North Melbourne for 2 reasons. 1, to obviously secure Zane Dersma, and 2, Stephen May and Clayton Oliver were on almost $2.2 million combined this season. So that's just to get them off the books, essentially. And I feel like we've done a really good job of balancing that going forward. It seems like a lot, but I think we get really, really good value later down the rest of the roster. So bear with me for a minute. Our next trade, we've sent Jake Lever, and I think it's Dane Turner, I'm not 100% sure, off to Sydney. We get their future first round pick for next year, which is really handy. The Swans desperately need just tall people, and they've got Jake Lever, and we get their first round pick, which is really, really handy to get. We then send Tom McDonald, Tom Campbell, and the man with 1,000 teeth, Jake Melksham, off to Geelong. They're like recruiting old people. We get their future second round pick. All of these guys, I believe, were out of contract anyway, so it's a free pick for us in the next trade period to use. We then send Tommy Sparrow, Shane McAdam, and Jake Bowie over to Port Adelaide. Same kind of deal. Both Sparrow and McAdam have spent significant time in South Australia. I'm not 100% sure about Jake Bowie. He was kind of a throw-in to get the deal done. We get Port's future second. And lastly, we get this deal done with Essendon to move up a few spots in the draft. So our first pick will come at 20. Christian Salem, Harrison Petty, and Connor Spargo, as well as pick 27, which originally was our own. That gets sent off to Essendon for pick 20. So our draft hand as it stands right now is pick 20 in the second round, which is actually just outside the first round, which is really, really nice. We then have our own picks going from the third round and down. But next off season, we've got the Swans' first round pick as well as our own. And then we've got Port Adelaide's and Geelong's second round pick. So I feel like all things considered, we've done a good job in the trade period. And then we've done some additional business in free agency, which we're going to have a look at now. We've signed Jack Silvani. Callum and Brown, we've already covered. We've already covered a lot of these guys. Alex Sexton. We've also got that Zane Dersma. We've brought back Jaden Hunt, which has been really, really nice. We picked him up from the Eagles. We picked up Dane Rampy. Sam Draper, not Sam Draper? Yes, Sam Draper. I always get him and Sid Draper mixed up nowadays. He's going to be backup ruck for the ongoing sort of portion of this video. We've brought Jeremy Howe back to Melbourne, where he was drafted, to his roots. And although he's never played for Melbourne, his brother is the club legend. We've brought Zach Jones in just to provide a bit of that Jones DNA into our club, which, you know, he was around when we won our first premiership of the millennium. So hopefully that can be just a little bit of a boost that we need. Yes, I know we've brought in a few older players, but they're all on relatively short and cost-controlled deals. We still have a lot of cap space, which is going to work out fine in our advantage in the future. Now, I haven't exactly said where I'm going to be playing Zane Dersma. He's going to be playing full forward for us. He's tall enough, he's got really good hands and fantastic jumping ability. If it doesn't work out at full forward, we can always do a Jeremy Howe and move him back. So I think we're going to start him at full forward. We've signed him to a 3-year deal. All of these deals are at most 3-year deals, except for Jack Silvani's. I signed him to a 5-year deal because I felt like that was necessary. But I think we've done a really good job here. We've got 9 roster spots available. I know we've still got a few players that are uncontracted still. I'm quite happy to let all of these players go. Yeah, Harry Sharp, I was thinking about bringing back, but he's not very happy. So that is fine. Wave goodbye to all of these players on screen. And as I said, our first pick is going to be at pick 20. And there is one player that I do want to select at pick 20. He is a key defender and he looks very, very good. There are players here such as O'Sullivan and Matthew, who I would love to get, but I just don't think they are going to be there. So obviously, if they're going to be there, I will take them. But Connor Potter, fantastic name. Key defender, 69 overall. I think it's 85 to 90 potential, if I remember correctly. Seems like he had a decent under-18s championship. We need a lot of key defenders. We traded a few away in the off-season. So I think between the work we've done in free agency and if we can pick him up in the draft, I think we've done a really, really good job and not actually used a first-round pick this year. With the national draft just around the corner, we should have a look at some of the other trades that have been done this off-season. Jack Buckley and pick 17 have been traded to Collingwood for a future first-rounder and pick 50. Jack Bowes is off from Geelong to the Suns for a future first and pick 43. Ollie Dempsey has also been traded by Geelong to Carlton for a first-round pick. Brisbane have gained some compensation after losing Callum Archie to free agency to North Melbourne. I did consider signing Callum Archie. He had a very good season last year, but I just didn't pull the trigger in the end. Darcy Tucker is off to Richmond in free agency. Ed Richards has left the Bulldogs. He has signed with the Hawthorn Football Club, and now Oscar Allen has signed with Brisbane. Highly anticipated move. Zach Bailey has also been traded from Brisbane to the Western Bulldogs in exchange for pick 19. Ryan Gardner has been traded from the Bulldogs to Port Adelaide for pick 26. And lastly, Jamara has been traded from the Bulldogs to the Brisbane Lions for a future first round pick and pick 7. So the Bulldogs, Brisbane and Geelong getting very, very active in the trade period. Brisbane now have a forward line of Oscar Allen and Jamara. That is exceptional work. Let's get into the national draft. Who gets selected with the first pick? It's Clifford, Parsons, Fisher. None of my guys have been picked just yet. We're not going to cover the whole draft like this. O'Sullivan gets picked. Who else is there that we need to keep an eye on? I've forgotten his name. We've been moved down to pick 21. I assume that's just due to compensation. I can see Potter is here. He is there with 70 overall now, 85 to 92 potential. Let's just have a look at the under-18 championships. It looks like our other guy got taken as well. I've since forgotten his name, so I don't think it's going to matter a great deal. But, as I said, we are going to be taking Mr. Potter. You are a wizard. You've been drafted. And our next pick's going to come all the way down at 55, and this is just a case of best player available. Mr. Hunt. Is it Ethan Hunt? Damn it. It's Ezekiel Hunt. A bit of an inaccurate sort of under-18 championships. 73 overall. Doesn't have a lot of room to grow, but he's just going to be a backup. And we like backups. We need your backups. This guy, Jack Fraser, is going to be our next draft pick. He's highly recommended by our scouts. 77 to 80 potential, just a 68 overall. I mean, he's probably not going to start on day one, but he is going to be around for us. Probably for a little bit of the video until we trade him. I can see that Dylan Annable is available. Daniel Annable, I should say. I know he is an academy prospect to Brisbane. He's probably not as good as he is going to be in real life, but we're going to just draft him just because we can, really. And with our last pick, I can see that the Suns have a few picks after us. Who is just the highest rated available player? Is it Lockie Evans or Logan Evans? Logan Evans. Let's draft him. He's on our Port Adelaide team. Will he play? Not sure. But that is a really good job. I thought that was the Wiz for a second. I'm thinking, how the hell did he get this far and me not notice him? The rookie draft, we very rarely draft anyone, so I'm just going to skip to the start of the next season. And with that done, we are back on our objective screen for Season 2. And I think just maintain the top 8 position. I think that is going to be... Well, actually, that's going to be a little bit tough. We get a good signing bonus. Actually, I think that makes the most sense because I think realistically, we're going to struggle to win 9 games. And even if we don't achieve our completion bonus of being in the top 8 across 12 different rounds, the signing bonus basically covers every other sort of objective that we would go for anyway. So let's go for that one and let's get into a really good new year. We've got Geelong in our first preseason game of the year. Our objectives for the year: win 6 games at home, win 7 matches in the home and away season, and finish in the top 8 across 12 different rounds. I think that's all very achievable, to be perfectly honest. The toughest one will be the first one, but apart from that, I think we're going to be okay. Okay, I think I've done a solid job putting a team together for this upcoming season. We're going to start with Judd McVie in the back pocket. We've got the Wizard Connor Potter in fullback, Jeremy Howe in the back pocket, Jack Viney at halfback, Dane Rampy centre halfback. Even though I feel like he's a little bit undersized, he is there. We've got Logan Evans at the halfback flank. Initially, I wasn't going to play him, but I think he's going to be okay for us. Langford, Windsor, and Lindsay, that young trio across the centre of the park, I think is going to be exceptional. Max Gawn in the ruck, Petrarca. I'm going to give him 1 more year. We'll see what happens. Cozzy Pickett's finally been promoted into the middle. I should just quickly mention, in the latest update of the game, all the contracts are up to date. So Cozzy Pickett no longer going to be a free agent in 2026. So his contract is now accurate. So there's no reason for me to worry about him. Ed Langdon at half forward. Jacob Van Rooyen at full centre half forward, I should say. Trent Rivers on the other forward flank. And then we've got Jack Silvani. I like him better as a forward, even though he is very good as a back. I think him and Jeremy Howe can sort of swap in and see what happens. Zane Dersma at full forward, Bailey Fritsch in the other forward pocket, Sam Draper as a backup ruck, Kay Chandler, Jaden Hunt, Colton Tholstrup, and Alex Sexton as the sub. We've got a few other players outside of the main 23 who probably unlucky to miss out, but I still want to get a few more games into our youth in the middle of the ground, as well as down forward and back basically everywhere is what I'm trying to say. Max Gawn's still going to captain, that has not changed. We have pre-season up against Geelong. We get belted by 82 points. That's not really a surprise. They are very, very good. Tyson Stengel with the 4 goals. O'Connor, Dangerfield, Cameron. Ollie Henry with 3 goals, 5. That is a little bit interesting. Roy kicked 5 behinds. Not a good start for him. Dersma, only the 1 goal. I mean, it's early. It's early. That's all I'm going to say. But 14-23 is not a good start. We're going to go unchanged into our game, our opening round of the season. It's the last game of round 1. It's a Sunday afternoon up against the reigning premiers in Hawthorn. And we get belted by 68 points. We didn't trade away our first round pick for this season. We only traded away last season's first round pick, so we're not going to be too bad. Ed Langdon, 31 disposals and 6 goals, gets best on ground. Ginnivan, 38 disposals and 3 goals, probably a little bit stiff, but a really good performance by the Hawks. How did Dersma go? Roy and 1 goal, 5 is a little sad, but where is Zane Dersma? 1 goal again. It's still early days, but hopefully the rest of the season will play out okay. I'm obviously going to play around with the team, see what happens. But yeah, this could be either a very, very long season, or we may just sneak into the top 8. We'll see what happens. Patrick Cripps is making history yet again. He is the first 4-time Brownlow medalist. This time he has to share it with Matt Crouch, who ties with 25 votes. Jordan Dawson in second, Andy Brayshaw in third. But what a performance for Patrick Cripps, I have to say. No Melbourne players that I can see on this list. I know we didn't have a very good season. Treacy, 47 goals, wins the Coleman. Guinea with the 41. Langford and Curnow on 40. But Luke Parker, 39 goals, was very, very good. Again, no Melbourne players on this list. Rising star, none of our guys, unfortunately. Max Gawn, not in the ruck, but Jack Silvani did make the All-Australian team, which is, good for him. But yeah, pretty disappointing year. We finish in 14th place, which was probably about right, actually, now that I think about it. We lost our first 3 games of the season, proceeded to win our next 5. Then I think we were 7-6 at one point, and then ended up basically 9-14, which is a little bit disappointing because we were in the top 8 for a little bit, but then just faded away towards the end. North Melbourne, after that big trade we did, would then jump up into the top 5 with a really, really good season for them. But yeah, Richmond only win the 1 game, pretty disappointing by them. Port only the 5, and West Coast only the 4. So I think it's on the cards that we're probably going to be trading Petrarca this off-season. I think he is pretty much done. The Crows win the Premiership in the end. They beat Collingwood, but they absolutely demolish the Giants in the prelim final. We'll have a look at that in a minute. 62-point win on grand final day. The Crows get their 3rd Premiership. A really, really good performance by the Crows. Jordan Dawson, again, 38 disposals. I'm pretty sure he kicked a few goals, 2 goals. If he's not Norm Smith, I don't know who would be. It is Jordan Dawson. And in that prelim final at the Adelaide Oval, 193-98. Sam Berry with the best on, 37 disposals. Just an outrageous performance by the Crows. Riley O'Brien kicking a few goals. Good to see. The Giants know how to really throw away a final when they have the opportunity. Just notice that the Crows kicked 10 goals in the first quarter and 17 in the second half. That is outrageous. Statistically, Jack Silvani actually won the goal kicking for us this year from that forward pocket. 30 goals, 427 disposals, got a bit of the ball. He was really, really good. Langdon, 29 goals. Windsor, again, kicking a lot of goals. Petrarca was good. Pickett spending a bit more time in the middle, got a lot more of the ball, kicked some goals. Gawn was good. Dersma, only the 15 goals this season. I know we did move him out of full forward for a little bit, so that may have affected that in the end, but I'm willing to see what his accuracy was, because I think he may have actually spent more time out of full forward than he actually was at full forward, even though he started there a lot of the games. Pickett and Windsor actually tie for the most disposals. And who wins the idiot hat for the most behinds? Phil Thorpe almost cracks the century. Just the 96 behinds. And then Van Rooyen, 93 behinds. That is really annoying. We'll have to maybe look at moving him on. I know he is good, but 93 behinds, I can't be having that. But Zane Dersma, only the 17 behind, so it wasn't terribly inaccurate compared to some of the other players. But Caleb Windsor was really good. Silfani, 30 goals, 1 behind. This is a simulation, but that is outrageous. Max Gawn was really good. Windsor, as I said. McPhee and Rampy kicking goals. Potter, 18 goals in his first season. Even though he's playing fullback, I'm surprised he didn't get a look in for the Rising Star. Jeremy Howe popped up with some goals. But the off-season is coming. We've got free agency, which we're going to cover in a minute. But let's just see who is out of contract this season. Adams, Sauter, McPherson, Bailey Fritsch, Cade. Is it Cade or Kane? Cade Chandler. And there was one other player, I didn't see who it was. It is Mentha Jr., who I know has a bit of potential, but we've never really given him a chance, so we're probably going to have to let him go. But I think with the players that are uncontracted, I think moving on from Fritsch and Cade Chandler, I know Chandler's a little bit younger, but Fritsch is almost 30. I think this is going to be a good opportunity to cash in on his value. But I know we obviously finished in 14th, so we're going to have a top 5 draft pick. But relatively speaking, I am still quite happy with where basically our squad is at. I know we've got a ton of cap space, we've got $7.3 million to spend. So if we wanted to, we could really go and splash the cash this off-season. Colton Tholstrup had a good season. I know he only played a few games for us, started as the sub a fair bit, but we just obviously have to be mindful that a lot of our younger players, such as your Windsors, your Tholstrups is probably why I mentioned him, your Harvey Langfords, your Xavier Lindsays, they're all out of contract next season, so I can't go absolutely crazy on the cash. So we just got to keep an eye on that. But yeah, Cozzy Pickett, as you can see, 2033, he signed up for. I'm not going to touch his contract because obviously I don't need to. But we've still got a bit of work to do. I'll see who's available in the draft, because can we actually have a look at the prospects here? I haven't done any scouting whatsoever, but I can see, I've just seen there's another key defender, Jake Franks, who is South Australian, 194 centimeters tall, great potential, outstanding potential actually. But we've also got Crompton here, who's a utility. Franks, I imagine, would go probably in the first couple of picks. So if we really want to lock up that key defensive position, nobody really else down here, we're probably going to have to trade up in the draft, because Richmond or West Coast would probably take him. We've got pick 5, but we've also got Sydney's pick at 14. We've got a second round pick at pick 21. I'm assuming that would be North Melbourne's, I think it was. We've also got 29, because I know it's not ours. We traded ours away. So we've got a bit of work to do. Free agency is going to start. I don't think I'll go too big and heavy in free agency again, depending on who's available, of course. But we'll just wait and see how it all plays out. Free agency for us has been an absolute hit so far. We've signed, I think, 5 players, if I remember correctly. They're all guys who have been in the system a long time, bar one. So adding a little bit of experience to a relatively young core. Some of these guys probably won't play for us week in, week out. But while we've got the money, I've decided to bring in a bit of experience. Liam Jones at sort of one of our key defensive positions, I think is going to be really, really handy. We've brought in Brian Myers, who was a restricted free agency signing. Geelong didn't match him. We've signed him through to 2032. He was really our only big money signing. I know we did sign Jack Ross as a free agent from Richmond, but he was only for just under $400,000 for 5 years. Cooper Bell was delisted by the Gold Coast Suns. He's got a bit of potential. He's probably just going to play in the reserves for a bit until I think he's ready. And Nick Vlosten, I know he's about $700,000 a season, but he's only on a 2-year deal. And as I said, we've got the money. Will he play every week? I don't know, but I just want to sort of secure up our defense because I feel like that was probably our weak point in the back end of last season, as well as Van Rooyen trying to kick straight. That was also kind of a problem. So we are going to probably trade Van Rooyen and Petrarca at some point this off-season. Apart from that, not really sure what I'm going to do. I also want to try and trade up in the draft and get that really good young defender. Apart from that, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing in this trade period, I believe. And to start the trade period, Massimo D'Ambrosio has been traded to the Dogs from Hawthorn for pick 7. Tommy McCartan is off to the Giants for pick 17. Hayden McLean's off to St Kilda for pick 23. Ollie Henry has been traded from Geelong to Hawthorn for pick 16. Riley Sanders from the Doggies has been traded with pick 41 to St Kilda for a future first and pick 4. That's a great deal for St Kilda. And then Matt Rao has been traded to Hawthorn, which commonly does happen, along with pick 55 for a future first and Jack Ginnivan. That is a very interesting deal. Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller has been traded to the Bulldogs for a future first round pick. That could possibly be the one that they got from the Western Bulldogs, hard to say. Bodie Euland's been traded to North for probably a second round pick. I think that was pick 31. Darcy Wilmot's off to Carlton. They've sent a future first, pick 8 as well. And in unrestricted free agency, Jordan Sweet has signed with the West Coast Eagles. Port Adelaide get a bit of compensation. And lastly, Will Graham has been traded to Geelong for pick 16. So league-wide, there have already been a bit of movement. And if we have a look at the draft board now, we can see that Richmond have the first pick, still West Coast, Port make out the top 3. The Doggies move up to 4, and then we are in at 5 still. Dogs also have pick 10. So we've still got a bit of movement that we can do in the trade period. Now I'm going to have a look around, see what we can come up with, and then I will check in with you guys once I've made some deals. Busy trade period once again for the second season in a row. We're going to start with Richmond because that is where the action begins. Petrarca and Kay Chandler, as well as pick 5, which is their own, and pick 14, which belongs to Sydney. That gets traded to Richmond for pick 1 and pick 38. Pick 38 then gets moved to Essendon in a later trade. As you can see, we'll deal with that in a minute. We then sent Jake Van Rooyen, as well as Mentha Jr., Jed Adams, I think it's Jed Adams, pick 47 off to the West Coast Eagles for pick 21 and pick 44. Which was forwarded on to Port Adelaide in this deal you will see in a minute. We then send our future first as well as 2 second rounders off to Essendon for pick 6, and then we send pick 6, our own second round pick, as well as pick 21 and pick 44 over to Port for pick 3. Now, the reason I have done that is there are 2 players I want to draft. Obviously, you know about the key defender that I like the look of, but there is also this man here, Axel Crompton, who is 17 years of age, very young, has 87 to 90 something potential. I didn't actually have a look, but it is very high. I just don't know what position he's going to play is the only thing, but I think with a bit of development, he can really become something. Did kick a lot of goals. He kicked 2 goals a game in the country championships, or in the under 18 championships, I should say. But I think he is going to be very good, and just he's 17 years of age, 87 to 93 potential is going to be something, as well as Jake Franks, who hopefully we will draft with the first pick, barring any stupidity. And we also didn't sign anybody else in free agency, I believe, but we did re-sign one player, and that was Mr. Fritsch, who I did have a look at trading, but I didn't actually like what I saw from any of the other clubs, so I decided to re-sign him on a 3-year deal, meaning the only out of contract players we have now is Jake Sutar and not El McPherson, but Ewan McPherson. So we're going to be saying goodbye to those guys now. We've still got a ton of cap space, which I'm just going to save for when our really young guys are going to be out of contract next season, because if we have a look when our contracts expire in 2027, we're going to be very busy because we have 17 players out of contract. So that is going to be a very off-season, assuming we don't win the Premiership this year. Heading into the draft, we can see that Lockie Ash has also been traded from GWS to North Melbourne for pick 24. Charlie Cooman's off to Geelong. They pick up another key defender for pick 19. Bailey Williams has been traded from the Bulldogs to the West Coast Eagles for a future second rounder and an unused pick. So now there's going to be 2 Bailey Williams on the West Coast Eagles. That's just going to be confusing for everyone involved. Mitch Hinge has been traded from the Crows to Port in a very unusual deal. The Crows get pick 21, and then Darcy Wilson has been traded to Geelong from St Kilda for pick 11 and an unused pick. So a lot of really just strange deals, to be perfectly honest, this off-season. Richmond arguably going to get a little bit better. They get Petrarca, and Van Rooyen is off to West Coast to be the Oscar Allen replacement. He obviously is Western Australian, but it's now time for us to get into the draft, and we're going to take our guy, Jake Franks, with the first pick. Welcome aboard, good sir. Do not take a utility next, West Coast. They take the guy. Damn. That is annoying. Anyway, pick 3. Who is available at pick 3? I probably should have traded up with West Coast again, but I really didn't want to do another deal. I can see that Blake Laidler is available, who I really don't want to be using with the 3rd pick in the draft, I will be honest. That is a bit of a balls up on my behalf. I was really thinking that West Coast would skip on him. Blake Laidler's going to be the next pick in the draft. I know he's only 20 years old, but that is very annoying that we weren't able to get that utility Crompton from Victoria. That is really, really annoying. Our draft hand is officially done though. Apparently it's not officially done. We draft Marcus Windhager in the rookie draft. I did not think he was going to be available. I did consider taking him with the 3rd pick in the draft, which would have been just outrageous. We're also going to pick up Will Phillips in the rookie draft as well. And I think the objective for this upcoming season is going to be the gold one, to be placed within the top 6 across 5 different rounds. Now, I'm not sure if that is consecutive rounds or just across 5 different rounds in the upcoming season, but that is the one we're going to go for. Just seems to be the most efficient money-wise. Okay, best 22 for Season 3. Jeremy Howe in the back pocket with Connor Potter, who was our best young player last year. Judd McVee in that other back pocket. Nick Vlosten across half-back with Jake the Snake Franks. That is a really hard name to say. He is going to be our key defender at centre half-back with the number 1 pick. Trent Rivers moving to half-back from half-forward. Xavier Lindsay, Caleb Windsor, Harvey Langford, Gozzy Pickett, and Colton Tholstrup. Officially the entire young brigade in the midfield finally, along with Gozzy Pickett, who's 25 years of age. Max Gawn at 35, still rucking with the best of them. Ed Langdon at half forward. Jack Silvani at centre half forward, also going to be our backup ruck. Sam Draper's officially out of the side. Jack Viney, somehow he's still here. Bailey Fritsch still here. Zane Dersma, going to give him another chance at full forward with Brian Myers in that forward pocket. And then on the bench, we've got Dane Rampy, Jack Ross, Marcus Windhager, Blake Leidler, and Alex Sexton as the sub. We've got a lot of quality guys. Wow. Okay, anyway, we've got North Melbourne as our home game for our preseason game. We finally win a preseason game in this series, which is terrific. 44-point win against North Melbourne, who were a top 5, basically, finals team last year. Gozzy Pickett was outstanding with 3 goals. And Colton Tholstrup, Max Gawn had a lot of the ball. So we did really, really well. Colton Tholstrup, there's a really hard names to say on this team, ends up with the 3 votes in a game that really doesn't matter. Opening round against the Gold Coast Suns is here. We lose by 49 up on the Gold Coast. It was a close game, 13 points at 3/4 time, but 6 goals to 1 in the final quarter is an absolute killer. Caleb Windsor does come away with the 3 Brownlow votes, however. And hopefully this upcoming season will be half decent. We're currently in the top 2, because we're the only game that has been played. But if we can just do okay, that's all I want out of this season, is just to make finals, be better than last year. We've got a top 6 position as one of our objectives, as we know. We've got to win 3 games against top 8 teams from last season and avoid losing 2 games in a row. I don't think the bottom one's going to happen, because naturally teams aren't going to lose more than 2 games in a row in a season unless you're a Premiership contender. But we'll see how we go for the rest of the season. And just like that, we're officially a finals team. It came out of absolutely nowhere, and we're actually in the top 4, which is really, really funny. We end the year on a massive, massive winning streak. I don't know how many games we won in the end. I haven't looked at the ladder yet, but I know we've won at least 5 games in our last few. We beat North Melbourne in round 23. We beat Richmond by a lot in round 24, 23. Gold Coast we won. Bombers we won. Geelong we won. That's 5. That one was down in Geelong as well, so that was terrific. We beat the Saints by 2. That's 6. And then we beat the Eagles by 74. That's 7. We lose to Carlton. That was the Friday night game. I remember that one. So we end up the season on a 7-game win streak. And that just shoots us up into the top 4 out of absolutely nowhere. Our season, we were sort of in around 11th and 12th for most of it, even though our percentage was always really, really good. But just a terrific, terrific season. We did really well. We now have Brisbane up at the Gabba as our qualifying final, which is always going to be tough. And we have a look at our squad selection. I haven't changed it throughout the entire season, so I'm not going to change it now. We're on a 7-game winning streak. There's no reason for me to change it. So we're going to confirm the lineup. Let's go. See if we can upset the Lions at the Gabba. We can't, unfortunately. It's a 58-point loss. I'm not too surprised about that one. Lachie Neale with the 3 votes. 51 disposals and 2 goals in the finals, not too bad. Goal kicking wise, Fritsch with the 2 goals for us. Jeremy Howe with the 1. Not terrific in the grand scheme of things, but Brisbane obviously have recruited very, very well. They have Jamara and Oscar Allen. And now it's the Giants at home at the MCG. Where did they finish? They ended up in 5th. They're actually just under points. So I was going to say they were equal percentage, but they weren't in the end. Again, I'm going to keep the same team. I'm not going to change it for the rest of the season, mainly because we haven't had any, obviously, injuries are off. So obviously there's not going to be any injuries. But I want to reward the guys that got us here, and perhaps that was maybe the wrong thing to do as we go out in straight sets against a Giants team that traditionally have been absolutely spanked in finals. And yeah, that was really disappointing way to end the season because it was really promising, and then we go out in straight sets. Not ideal. And Took Miller wins the Brownlow medal in the end. Josh Dunkley, 26. Lachie Neale, 23. No Patrick Cripps. He's all the way down on 18 votes. But Colton Tholstrup got the most votes for us. Caleb Windsor, not far behind him. And Cozzy Pickett getting up there. So a lot of Melbourne representation, which was really good. Jesse Hogan with another Coleman medal. Jack Silvani led the way for us. He got 38 goals, I believe. Yes, he did. I know he was second in the Coleman for a little bit and just sort of faded away towards the end. And Franks ended up 3rd in the Rising Star. I know this guy, Kingston Kane, he had a big game against us, kicked a lot of goals. He ends up with 23 goals and 6 behinds as a defender. That's quite an impressive effort. And then in the All-Australian team, I can't see Max Gawn in the ruck. No Melbourne representation, which is a little bit sad, but that's okay. We're going to have to deal with it. Who ended up winning the Premiership? What am I looking for? I'm looking for fixtures. It was Carlton ended up winning. So GWS lose to Carlton by 2 points in the prelim. Hawthorn belt Brisbane in the prelim final as well. Carlton win their first Premiership in 32 years. Well done to them. And Patrick Cripps adds a Norm Smith medal to his resume. Stats-wise for us, it was a really positive year. I really, really liked what we were able to achieve. As I said, Jack Silvani led the goal kicking. Caleb Windsor kicking a lot of goals from the midfield. I do like to see it. Colton Tholstrup probably had his best season for us. Zane Dersma really came into his own this year. Jeremy Howe back on the Ds, kicked a lot of goals, as did Jack Viney. Bailey Fritsch, 26. Just a lot of guys kicking over 20 plus. But Cozzy Pickett getting a lot of the ball along with Colton Tholstrup. And the idiot hat for the most behinds this year goes to Charlie Curnow. 28 goals, 91. Ben King, not far behind, but then Josh Treese. Is it Josh? I think it is Josh. 19 goals, 81. Bailey Fritsch all the way down here, 26 goals, 71. We're going to have to keep an eye on him because I know I did want to get rid of him. We just signed him to a new deal. So how long is that going to stay relevant? I don't know. But we have a big off-season coming up. As you can see, half of our roster is signed up and we've got $12 million to spend. And I think we're going to be very, very busy this off-season. We can see Potter is out of contract, our draft pick from our first season, so we're going to be wanting to sign him up. Dane Rampy, again, one of those older players we've brought through. Jaden Hunt, I don't think played for us at all last year, so we're probably going to trade him. Max Gorn, we're obviously going to keep for as long as he wants to stay. And then we'll obviously just go further and further down the line and sign the players we want to, because there's a lot of players here that need to be addressed. After our spending spree, we have spent basically 2/3 of our money. We've got 10 players left to sign. These players are currently out of contract and are either not interested in re-signing, see Will Phillips, see Zach Jones, or I just don't have a spot for them on my team right now. So I'm probably going to trade all of these players because there's enough value in these players that I think I can get something back. And in terms of the other free agents that are in the open market right now, I have not signed a single one. So I haven't even looked at what free agency looks like this season. But in saying that, I do think that this is the season where I go and spend big. So Lockie Neal, Treloar, probably two players that I'm not going to go for. Tom Stewart, Jeremy Cameron, Dane Zorko, all players that are very good. Toby Green is here. Maybe not particularly in free agency, but there will be players in the trade market which I will be targeting because, as I said, this is going to be the season where I do go big. Because we've got money, top 4 this season. I think we're a real shot at a premiership next season if we play our cards right. Free agency was quiet for us, but it was the trade period that was loud. Now, this first one's actually a little bit of a salary dump, but it's also kind of not a salary dump, if that makes sense. We sent Judd McVie and Bailey Fritsch off to North Melbourne. We also sent Will Phillips and I think it's Billy Wilson, who were out of contract. They weren't going to sign with us. They were not interested whatsoever. We actually get pick 9 from North Melbourne, which we are then forward on to Fremantle. So consider this a bit of a 3-team trade, if that is your kind of thing. We've brought Luke Jackson back as our backup ruckman. We've sent pick 9, Locke Rawlinson, Marcus Windager, and is it Blake Lidler, I think his name is. They're all off to Freo. We get Luke Jackson back on a very, very long and expensive contract. I think it's actually it's not that long, but it's just expensive. We then send Zach Jones and Sam Draper, as well as Callum M. Brown, off to the Saints for a future second. And we get Mac Andrew from the Gold Coast Suns for Hunter Annabelle, our second round pick this year, as well as a future first, which I believe is our own. And for those of you who don't know, Mac Andrew, under the old NGA rules, was actually zoned to Melbourne. He was a part of their NGA system. And then for whatever reason, the rules got overturned and he ended up getting drafted to the Suns. So a little bit of justice there for Melbourne. They finally get their hands on Mac Andrew. And I told a little fib. There was one free agent that I signed, and it was a biggie. It was Patrick Cripps. He was available. We signed him to a 3-year deal, just under $1.5 million a season. He's the best player in the game in terms of overall rating. He's won 4 Brownlows now, based on this video, and I think he's going to be good. He will be good. We've got a lot of really good young midfielders now. We just need someone to lead them. Previously, we've obviously had Petrarca, but he just didn't fit our timeline. We could have potentially brought Petrarca back, but he wasn't a free agent, so it would have been difficult. So we've gone with Patrick Cripps instead, because Carlton, I think they've actually won a premiership, but he is a free agent. We offered him more money, and yeah, he's now with us, which is lovely. So we're going to finish the free agency period and trade period now. We'll quickly go over what moves other teams have made in the off-season, and then there's actually not a lot for us to do in the draft, so I think I may as well just skip over it. First and foremost, Darcy Jones has been traded to the Crows from the Giants in exchange for pick 10. Shannon Neal's off to the Saints in exchange for 22 and 48. Elijah Hollins is off to GWS from Carlton for pick 15. Dylan Moore, along with pick 33, has been traded to Port Adelaide for pick 3 and pick 21. That seems a little steep, but you know, Port Adelaide might be pretty desperate to get better. Errol Goulden's off to the Cats for pick 7 and pick 22. Sam Walsh is off to Hawthorn for pick 3 and pick 46. I'm guessing that's the pick that Hawthorn got from Port Adelaide. And then these are our trades here. And I believe, nope, there's still a few more. Ruben Ginby has been traded to North Melbourne in a straight swap for Matt Whitlock, is the last deal of the off-season. And we're going to enter the draft with our first pick at 44. Will McCabe is available, as is Riley Hardman, so we're probably going to take one of those guys. I think Will McCabe is going to be the best value for pick, I think. Riley Hardman is a really good young player as well, as we know from our North Melbourne video. I think we ended up trading him for Harley Reid, for those of you who haven't watched that video. And then who else is here? We've got Harry Sharp here, was actually on our roster not that long ago. But let's go Riley Hardman again. Again, just pick value, not value for money because we're not spending money on these picks, but just value for asset. Asset value is basically what I'm talking about here. I'm just going to do this for the rest of the draft. And with our objectives, the only option here, win the Premiership. I think we are a Premiership caliber team with the options or the things that we have done in the off-season is what I'm trying to say. We've got the Suns actually in our preseason game. I think this is going to be an absolute breeze. This is easily the best team we've put together for the video. We've got Mac Andrew in the back pocket. Jake the Snake Franks at fullback. He's been so good since his debut. Riley Hardman, Nick Vlosten still going. He's played 300 odd games now. Connor Potter, Will McCabe at half-back, Harvey Langford, Caleb Windsor, Trent Rivers, Colton Tholstrup, Patrick Cripps, Max Gorn. What a midfield that is. We've moved Cozzy back to the forward line just for a bit of balance. We've got Zane Dersma at centre-half forward. We've put Jack Silvani a bit closer to goal just to give him a bit more of an opportunity to kick some more snags. Brian Myers, Luke Jackson in that forward pocket, also as a second ruck. Jack Silvani, as we said, at full forward, with Jack Viney in that forward pocket. And then we've got Ed Langdon, Jeremy Howe, Jack Ross, Xavier Lindsay with Jaden Hunt as the sub. Some of the other players we picked up in the offseason in the rookie draft, we've got Bodie Ryan. We managed to pick up both of the Camporelli twins. We've still got Cooper Bell. Liam Jones can't get a game in this team. Will Lawrence, who's a decent player now. We've got some very, very good players. And there's one player in particular, Luca Campbell, who I want to highlight here. On the surface, he's 17 years old, 65 overall. Does have a little bit of potential, so I don't know how many games he is going to play, but I just wanted to let you know he is there, if I can actually find him. 17 years old, 76 to 84 potential. As I said, not great, says he's been drafted in 2013, which is quite funny, but I think we're going to be just fine coming into this season. We've got our preseason game against the Suns, 11 goals to 4 in the final quarter. Trent Rivers is best on. Really, really solid performance. Happy with how we've gone in this preseason game. We've got the Giants in round 1 once again. And before we get into our round 1 game, obviously we want to win the Premiership. That's one of our objectives. We've got to win 6 games against top 8 sides from last season, and we've got to win 3 games at the MCG at home. So that should be relatively simple. Can we get the first one of the season done today? We lose to the Giants by 79. What? I was not expecting that. I thought we were going to absolutely crush the Giants. Parker Calhoun, I'm assuming that's an auto-generated player, kick 6. Wow, what an upset. Maybe shouldn't be getting too complacent. I know that's actually how we started. I don't think it was last season, the season before, I think it was. And then we ended up being okay. But let's get through to the end of the 2028 season. Hopefully, we don't embarrass ourselves and go backwards. We end up finishing second on the home and away ladder. A very, very, very good season considering the start that we did have with that massive loss to GWS. Carlton end up finishing bottom without their former skipper. Brisbane just a game ahead on 19 wins, 76 points in total. North Melbourne in third. And there's actually a funny little tidbit that I have to tell you guys about that's concerning North Melbourne, because we are playing them in the qualifying final, and in the mid-season draft, we may have picked up one of their former players. We managed to get our hands on Finn O'Sullivan, which I don't know why they didn't choose to sign him. He had very low morale, so I'm hoping that because it is currently very low, that we'll be able to re-sign him, assuming we don't win the Premiership. Or I would like to win the Premiership, obviously, but hopefully we still will be able to win the Premiership, and the re-signing of Finn O'Sullivan won't matter. Anyway, this is the team that basically hasn't changed. Once I got Finn O'Sullivan, I think Jeremy Howe got moved to the sub. Jaden Hunt eventually dropped out of the starting team, and I think we're looking very, very nicely. I don't think there's a weak spot anywhere on the team right now. I think we're doing very nicely. Max Gawn's played his 300th game. He's just starting to decline now, just something to keep an eye on. But we're doing very, very well. There's nothing I want to change at this point in time, but we've got home final up against North Melbourne at the MCG. We get the win. It's 67-point win, just absolutely dominant. Caleb Winsler gets a lot of the ball. Trent Rivers kicks 4, Hardman 3, Jackson and Silvani 2 apiece. Very, very solid performance. Fortunately for us, we get the double chance. We go straight through to the prelim, and we've got St Kilda at the MCG. And once again, no reason to change anything. And we've also, I should say, ticked off our win 6 games against top 8 teams and 3 games at home. So that was very, very easy. Can we go to the grand final with a big win over St Kilda? We were up by 50 at halftime. We end up winning by 59. Fantastic game. Harvey Langford kicks 4. Jack Silvani kicks 3. But a terrific, terrific game by us. We're through to our first grand final in 7 years. 2028, because they made the 21 grand final. I'm very, very keen. Very, very keen. And of course, it is up against the Giants, who have had a habit of losing grand finals by lots. They've also beaten us on several occasions in this video already. So let's just skip forward. We're not going to touch a damn thing. I like our team how it is. We'll keep Jeremy Howe as the sub. But last look at things. We've got Mac Andrew, Jake Franks, Riley Hardman, Nick Vlosten, who's playing his 331st game, Connor Potter, Will McCabe, Harvey Langford didn't quite make it to 100 games. I'm assuming we won't lose this game, but we'll see how we go. Caleb Winsor, a goal-a-game midfielder, has been so good. Trent Rivers, Colton Tholstrup, Patrick Cripps, Max Gawn, looking to captain his 2nd premiership. Cozzy Pickett's been so good over the course of the series. Jack Silvani, Brian Myers, an underrated pickup in free agency. Luke Jackson, back on the Ds. Zane Dersma, Jack Viney, still here at 34 years old. If we can get him a goal on grand final day, that would be nice. Ed Langdon, Finn O'Sullivan, Jack Ross, Xavier Lindsay, and Jeremy Howe as the sub. We're going to put that through. We're going to play this game. Do we change the Guernsey? I don't think we need to. One thing I will quickly change is the quarter length, because I'm not playing 10-minute quarters, obviously. But that, there's nothing more for us to say. We are here in the grand final. Uncle Toby is still captain of the Giants. Let's make the D's proud. And it appears to be a beautiful day here at the MCG. It's an afternoon game, obviously, 2:30 usually on the last Saturday in September. Little bit of wind, and out comes Max Gawn leading the way for these Demons. Been a little bit starved of success in recent years, but we're finally back in the grand final. One of the most successful teams through the 1950s and 60s had a massive premiership drought until the early 2020s, and to potentially make it 2 premierships this decade. Let's see what we can do today. And on the other side of that coin, we've got the Orange team looking for their first premiership in club history. A lot of really good players on this side. The likes of, obviously, the Caddyshack, Jesse Hogan, Finn Callahan, Uncle Toby. I believe he would be the last inaugural Giant on this side, unless I can see Lockie Whitfield, which I can't. Oh, Canelio's there, so he's still there. So a lot of experience on this team, but at the same time, not a lot of premiership success. In fact, no premiership success on this team. What a performance of that national anthem, as always. Simon Goodwin looking a little worse for wear. Can't believe he's still the coach after everything he's gone through in the last couple of weeks. Melbourne have won the toss. We're going to kick to the left of screen. And here we go. Max Gawn one last time. Can we win this premiership for Maxi? Quick kick forward by Windsor. Gets dropped. And now we got Kieran Briggs pushing forward. Uncle Toby at centre half forward. What can he come up with today? Long ball over the top. And we got Will McCabe wearing that famous number 31. Down the line now. Grindmeyers, Maxi Gawn sitting under it. We've got a few players wide. That's where we're going to go. Stone Cold Nick Vlosten. Not wearing his number 1. Obviously, that has been taken by Jack Silvani. Now we got Zane Dersma down the line. Can't find Luke Jackson. It's a boundary throw in. Probably could have had a shot on goal, but wasn't to be. So a few nervous opportunities here to start. Ball's out the back. We get wrapped up straight away. Can we lay a tackle at fullback? We can. Quick kick on goal. And it's actually Jack Viney who's going to take the mark. The old veteran, the former captain, puts through the Demons first. Perfect start for the Ds. Great forward entry. Well, not forward entry, but stuff out the middle. Loose ball. Grindmeyers over the top. Body work by Jacko. Takes it. I'm going to have to go around the body here. Let's see if we can swing it back in. Perfectly struck. Jacko gets the second for Melbourne. Honestly, could not have asked for a better start in this game. Giants go long into their forward 50. And I believe that is Tommy McCartan playing forward today. Wearing the number 7. Lining up for the Giants first. Going to be desperate to kick this one. He does not let the team down. Trying to work the ball forward, the Giants. Let's see if we can mark it here at half back. We can't. Toby Green does a fantastic job. Mac Andrew intercepts Harvey Thomas. Going down the line. Can't take the mark. Loose handball. We can't get it out by Ed Langdon. We got a ball up at centre wing. Just over 20 minutes gone in the first quarter. Gawn taps it down, trying to find a mark at half forward. We get it via Viney. We've got Cozzy Pickett running wide, but we go a bit deeper. Dersma takes it with his first kick of the grand final on goal. It's offline. Would have been a really good start to get that one through for the Ds. We might be able to get an intercept here with Jacko. And it's going to be a kick on the siren to extend the lead to 13 points. He does not let his team down. Jacko's got 2 in the first quarter, wearing Petrarca's number 5. Obviously, the number 9 no longer available. But a fantastic start by the Demons. Let's see how we go in this second quarter. Gawn has rucked the entire first. I like Jackson forward, so we might actually leave him there. But we'll see how Gawn goes with the rest of the game. Another great hit out by Maxi. Down to Dersma once again. And another poor kick on goal by Zane Dersma. So the goal kicking from him hasn't been great so far, but the rest of the team's been pretty good. That's a poor kick from fullback. Max Gawn takes it. Not the best kick on goal in the world, but we've seen him kick goals at crucial times. That's swinging left. Unfortunately, that's offline. Short little kick into our forward line. Can't take the mark. Handball over the top. That's not who I was aiming for. Cornelio clears it. Actually, it ends up with Cornelio, so it was probably Whitfield that cleared it. Jackson, not really playing great defense there, but Will McCabe kicking down the line. Caleb Windsor's out by himself and takes it in the Dukes. Getting a lot of the ball early. Oh, starts it right. Too right, unfortunately. Still a 16-point game, but our goal kicking letting us down here a little bit. Could be up by quite a lot. That is a poor kick out of fullback. Almost gets in the hands of one of our guys, but now Himmelberg running forward for the Giants. That's a good kick over the top. Kieran Briggs gives it back inside. Great tackle by Jackson, not rewarded. Briggs back inside. And Toby Green with a contested mark, going to be lining up for his first of the day. Getting a lot of the ball early. And to get it back to a 10-point game, he does well. Jackson in his first run in the ruck today. Cozzy running onto it. Gawn picks it up at centre half forward. Can't get it loose. Yeah, we're just giving Max Gawn a bit of a spell right now. Jacko in the ruck. Handball goes wide. Actually, it goes inside. Was aiming wide. Ball loose. Quick kick forward. In the pocket. No mark. Handball forward. Quick kick on goal. It's holding the ball. Great tackling by the Giants. Now going wide to Callahan. Or not Callahan. Canilio. There's Callahan. We got Langdon standing the mark. And Tholstrup does a good job. And that is half time. So an action-packed first half. 3 goals to 2. But our inaccuracy just allowing us just to keep a bit of a lead. Disposal's pretty even so far. Jackson with the 2 goals. Cripps getting a lot of the ball early. Caleb Windsor in there as well. And 3 intercept marks to Will McCabe. A very solid start. Let's see if we can have a very good second half. Jackson's going to start in the middle still. You can see Paddy Cripps down there waiting for the hit out. Gets it. Handball forward. Pickett kicking forward. That's holding the ball once again. Just being a little slow with his possessions here, Cozzy Pickett. Not having a great game so far. That's Ollie Hannaford going wide. James Leake, the Tasmanian, finds Tom McCartan. Already has a goal. And Luke Jackson having a very solid game. Starting forward, but now finding his way into the ruck. Cozzy Pickett has the ball wide. Down to full forward, Silvani. Great hands, or great fist from behind, I should say. Good tackling once again. Pickett, handballs forward. Couldn't find Dersma. Jackson gets outdone by Briggs. Great hands in the middle by Callahan. We've got Paddy Cripps standing the mark. Potter, one of our first draft picks on this series, or in this video, I should say, takes a good mark at centre-half back. Jackson with the hands. Gawn's running forward. We got all sorts of players running forward. Pickett's out the back. Can't take it. Handball wide. Quick kick forward. It's a goal. Well done, Brian Myers. Great crumb work. And great hands by Cozzy Pickett as well in that forward line. Jackson loses out in the middle this time around. Riley Hardman has a few sitting under it. Toby Green takes the mark. Arguably the most influential Giant on this field right now, and probably in the club's history. Puts through his second. He's having a great game so far. I think we need to get Maxi back in the ruck. Jacko just starting to lose his touch a little bit. Ball goes forward. Big fly from behind. Don't know actually who it was, but a long kick by the Giants. We got Franks down there. And Cadman with the mark. This will be his first touch of the day to cut it back to single digits and to less than a goal. He's missed. How on earth has he missed that? Let's kick down the line now. Maxi's pushing forward. Great hands over the top by the big man. We've got a player running wide. It's Caleb Windsor, and Jacko's out the back if we can get back in time. He's on the lead. He's got one to compete with, and he takes it. Lining up for his third. Just before three-quarter time. The wind pushing to the right. Couldn't quite swing it back, so it's back out to double digits. It's a 10-point game. That is a poor kick out of full-back. It's now in the hands of Windsor. Let's go the short one over the top. There's a player there. That's not 15. That was probably a bit stupid on my part. We should have just gone back and kicked it. Hopefully, that won't come back to bite us in the final quarter. Goody goody yum yums gave us a good rev up at three-quarter time. Maxi's in the middle. Cripper's in the middle. Windsor. And I think that's actually Brian Myers who's in there as well. Great tackle by Tommy McCartan on Max Gawn. We got a ball up straight away. Great hit out by Gawn. Quick kick if we can get it. Rivers running wide. Takes it. Now we've got options. Let's go long to the big fella. Jacko's down there. Just bodies Hodge. Lining up for a third, and you'd think he'd kick this in a Norm Smith medal worthy performance. Gets it out to a 16-point lead. Windsor looking for Rivers once again wide. Handball over the top. There's one more inside. Looking for Grind Myers. It's not on. Somebody left it behind. I don't know who it was. I think it was Tholstrup. We've got a ball up at half forward. Right on basically the corner of the square. Gawn loses out in the middle. Great hands over the top by the Giants. Ware Finding players inside. Green gets wrapped up straight away. That's holding the ball. Well done. Phoenix Gothard looking inside. Kicking short. Nobody home though. Let's take a bit of time off the clock. 11 minutes gone in the fourth. We go down the line. It's a 2-on-1. Can't take the mark, unfortunately. Great tackling, though. We win the ball in the middle of the ground. Cozzy Pickett, there's one more over the top. Can we go one more? I've left the ball behind. You idiot. But it's okay. Rivers takes the mark. We could have a shot, but there's a player inside the goal square all by himself, and it's Caleb Windsor. You'd have to say he's also having a very good game today. 9 disposals and a goal now, and it's out to the highest lead of the game, 22 points. And you'd think we'd be safe from here. Briggs running forward, gives it up. Ball inside, Mac Andrew picks it up. Just poor kicking from the Giants on that occasion. Let's go little ball over the top. We've got 2 players in the area, and Franks just gets absolutely bodied. And Andrew just kick and catch with himself right now. Down the line, Pickett and Dersma. Now Connor Iden down there. Back into Melbourne's forward 50. And Jack Viney pushing back. He's been the heart and soul for the Melbourne alongside Max Gawn for the longest time. And there is the siren. And how appropriate that the ball was in the hands of Caleb Windsor. Probably Melbourne's best player at this point in time. And Melbourne get their second of the decade. And for the presentations of the medals, there's the cup. Norm Smith, you'd have to think would be Jackson, surely. And it is Big Jacko. Won a premiership, I should say, with Melbourne in his final game with the club before he was traded to Freo. And then in his first season back, wins a premiership again. So 2-time premiership player. Fantastic achievement. Simon Goodwin gets his second premiership medal. Max Gawn still here after all these years. What a performance it's been for him. Jack Viney as well. Let's see if we can hoist that cup up nice and proud. The D's have done it. And a fantastic finish to a fantastic video. Luke Jackson rightfully wins the Norm Smith medal. Toby Green not far behind. And was it Caleb Windsor? Yes, it was. Caleb Windsor was also very, very good. But a fantastic display by this team. The Giants are actually scoreless in the final quarter, so an excellent finish. We've got $5 million in the bank. Who wins all the major medals? We can see that Harry Sheasel wins the Brownlow this year with Tuk Tuk in second place. Colton Tholstrup leads the way for us. Paddy Cripps does very, very well with the 19 votes. 2 meter Peter wins the Coleman medal. Dan Curtin not far behind. And I can't see any Ds. So a little bit surprising. We were I think Brisbane were on top of the ladder. And we have no sort of major goal kickers at all in this lineup. And then in the Rising Star, none of our guys, because I don't think we even drafted anybody that was that good. Luke Jackson makes the All-Australian team as a winger. Paddy Cripps and Colton Tholstrup made it on the bench. But a fantastic season is now done. Let's have a look at the statistics for us. Jack Silvani led the goal kicking with 33 goals. Luke Jackson with 30 in the end. Windsor, Brian Myers, and Nick Vlosten have over 20. Vlosten has 26, Langford 26, a lot of guys on 26 actually. Geez, a lot of guys over 20. We then have to go all the way down to Jack Ross with 3 goals once we get past Riley Hardman. So basically everybody that started in the starting lineup kicked over 20 goals this season. That is absolutely outrageous. That is the biggest team effort I have ever seen. Finn O'Sullivan, in the 16 games he played off the bench, was very, very good. I was really happy with how he went. And who wins the idiot hat for the most behinds this season? 2 meter Peter. It's only right. He kicked the most goals, kicked the most behinds. That makes sense. What about us? Were we a relatively straight kicking team, or was there like one person with a billion behinds? Cosy Pickett kicked 40. Ed Langdon, you should be ashamed of yourself. 1 goal, 29. Xavier Lindsay, 1 goal, 20. But in the grand scheme of things, we've done a lot better over the course of this series. Zane Dursman, 23-13. Very straight kicking from him. Where is, what's his face? Jack Silvani, 33 goals, 5. Really straight kicking from him. Wow, really, really impressive stuff. And Jaden Hunt did not kick a goal or a behind this year. But one thing I do want to check is Jack Silvani's goal kicking stats for his career. 101 goals, 10 behinds. That is absolutely outstanding. I'm really impressed with how this rebuild has gone. We started slow, we brought in the young players, and then we just built up and built up and built up, went heavy at the end, and got the job done. But that's it. That's all I need to do for today. Melbourne have finally won a premiership, and it's come from the week from hell, basically. They just got absolutely slaughtered by St Kilda in that final quarter, have the biggest fourth quarter blow of a lead in AFL history. So I feel like this was a nice time to do it. But if you want to see your team done next, please leave a comment below, and I'm sure I will put a poll out sometimes next week to get it done whenever that video will come out. I'm assuming it'll either be Wednesday or Friday. We'll wait and see depending on when the grand final for the Port Adelaide series gets made. But that is going to do it for today, guys. Thank you very much for watching up until this point. Please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. And until then, I hope you have a lovely day wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you guys then. Bye!
Okay, settle down. Take it easy. What the
Kanga, kanga, kanga!
Ray, ray, ray!
Kanga, kanga, kanga!
Ray, ray, ray!
Kanga!
Ray!
Kanga!
Ray! Kangaroos! 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 Kangaroos!
Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome back to another rebuild here on AFL 26. I hope you're all doing very well today. It's time for North Melbourne. If you guessed by the intro, thumbnail, and the like, North Melbourne have got a big rebuild on their hands. They've actually done very well this season in the grand scheme of things, but they've really not been competitive since they delisted Ferrito, Brent Harvey, Nick Dal Santo, and Drew Petrie almost 10 years ago. And they've won probably 15 games in the last 6 years, which isn't great. But we're hoping to change that today with a all-out assault on the AFL draft throughout our couple of seasons, because this one is probably going to take a couple of seasons. That said, with our objectives, is basically what I'm trying to say, I'm actually going to pick the Platinum objective because there is no reason for us to pick the bronze one, because the signing bonus for the season objective for Platinum covers the entirety of the bonus for bronze, and we get a decent completion bonus as well, so there's no other reason for us to not do that. So we're going to pick the Platinum one, even though we may be setting up some expectations for failure. Hopefully that won't be the case too much. And in terms of our roster, we obviously have a lot of young talent, mainly midfielders. I mean, we've got Finn O'Sullivan, who we just picked up in the draft. We've got Harry Sheasel, who may be one of my favourite players in the AFL. We've got some veterans in the likes of Caleb Daniel and Luke Parker, as well as Jack Darling, who I, probably could have retired 3 years ago, if we're being perfectly honest. Then we've got the human soft tissue injury machine in Georgie Wardlaw. We've got Zane Dursman, who's sort of like a hybrid sort of, I don't want to say Nat Fyfe, but like he's kind of like a Nat Fyfe kind of midfield forward hybrid, but obviously doesn't have the athleticism of Nat Fyfe, but obviously has the body size. So he could be either like a half forward or a midfielder, depending on. We've got father-son in Bailey Scott. We've got LDU, who's just all signed up to a brand new contract. We've got the Kirch. We've got a lot of very, very good young midfielders and just a lot of good young players as well. And we just got to figure out which one's the best, how can we fit them all into the one team, and hopefully do okay in the meantime. I don't think there's any contracts for me to do at this point in time. I believe we'll have a quick scout just to see what our books are like for next season. We've got 30 players currently contracted. If we have a look at who's expiring, we can see that we've got a few younger players that are expiring, like your Will Phillips, your Callum Jones, I should say. Toby Pink, who's had a very good couple of weeks in real life, but obviously in-game that isn't reflected. Cooper Harvey, who's a father's son. And then we've got a few other rookie listed players as well to keep an eye on. So hopefully over the course of the season, our form will be semi-decent, but I'm going to skip forward until the end of 2025 because honestly, this season will be a bit of a wash. Here are our season objectives. If you want to pause on the screen and have a look, hopefully we can tick a few of these off. Let's meet up in the off season. The season is done. We didn't make finals as expected. Tom Green is your Brownlow medalist for this year with Tom Liberatore and Callum Mills finishing on the podium. Sam Darcy, 45 goals out in front of the Coleman. And Jacob Costanti with the Rising Star Award along with Finn Sullivan and Riley Hardman in and around the top 10 as well. No All-Australians for us, unfortunately, which, I mean, we finished in the bottom 5, but we won 9 games, which was actually a lot more than I expected, but it was actually quite funny. We lost like our first, I think 6 or 7 games in the middle of the season, at the start of the season, I should say. We then won 6 in a row. We went on a massive losing streak once again, and then we got 3 wins towards the back end of the year. It was kind of like a year sort of set in thirds. It was a really bad first third. The second third was really good, and then the last bit wasn't too bad. But we finished with 9 and 14. Our percentage was the only thing keeping us out of the top 12. West Coast actually finished above us, which is quite funny. But I would say not a bad season in total. I don't know who won the grand final. We need to have a look at that in a minute. Looks like the Doggies got it with a 10-goal win over the Swans. Freo get knocked out in the prelims. So obviously we've had a lot of Freo in this series so far. So we've got to keep an eye on them. If we play Freo in a grand final at some point, I'm going to be very, very upset. But a very, very good season by the Bulldogs. By far and away the best team this season. But now we have to have a look at our roster. The free agency period is now open and we still have a few contracts to have a look at. In terms of guys that I want to bring back, to be perfectly honest, I'm quite happy to let all of these guys go. I know Costanti won the Rising Star, but he's not very good. So I'm quite happy to let everybody on this list go. Really just try and bring in some new, fresh, up-and-coming talent. And quickly, before I forget for us, Tristan Cherry actually won the goal kicking, funnily enough, with 32 goals, played every single game. Got, obviously, the most hitouts for us. Costanti finished in second, despite only playing 16 games. Sheasel was very, very good. Had I think, a tight hamstring towards the back end of the year. Nick Larkey, only the 23 goals from him this season. Riley Hardman, 21. McKercher, 20. George Woodward played every single game, which honestly was a surprise. But a pretty good season, I think, from us. And with the free agency period, there's actually no real free agents that I do want to bring in. We've got plenty of players on our list at the moment, so I'm happy to actually get into the trade period straight away. We'll leave the free agency to list management. They shouldn't sign anybody without my consent, which they haven't. So let's actually head into the draft and just see what kind of talent we can see that is on the board. I've already seen a good young defender here in Christian Ware. 18 years of age, rebounding half-back from Western Australia. Has a bit of speed, has already kicked a few goals, it looks like, in the championship. So I think he is going to be one of our main targets. All the guys that are sort of above him with the lower potential, they're just auto-generated guys. So we're just going to quickly have a scout and see who actually played in the championship. So as you can see, Ware is at the top of the list. But there's also a few players down here who are also defenders. We've got Madden, we've got Randall, and we've got Masters, who at our half-back line, which is something that we do need to have a look at, there are some quality options. If we go further down the draft board here, we've got a key defender here in Jerry, who doesn't have as much potential, but is a decent option. But I feel like we're actually quite set for key defenders. So we'll just have a little bit of a look around, but I think there's no real reason for us to trade our draft pick to move up the board. I think we're pretty secure on getting a decent prospect where we are. And kicking off free agency, we can see that the Western Bulldogs have lost Ed Richards to Hawthorn. They've received draft pick 20 in exchange. Oscar Allen is off to Brisbane. West Coast get a good draft pick. And they've also lost Jack Petruccelli over to Richmond in terms of some trades that have already happened. Joel Trudgeon is off to Richmond. He's been traded from the Suns for pick 40. Ollie Dempsey has been traded to Carlton in exchange for a future first. Ryden Gardner from the Bulldogs has been traded to West Coast for pick 25. Matt Rao is now a member of Hawthorn. He's been traded from Gold Coast for pick 8 and pick 28. And Jace Burgoyne has been sent to St Kilda for pick 29 and pick 48. That is an absolute steal. My first order of business is to do a deal with Port Adelaide. I'm going to send Callum Coleman-Jones and Toby Pink, two South Australians, along with Ryan Hansen Jr. and the GOAT. I think is it James Goat, I believe his name is, to Port Adelaide for a second round pick this year, which is pick 22. And they say we're a little bit far off, but as we know, they do have a few draft picks from the Jace Burgoyne trade. So what if we go for pick 29 instead? They still say no. What if we just go for pick 48 instead? They still say no. I mean, admittedly, these players that we're trading away aren't fantastic, so I'm happy to take pick 60. Or actually, let's see if we can go for a future third instead. Can we go a little bit sneaky there? They still say no. We'll take pick 60. That is fine. I've now put in a contract offer for Tyler Welsh from the Adelaide Crows. Now, you're probably wondering, he's a father-son to the Adelaide Crows. Why are you doing this? Well, we desperately need a key forward because the only two on the list are Nick Larkey and Jack Darling. But Tyler Welsh's dad, Scott Welsh, did play for North Melbourne and was a Premiership player in 1999, so does have some ties to the North Melbourne Footy Club. So we're going to try and put a deal together for Tyler Welsh. We're going to be sending Caleb Daniel and Tom Powell. I promise you this isn't the entire deal. We're going to be trying to get a few more pieces, probably a second round pick as well, because Caleb Daniel, I'm not really sure what his fit is with North Melbourne, to be perfectly honest. We've just got too many of those sort of small midfield halfback types, and he's obviously getting older. We're paying him a decent wage. I want to move him on. He can go back to his home state. Tom Powell, also from South Australia. So another deal with a South Australian club. Both parties are extremely happy with this deal, where you get a key forward, finally, with a bit of potential. Next up, we're going to be sending Will Phillips, Mr. George, and Aiden Core off to St Kilda in exchange for a future second round pick. I feel like this is a pretty generous deal. We get another pick to add to our collection, and I promise all these picks, we are going to be adding them together for something, I promise. Lastly, we're going to bunch all of our uncontracted players together. Ford, Costanti, and Payne off to Essendon in exchange for their second round pick in this year's draft, which is pick 23. Another deal done for another second round pick. So now that all of our non-contracted players are off the team list, we can see we have 15 roster spots available and about $4.5 million to spend. Now, I said that I wasn't going to go for other big name free agents, but we could probably afford to go and get a few more experienced players, guys that are sort of entering the last couple of years of their careers, like the Luke Parkers, the Jack Darlings of the world. Caleb Daniel sort of is a little bit before that time. So I think this is where we're going to go to free agency and have a look and see what kind of more mature age players there are there. First order of business is bringing back a ruckman to help mentor some of our younger rucks that we're going to be getting in the future. Todd Goldstein is back at North Melbourne on a 1-year deal. Alistair Clarkson has worked his Hawthorn magic. Once again, Luke Bruce is hopping over and he has joined the club on a 2-year deal, as has Taylor Duray from the Western Bulldogs, also on a 2-year deal. This is the last Hawthorn player we are recruiting, I promise. It's Jack Gunston from the Hawks on a 2-year deal. Going to be trying to move up to pick 14 from the Giants. We're going to be sending 23, 24, and 35 their way. They say yes. We are now got another pick in the first round of the draft. Let's just have a quick scout at the rest of our draft haul. We got 5, 14, then we head into the third round and below. We've got 46, 63, 65. I might just leave it here actually, because we've got two future second rounders for next season. We've got our first round pick as well. I don't think there's any other moves for us to do, I believe. If we have a quick look at our roster, we can see that we've got a few players expiring next year. That's not what I want to have a look at. We're going to have a look at contract expiry. We've got 12 players expiring next year. Obviously, Todd Goldstein, who we just picked up. We've got Will Dawson, who played a lot of footy for us last season. Ryan Hardiman. Luke Urquhart will probably get a bit more run this year. We've got McDonald, who, getting older. I believe he's a father-son as well, actually. We've got McKercher, we've got Bailey Scott, Dersma, and we've got Georgie Wardlaw as well. So we're going to leave our cap space open because we may actually extend some of these contracts now. I want to wait on Wardlaw, just obviously depending on injuries. But I think Dersma, Scott, and McKercher, I'm definitely going to extend now. Let's see how much money that takes up. Okay, we spent a little bit of money, just over $1.5 million a season on those additional players. That's it on top of what they were already making. So I've actually extended the contracts of Finn O'Sullivan. We didn't do Wardlaw, we did Dersma, we did Bailey Scott, we did McKercher as well. I thought about doing the contract for Sheasel, but he's already contracted through 2030, so there's no real reason for me to do his contract just yet. But there is one other player that I do want to have a look at, and it's Jai Simpkin. I don't really know what his role is right now. I've given the captaincy to Harry Sheasel. He's contracted for another 4 years, so is this kind of an example of, do I hang on for him for a little bit longer? He didn't really play a lot last year due to injury. Or do I just cash in on him now? Because he's a free agent, obviously, in 2029. We're hoping that the rebuild won't take that long. But we'll just have to wait and see how we go. But I'm keeping an eye on Jai Simpkin. Our work in free agency and the trade period is now done. We're just going to have a look at some moves around the league now. Jack Buckley has been moved to Freo in exchange for pick 16. Connor McDonald has been sent to the Swans for pick 17 and pick 35. Mitch Hinge has been traded to Melbourne for pick 21. Jack Bowes is on the move to the Doggies for 18 and 25. Jamara is off to Hawthorn for a future first and pick 17. Josh Weddle is off to Geelong for pick 7. And then Carlton have lost Jack Silvani to Richmond for pick 39. Callum Archie is signed with Melbourne. Brisbane get pick 34. Elijah Hollins is off to West Coast in exchange for pick 26. Jai Newcomb has been traded to West Coast for pick 6. And lastly, Sam Walsh has been traded to Hawthorn in exchange for pick 6 and pick 7. But now, our future is in waiting. We now have the 5th pick in the draft. Hopefully we can get some decent talent. One of the really good key defenders, the medium-sized defenders, is still there in Christian Ware, and that is the pick we are going to make. So welcome aboard, Christian Ware. Now reach pick 17, and we're going to have a quick look at the guys who played in the championship and that are still available. If we look at the top of the board, none of these guys really have outstanding potential, and that is what I'm drafting for, is potential. Kettleborough is a recommended player or a suggested player, but that's not really the direction I want to go. We just drafted a defender. Timothy Short is way down the board. If he has decent potential, that may be a direction we go, even though he is a defender. And then there's Colton Roach, who is a key defender. I'll quickly have a look at Roach. We'll just have a see where his potential lies. It's fine, but he's 65 overall. We just drafted a medium-sized defender, so I think we go key defender here. So Colton Roach, welcome aboard. We've got 5 other picks that we need to make here. We'll just see who's available. I'm just going to draft for best position and best fit, really. We're not really going to be a finals contender, I believe, this season. So I know we need another ruck. So we'll just see who's available as a decent ruck. Who's here? Oscar Eastland, we'll draft him. That's fine. Oliver Eastland, actually, not Oscar Eastland. Key forwards, I know we always need more key forwards. See who's available here in a decent range. Is it Matt Allen? I know he plays for Glenelg. And there's also Grant here, who is a bit younger, has a bit of potential. I think that's the direction we'll go in. Obviously draft for potential. I accidentally simulated the pick, but he picked a midfielder anyway, which is kind of what I was after. I'll kind of go for another midfielder here. Sam Wicks is available. Where do I know that name from? Used to play for Sydney. Sure, I mean, we'll take him. Mature age, and he's got decent ability. And lastly, we'll just take best player available, I think is the way to go. Actually, Annabelle is here. I know he's a young player who is going to be drafted next season. There's Logan Evans, who is very, very good. He's a part of my Port Adelaide team. We've also got Darcy Tucker, who we delisted. We may as well redraft him here. And with our first selection in the rookie draft, this is where we take Logan Evans. Good to see that we could get him in the rookie draft, as well as getting Darcy Tucker back via the national draft. In terms of the other players that we are going to have a look at, I'm really just going to pick a whole bunch of utilities. Actually, we'll take Winder here. I know he's not a utility, but he's been good for us previously. And our draft hand is now done. There wasn't really a whole bunch of talent towards the back end of the rookie draft, as there generally isn't in real life. We're officially into the 2026 season, and to have a look at our objectives, what should we be having a look at? I think if we can be, I don't think we're going to be a top 8 side, but if we can be within the top 6 across 8 different rounds, I feel like that's going to be decent. So that is where we're going to have a look at being the gold one. I don't trust our team losing more than 2 games in a row at any point in time, and the others I just don't think are worth the risk. So we're going to go for the platinum target. We get through preseason with a nice win over GWS. Unfortunately, we do have 1 injury left from last season. I know that Will Dawson does have, or is recovering from, an ACL injury. If we have a quick look, he's still out for 2 to 3 weeks. We'll automate our travel. We're actually playing GWS again, which is quite funny. Let's have a look at our squad selection. We still have no injuries. This is what I'm planning to be our best 22 for the upcoming season. So we've got Riley Hardman in the back pocket. We've got Taylor Goad. We've got Christian Ware, who we picked up in the draft. Luke McDonald, Charlie Cooman, Jackson Archer, Colby McKercher, Georgie Wardlaw, Bailey Scott on a wing, LDU, the Sheasel, who's now the skipper. We've got Tristan Cherry, Dersma, Tyler Welsh at centre half forward, Finn O'Sullivan, Luke Bruce, Nick Larkey, Paul Curtis, and then we've got Matt Whitlock, who's going to start as our ruck on the bench / key defender reserve. Simpkin, Gunston, Zerha, and Luke Urquhart as the sub. Colton Roach he's just there as a reserve, and then we've got Will Dawson and the like down in the resis right now. Unfortunately, we can't repeat our preseason form up against the Giants. We lose by 58 down in the Ninja House. Hopefully that is not a sign of things to come for the rest of the year. Okay. There's a big game here. It's round 24. It is North Melbourne and Collingwood. If we win this game by enough, we get into the finals. Obviously, if Geelong lose, that also helps us out a little bit. Not by much. But if we win this game by enough, we will make the finals. We're on a 3-game winning streak to end the year. If we can get it to 4 games, we do not deserve to make finals, by the way, but we're giving it a good hot crack anyway. Let's see how we go. We don't have any injuries at the moment, at least that I'm aware of. We do not. Okay, so we're going to keep the same team as is. We've not really been in a top 6 position all season long, so we need to win this game to make the finals. Let's see how we go. It's an 84-point win. Okay, I'm assuming that will be enough percentage-wise. Zerha kicks 4, Nick Dacos kicked 4, which is quite funny. Nick Dacos also gets the 3 votes. Have we made finals because of that win? We're in the top 7. We now have to play Hawthorn, I believe, in a elimination final. If all things are fair and equal, which it appears that it is. How the hell have we done that? That is absolutely outrageous. Freo, of course, are at the top of the ladder, but North Melbourne are finally in the top 8. We didn't, objective-wise, we did not reach the top 6 at any point across this season, so no objective there. But we got our other 2, which was win 5 home games and win 10 matches this season, so we still get a bit of money there. But this is the tricky part. We now have to get through the rest of the home and away season. Elimination final time. Hawthorn and North Melbourne at the MCG. Hawthorn had a pretty handy off-season. They picked up Sam Walsh in the trade period. And we unfortunately don't get past the elimination final, but still an outstanding effort to even get there. But we're going to repeat our training for the rest of the year. And hopefully Freo don't win another premiership. Sheasel finishes second in the Brownlow. Andy Brayshaw finishes as this year's Brownlow medalist. Kyle Langford ends up winning the Coleman. No North Melbourne players that I can see. And Christian Ware ends up finishing second in the Rising Star behind Mason Flynn. And in terms of the All-Australian team, Sheasel, I imagine, would be the only one to make it, and he is. He's just a glorious player, isn't he? Freo have made the grand final, but they've lost to Brisbane this time around. Hawthorn make it to a prelim, but they lose to Freo by a point. So it's good to know that we did not lose to, the eventual premiers. But Freo lose the premiership, which is what we're all about on this channel. Now it's time to get into the 2026 off-season, and we can see that we've got sort of 9, 10 maybe uncontracted players. The big one being George Wardlaw. Now, I think I will bring him back. I just need to take sort of count of what we already have in terms of our midfielders. Luke McDonald. Is it Luke McDonald? It is Luke McDonald. He is getting up there in years. I feel like I'm not going to trade him, I don't believe, but I'm quite happy just to delist him. That is absolutely fine. Riley Hardman, I will be bringing back alongside Will Dawson. Luke Parker maybe has another season in him if we're lucky. Jackson Archer, if he wants to come back, I'll bring him back. And in terms of these other rookies that we brought in via the rookie draft, if they want to sign, they'll sign. If not, I'll just let them go. I've re-signed everybody else that needs to be re-signed. The other 4 players, McDonald, Evans, Winder, and Dobson don't want to sign new contracts. That's fine. I'll find them new homes. I've come to the conclusion that, signing up one of your best players, even though they're slightly injury prone, kind of a good idea. So we won't give him the full, 9 years that we have given to some of our other players. We'll give him a slightly shorter 5-year deal. Hopefully that is relatively affordable because he already is kind of on a big salary. $953,000 a season isn't cheap, but we'd be shelling out a lot more if we were giving out a longer contract. So I'm quite happy to give him the sort of the short-term security for us, even though 5 seasons is a long time, but I'm banking on the fact that 5 seasons we won't be doing this rebuild. So hopefully this deal will go through. It has gone through. George Wardlaw is back. And that leaves us with 8 roster spots and approximately $2 and a bit million to spend. Now, I haven't actually done anything in free agency yet, mainly because I don't actually know who's there. So we're going to have a look now. There's a few Hawthorn names, which I promise I'm not going to touch. But we are going to have a look at some of those older players once again. Travis Boak and Scott Pendlebury. I mean, we really don't need any more midfielders, to be perfectly honest. Zorko could be interesting, but they just won a premiership, so I'm not going to bring him across. Dane Rampy could be interesting. Jeremy Howe, also interesting, but I think all the others probably not. And then we're getting into sort of a bit younger, even though 35 years of age isn't young. We've got the Duncans, the Blixarves, the Coxes, the Fifes, Lucky Jones. I'm not really liking any of these names. I mean, I don't see them moving clubs, so we may need to get a little bit creative in the trade market. I don't know what draft picks we have at this point in time. Let's skip forward to the trade period and have a bit of a scout. Our first pick is the 12th overall. Hawthorn have 7 and 8 in this year's draft as well, so they've done some very good business. If we have a look at some of the best players available, we can see that there is a Preston Francis who looks very, very good, as well as a Max Jackson. These half-back players coming out of Western Australia. Don't know what they're doing over there in Perth, but some very, very high-end talent. We could trade into, a top 3 position. We would have to do a deal with either the Crows, West Coast, or Richmond. I don't know why I said that out of order, but, we could potentially, if we wanted to get one of those really, really top-end youngsters, we could go into the draft that way. But in terms of the other, trading players that we do have, I'm just going to hop into the Crows here and have a look. We've obviously got Winder, Dobson, and I can't think of his name. Logan Evans that we need to move on. We've also got some other players like your Cosgraves, who I think I drafted accidentally. We've got your Griffin Logues, your Zach Fishers, who are sort of your middling sort of AFL players. Your Dylan Stevens is another one. So we've got a bit that we need to do, but I'm going to have a look around, do some trades, and see if we can sort of gain some stock, and hopefully we can get some deals done to move up the draft board once again. I'm going to try this deal first up with the Crows. I'm going to be sending Dylan Stevens, who is South Australian, over to the Crows, former high-end draft pick via Sydney, I believe. And then we got Christian, is it Christian Roach? Or no, Christian was I can't remember. Mr. Roach, who we picked up in our draft last season, we're going to be sending him over to the Crows. He has a bit of potential, but we do have other key defenders that I do like, as well as pick 12 and pick 24 in exchange for pick 2. Hopefully this deal gets done. They say no. Could we include our future first, assuming that we're going to be semi-decent next year? Would you say yes to that? They still say no. Let's work on this deal a little bit. First deal of the trade period is going to be pick 12, Matt Whitlock and Dylan Stevens heading over to Port Adelaide in exchange for pick 5. Matt Whitlock, we're going to send him over to play with his brother over in Adelaide. Dylan Stevens, he is currently a South Australian, doesn't lose his sort of citizenship. But he was a top-end draft pick that went to Sydney, didn't work out, came over to us, still hasn't worked out, so we're sending him home. And effectively, this is just the currency to swap draft picks. Hopefully, this deal gets done. They say we're a little under par. Can we throw in something to get the deal done? Couldn't we interest you in a Zach Fisher? Would that be something that would tickle your fancy? You say no. Is there anything else down the back end of our list here? What about a Sam Wicks? Would you say yes to Sam Wicks? They still say no. I'm hesitant to throw in a second round pick. We'll give you pick 30. What about pick 24? Would that get the deal done? There we go. We finally do a deal with Port Adelaide, and now we can head back over to the Crows. We've been trying to get pick 2. Hasn't really worked out so far. We're going to throw in Roach, who we picked up with pick 14 last year's draft, along with pick 5 to get pick 2. If I say the word pick again, do a shot. Hopefully this deal gets done. They still say no. What if we throw in pick 30 in this year's draft? They say no once again. Is there something else I can throw in that they would be interested in? Zach Fisher, I know we offered him to Port. We'll offer you to the Crows instead. We finally move up to pick 2. One of those really, really good players will be there available for us. I do hope it's the midfielder, but if we have the defender, that works out fine as well. This one is essentially a salary dump. Dobson, Winder, and Cosgrave are heading over to the West Coast Eagles in exchange for a future third-round pick. The Eagles need all the help they can get. If we can just get a pick from them, that will be fine. I'll even take a future fourth. I just want to get them gone, and they're out of here. We spoke about it a bit in last year's off-season. We're going to be sending Jai Simpkin over to Carlton. I just don't think he fits our current sort of timeline. He's sort of at the back end of his career now. We're also going to be attaching Logan Evans to this deal in exchange for a future second round pick, pick 26 and pick 44 in this year's draft. They say it's a little rich for their blood. What if we take out pick 44, just go for the second round picks? I'm happy to throw in my own third round pick to get this deal done. They still say no. Can we throw in our third from next year as well? They get it done. So Simpkin is off to Carlton. We save a bit of money as well. Not that salary is really an issue at this point in time, but we move up in the draft. We get back one of our second round picks that we would have traded away to move up to pick 2, and we get one for the future as well. And just before I forget, Luke Bruce led the goal kicking for us last year. 31 goals and 500 disposals. What a game, what a season I should say by him this year. Tyler Welsh, not too bad in second as well. Nick Larkey moving up the leaderboard. Georgie Wardlaw again was fantastic. Paul Curtis, Sheasel, Koeman was up there. Disposals wise, Sheasel was outstanding. Cherry on the marks. Sheasel on the tackles. Sheasel on the clearances. Sheasel's just awesome. And Toddy Goldstein and Cherry did very, very well with the hit-outs as well. We now only have one uncontracted player left in Luke McDonald, but he doesn't want to sign a new contract, but I kind of don't want to lose him for nothing. I'm a little bit hesitant to trade him, but I'm going to try and find him a place that we'd potentially be interested in going to. So if we have a look at the ladder, we can see that, I mean, obviously we're in the top 7. We would probably send him to a Victorian team that's contending for a premiership, and the closest one to that is with the Western Bulldogs at 5. I don't know what his value is, so if we could probably, even bunch him together with some of our second round picks, we could potentially get a first from the Bulldogs. That could be something that we do. If I can actually get to the Bulldogs. Here we go. So McDonald, they have pick 13 and 15. We'll obviously start at 13. Would you do 13 for McDonald and 26? Is that a thing that you would do, Western Bulldogs? They say no. We've got a few second rounders next season that we can sort of play around with. They say that we're close to securing the deal. We'll throw in an additional second round pick. They say it's fair. So we get pick 13 in this year's draft. Luke McDonald, you've been a good servant to North Melbourne for a long time. You're officially out of here. And we are back into the first round with another draft pick. This is where we're starting to get a little bit fun. Harley Reid is our next target. We've got about $5 million in cap space, and I figured we need to spend it on something. So let's go and spend it on Harley Reid. Now, I'm wondering what the trade is actually going to look like. We're not trading Luke Parker, don't worry about it. I want to start off by trading away Koeman, because I really like Taylor Goad, and I really like Will Dawson. They're getting a lot of the minutes at key defending, or in the key defense positions right now. Charlie Koeman, although is very, very good, I don't need 3 key defenders, and I'm happy to pick up a reserve one in the national draft or the rookie draft. So I'm happy to trade him away. I think if we can throw in pick 13 and our future first round pick, will this be something that the West Coast Eagles are interested in? They are insulted by the deal. I don't really want to throw in pick 2, but I feel like to get the deal done, we may have to. Zerha, is that something you guys would be interested in? I really would like to get this done. They still say no once again. Maybe the Harley Reid trade is kind of impossible. I don't want to say it's impossible, but we would probably have to throw in one of our high-end talents, which I really don't want to. Riley Hardman, I know, is from Western Australia. I doubt it would be enough to get it over the line. That they still say insulted. Can we swap 2 for 13 or 13 for 2? Would that be close? They are close to an agreement. They already have pick 1. What would we have to take out to get this deal done? Probably Koeman, I would imagine. But who would they be interested in? Would they want Zerha over Koeman? And then I could use Koeman to get pick 2 back from West Coast. Is that something I could do? Zerha, I feel like I'm doing a trade here just for the sake of doing a trade. But it's also a very fun trade. I've panicked. Oh, thankfully it didn't go through. Is this worth it? I don't know if is this going to get us any closer to a premiership? I really don't know. That's ultimately what I'm dealing with here. I don't really want to give up anything too substantial. We've obviously got Christian Ware, and because we have Christian Ware, that's why I'm so comfortable giving up Riley Hardman, because Christian Ware is essentially the same player, except he's got a little bit more potential and he's younger. So, I mean, what else could we possibly give up? I am going to get this deal done. I will die on this hill. I will get this deal done. And what we're going to do to make this deal happen is we're going to be sending Charlie Koeman, Sam Wicks, and pick 13 over to... Oh, I picked the wrong pick. Over to Hawthorn exchange for pick 7. We move up a little bit in the draft, and hopefully that additional sort of draft slot will get us closer to Harley Reid. He's on board. And unfortunately, trading away pick 2 does take us out of contention for either Jackson or Francis. But to be perfectly honest, getting Harley Reid on the board, and we give the West Coast Eagles fair compensation as well. But I think we've done a good job here. We do need to sign some more players in free agency just to top up the back end of our roster. So let's just go to the delisted free agents and just see who's there. We'll have a little bit of a look around and see if we can just give some players second chances on an AFL list. And as you can see on screen now, these are some of the delisted free agents that we have picked up. We have got Cody Anderson, we've got Riak Andrew, we've got Elijah Sardis, we've got Lockie Jones, Alex Dodson, Caminiti, Aaron Francis. Harley Reid's not a delisted free agent. And Lucas, is it Luca or Luca? Luca Grego with 2 C's. We have now got 8 players left on the books. Almost $3 million to spend. I'm going to leave it there. Let the draft boys take all that up. And to be honest, in the draft, we do not have a lot of assets left. We enter the draft in the 4th round, as we will next season. But I'm feeling confident we have got a Premiership side on our hands. Hopefully, that will be enough to get us to the grand final so we can win it. And in other news, Jack Ginnivan has been traded to Geelong for pick 8 and pick 73. The Doggies have traded Bailey Williams to Port for pick 23 and pick 67. Ollie Henry is now on the move to Collingwood for pick 10. Hawthorn have traded Massimo D'Ambrosio to the Suns for pick 7. Georgiadis from Port is on the move to Melbourne in exchange for a couple of second-round picks. Cozzy Pickett, 9-year contracts don't mean a thing. He is now with St Kilda in exchange for pick 6 and a future second. These are all our deals. I think we're ready to head into the draft. Additionally, Darcy Jones has been traded from GWS to Port in exchange for 22 and 44. And then Hawthorn have traded McGuinness to GWS for pick 44, and then pick 44 was sent to Port. I think that's how that one worked. Zach Bailey has been traded from the Lions to the Bombers. The Wiz is off to the Crows for a future first and pick 20. That's a good deal for the Crows. Lockie Ash has been traded straight up to the Eagles for Clay Hall. And Darcy Wilmot is off to Port Adelaide for a future first and pick 12. Pretty quiet draft day for us so far. But as you can see, there is some AFL talent. And by AFL talent, I mean James Warple available. There is also Lloyd Meek, who I'm going to take Lloyd Meek because I feel like he's probably the more realistic selection out of him and James Warple. And I know I said that I wouldn't be taking any more Hawthorn players, but I feel like that is kind of an exception. I didn't trade for him or take him as a free agent. We signed him in the draft. Tom Cole, I mean, former Eagles player, we may as well bring him up into our drafting system. This has actually gone a lot better than I thought it was going to go, the draft. If we have a look at some guys who actually played in the AFL last year, we'll just see who's here on lists for the sake of it. Is there anybody that I really like the look of? Not particularly. Oh, Luke Urquhart is here. We mustn't have re-signed him, so we may as well draft him back. And we're also going to bring back River Stevens as a father-son as well. We did have him, but we did delist him. He didn't want to sign a new contract, but we brought him back here. And we now head into the rookie draft. We'll just see who is still available. If we can still get somebody that is semi-decent. Oh, there is Steve Pollard, a 17-year-old utility, has a bit of potential. I like the look of him very, very much. Very flexible player. Next up is the tagging machine. Marcus Windhager obviously got delisted by St Kilda. And I think I mean, you can't have too many really good taggers. That's a lost art, in my opinion. But whether he gets a game or not with us, I don't know. But he'll be there, obviously for an injury crisis. Cal Shadir, sure, why not? We've already drafted him a couple of times previously, I believe. I probably won't use him too much. We'll just use him as a reserve. And then our last pick, I can see he's there on the sidelines. We've got Lauman Luau. I believe that's how you say his name. We're going to draft him. We are done. And for this season's objectives, I think this is going to be the gold one. I really don't like the objectives where you have to gain a certain amount of members, because that really just relies on your financial systems, and because that's not something I'm paying much attention to in this rebuild, I think we're going to go for the gold option instead. Our best 22 for this year, we've got Jackson Archer in the back pocket, Will Dawson, Tommy Cole, Bailey Scott, Taylor Goad, and Christian Ware as our backline. We've got LDU, Georgie Wardlaw, McKercher, Harley Reid, and the Cheesemeister, Harry Sheasel in the midfield. We've got Cherry in the ruck, Zerha, Tyler Welsh, who's only a 65 overall, which is hilarious, Zane Dersma, Finn O'Sullivan, Nick Larkey, and Paul Curtis as our forwards. Then we got Lloyd Meek, Jack Gunston, who we should probably put at centre half forward, Luke Parker, Luke Bruce, and Steve Pollard as the sub. We've got a few options in the resi should we need it. Obviously, when injuries come around, we've got Port in pre-season. Our objectives, we'll have a look at that in a minute. We get smoked in pre-season. Our objectives this year are to finish in the top 4, or be placed in the top 4 across 6 different rounds. Fan satisfaction of 85%. It's currently at 39. We'll try and deal with that. And we've got to try and win 1 game across the season against a team who finished in the top 4 last year. Should be kind of achievable. We've now got West Coast in the opening round over in Perth, the Harley Reid revenge game. We get the win, big final quarter, 5 goals apiece. LDU, Sheasel, and Liam Duggan gets the votes, but a very, very solid performance by us. Good to get our first win of the year. Let's head to the end of the 2027 season, and hopefully we'll be in the... let's just finish better than last year. That's a decent goal. Let's finish in the top 6. The season is done. We maintained a top 4 spot for 5 out of 6 weeks. We just couldn't quite get that objective. We obviously won a game against the top 4 side, and the fan satisfaction is in the bin, but we've now got Freo in a qualifying final over in Perth. We finish in 4th spot. And we do very, very well for ourselves. And we currently have no injuries. We did have a few injuries towards the back end of the season, but we are now fully healthy, which is the main thing. I like what we've done with the place. Hopefully we can continue our good work and win this prelim, win the qualifying final, get into the prelim, and hopefully not have the wheels fall off at a later date. We lose. Oh, we were up big in the 3rd quarter. We were up at 3/4 time by 2 goals, and they kicked 6 goals to 2 in the final quarter. That is highly annoying. We now have to play another final. I don't know who it's against. It's against the Doggies, who in the simulation have kind of been our bogey team. Hopefully nobody's injured. Nobody is injured, which is lovely. Brewster's retired all of a sudden? Did he just get a really bad injury? Or he just decided, nah, I've had enough. I want to go away. We'll bring Darcy Tucker into the fold. We'll have to look at Luke Bruce in a minute. Where is the old bugger? Nah, he's just had enough. 364 games, 605 goals. Well done, Luke Bruce. Fantastic work. He's done enough for us. He hasn't won the Premiership yet, or hasn't won a Premiership with us yet, but hopefully we can win one in this season in his honor. We go out in straight sets. Oh, it's painful. It's painful work. We lose by 74 points. The Bont, he's so good, as we know. We're coming back for another season. Libba wins the Brownlow medal. Andy Brayshaw finishes in 2nd. Darcy Parish in 3rd. And Harry Sheasel up in 4th. The Coleman medal belongs to Jesse Hogan once again. Oh my god, look at the Freo players up there. 3 of them in the top 5. And then we got Frederick down the bottom there as well. Geez, they kicked a few goals this year. No rising star for us. None from West Coast either. So all those draft picks and nothing to show for it. Tristan Cherry makes it as an All-Australian ruck. Is there anybody else? No Sheasel this year. So it looks like it is just Tristan Cherry this year as an All-Australian. We had a battle of the bridge for the grand final, and the Giants finally win an AFL Premiership by 10 goals. It's the 2nd time this video that the Sydney Swans have lost a grand final by that amount. They've been absolutely crushed. Jesse Hogan kicked 3 in the granny. Who got the norm? Callum Mills actually got Norm Smith, which is hilarious in a losing side. And in terms of our guys this season, let's have a quick scout of what they produced. Nick Larkey led the goal kicking. LDU was fantastic. Cherry, Zerha. Well, actually, a lot of our guys played a lot of games this year. Harley Reid was exceptional in his first year. Sheasel wasn't too bad. Paul Curtis was decent. But yeah, very interesting season from us. But we just got to keep building towards the top of the ladder. We've improved every single year. The only trouble is we don't have our 1st round draft pick this year. So we just need to see who is off the books. We can see that Christian Ware is up for contract renewal. We can see that Gunston's up for renewal, Darcy Tucker, and a few other players as well. So let's just see what we can produce. We've got money to spend this might be the season where we attack free agency. In terms of our uncontracted players that we have on screen, none of them want to sign new deals. They're just not very happy. So unfortunately, we won't be able to do that. But we have extended the contract of Christian Ware through to 2036. We've also extended Harry Sheezel's contract, who is due to expire in a couple of years. In terms of everybody else, we also extended the deals of Jack Gunston. And I believe that was the only other one that we did do, if I'm not mistaken. I know Nick Larkey is due to expire very, very soon, as is Taylor Goad. So we just got to keep an eye on those deals. And this year is a good year for free agents. If we have a look around, we've got Noah Anderson at the top of the list. Jeremy Cameron, who probably wouldn't leave Geelong if we held a gun to his head. We got the Colonel, Sam Flanders. We've got Toby Green, who he just won a premiership, so probably not. We got Max Gawn. We've got Sam Day, Took Miller, Lockie. Jeez, there are players absolutely everywhere who are free agents this year. This is obviously the high-end free agents. Could we go for someone like a Noah Anderson? Gold Coast, to my knowledge, still haven't made finals. We could throw an absolute godfather offer his way. And that could be very, very interesting. That might be the deal we do. I know I said we weren't going to do free agency too much, but I feel like this, if there was the time to do it, this is the time. So we're going to send an offer Noah Anderson's way. He wants $1.25 million a season. We're going to give him the full 9. We're going to keep him happy for as long as possible. And he is now signed up for 9 years. And he is not the only one that we are going to go after. I do like the look of the Colonel, because I feel like he is going to be not so much as a midfielder, but as a halfback. I think he's going to be very, very good for us. He only wants the $805,000 a season. I feel like him instead of Jackson Archer in the halfback line could be a good fit. Obviously, Jackson Archer is a father-son, and we've kept him around purely because he is a father-son. So I think we're gonna not replace Jackson Archer, but Jackson Archer is just gonna step aside for the sake of a premiership. And we have signed 2 big name free agents to big deals. I don't even think there's anything else for us to do. We've spent our money. We haven't even attacked the trade period yet. I don't think there's anything for us to do. I'm actually just gonna go straight through to the draft. Let's go and get that premiership. And in free agency and trading news, Josh Draper has moved between Freo and West Coast. Freo have received pick 51 as compensation. St Kilda have received pick 39 in exchange for losing Liam Henry to the Bombers. Shannon Neal has been traded from Geelong to St Kilda in exchange for a future second-round pick. Errol Goulden is off to the Suns in exchange for pick 6 and pick 26. Connor O'Sullivan is off to the Crows. That's a weird fit. In exchange for a future first and pick 22. Alex Davies, I should say, from the Suns, has been traded from the Suns to the Giants for pick 37. Logan McDonald's off to Brisbane to be the Joe Danaher replacement about 3 years later. Jai Caldwell, was he a Coleman medalist? I think a couple of seasons ago. He's now off to the Suns. Matt Cottrell is now a member of the Bombers as well, being traded from Carlton. And we enter the draft at pick 52. He's a very good player here. Abel Symes, bit of potential, 69 overall, is a utility, can play a handful of positions. There's also Pollard up here. Where's he come from? Steve Pollard. Did we not re-sign him for whatever reason? Actually, that's a good idea. Let's just go back and try and find the guys that we delisted. That's a good idea. Well done, Cooper. Fantastic idea. Luau, we're going to bring you back. We're going to bring back Grant and Griffin Logue as well with our next pick. And that will be our national draft done. As I said before, there isn't really a lot for us to do this offseason. We just got to try and get through to the grand final. We've progressed every single season so far. We just need to try and get to the grand final. Is that Luke Nankervis from the Crows with the 14th pick in the rookie draft. Good little half back. Is there anybody else at the top end talent Billy Dowling, Jack Watkins is actually a former player of ours. At one point, this save file, we're going to bring him back. I feel like we're just bringing back the family is what we're all doing. Billy Dowling also used to play for the Crows. He's now playing for Woodfield West Torrens. We may as well bring him in. A nice flexible option. And then finally, with our last pick of the draft, and hopefully this series, we're going to bring in Harry Sharp, the South Australian. Let's go win a flag. And our objective, as I've said many times, reach and win the grand final. That is what it's going to be. We've got a ton of money in the bank. Let's have a look and see where we are at with our facilities. I've been sort of passively upgrading them over the course of the save. We've still got $4 million in the bank. I'm actually going to upgrade the medical facilities, make sure we don't get too many more injuries. Everything else is either unaffordable, and with the turf, I didn't want to upgrade that. I still wanted to have a little bit of money. Our total season objectives: win the flag, win 7 games against the top 8 teams from last season, and a fan satisfaction of 85% or higher. I'm not even going to do pre-season. Let's just get through to the finals. We finish on top of the ladder in a very, 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 very interesting season. 19 wins, 3 losses, and a draw. We won like our first 15 games. We actually drew in round 1, and then we won like 15 in a row, or maybe not that many, maybe 12 or 13. Then we lost a few, and then we finished really strong. But we currently have no key forwards because Larkey and Gunston are both injured, probably for the rest of the season. So we're going to have to sort of make it up as we go along kind of thing. Yeah, Larkey's out for a long time. I have no idea what I'm going to do, but let's play around with it. Let's try and come up with something. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in, this might be slightly controversial, Abel Symes, who hasn't played a game for us all season. I'm going to play Zane Dersma as a centre-half forward. We've got Jack Watkins in the forward pocket at the moment. LDU is currently on the bench. Billy Dowling, Luke Parker, who's up to 371 games right now, actually. But this is probably going to be his final season if he doesn't retire at some point during the finals like Bruce did. But we've been outstanding so far. I've really, really been impressed with what we've been able to accomplish. But if we fall short here, I think I might cry. Hopefully, we can get through. We've got the Swans in a qualifying final. It's a home game, which is always handy. Let's get through. We're through to the prelim. That's one of the hard bits done. Okay, so the next bit is the really hard bit, is where if we lose, we have to start this season all over again, or actually just go through to the next season. You know what I mean? Now Dersma's out with hamstring tightness. We get an objective, which is great. Hopefully, with the week off, Dersma is going to be fine. We have the doggies at home. Dersma's fine. Parker is out. I'd like to see him make the grand final squad if he can. Let's just see who's available to come in. Luke Nankervis is probably the best fit, but also Paul Curtis is back, which is lovely. He was also injured for a bit of time. So Abel Symes, it was a lovely time, but it was a short time. Jackson Archer as the sub. Everything else appears to be okay, if I'm not mistaken. Nobody else is missing out. Luke Parker's out for 2 to 3 weeks with concussion. So we've probably seen the last of Luke Parker, unfortunately. Jack Gunston's out for 3 to 4 weeks. What a career he has had. And Larky's out with a PCL for 3 to 4 weeks. So we probably won't see those 3 again, unfortunately, unless we lose this game, which would be really, really a shame if we do. We win by 19. We're through to the grand final. Harley Reid is best on. We see off the Bulldogs. If Freo is waiting for us in the grand final, it better not be Fremantle. They finished in 5th. We'll see how we go training-wise. It's Sydney. Okay, so we're not playing Fremantle. We're finally playing somebody else. Oi, oi, oi. Okay. Who is... Parker's back. He's going to be playing his old side in the grand final. Cherry's out with an injury. That's not ideal, but we can get around it. Parker is going to come back in. Ideally, that's not a straight swap. Aaron Francis is also a former Swan. I forgot what he was for a second. Luke Parker's obviously not going to be the backup ruck. We Who is going to be our backup ruck now that I think about it? Is anybody on our bench kind of tall? No. Okay, we need to bring in somebody who is an actual ruck. Jackson Archer is going to sit on the bench just because I feel like he not deserves it, but it's kind of like a nepotism thing. Do we have another backup ruck? Do we just not have one? Alex Dodson, he hasn't played a game for us all year. We picked him up in free agency. Who's going to be the sub here? Luke Parker can be the sub. He's going to be the man. Alex Dodson's going to be the backup ruck. But this is, I don't know what year it is, 2028, I think. The grand final team. We've got Tom Cole, who's really struggling in the back pocket, actually. Will Dawson, Bailey Scott, Christian Ware, Taylor Goad, Sam Flanders, the Colonel, Georgie Wardlaw, Noah Anderson, Colby McKercher, Harley Reid, Harry Sheasel, Lloyd Meek, of all people, Finn O'Sullivan, Zane Dersmer, Jack Watkins, Paul Curtis, Tyler Welsh, Cam Zerha, and then on the bench we've got Alex Dodson, LDU, Billy Dowling, Jackson Archer, and Luke Parker in game 373 as the sub. How many games has Jack Gunston played up to this point? 348. He would have played, this would have been 350 for him, I think, had he played the finals. So, a little bit unfortunate that he's going to miss out, but we've got a grand final up against the Swans. The Swans, they can kind of wear that uniform. I must admit, I do like this one. Can we wear this one with the blue shorts? I mean, that's not awful. And the Swans can wear that one with the red shorts. I think that's a bit of fun. But here we go. We are not going to be playing 10-minute quarters. That is outrageous. But North Melbourne, Sydney grand final coming up next. Grand final day is here. North Melbourne and the Sydney Swans. It's a replay of the 1996 grand final where North Melbourne would have come out and beaten the Swans in that one. Will the Swans get their revenge today, or will North Melbourne get their first flag since the year I was born in 1999? When you think about it that way, it has been a long time since they have won a flag. But here come the Swans in all their glory. Been a very good team for a very long time. But it's now up to these guys to bring the glory back to Sydney. And here we are, top of the ladder, coming up the race for hopefully the last time in this video. Harry Sheasel, the face of this rebuild, leading the guys out for one last time. And we've got a lot of experience in this team, also a lot of youth. Hopefully, that good combination will get us through to where we want to go at the end of today, raising that Premiership Cup. And look at Clarko getting the team photo done. Lining up for his 5th Premiership as coach. And what an achievement that would be for him. Fantastic job with the national anthem, as always. And let's hear that crowd roar. Swans have called heads on the toss. Who's going to win it? We have won it. Doesn't really matter that much because there's not a lot of wind, but we're going to kick to the left. And here we go for the last time in 2028. Lloyd Meek trying to win it out of the middle. We can't, but we're trying to go forward now. Harley Reid, little kick towards Tyler Welsh. Can't take the mark at full forward. Now chasing jumpers. Chad Warner, the skipper for today for the Swans. Trying to find a target. Can't. McKercher says he's within his range. We're going to go a little bit shorter. And he finds Harley Reid. It was actually aiming for Cam Zerha, but Harley Reid, big acquisition a couple of seasons ago. He gets the first of the grand final. Fantastic start for North Melbourne, trying to get the ball out of the middle once again. Quick kick forward. Can't find a target. Now we've got Wardlaw and McInerney giving chase. Great tackle by Wardlaw. McInerney gets boot to ball. Finds the boundary. We've got a boundary throw in. Just a minute into the game so far. Actually, the clock's counting down. I don't know why it's counting down. I hate it counting down. Anyway, Noah Anderson down to full forward. Tyler Welsh has a few to deal with. Can't take the mark. Intercept ball here. Minute and a half to go in the quarter. We got a ball up. Great find by Harley Reid out of the stoppage. George Wardlaw yet to get his hands on the footy. Lining up for his first of the day, and North Melbourne second. Puts it straight through the middle. What a hit by Lloyd Meek out of the middle. Sheasel can't find Tyler Welsh. He's having an absolute stinker at full forward. Wardlaw intercepts out of full back. Short kick is on. And now it's in the hand of Jack Watkins. 20 inside 50s is not going to happen today. No, thank you. Looks to be a little bit offline, this kick. The distance should be all right. But it's the first minor score. 30 seconds to go in the quarter, and the Swans have got nowhere near it in this one. Big fly from behind. Doesn't result in a mark. Poor kick inside. Actually finds McInerney. A little bit surprising, that one. Let's see what the Swans can come up with from here. Great intercept by Noah Anderson. Big free agent signing. He's kicked the ball backwards. That was accidental. Will Hayward finds Joel Amadi. There's 4 seconds to go. He's done the responsible thing, and he's going to have a shot on goal. Noah Anderson, a really rogue turnover may result in the Swans getting a goal before half-time, or before quarter-time, I should say. It's not going to make the distance, though. But a fantastic start by North Melbourne. Apart from that sort of final 30 seconds. Really, really hot start. The midfielders getting amongst it early. Here we go. Second quarter. Great hit by Meek. Harley Reid pushing forward yet again. Zane Dersma down in the square. Can't take the mark. It's another behind for North Melbourne. Out to a 14-point game. Still a lot for us to do to secure the premiership today. Chad Warner in the back pocket, kicking short. Now in the hands of McInerney, getting a lot of the ball early. LDU off the bench for the first time today. Gonna kick goalward. O'Sullivan is down there. Can't take the mark. Loose ball down in the goal square now. Lloyd does well to secure the ball and kicks it downfield. Flanders and Herbert now. Who the hell is Herbert? He's wearing number 62. Wow, what a number. Anyway, looking for Dersman now at centre half forward. Ball's out the back. Nobody can pick it up. Lloyd clears it. And now with Chad Warner once again. Heaney now. Down the line. Finds Vladic. The Swans pushing forward. Big fly from behind. Quick little snap. Picked up. Amadi's got it. Swans starting to dominate a little bit. Harley Reid can't lay the tackle, but Taylor Goad. He's a big unit. Does well. And now looking wide. Jack Watkins has a big job here. Ball's out the back. James Jordan. How is that a high tackle? It's literally got him around the waist. Short little kick. Now in the hands safely of Sheasel. We're going to go wide to our high draft pick. Christian Ware down the line. Gets wrapped up. That is holding the ball. Probably just a little bit too cute there by North Melbourne. Now in the hands of Warner once again. And here is Joel Amadi. Lining up to get Sydney second. Starts it wide. No good. Christian Ware long out of fullback here. We need a mark. Zerha does well. We've got a player up the ground by himself. We've got a 2-on-1 here. Dersma takes the mark nice and cleanly. We've got players over the top looking for LDU. And he takes it inside 50. 10 seconds to go in the quarter. To get one for the quarter, we can't. That's our first score of the quarter. Very, very low scoring quarter so far for us. And Sydney have done well to outdo us this quarter. But we have an 8-point lead going into halftime in what has been a very competitive grand final so far. The sub has been made at halftime. Tyler Welsh has properly stunk up the joint. Luke Parker, in what could be his final AFL game, is into the game against his old side. How poetic would this be? Georgie Woodlaw, I think, just got tripped over. May have been a hamstring injury, I'm not sure. But the Swans get a very quick goal out of half-time. I didn't get an injury notification, so I'm assuming everybody's okay. Finn O'Sullivan has a bit of work to do here. Handball over the top. One more. O'Sullivan running into an open goal. Misses to the left-hand side. That could be the story of today. Inaccuracy ruining a grand final. Short kick. Risky. In the hands of LDU. He's already got a... Actually, no, he doesn't have a goal today. He just missed before half-time. Is this one going to go through? That's nice. That's really nice. He gets the first for North Melbourne for the half. Meek, once again, having a very good quarter. Actually, a very good game, to be honest, in the absence of Tristan Cherry. Quick kick forward. Dersma's got a few to deal with. Can't take the mark, but really well done by Dane Rampy. Short kick. Risky. Doesn't do anything with it, though. Callum Mills, the losing Norm Smith medalist in a grand final a couple of seasons ago. Kicks it straight to Harley Reid. Back down to full forward. Noah Anderson takes the mark directly in front of goal. You think this would be an easy enough kick. It is. We get our fourth, and it's a 15-point lead. Loose ball out of the middle. Davies Uniac giving chase. Harley Reid's on the run. Anderson's on the inside. Sheasel lays a tackle. Anderson's out. You just need a quick kick inside. Finds one over the top, and it's Paul Curtis. It's actually a contract year for Paul Curtis this year, I believe. Puts through a goal with his left foot. Biggest lead of the game. It's 21 points. Lloyd Meek starting to dominate here. Ball forward by Sheasel. Can't find anybody, unfortunately. And now the Herbert. Herbert? Sherbert? I don't know. But he's in the middle of the ground. Finds Vladic. Just turns it straight over to LDU. If we can get a mark inside 50, there's 10 seconds to go in the quarter. Dersma, great hands. On the three-quarter time siren, hooks it to the left, unfortunately. 5 goals, 5. Playing his 2 goals, 1 going in to three-quarter time. What a performance so far by North Melbourne.
And all the determination you've got in your body. You've got to inspire me with this last quarter bit. You've been in front all day, you've got to stay there. Are you going to sit there? Come on, there. We've got a big effort there. Come on, fella.
Great rev up by Alistair Clarkson. Let's go. Final quarter. We've got 2.5 minutes to really rub it into the Swans or potentially throw it all away. Which one's it going to be? Let's find out. Dersma couldn't get the mark, unfortunately. Hasn't had a great grand final. He's had a couple of behinds, I believe. No goals to his name. Meek. That's in the back. Ooh, okay. Let's kick short. We've got a few options short. He's given it to Luke Parker with what could be his final kick of his career. That is beautiful by the 373-game superstar. Swans pushing forward now. Great hands by Herbert. He's probably been Sydney's best today. One of Sydney's best, at least. Jackson Archer's down there. We clear the ball a little bit. Christian Ware, top 5 draft pick. Can't find a target. McKercher giving chase, but is a little knackered. And now it's back in the hands of Papley. Short kick inside. Can't find a target. Taylor Goad. What a job he's done today. But it's back in the hands of Taylor Adams in the middle of the ground. Christian Ware can't take the mark. Swans pushing forward once again, but they cannot find targets. This time they do. It's in the hands of Joel Amadi. The Swans get one back. They need 4 goals to win, and they've only got 50 seconds. It's probably out of the question for them now. Quick handball over the top by Anderson. Another one forward by Harley Reid. Parker for another. He's kicked it out in the full. That is an absolute shank of the highest order. But we've got 30 seconds to just enjoy the rest of the grand final. We've got Rowbottom at halfback, looking for a target, looking for McDonald. Only finds Christian Ware. Let's kick it back inside forward 50. The skipper, the step ladder. Doesn't work out for the Swans. McKercher's got an outside 50. Let's play on. Long kick. Noah Anderson, can he get one more? He takes the mark. Let's go with the party tricks to really kick off the grand final celebrations. He sicks it. It is a 28-point win to North Melbourne. And now it's time for the grand final presentations. Premiership Cup is there, sitting and waiting. I have no idea, honestly, who is going to win the Norm Smith medal. Let's find out. It's the mustachioed Noah Anderson with the Norm Smith medal. What a performance. I think it was 10 disposals and 2 goals in the end by him. Really exceptional stuff. And the Messiah, Alistair Clarkson, alongside his skipper, Harry Sheasel. Premiership coach number 5, or Premiership number 5, I should say, for Alistair Clarkson, and North Melbourne's first flag since 1999. It's going to be a wild party tonight in the streets of Arden. What a grand final and what a rebuild. Noah Anderson is actually the Norm Smith medalist, both in the menu and on screen. Very rarely that happens. Chad Warner got the 2 votes. Harley Reid gets 1. What a performance by North Melbourne in this game. How do we go objectives-wise? We did absolutely nothing, but we've got almost $4 million in the bank. Season objectives, we win the Premiership. We didn't win 7 games against top 8 sides, and the fan satisfaction moved up 1%, which was lovely. But that is the rebuild done. In terms of the off-season awards, the Bont gets a Brownlow medal, Lockie Neal, Colton Folstrup in 3rd, and Sheasel in 4th once again. In terms of the Coleman, we got Gunston up there. Unfortunately, couldn't get another Premiership medal. Georgie Wardlaw, 35 goals for him, and Nick Larkey also get the 35 goals. But Charlie Curnow ends up as the winner. Pollard ends up 2nd in the Rising Star. Couldn't quite get the votes for him. Will Dawson made the All-Australian team as a fullback. Taylor Goad made it on a wing, funnily enough. Tristan Cherry made it as the ruck. Anybody else? Harry Sheasel made it on the bench. So 4 All-Australians. What a performance by us this season. And if we have a quick look at the team stats as well, just to wrap things up, you can see Georgie Wardlaw led the way, 40 goals on the year in the end. A dessert. How did he not make All-Australian? That is bizarre. But Jack Gunston, 37 goals. Nick Larkey with the 35. Colby McKercher with 31. Noah Anderson was very good. But what a performance, as I said, by us in this season. Who do you guys want to see next? I know Carlton did get a lot of love on the last, I think it was the GWS rebuild, but all the comments down below, whoever gets the most liked comment and whoever leaves the most comments, I basically tally those together, and whoever comes out on top, I do in the rebuild next. So Carlton did get a lot of love last time, but you need to vote for Carlton again if you want to see them done, or whoever team you want to see done. So leave a comment down below on who you want to see done, leave a like on the video, and subscribe to the channel if you did enjoy the video. Thank you very, very much for watching up until this point. I will see you next time for whoever you guys pick. See you guys then. Bye. Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome to my latest rebuild here on AFL 26. I hope you're all doing very well today, and as you can see, it will be the Richmond Football Club getting the rebuild treatment today. I've decided that this is going to be a rebuild Friday. I think this is what This series is going to be ongoing. We're going to have all other videos throughout sort of Monday to Thursday, and then Friday will be the big day for the longer rebuilds. Now, with Richmond, as you know, I did a series with them on AFL 23 that got, I think, 3 or 4 seasons into the future, and we did very, very well. I think we're going to try and do things a little bit more balls to the wall in this rebuild. Try and get things done a little bit quicker, because obviously we did West Coast, which did take a few seasons. We've done North Melbourne as well, which took a little bit sort of in that time as well. I think, though, Richmond are probably a bit further along than both of those clubs, to be fair, in their development cycle. So I think we're going to try and get this one done as quickly as possible. Now, with our objective for the season, our big objective, I'm just going to go, let's not try and lose 4 games in a row, because even though I'm going to try and get this done a little bit faster, I don't think we're going to be in the top 8 or the top 6 at any point in the season. And I think not losing 4 games in a row, I think that's probably reasonably realistic. On top of that, we've also been tasked with winning 7 games in the home and away season, as well as 5 games from top 6 teams from last year. So we're going to get some really good bonuses for that if we can get that done. I think 7 games is fairly realistic, but as you can see here, obviously Nick Vlosten still here, Hopper, Prestia. We've got guys like Taranto, who are obviously a lot older, Jaden Short as well, in amongst all of the younger talent. But there is also some talent here that could probably be better served on other teams. Players like Josh Gibcus, who just haven't worked out because of many reasons, whether it be injury, whether it be because of opportunity. I think there's a lot for us to do with this initial list. I'm not going to spend too much time going over it initially, because we've already covered most of the 2025 Richmond club on AFL 23. So I'm just going to get straight into the 2025 off-season. Let's see how we go, and fingers crossed we don't finish in the bottom 4. Andy Brayshaw with a phenomenal season, 38 Brownlow votes this year, gets a Brownlow medal to his trophy cabinet. Then Tommy Liberatore, 29 votes. Sam Walsh not far behind in third on 27. No Tigers in this one, and that is for a very good reason we'll have a look at in a minute. Joel Amartey actually ends up winning the Coleman medal. Not a common winner that I do see, but a lot of Tigers in the votes for the Rising Star, with Josh Smiley ending up winning for us. He had a very good season, 700 disposals, 14 goals, played every single game. Was very, very happy with his output. And unfortunately, no All-Australians either, but as I said, it's all for a very good reason, because up until about round 16, I don't think we'd actually won a game. Then we won 2 games in a row. Then we lost a few more, and then we beat Geelong in the final game of the season. And funnily enough, we did actually beat Geelong twice. Once down at, I was going to say Skilled Stadium, it's not been Skilled Stadium for a long time, down in Geelong, and then the final game of the season at home, which I think we won by about 70 points in the end. Geelong actually finished in third, which was hilarious, losing the final 3 games of the year. And if we have a quick scout at the finals, we can see that Geelong actually won the Premiership. So considering that we did beat them twice, very, very interesting. They beat the Swans, so the Swans lose another grand final. Dangerfield, 43 disposals. Any goals for Danger on the game? I can't see. But Chad Warner gets the Norm Smith medal for 42 disposals and 3 goals. Probably fair. And statistically for us, there wasn't really a whole lot for us to talk about in this one, considering we were so poor. Harry Armstrong kicked 30 goals for the year, was our leading goal scorer. But if we have a look at the major ball getters, Hopper and Taranto, 2 of the older players on our list, topped the disposal list. Smiley, as we mentioned, was up there. Layla, Taj Houghton, even though he played forward most of the year, did get 500 plus disposals, was very, very good. But there is a lot of work for us to do on this list. And the idiot hat goes to Ben King. We've finally seen someone break the 100 threshold on behinds in a season. And he is the first, I believe, in AFL history to do it. And the first order of business in our off-season is to have a look at player contracts. Now, of the players that are currently uncontracted, obviously we've got Prestia, Tommy Lynch, who I don't even think played for us at all this season. I just wanted to give Jonty Fall and Harry Armstrong a bit of run in the forward line. Judson Clark, who was a big part of our AFL 23 rebuild. Tommy Dow, Camden McIntosh. Now, a lot of these players, I don't actually think I want to bring any of them back, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm going to say it, basically, unless you're under the age of 20, nobody is safe on this list. Which brings us to free agency and looking at some of the top end talent that is available on this, well, in this class of free agents, I should say. Obviously, Bontempelli at this point in time is still the key name, even though he has signed his contract extension in real life. But there's also Oscar Allen, not that we really need another key forward. We've got more experienced players like Luke Bruce. We've got Ryan Burton, who, from Port Adelaide, if you've been watching my Port Adelaide series, as you know, was very, very good in our grand final. But then we got other players like Tommy Cole. We got other players like Jamie Cripps, who could be looking for a move back to Victoria. Obviously, he started his career in Victoria, I believe. I can't actually remember who for, but then moved his way over to West Coast. Someone like Matt Crouch could be looking to sort of mirror his brother's career, finish up in Melbourne. So there's a lot of really good options that we could choose from here. And option number one for me is Ed Richards in bulking up our midfield. Obviously, Bontempelli would be lovely, but we also signed him in our most recent rebuild with Melbourne. So I don't think... Actually, no, we signed him in the St Kilda rebuild, not the Melbourne rebuild. I was incorrect. But we're going to go with Ed Richards, as I said. Now, we do still need, obviously, we're going to move on to some of the really sort of older players that are getting towards the back end of their careers, like your Prestiers, your Lynches of the world, maybe even your Camden McIntoshes, but we still need to sort of replenish those guys who have been in the league a long time, that's sort of in the prime of their career, and can still contribute a difference while not hindering the development of those younger players. And I think Ed Richards is the perfect fit. We're going to offer him initially a 6-year deal. I think that will cover at least, I don't anticipate this being a 6-year rebuild, but I think that's probably, unless he has re-signed a contract in real life that I'm not aware of, that's probably what he's going to be getting on the open market. He only wants $880,000 a season, and I'll be happy to give it to him. And just like that, we have our first free agent. Now, I know right now, Tom De Koning, probably the highest profile free agent on the open market right now. In real life, I should say. Obviously, Bontempelli was. And yes, you're probably thinking we do have Nankervis. Now, in my AFL 23 rebuild, I did trade Nankervis very early on. I think it might have been at the end of the first season. We're not going to be doing the same thing here. Although he is older and I think he's still the captain of Richmond, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to try going with De Koning as the second ruck. Actually, we might move Nankervis to being the second ruck and then having De Koning as the first. Again, right in that prime of his career sort of point, I guess. We're also going to offer him a 6-year deal, hopefully on relatively affordable money, which I'm looking like it will be. So $735,000 per season. As you can see, we've got plenty of money to spend in free agency still, without actually having traded anybody away just yet. And just like that, De Koning accepts, and we have our ruck basically sealed up for the video. Last of the big name free agents is actually a little bit controversial. We're going to go after Mark Blixarves, the Geelong veteran, 34 years of age at this point in time. He's actually very close to 300 games for Geelong and obviously just won the Premiership. But I'm sort of viewing this as like a Luke Parker to North Melbourne type signing, except Mark Blixarves is still relatively good. I mean, not that Luke Parker isn't, but Mark Blixarves probably still a little bit more highly rated around the league. Obviously, we're not going to be signing him to a massively long contract, being obviously the age that he is, but I'm quite happy to give him just under $700,000 a season. And, he can start on the bench, he can sort of play on the wing, or he can just sit in the back pocket. I think he's going to do good things for us. Bye-bye, Blixarves from Geelong. Welcome to Richmond. And now that my initial work in free agency is done, anybody else that I sign in free agency will probably just be minor signings, just filling out the back end of the roster. I want to have a look at some of the other players that are on our list. The likes of Jacob Hopper, who we spoke about earlier. Prestia is obviously a free agent. Taranto, who's still relatively good, but Hopper contracted through to 2029. It's a long contract for someone who probably his rating in game isn't really reflective of a place that we really want to be going in terms of getting some success. But then we've got like Jacob Kajitsky down below, Noah Bolter, and then we've got further down, guys like, I know Tyler Brown. Is this Tyler Brown or Tom Brown? Tom Brown. I'm thinking of a different player. Anyway, Tom Brown is a bit younger than I thought he was. And then Camden McIntosh, again, someone who is out of contract. Obviously, we love the headband, but we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. Nathan Broad, again, a bit older. We'll see how he goes. If not, he'll be out of contract next season. But there's definitely a lot of other players here that we are definitely capable of moving on. We'll just have to see what the trade market presents. Obviously, we've got the #1 pick, which is always useful. I actually haven't had a look at the rookie prospects this year. We can have a quick look at that now. And there's one guy here jumping out at me straight away, and you can go straight to the top of the list in Dominic Lees. 18 years of age, 72 overall rating, which is actually quite high for someone of that overall rating. And then the 85 to 96 potential as well. We scroll further down in terms of player rating to player potential. There's not a lot here, except I've just seen one. Elias Anderson, 18 years of old once again, kicked 10 goals in the state championships, actually the national championships, I should say, but 92 to 99 potential. If we do decide to go with the #1 pick, that could be a player that we do select. In fact, I dare say he will be the player we select. The trade that I'm proposing here is actually pretty identical to one that I did in my AFL 23 rebuild. It's one that I'm calling the Dimmer Cocktail, where we're going to be sending Dion Prestia, Tom Lynch, Camden McIntosh, and Nathan Broad up to the Gold Coast for pick 37 in the national draft. Hopefully, Gold Coast like this deal. They just need some more sort of veterans, and I think this is just going to be a fine deal for them. We get another pick in the draft. This deal just sort of suits everybody. Well done, us. And this next deal that we're going to be doing in the trade period, we're going to be sending Hopper and Taranto, as well as Noah Bolter, basically dumping all of the longer contracts over on the Giants. Sort of similar to the Dimmer Cocktail in a way. Obviously, Hopper and Taranto did both used to play for the Giants back in the day. Noah Bolter clearly likes spending time up in New South Wales, so we thought we'll send him up there on a little holiday. And I know Taranto, Hopper combined, possibly could warrant like a very late first round pick. Instead, we're going to be asking for 3 seconds, just because obviously the length of the contract I am taking into consideration. Hopefully, GWS are happy with that, and they are. And our next trade is going to be sending Tommy Dow, Gibcus, and Kajitsky off to St Kilda. We're going to be getting, or trying to get at least a future second round pick and pick 47 in the 3rd round. Kajitsky, obviously a very famous name in St Kilda lore. Tommy Dow, I believe his brother plays for St Kilda, if I'm remembering correctly. And Gibcus, I'm just wanting to move him on. He actually became captain in our AFL 23 series. He's not going to have that fortune here today, unfortunately. Hopefully St Kilda can get something out of him. Actually, they say no to that deal. Let's take out the 3rd round pick. We'll just go for the future second. They still say no. They probably want something from us. We'll give you our 3rd round pick, number 43 overall. They say that we're close. We'll pop it up to 39, and they say yes. And after Sydney lost the grand final, they're probably in the business of recruiting some depth, trying to build up and make another run at the Premiership. So we're going to be sending Ralph Smith, Mansell, and Lafau off to the Swans for pick 17, which is their 1st round pick. Hopefully they say yes to this, and this is why I got those 2nd round picks, just so I'll be able to boost up our draft pool. We're actually going to try it with a 3rd round pick instead. They say no, so we'll go to our latest 2nd round pick. They say no to that as well. Let's go 35. Hopefully they say yes to that, and they do. Now, I realize that our trades so far have been just getting rid of players, bringing in picks. Now, while we've been doing that, I've been sort of doing some background research into some players that I would love to bring in. And there is one player that I think would be perfect for this team. He's another midfielder. We're actually not going to do it here, because we're going to try and do it outside of a trade. Now, in my Port Adelaide off-season video, you will know of, if you have watched it, there was a little bug in the video, and there's a little bug in the game as well, because you can recruit players that are free agents a year in advance. I'm making you guys known about this, so if you want to do it as well, you're obviously more than welcome to. Zach Butters, as we know, is a free agent in 2026. and I think he's a good fit for our side. So we're going to be offering him give him a 7-year deal, because I don't think a 9-year deal for the sake of this exercise is completely necessary. Obviously, we'll bring the money down a little bit. I'm assuming there hasn't been an update for AFL 26, because I'm guessing this will still work. Port Adelaide haven't even tried to deter us whatsoever with that one. So, Butters, welcome aboard. I definitely thought that 1.25 was going to be a little bit too low, considering he was on 1.5 million last season. But here we are. So, Butters, Richards, De Koning, Blixarves, and we've still got a lot of room to do work in the trade period. Because if we have a look at players that are expiring next season, we can see that Ross, Miller, and Nankervis, they're sort of the really big ones. Rioli, I'm a little bit mixed on. I know he's a father-son, but in the game, he's just not very good. And then we've got Auger, Trezise, Fawcett, Seth Campbell, and Steely Green. Steely Green. It's an interesting name, but anyway. So in terms of those guys, I may look into trading some of those other players as well. But if you're on a longer deal and you're still relatively young, I'm still willing to give you an opportunity. But obviously for those older players, you know, the likes of Jacob Hopper and... I'm trying to think of his name. Taranto and players like that, that's obviously a little bit different. But now all of our main players are contracted to either 1 or 2 year deals that were already on at the club previously. Obviously, Butters, Richards, and De Koning are on longer term deals. And in the trade market, you can see that we've still got, you know, obviously the number 1 pick. We've got pick 18, which I'm assuming Port Adelaide would have got some compensation considering that we just signed Butters. So I'm guessing that's what that would have been. But then we've also got pick 22 in the second round, pick 38, 44, 62, 80, blah, 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 blah. And then we've got a second round pick for next season as well. So I'm going to have a look around, see what we can come up with heading into season 2. Other than that, I think we're pretty much done. Now, I must say that over the course of my rebuild so far, I haven't really traded, I don't think, for a really, really big Coleman level threat as a key forward. Ben King was probably the closest I ever got to that when I did my St Kilda rebuild. But I'm going to go for Charlie Curnow here from Carlton. Now, there has been some rumblings that he's possibly looking for a move out of Carlton next season. But we'll see if we can get the ball rolling. Obviously, we do have Jonty Fall. We've got the likes of Harry Armstrong. But I think those guys could probably use a little bit of sort of mentorship. Curnow's obviously getting a little bit older now. This will be, his 10th season this year. So he's been getting close to 30. But I think if there was a time to get Charlie Curnow on the team, and he's contracted until 2029, which is the only reason I'm doing a 5-year deal, I think we could get a deal done here with Charlie Curnow. Obviously, it would have to be done in a trade. The trade, what it's going to look like, I have no idea. We'll just have to wait and see. Now, I'm not trading the number 1 pick. I've made that very clear, but I'm happy to trade 18. And I guess I will trade my future first as well. Could this be like a Jack Ross spot? Is it Jack Ross? I think it is Jack Ross. Because obviously we've got, you know, Butters and Richards and even Blixarves, but I won't be playing him as a midfielder probably. But then we've obviously got all the other young talent that we've done, or that we've recruited over the course of the last few drafts. You know, your Smileys, your Lawlers, your Laylas of the world. So we just have to wait and see what Carlton would possibly be interested in. This could be a Seth Campbell destination as well. So we'll try 18, future first, Ross and Campbell. I did not expect that to go through. I think it's considering that we do have the number 1 pick in this year's draft, but that was an absolutely outrageous deal for us. I'm very surprised that went through, and my trading difficulty is anything but hardest, which it isn't. I was going to apologize for it, but that was an outrageous deal. I cannot believe we got that done. And we've still got a lot of money to spend. I think anybody that's uncontracted from here, I think I'm just going to let them go. So Kalina, Sonsi, Young, and Hayes Brown, unless you want to sign, unless you want to sign a new contract, I'm not going to re-sign you. He definitely doesn't, and the others don't either. So I'm quite happy with my business in the trade period and free agency. let's skip forward to the end. We're going to keep the rest of our picks. Trade period is now done. And before we get into the national draft, as always, we're going to have a look at the action around the league. Callum Archie has signed with Port Adelaide. Brisbane have received some compensation for that. Starcevic has gone to North, which is actually very interesting. Oscar Allen goes to Melbourne. Probably not a move that'll happen in real life, but still a very, very interesting deal. Wow, got thrown off by this trade. Jack Buckley has crossed town from the Giants to the Swans in exchange for pick 37 and Sam Wicks. Sam Walsh has been traded from Carlton to Hawthorn in exchange for a future first and pick 13. That is a good deal by, to be honest, both teams, actually. Connor McDonald got traded to Adelaide for pick 11. I actually think that's a deal that happened in my Port Adelaide series as well, now I think about it. Josh Weddle got traded to Collingwood for 2 unused picks. So, they gave him up for free. Interesting. Wanganeen Miller has been traded from St Kilda to Melbourne, along with pick 29 in exchange for 43 and 6. And then we're sort of getting into some of our trades. The Western Bulldogs have traded Ryan Gardner to Essendon for pick 27. Jamara is off to Port as well, along with pick 27 for picks 4 and 5. Wow, that is quite a haul. Jack Bowes and pick 38 got traded to the Gold Coast for a future first round pick and pick 15. Jace Burgoyne's off to Carlton. Petruccelli signed with Essendon. Ollie Dempsey has been traded to St Kilda for 2 picks. Zach Bailey's off to the Eagles in a trade for pick 23. And the Wiz, along with pick 47, has been traded to the Bulldogs in exchange for pick 4 and pick 5. So those same picks that were used to get Jamara from Port Adelaide then got sent to Hawthorn in exchange for Nick Watson. Which honestly is actually quite a smart trade by the Bulldogs, to be fair, because they've already got Norton and Darcy, so they don't really need Jamara. Very, very interesting. And then Adelaide Crows have traded Mitch Hinge to Port Adelaide for pick 17. That would have been the compensation pick for Butters, I'm guessing. Is that what that would have been? And then Freo have traded Michael Frederick to Essendon for a future second. Now, with that done, we can get into the draft, and we've got 14 picks to make, because obviously we don't have very many players anymore. And as we know, there is one player that we are going to draft. It is Elias Anderson, if I can find him. There he is. Beautiful as ever. Select player. Nothing much more for us to do with that first pick. It was fairly straightforward. And then with our second round pick, I'm actually quite happy to follow the advice of the AI. And we're going to go with Asher Caldwell, who is a key defender, has a little bit of potential. Also played for the Allies, so getting teammates with Anderson, who was our number 1 pick. So very, very interesting. And with that, the rest of our trade and draft period is now done. What our goal is for this upcoming season, I think at the end of the completion of the home and away season, we finish in the top 10. I think that is a reasonable goal. We get a nice signing bonus as well. And on top of that, we're going to beat 3 top 4 teams from last season and also gain 23,000 members in the AFL and AFLW combined. That should be fairly straightforward. I'm going to have a quick scout of what our best 23 is going to look like. And we'll see how the first sort of preseason game and round 1 goes. All things considered, I think I've done very, very well in the off-season. We've got Blixarves in that back pocket that we spoke about. Ben Miller at fullback. The number 1 pick, Elias Anderson, in that back pocket wearing the number 4, doing a good job. He hasn't played a game yet, but he's doing a good job. Then we've got Vlosten, Trainer, and Short across that half-back line, as it was for basically all of last season. Ewan McPherson, who we picked up in the draft, apart from those first couple of picks, where we went for a bit of potential, I just picked best player available for the rest of the national draft and rookie draft. And then we got Smiley, Richards, Butters, Layla, and De Koning to make up the rest of that midfield. Isaiah Winder at half forward, Jonty Fall, Taj Houghton, Harry Armstrong, Charlie Curnow, and Callum Brown in that forward pocket, with Nankervis as our captain and first ruck off the bench, Logan Evans, Ollie Lowe, Joel Trudgeon, and Milan Murdoch as the sub. And funnily enough, we have Port Adelaide in our first preseason game. How do we go? We lose at home, unfortunately, by 41 points. Who played well? Josh Smiley did good. Curnow kicked a few goals. Not too bad. And then we've got our traditional Thursday night game in round 1. We're not playing in opening round this year. We'll keep everything the same. Let's see how we go up against Carlton. To open the season, we lose by 10 in a pretty competitive fixture, although we're up by 40 inside the third quarter. We kick, well, 1 goal to 6 in the final quarter. We were, no good, unfortunately, after being up by 39 points at halftime. But it shows that we've got a bit of promise. Let's see how the 2026 season treats us. Sydney defeat their grand final Demons, and they actually beat Fremantle in the grand final. So it was really a battle of losers in this year's grand final. Sydney end up winning their premiership after a 9-point lead at 3-quarter time. They end up winning by 37. Errol Goulden gets Norm. Callum Mills, 40 disposals on a grand final day. Errol Goulden, where are you? What did you do that was so good? Because Murphy Reid, 32 disposals and 3 goals, probably should have done it. Errol Goulden, don't think he kicked 2 goals and had 31 disposals. Sure. Fine. Okay, look, awkward story. We finished last again and we traded away the number 1 pick, so we don't have that right now. That's in the hands of Carlton. So we've basically done a North Melbourne. So not good. We'll deal with that in a minute. But Tuk Tuk gets the Brownlow, does very well. Paddy Cripps, 28 votes in second. Matt Kennedy in third on 25. Again, no Richmond players, which understandably we didn't win that many games. Not a lot of work in our forward line either, considering we didn't win that much. And our Guy Anderson wasn't really anywhere near it in the Rising Star. So really poor form on the awards front for us. Although Mark Blixarves did make All-Australian, which is a little surprising. Nobody else made it though, but I can only say this season was a failure. Anything else, I'd be lying to you. I thought we were going to be at least a top 10 side this season. Not very good. Charlie Curnow led the goal kicking with 27. He probably didn't kick very straight, which wasn't ideal. Smiley again, 700 disposals in the season. Butters was very good. Layla getting more of the ball, which was nice. Ed Richards was a good complimentary piece as well. Who kicked the most behinds this year? If it was Curnow, which it wasn't, I don't know what I was going to do. But Jonty Fall, 19 goals, 68, wasn't fantastic. Ben King either got injured or decided that he could kick straight this season. Jed Walter down the bottom though, but Hayden McLean, 91 behinds on the season for him. And that brings us to the 2026 off-season, and now Nick Vlaston is a free agent. Miller is a free agent. Nankervis a free agent. And we have about $10 million to spend, and we only have 11 players who aren't contracted. So we're actually doing very, very well money-wise. So we could probably afford to splash the cash a bit more in this off-season. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. We'll just have to wait and see. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take care of Vlaston and Nankervis. Obviously, both of them Premiership players, and I want them to be a part of my next Premiership. So Vlaston, the reason that I'm keeping him is I think he's still got something to offer. Same with Nankervis. Miller, I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do with him. Vlaston only wants $700,000 a season, and he was on $1.2 million a season last year. So I think that is actually a very, very nice cut price deal for him. I'm very excited to bring him back to the club. Hopefully he will accept a 2-year deal at just under 700 grand. Actually, it's going to be bang on 700, and he does accept. Nankervis is wanting just over $1 million a season. Now, compared to what he was on last season, I'm actually quite happy to give him just over $1 million, because I think we may have been, because we were below the salary floor, we had to obviously pay up to get to the correct salary floor. Now, I think it was 1.05 is what it was. And he ended up actually making about $1.8 million last season. So that is the deal we're going to put forward for him. It's a 2-year deal. Now, in terms of the other uncontracted players, I should say, the one that I'm really interested in bringing back is Ben Miller. I think it's Ben Miller. Yes, Ben Miller. So, as I said, I don't know what direction I'm going to go with him in, because he's closing in on 30, if my memory is correct. But there's also some younger guys that we picked up in the rookie draft last year. Guys like Leakalir, guys like Alga, who's actually quite a young player that we drafted. I would love to keep Maurice Rioli Jr., but he just isn't very good in-game, unfortunately. I think he's got a lot of potential in real life, but it's just not worked out. Bodie Ryan, again, another player with a bit of potential that we did pick up, but is not going to be wanting to re-sign due to his low morale. But we did pick him up just because he has a lot of potential and potentially could be used in a trade. Now, in terms of free agency, I actually haven't looked at free agency so far this year. I don't even know who the highest rated free agent is. Jesse Hogan. Now, would he be interested in coming back to Melbourne to play? Probably not. I assume he's quite happy on the Giants. I don't even know where the Giants finished last season. But yeah, I don't think any of these names in particular are that realistic, to be honest. Cornelio, I think he's going to probably retire on the Giants, you would think. Tex and Dangerfield probably going to stay at their respective clubs. And then we're going to sort of really get into the lower tier free agents. Jamie Elliott's a no. The String, I think he's quite happy on the Giants. Johannesson could be a nice veteran option if he's wanting to leave the Bulldogs. I don't think that would be the case, but yeah, there's not a great deal of options in free agency. I don't even know what, delisted free agency looks like. Doesn't look like anybody's been delisted just yet. Perhaps we're a little bit early. But in terms of restricted free agency, these are the best names. I think if we were to go after someone, it would be someone like Jason Johannesson, just because he can play so many different positions in that sort of back half, sort of wing and backwards. I think he's very, very good. Nobody else I really see leaving their club, so we'll just wait and see what happens. And in terms of unrestricted free agency, we'll just have to wait and see as well. Kieran Briggs could be sort of an interesting third ruck, 26 years of age. I don't know. Mitch Duncan could join Blixarves. That would be an interesting one. But yeah, there's a lot of really, really interesting directions that we could go in. I've done my business in free agency, and I don't think there's actually that much for me to do. But I've signed 3 players. 2 of them I did discuss. One of them I had a bit of a longer think about, and I decided that actually might be a semi-realistic, you'll see in a minute. We've actually gone after Jamie Elliott, who I've heard bits and pieces throughout, AFL media, and, choose what you want to believe in AFL media. But obviously he is a free agent at the end of 2025 in real life, and he's looking for a longer contract. And Collingwood may not be wanting to give him, 2 or 3 year contracts. So I'm basing it off of that logic. We need another small forward just to mentor some of our guys in that area. And I think he's going to be a good addition. And as we discussed, we've also picked up Johannesson and Mitch Duncan. All of these 3 players bring one thing: senior citizens cards. That is not the thing I was going to say, but they all bring Premiership experience. And I think that is something outside of, your Vlostons of the world, and I'm trying to think, Nankervis, and even Blixarves, who we recruited last season. There's not a lot of it on this list anymore. So hopefully, getting a few more guys in that have played in Premierships before. We obviously sent a lot of guys out. We're going to try and bring some of that back into the club at a bit more age-effective and cost-effective measures. Trade period is now open. Now, I do want to have a quick look because we did trade away the number 1 draft pick to Carlton, and not intentionally, but we do have Charlie Curnow because of it, and I'm actually quite happy that we did, having looked at the draft pool, because the number 1 prospect is Aaron Proctor. He's 17 years old. He is actually a key forward, but I don't think he would nearly have been ready for us, to compete for a premiership in this sort of time that we're wanting to. Because I'm trying to get this done, obviously, within 3 or 4 seasons, and I don't think he's going to be that for us. Is there anybody else that is super, super good that we probably could have used at the top of the draft board? I don't think so, as we head further and further down the line. So obviously, finishing last, not ideal, but if it meant getting Charlie Curnow on board, potentially for a premiership down the line, I still think the deal was worth it, even though that draft pick did turn into the number 1 pick. But if we have a look at some of the draft picks that we do have, we have 19, 20, and 28. So we obviously have 19, which is our own pick, and then it picks from other clubs due to, trying to think what we did in the last trade period. So As we can see, there's a lot of work for us to do. Now, I think what we need to do, because we did pick up a lot of players towards the back end of the rookie draft, so sort of everybody from Winder down, and these guys probably aren't going to be a part of our Premiership side. So what I'm going to do is just try and combine all of those assets plus anybody else that I want to trade, combine them into something greater, and hopefully we can... I know we've finished with the wooden spoon the last 2 years, but my goal from here on out is to make finals every single season, no matter the cost. Obviously, I'm not going to, set the house on fire and, sell off all of my young assets. That's obviously what I'm building this team around. But I'm not going to be so strict on keeping everybody under the age of 20. We may lose 1 or 2, but I'm not going to absolutely sell the farm. My trade business is now done, and I think I have done exceptionally well considering the assets that we did have at the start of the trade period. We didn't have our first round pick. We had a few second round picks, but I think I've done well, and I've also signed some additional free agents just to fill out the back of our list. I will just quickly say, some of the names that I have recruited, I've done very, very well. I'm not going to say they are realistic, but what I traded for them, probably compared to their real life value, not necessarily realistic, but what they are in game, I will say is realistic, if that makes sense. So Ben Miller, Sims, who's probably the worst of our key forward assets, I guess, and a second round pick at pick 29, we have sent to the Gold Coast Suns for Mac Andrew. Now, Mac Andrew is one of my favourite players in the competition. I just think he's one of probably the highest rated young players in the competition, and he gives us something that we don't necessarily have, and that's a really big athletic player that can play at both ends of the ground. Now, I think he is probably going to float between sort of key defense and half forward. I don't ever think he'll play sort of at full forward or anything, considering we do have Charlie Curnow. But we've also addressed losing, I think it's Thomas Sims is his name, by picking up Aaron Cadman. Now, his rating is obviously based from the start of the season, not where he is now. So we've sent McAuliffe, Jake Sutar, and 2 third-round picks off to the Giants for Aaron Cadman. He's probably going to play at half forward, not necessarily like centre half forward, more like a half forward flank. Just running around on that left boot, I think he's going to be really, really good. We've also traded for the Scottish suitcase Hugh McCluggage. We've sent 20 and 21 off to Brisbane, along with Daniel Annable and Dylan Sharp. Annable's actually one of their academy players who's probably likely to get drafted in real life. And I also thought McCluggage, just another good Premiership experienced midfielder who is going to help out our young guys in the middle of the ground there. And these next couple of trades are just sort of salary dumps. So Hickmott, Murdoch, Banks, and Trezise off to the Crows for 2 third-round picks. Same with Brown, Olga, Porter, and Winder off to Melbourne for a future second and third. And our last trade is Callum, Brown, and Lee Collier, along with that second-round pick that we got, I believe, from Melbourne for Sydney's future first-round pick next year. Now, they finished at the top of the ladder this year and won the Premiership, so I don't expect that to be a super high pick, but I think, never hurts having an additional first-round pick in next year's draft. And in regards to the free agents that we did sign, we now have 31 players listed on our list with a whole lot of cap space. We're just under $4.4 million to spend. We also picked up Tom McDonald in free agency, just another big body, Premiership experience. We're just continuing that theme of Premiership experience. Justin McInerney was a free agent. Didn't look like he was getting an offer from the Swans, so we're going to bring him in. Probably not going to be a mainstay of our midfield, but just a good player, reliable, can do a job for us. And Sam Flanders, another one of my favourite players from the Gold Coast Suns, gave him a big offer, and he has now come home to play for Richmond. Offered him an 8-year deal. Probably going to play either half-back or half-forward, I dare say. But I'm done. My draft work, I'm not going to do a great deal of stuff in the draft. I don't even know when our first pick is. It's at pick 45. But my off-season focus here, we never thought it was going to be on the draft anyway. I'm quite happy with the business we've done. There's nothing really more for me to say other than I'm happy with the business I've done. let's have a look at how the remainder of the trade period plays out. And we can see that the first trade of the trade period was Ollie Henry getting traded to the Hawks for a future first-round pick. Cody Waitman got sent to the Doggies. That's not right. Cody Waitman got sent to the Lions from the Dogs in exchange for an unused pick and pick 22. Jack Kinnifan's been traded to Geelong for pick 8. D'Ambrosio has been traded to Carlton for pick 6. And then we're sort of getting into our trades here. Then we've got Port Adelaide sending Georgiadis a future first. Georgiadis being traded for a future first and pick 18 to the Swans. That's a very interesting trade. Tom McCartan getting traded to the Giants, crossing town for a future second. The Swans getting very active in this trade period. Joel Amarty's been traded the Coleman medalist for pick 28 and pick 36. Matt Rao has been traded to Melbourne for a future first round pick and pick 12. Darcy Wilmot has been traded to Port for pick 9 and pick 18. That's a great trade for Brisbane. Hayden McLean's off to the Saints for a future second. Kai Lohman's off to Port for future picks. And then lastly, Matthias Philippou and pick 40 has been traded to Essendon for a future first and pick 7. That seems like an absolute steal for St Kilda. And as we get into the draft this year, we only have 7 players that we do need to pick up. Our first pick's actually going to be coming along at pick 41, not pick 45 like I thought. And I think I'm just going to go for AFL ready guys in this one. We can see that Braden Fiorini is available. We'll take him. That's fine. And so is Marcus Windager apparently. So we're just going to load up on these experienced players not being re-signed by their clubs for whatever reason. And I don't expect all of these players to play week in, week out. Blake Laidless here, very good. But I think just having the options on our list, I can actually see that Billy Wilson is available. How much potential does he have? Because if he has a little bit, not enough to entice me on drafting him. But if we have enough sort of quality assets, even as backups, I think we're going to be just fine heading into next season. Herbert, Hobbs. We'll go with Hobbs. I think used to play for Essendon. I think that's correct, Ben Hobbs. If I'm remembering correctly, we could go Wilson here. I think this is where we go for Wilson. Go for another young player. And then we're going to pick up a couple of rucks here as well. Because I think outside of Nankervis and De Koning, I don't even know if we have that many. I can also see that we delisted Bodie Ryan. So we're actually going to draft him back as well. Because we know he was very, very good in the reserves for us last year. And I think he still has a bit of potential and can make a difference for us on our list. And then with our final picks, let's just pick the highest rated players available. And I think our objective for next season, I'm actually going to reach for the stars next year. Let's try and finish in the top 8 and be placed in the top 6 positions by the end of the season. Because I think we're going to finish in the top 12 across 8 different rounds. But I also think that winning a grand final is probably a little bit rich considering where we've come from, in that we've finished at the bottom of the ladder last year. In addition to that, apparently we need to try and win 2 finals. I don't know how that's going to go. And we're going to try and not lose 4 games in a row. It could go literally either way. Now, I don't know how our preseason game against the Suns is going to go. We've got a better team than last year for sure. I just got to find the right balance between youth and experience, and hopefully we'll work out something that can lead us to at least a finals appearance this year. I'm not too fussed if we don't meet our objectives. I just want to finish in the top 8. And I think we're going to go with something that looks a little bit like this. Now, there is a little bit of something that I have changed, which I am going to quickly discuss. I have changed Nick Vlaston's Guernsey number from 1 to 17. As I'm sure the Tiger fans will know, and some other fans in the AFL will know, previously, the captain of the team wore number 17 in honor of Jack Dyer, I believe is who it is. And he wore number 17. And every year, whoever was the captain wore number 17. And then when they weren't the captain anymore, that number would be passed on to the new captain. So we're given Vlaston the captaincy for this upcoming season, as I think Nankervis... I know they're the same age, actually, funnily enough, but Nankervis is just moving into that next phase of his career. And I'm going to put De Koning in the starting lineup and Vlosten at half-back. So that's just a quick thing I am mentioning. Jamie Elliott's wearing number 1 down that forward pocket. But the new starting lineup for this year, we've got Blixarves, Trainer, Elias Anderson in that back pocket. We've got Vlosten, Mac Andrew at centre half-back, Jaden Short on the other half-back flank, with the Colonel, Sam Flanders, Josh Smiley, Ed Richards, Zach Butters, and Hugh McCluggage in that midfield. That is beautiful. With De Koning in the ruck, Aaron Cadman on the half-forward flank, running around onto that left boot, Harry Armstrong, Layla on the other half-forward flank, with Taj Houghton, Charlie Curnow at full forward, Jamie Elliott in that forward pocket, Toby Nankervis as the second ruck, with Johannesson, Jonty Fall, Asher Caldwell, who we picked up in the draft last year, and Justin McInerney as the sub. And we win our preseason game pretty comfortably in the end. It's a 51-point lead up on the Gold Coast as well. Anderson off of halfback kicking 5, a phenomenal performance. Very, very happy with how we've gone in this first preseason game. And we tick off a few objectives as well, which is always nice. Let's get through to round 1. We're going to go through our training. We do well. That is lovely. Team rating's now an 82 overall. I don't know where it was when we started, but we're certainly a lot better along. Can we win in round 1? No, we can't. We put up a decent fight in that final quarter, but we cannot get the job done in the end. Cripps with the 3 votes. Potentially looking at another Brownlow medal. 40 disposals and 4 goals. What a performance by the great man. The home and away portion of the season is now done, and we do sneak into the top 8 in the end. We're actually flirting with the top 4 for probably the first 2/3 of the season, but a bit of fatigue, I think, towards the end really ruined our chances of getting a top 4 finish in the end. But we do have a elimination final at the G up against Hawthorn. Unfortunately, it won't be our home game. As you can see, we've basically gone with the same side all year long. Haven't really changed it around. But hopefully we can get something going up against the Hawks today. In this one, we're through to the semis. Dominate from the go. Connor Nash actually finishes best on, with McCluggage and Smiley playing very, very well. Butters getting a bit of the ball. Fantastic work. We're now going to be meeting the Giants up at NG Stadium. They ended up finishing in 3rd, so very, very interesting. Freo finished in 1st, having lost the grand final last year. The Swans finished in 5th, won the grand final last year. I don't actually know how they went up against Geelong. Well, I guess we'll find out at the end of the video. We're going to keep it the same from here. And we lose, unfortunately, up against the Giants. It's actually pretty close. Fairly late into the 3rd quarter, but they just kick away towards the end. Too good. Tom Green gets the votes. Sam Layla, not too bad. Not our year, unfortunately. And Nat Fyfe, of all people, comes back. I don't know how old he is at this point. 36 years of age. Comes back and wins a Brownlow medal. That's his 3rd, so what a performance by the old boy. I was very, very close to signing him in free agency, but I opted against it in the end. Jai Newcomb in 2nd, Jai Clark also in 3rd, having a good season for the Cats. Coleman medal time. We can see that Aaron Norton, 49 goals, was very, very good. The Texan still going. How many goals does he have now? 771. His career is just looking like it's never going to end. Phil Thorpe, Waterman, Charlie Curnow and Jamie Elliott getting us some goals. I like what I've seen from our guys. It's good to see a little sneaky Jack Whitlock down the bottom there. And the Rising Star, we didn't draft anybody, so I'm not that worried about it. And we can see that Tom De Koning made the All-Australian team, and I believe he is the only one. But I'm actually quite happy with how we've gone this season. We were aiming for top 8, and that's exactly what we get. So we're sort of out of the doldrums now. We can see that Melbourne eventually won the Premiership up against Geelong. If I can actually go over and have a look. Very, very good performance. Who gets the norm? It is Harvey Langford. Very, very solid performance. Matt Rao gets his first Premiership. Very, very well done, Melbourne. And at the end of our season, we didn't quite get that second finals win we were after. We didn't lose 4 games in a row all year, which was nice. And we obviously tick off our other objective But now we've got to have a look at our contract situation for 2027, and we can see that we actually have a lot of uncontracted players, mainly a lot of our younger players that were drafted in 2024. Now that is something that I'm not going to address all of the contracts on camera because that'll take forever, but there's a lot of players here that I do want to keep. It's just a matter of seeing who's actually interested in staying. Okay, I believe I have addressed everybody. Now, we actually only have 9 players left that aren't contracted. We signed up all of our really good young talent. Even though I may trade some, I just want to make sure that everybody, I can't delist anybody accidentally, basically is what I'm doing here. Now, 9 players left. We've got a bit of money to spend, about 3.1, actually just on $3 million, basically. McPherson's gone, Nelson's gone. All of these players, I'm happy just to move on, trade for whatever I need to trade. In terms of what free agency is going to be looking like, I have no idea who's even a free agent. So if we have a look, we can see there's a bit of Lockie Neal, a bit of Treloar. I don't think any of those guys really make a difference in our team at this point, just because our midfield is already quite good. I think we need to address probably another really good key forward. We may need to move on one of either Jonty Fall or Armstrong, because I feel like having 2 of them is a little redundant, or at least another really good, like, medium-sized forward. Now, I don't know who that is. We'll just have to wait and see who's available. I would love Toby Green. I just don't think he's leaving the Giants is the only thing. And Isaac Rankin obviously isn't leaving the Crows. Trent Rivers could be an option, but I see him as more of a midfielder than a forward. He's not really medium-sized. He's like a medium midfielder, but he's not a medium forward. Elliot Yeo, Pendlebury-led, no. What an active trade period this was. It was just a series of trades that just... I had 3 players that I wanted to get on my team, and it took me 7 trades to get it done. Goodness me. Okay, so the first player that I wanted was another key defender, because obviously we had McAndrew, we have Luke Trainer, almost forgot his name, and Jacob Wiedering. I still think he's one of the best key defenders in the AFL. And we had an abundance of key forwards that I could move on, and younger assets that I could move on to then just sort of piece together this trade. We've got pick 13, which I believe was our own pick, if I remember correctly. We also sent Harry Armstrong and Bodie Ryan, who we redrafted, who we delisted last year, redrafted, now we've traded him off to Carlton for pick 27 and Wiedering, so welcome aboard him. Our next trade is for our sort of medium-sized forward, and we picked up Dylan Moore, which is actually a very, very straightforward deal that got done a lot quicker than I thought it was. It was Blake Laidler and not Ben Wilson. I can't think of it right now. Apologies. I know he used to play for St Kilda, but wait, in this universe at least. Anyway, that was the only deal for... There was no picks involved in this one, which is actually a little bit surprising, considering who my last target was, and I'll just give you a clue. They play for Fremantle. It took me 4 other trades to get this deal done. We had to send Smith and Hobbs, who we picked up in the draft last year, pick 27, which we got from Carlton, as well as pick 34, which we must have picked up somewhere along the way. We sent that off to Geelong for their pick 11 in the first round. We then sent Logan Evans, Friorini, Oscar Lowe, and I'm just going to say Elle McPherson. I think it's Ewan McPherson, but Elle McPherson for comedy. Off to Port Adelaide for pick 22. And then we sent Nelson, Herbert, our future second, and Tom McDonald experiment. I don't even think he played for us last year. Sent him off to North Melbourne for pick 19. And then we went 19, 22, and Marcus Windhager off to Brisbane for pick 9. And then eventually it was 11, 9, a future first, off to Freo for Jordan Clark. Goodness gracious me, it took ages to get those deals done. We're now down to 28 players on our list, and we've actually not got a lot of cap space. We may have to do a salary dump at some point. I'm not sure who that's going to be. I know if we don't win a premiership in this upcoming season, we do have a lot of money coming off the books next year in the form of Nankervis, Elliott, Johannesson, Duncan, and Vlosten. So we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. But my draft hand now for this season and next season is now very empty. I'm basically done. If this team isn't a top 4 team by the end of the season, I'm going to be furious. I've just noticed I've not done the stats for this upcoming season. Let's just quickly do that here. Norton, obviously we know one kicked the most goals. Oh my god, I can't get my words out. Charlie Curnow actually finished second in the AFL for goals last year. Jamie Elliott up there as well. So depending on how he goes this upcoming season, probably not going to let him go. But in terms for our team individually, we've got Curnow, Elliott, Cadman, Armstrong, and Luke Traynor actually leading the goal kicking for us. All of those guys kicking above 30 goals. Hugh McCluggage, probably our best player last season. 891 disposals, did an astounding job. Smiley was fantastic once again. Zach Butters was great. And who wins the idiot hat for most behinds this year? It is Josh Tracy, 93 behinds, solid effort. And heading into the draft, we can see that Trent Rivers has signed with the Gold Coast Suns. Melbourne get a bit of compensation due to free agency. Paul Curtis is off to Melbourne for pick 18 from Melbourne. And then Logan McDonald has been traded to the West Coast Eagles, returning to his home state in exchange for a future second and pick 23. Darcy Jones has been sent from the Giants to the Bombers in exchange for some second rounders. Errol Gordon's gone to the Crows for a future first and pick 9. And these are our trades that we did cover not too long ago. Taylor Goad has been traded to Carlton for pick 6. Elijah Hollands has been traded to the West Coast Eagles for pick 31. And Angel Ponce, I'm not familiar with him, must be a rookie auto-generated player. The Burger King has been traded to North Melbourne for pick 24. Colby McKercher's been traded along with pick 51 for an unused pick and pick 2 to St Kilda. Fremantle have received the number 1 pick as compensation for losing Josh Draper to Carlton. Sure, that's okay. I don't know where Freo finished on the ladder, so we'll have to have a look at that in a minute. Ethan Reid is now a member of Port Adelaide. He got traded along with pick 17 for a future first and pick 11. Geelong have traded Shannon Neal to Melbourne for a future first. Judd McVie has also been traded to North Melbourne for a second round pick. Now, Josh Draper is now signed with Carlton. Now, I need to have a look at Draper here because I wouldn't have thought he would be band 1. Now, let's have a look. Freo get a player. They get the number 1 pick for a player who's a 72 overall. Right. I'm guessing they finished on the bottom of the ladder. They finished on top of the ladder. That doesn't make any sense, but sure. But they don't even have the number 1 pick. Brisbane do. So I have no idea what's happening in this draft, to be honest. North Melbourne have so many picks at the top of the draft, but we enter at pick 41, as I think we did last season as well. And we're going to head straight into the James Leake direction. He is one of my favourite players in the AFL. I have no reason to rationalise it. He just is. Billy Dowling was our next pick. I believe he used to play for the Crows. He did play for the Crows. Yes, I'm correct. Okay, let's see who else is here. I can see that Jack Alf? I have no idea how to say that guy's surname. Let's just have a look, see who the best player available is. And it's actually Zerk Thatcher. So that is actually the player that we are going to pick up. We've got a few picks that we do need to make, so I'm quite happy just to keep selecting best player available until we get towards the back end of our sort of the draft. And there's actually quite a few Port Adelaide players that are being delisted. So I'm either thinking they ran out of cap space and couldn't pay everybody, or they just don't like their young players. I don't know what it is, but we'll just have to wait and see. I think this is where we draft Jack. I'm just going to call him Jack from now on. I think that is the best course of action. We're going to pick him up here. Heading into the 2028 season, I think is where we're up to. I think we're a chance to win the Premiership this year, so we're going to go for the major objective in winning the Premiership. We've got a ton of money available to us. Let's upgrade some of our facilities. We have a look at our other objectives. We've got to win 6 games at the G this year coming up, and then we've got to win 7 games in total. So very easy objectives, just in the grand scheme of things. Let's repair the medical facilities. Let's also upgrade our turf. and make sure that that is pristine coming into the new season. Preseason was very, very easy. 85-point win up against the Eagles. Nothing really to talk about here. They're still struggling at the bottom of the ladder while we are flying in the last season or two. Actually, it's just been last season, to be perfectly honest. 2028 is here. And as always, we do have our traditional Carlton game at the G. And the squad rating up to an 84 now. We've still got Vlosten as the skipper, Luke Traynor, Jaden Short in that back pocket, Elias Anderson, already up to 50 career games for him. Wiedering at centre half back, right, or sort of in his prime, I would say, right on the edge of his prime. And by the edge, I mean the edge of coming out of it, I guess. Jordan Clark at half back, he is right in the middle of his prime. We've got Sam Flanders on that wing, Josh Smiley. I'm going to be trying something a little bit different with Mac Andrew. I think now that Wiedering is here, he's going to play like the Matthew Richardson 2008 almost won the Brownlow medal role, if that makes sense. So he's going to just be that really athletic, wing-to-wing, fantastic player. We've got Butters, McCluggage, De Koning in the midfield, then Dylan Moore at half forward, Caddyshack, Sam Layla, Taj Houghton, Charlie Curnow, Jamie Elliott, and then on the bench, we've got Nankervis, Ed Richards, Blixarves, Jonty Fall, and McInerney as the sub. Let's see how we go. Round one. Hopefully we can be decent. It's a big win early on. 48 points to start the year. McCluggage with the votes did a fantastic job. 45 disposals to start the year. Hot start. And then Collingwood in round two. We may as well do this one as well. Let's not skip past it. Let's just play it, see how we go. We are 2-0 to start the year. This is a good sign. 28 finals. I'll see you there. Started from the bottom and now we are here. We're going to go to the ladder. We finished top of the ladder. We actually won our first 7 games and then I think we lost 3 out of 5, just sort of in that middle portion of the season. But I think we've won the last 6 as well. So we're doing very, very good right now. And we had a bit of a helping hand in the mid-season draft. We'll have a look at that in a minute. But the Bombers finish in second. Doggies in third. We're going to be playing Melbourne in our qualifying final. But as I said, we did get some help in the mid-season draft by Big Boy McAvoy. And where is he? Smokin' Joe Richards. Bit of a cult hero on my Port Adelaide series. So hopefully he can wish us a little bit of luck here. I don't think he's going to play at any point, but he's just here, as well as Big Boy McAvoy. We've made a couple of changes to the lineup just through the course of the season. Ed Richards, his overall rating has just fallen off of a cliff, so he's now become the sub, as has, where the hell are you, Mark Blixarves. He's now 79. I think he was an 83 at one point. So we've got Joe Richards there, should we need him, now depending on where we go. But I've brought James Leake into the lineup, as well as Justin McInerney, who previously was the sub. Everybody else seems to be doing okay player rating-wise. Mac Andrews up to an 84, Smiley's up to an 84, the Colonel's up to an 89. We're doing very, very well. I like where we're at. This is the season. We're going to win the Premiership this season. I'm not going to guarantee it, but I think we're a real shot and we lose in a qualifying final. We're actually up by a couple of goals in the middle of that last quarter. And I've just seen it was 8 goals to 11 in that final quarter. That is absolutely astounding. Mac Andrew kicked 3. Jesus. We really could have used the week off, but unfortunately we are not going to get it. We're going to actually play the Giants. This time at home, not at NG Stadium as we did. I think we played them at NG Stadium last season. We win the semi-final by 109 points. The Giants are out of here. We kicked 30 goals on the day. McCluggage had 42, Smiley 39. Layla 32 disposals and 4 goals was fantastic. But the poor GWS Giants, it was a close game at half-time. It was 18 goals to 2 in the second half. I have no idea what happened. And we're going to go into our prelim this time against the Doggies. We're going to go unchanged as we have from the start of the finals. And we're through to the granny. 36-point win. 12 goals to us in the final quarter to 4 for the Dogs. Butters, 3 votes, I should say, on the day. Smiley, 37 disposals and 4 goals. It's a little bit stiff, actually, not to get the 3 votes. But still, fantastic effort. We are going to be in the grand final. I have no idea who we're up against. If it's Melbourne, that'll be hilarious. It's the Crows. It had to be the Crows. It's a replay of 2017. And the Crows actually finished in 6th this year. So hopefully we'll be okay. I don't actually think we have any Crows players on our team. So no revenge series in this grand final. I'm just having a look player rating wise. Is there anything that we need to change? I don't think so. We should be okay. Richards is going to be fine. Do I bring in Big Boy McAvoy, who I gave 99 just because I thought that'd be hilarious, but I don't think I will. We'll keep it as is. I'm just going to quickly change the quarter length to 2.5 minutes because we are not playing a full game. Not today, at least. We're going to play as our good selves. The last time we played in a grand final against the Crows, we wore the yellow and black kit, and I think that is going to serve us well in this grand final. And what a fantastic day for football as well. Clear skies, a little bit of breeze. Very rarely do we have poor conditions on grand final day, which I must say I'm very much happy about. And we've got Stone Cold Nick Vlaston leading us out in what perhaps could be his final game for the Tigers if we win this grand final. Wearing the yellow and black kit, not the black and yellow kit that did us so well in the 2017 grand final. If we do the power stance, is that in poor taste? Anyway, I'm very excited for this one. We've recruited very well over the course of our last 2 seasons. And I think this might be the first rebuild that we've done where we've gotten 2 wooden spoons in course to making a grand final. And as the guys line up, there is definitely not Adamuze. But I'm very, very keen to see what these young Tigers can do. And out come the Crows. Tex Walker still in the league. God knows how. I haven't seen Rory Laird, but I can see Matt Crouch. So we've got at least 2 of the Crows that played in that grand final. We'll just have to see if I can spot Rory Laird. I haven't seen him just yet. Doesn't mean he's not there. And here they come through the banner. Charging through, wearing the state colours. And what a grand final this will be. And a fantastic job, as always, at the national anthem. We're going to call heads on the toss. Let's see how kind that coin is to us. The Crows have won it, and they're going to kick to the left. Hype music, check. Power stance, check. Let's launch the ball forward straight away. We can't. Hugh McCluggage gets wrapped up by Sam Berry. Fantastic effort by the young man. Kicks to an even younger man in Dan Curtin. And great hands by Jacob Wiedering. Fantastic addition in the off-season. Kicking down the line. Big fly from Jamie Elliott to start the grand final. Ball over the top to Dylan Moore. Let's kick down to full forward. Charlie's down there, but it's the Colonel instead. And what a perfect start to the grand final this would be, except he's crapped the bed. And we get the first score on the day. And we can confirm Rory Laird is playing because he is right there. So 3 members of the Crows team today played in that 2017 grand final. I don't know how many there would be for us. Like, Nankervis definitely did. Vloston did. Jaden Short probably did. I'm trying to think who else it would be. I think that's probably it. So 3 apiece. As Wiedering takes another good contested mark at centre half back. Taj Houghton has a lot to do. Just clunks it in the Dukes. Kicking down to centre half forward now. Cadman takes the mark. Number 1 pick in 2023. From right on the 50. Slots it through for Richmond's first. Perfect start for the Tigers. Only 1 goal in the quarter so far. We've already got 15 minutes on the clock. Trying to find a target forward. It's a good gang tackle. Doesn't go very far though. De Koning and Curtin. I heard a fantastic joke the other day that the Crows have Curtin and Draper in the same team. And I don't know who the third combination in that lineup would be. And Dylan Moore takes the mark inside 50. Like, if Daley Blinn, who used to play for Manchester United, played AFL, I think he would be the perfect one. Having Draper, Curtin, and Blind in the team as we hit the post. But a fantastic tackle by Layla. Another ball up inside forward 50. So a slow start on a scoring front for both teams. Handball wide. Quick kick on goal. Actually hits the top of the goal square. And Charlie Curnow, the Coleman medalist, wearing the number of another famous Coleman medalist. And I feel like he may have shanked this kick, funnily enough. And he has, unfortunately. So 1 goal 3 for the Tigers to start the game. Crows haven't even looked like scoring. I don't even know if they've entered their forward half. But Cadman, really good start for him. McCluggage getting a bit of the ball, as is Rory Laird. I didn't even know if he was playing earlier, but he is. Let's see if we can just really work on our good, really, really good forward defense, because the Crows have just not looked like scoring. The former skipper Nankervis in the ruck now. Let's see what the old fella can do. I have no idea how old he is at this point in time, but a great work in the middle of the ground down to McCluggage. Couldn't find the target, unfortunately, as Saligo, a very nice set of hands at halfback. Risky ball. Doesn't hit Rankin on the full. Gang tackle once again inside forward 50. There's the forward pressure we spoke about. Nankervis once again. Loose hands. Nobody home. And the Crows just trying to work it out. Ball to space. The number 1 pick, Anderson, giving chase to Curtin. Great tackle. Another ball up. 5 minutes gone in the second quarter. Nankervis and Curtin, again, just working the ball out. We can't find a player with the hands. And now the Crows finally kicking in towards their forward half. But James Leake, someone we picked up in the draft last year, which is actually really surprising he's playing today, just considering some of the downfall of some of our older players. And Jacob Wiedering once again at sort of centre half back was really, really good. Dylan Moore already had a bit of it today. Ball goes to ground courtesy of Michael Aney. Good tackle by Moore. Recovers the ball. Let's kick down to centre half forward. Taj Houghton has Saligo to deal with. Handball over the top. Layla, the number 1 pick, kicks backwards. What are you doing, idiot? Now McCluggage. Let's think about this. We've got players long. It's 3 on, well, it was 3 on 1 for a little while. Jonty Fall trying to pick it up. Can't pick it up. Ball's cleared by the Crows. They do well. Great fist from behind by Clark. Nankervis thought about running and decided, nah, I'm too old for that. Wiedering once again with another intercept mark. Jonty Fall can't take the mark. There's a player over the top if we can find him. It's Jamie Elliott, and he takes it on the chest. Looking for the Tigers' second on the day. A little bit to the left, but it's good. Draper kicking it forward, finds Anderson. Really good hands at halfback. Has been just one of those low-key operators over the course of our campaign. We had a player open. We probably could have taken a shot, actually, but I've kicked way too far, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But a fantastic first half in this grand final. Just the one goal on the quarter for us. We're getting plenty of ball. Elliott and Cadman, the goal kickers. McCluggage, 6 disposals for him. Smiley, 6 as well. All of them handballs, surprisingly enough. Wiedering has 4 intercept marks at halfback. He has to be an early contender for Norm. Second half whistle goes. Let's see what we can conjure up in this second half. We hit it down, but it's straight to a Crow. Didn't see who it was. Ball loose in the contest. Smiley. Handballs forward. Butters over the top. Gives it off. De Koning sends it down to full forward. McAndrews down there. Spent a bit of time off in the second quarter on the bench. Just wasn't really that effective on the wing today. Let's see if he can get a goal for us. First of the second half. Puts it through. And Curtin wraps up De Koning very nicely. I'm surprised they didn't take the advantage there. Short little ball. Finds Rochelle. A serial pest if I've ever seen one. Fogarty's down there. But it's actually Isaac Rankin who takes the contested mark. Fantastic hands. He's already had a little bit of it today. Only the 2 disposals. But puts through the Crows first. Another clearance for the Tigers. That's a high tackle. Draper hanging on a little bit too long in the tackle. McAndrew down there. Can't take the mark. But is going to run into an open goal and just slow down at the last minute. Winters does a fantastic job chasing down the big athlete. Down the line now. Connor McDonald was traded from Hawthorn to the Crows at the end of season 1. Great hands from Wiedering on the Texan, who hasn't even sniffed it today. Hasn't heard the ball either with those massive ears. Handball over the top. Andrew trying to get one back. Can't. Smiley can't take the mark. There are players everywhere just hunting down these Crows like they're an endangered species. And McCluggage takes the mark. Let's go down to full forward once more. Smiley, Goulden. Smiley takes the mark. Handball over the top. Was looking for McCluggage. Not McCluggage. But we finally put it through. I meant to say McAndrew. Smiley ends up with it. Quick little chip over the top. Doesn't find a target. That's incorrect disposal. And Jamie Elliott going to be lining up for a second here. And 3/4 time you think wouldn't be that far away. Slow approach to goal. On 3/4 time. Puts through his second. And it's a 27-point lead going into the final change. And the sub has been made. Ed Richards into the game for Zach Butters. He's had enough. 27-point lead. Can we finish strong? I'm assuming we will, but you never know. Dylan Moore over the top. Very easy inside 50. And Taj Houghton takes the mark. Going to be kicking from about 40 meters out. Sets it wide. It's offline, unfortunately. Riley O'Brien been fairly anonymous today. De Koning has been all over him. And when it hasn't been De Koning, it's been Nankervis. Big fly from behind by Winters. He's actually had a very solid game, all things considered. Quick ball inside 50. Can't get boot to it. That's not 15. Panic. Panic. I don't know why I'm panicking. We're a fair way up. O'Brien kicks wide. Looking for Charlie Edwards. Finds him. Short little ball. Inside finds Berry. Down the line now. Trainer coming from behind, takes it in his hands. Fantastic effort. Now looking for Layla. Can't take the mark. Probably should have gone to mark it in his hands. That's a high tackle. Poor timing there. Short ball inside to McDonald. Now Fogarty playing a bit further up the ground than traditionally. Now Beasley. Fantastic man bun. Trainer. Another intercept mark. We can afford to take our time a little bit more. Now Cadman. Kicks it down. Kerno running from inside 50. Takes it in front of him. Let's have a shot with him. Hasn't kicked a goal today. Obviously, we paid a great price to get him. Giving up what would eventually become the #1 pick. Not that that was our intention. Kerno, another miss on the game, unfortunately for him. But even though he may not kick a goal today, you would have to say the price has been worth it. Considering that he was leading our goal kicking last season. He did reasonably okay in that season where we did finish last. And now we've got Jaden Short, who's going to kick it short, looking for Jamie Elliott. And let's take another goal opportunity with the little fella. Came across from Collingwood as a free agent, and I have to say he's been a revelation actually. I'm a little surprised Collingwood let him go, but for a third on grand final day, on the siren, puts a one in for the Tigers, and he's going to be a sneaky opportunity for a Norm Smith medal. And just like that, the Tigers are premiers once again, kings of the jungle. It was the third quarter that blew the game open, 3-1 in it. But a fantastic performance. Elliott with the 3 goals. McCluggage, Butters, Smiley all getting a lot of the ball. Wiedering with the intercept marks was so good today. But you'd have to say that there are probably 3 or 4 players that have a chance at winning the Norm Smith medal. But if it was my vote, I'd give it to Wiedering. They'll probably give it to Jamie Elliott. And that is exactly what they do. But I must say, he does deserve it. Not to say that others don't. But he was absolutely exceptional today. Kicked the 3 goals and got us home in the end. And here is Adam Uze getting his Jock McHale medal. Nick Vlosten on that stage. Now a Premiership captain. And you'd have to say at the end of 2028, he's probably retiring. And now for the 4th time in 11 years, those Tigers are going to be lifting that Premiership Cup. Probably the 2nd greatest dynasty of the 21st century, just behind the 2000s Hawthorn Hawks and the 2010s Hawthorn Hawks. 4 premierships this century. What a job the Tigers have done. And the voting committee on my screen did get it right. Jamie Elliott with the 3 votes, Wiedering with the 2, and McCluggage with the 1. Here are your top statistical getters, I guess is what you would call them. Objectives-wise, we got 5 hit-outs. That was lovely. But our job here is done. Now, I'm sorry this one didn't come out last Friday. I was recording it, and then I got a massive headache, and it basically made the rest of the video impossible to record. So I do apologize for that. But as I said at the start of the episode, this will try and be just a Friday thing going forward. So we're going to sort of put one out here at the start of the week on a Monday, and then we'll just go from there. You've got the rest of the week to vote on who you want to see done next. We need to quickly do our end of season awards before we wrap things up here. McCluggage finishes 3rd in the Brownlow, was very good. Tom Green gets it, and Matt Rao actually finishes in 2nd. Sam Darcy, Coleman medalist here. No Richmond players, funnily enough, even though I think Charlie Curnow finished 2nd last year, and then nobody on the Rising Star either. That's not too surprising. But all Australians, I can already see 3 of them. I haven't even scrolled down yet. Mac Andrew, Tom DeConing, Hugh McCluggage. Anybody else? Aaron Cadman in a forward pocket. So 4 all Australians on the year this year. And if we have a look league-wide, we can see the rest of the goal kickers. So Cadman did well. Jamie Elliott, once again, was astounding. League disposal getters. McCluggage actually led the league in disposals, which was really nice. We can see Smiley's on that list as well. And if we just have a look at the rest of the team, Curnow got some goals. Flanders, Moore, Clark, Houghton, you name it, they're there. Fantastic effort. McCluggage just below the 1,000 disposal threshold. And did anybody kick 100 behind? No, but Cadman did kick 84, Curnow 76, so still wasteful in front of goal. But I'm very happy with how we played in this final season. We went bottom 2, or we finished last the first 2 seasons. Then we finished in the top 8, then top of the ladder, and now premiers. What a performance by our good selves. But that's it. We're done. I'm going to edit it, and then hopefully, our next rebuild will be out on Friday. You've got until probably halfway through Thursday to vote. I'll put a poll up sometime this evening, and then we'll go from there. But thank you very much for watching up until this point. Please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. And until then, I hope you have a lovely day wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello everybody, Cooper here, and welcome to my next rebuild here on AFL 26. We are doing St Kilda today. They won the poll. It was them and Geelong were the two teams that I pitched, but I also pitched any other team that you wanted to see done. It was actually a tie in the end between St Kilda and the other team, so I figured St Kilda should probably win. So what I'm going to do at the end of, or once this video is live I should say, is I'm going to put up a poll, and if you want to see your team next, I'm going to put all the teams that I haven't done yet. All you got to do is vote for the next team. But today we are doing St Kilda, and they are probably one of the teams that is in most need of a rebuild, funnily enough. So I don't really know where to begin with this one because there's so many different directions we could take. We've got a lot of cap space coming up, I do believe. We've also got the contract situation of Nazaya Wanganeen-Miller, so there's a lot of stuff for us to look at for this rebuild. I'm hoping it's only going to take a couple of seasons because there's a lot of room for growth. So we're just going to strap ourselves in, see what happens. If we can just finish in the top 12 this upcoming season, that's going to be awesome. And if we have a look at our list, we actually have sort of a weird blend of some really, really good young talent, but a lot of our better players are sort of on the wrong side of sort of 28, 29. They're always a little bit older. Guys like, you know, been around forever, Zach Jones, guys like Jack McRae, who we bought in for whatever reason. I don't know, like he's not going to move St Kilda any closer to a premiership, I believe. Wanganeen-Miller, I'm going to hang on to him for as long as I can. But Brad Hill, who's been here for a long time, Jack Steele, Mitch Owen's a really good young player. I do like the look of Machito. We'll deal with Max King in a minute, but there's a lot of players here that I think are either on the, as I said, the wrong side of the age profile that we want to be looking at. We've got Phillip, who here is quite good. We've got, is it Tauru? Is how you say this guy's name? I really like the look of him. Schoenmaker, I think I've picked up in a couple of my other rebuilds. We've got Webster as well, who's older. Mason Wood, who's a bit older as well. Jack Sinclair, older as well. Good players, but just old. This is an old, a weirdly old team, but with a bit of young sort of young presence at the start of that list. So there's a few things for us to work through here. I'm not going to do any contracts just yet. We're just going to get through to the 2025 off season and obviously do any finals should we make them. Our objectives for this year, as I said, finish in the top 12, beat 6 top 4 teams, beat 4 top 6 teams from last year. I don't know why I couldn't say that correctly. Win 5 home games. That last one should be pretty easy. The match objectives are just for the upcoming match. Just ignore it. And I'm just putting together our best 22, and we're in a universe, fortunately, where Max King is not injured at the start of the season, so that's nice. I'm going to play him for as long as I can. Obviously, he's got a really bad injury record and a very, very long contract, so we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. But I'm going to play around with, what I think our best sort of 22 is at this point in time. I'm probably going to include a few more younger players than usual, and then obviously this team will try and play week in, week out, obviously injury dependent. Okay, we're going to trial with this lineup for the start of the season. We've got Liam Stocker in a back pocket. We've got Ari Schoenmaker, who's going to start at fullback. I took out, I think it might have been Jimmy Webster at fullback. I couldn't remember. Or Dougal Howard. Either way, they're sort of getting a bit older, and they're probably not as good as they used to be. So we're going to try with the youngster here. If he's no good, we'll try something a bit later. We've got Bradley Hill in a back pocket, who's going to be sort of running in and around half back. Wanganeen-Miller, we're not going to touch. Callum Wilkie, very, very good. Jack Sinclair, very, very good. But obviously, we just have to be aware of their age. Jack McRae on a wing. Marcus Windhager, the tagging superstar. He is going to sit in there and do a job for us. Mason Wood, I'm actually going to put him on the bench now that I think about it. I'm going to put Travalia on a wing. And then we've got Rowan Marshall, Jack Steele, and Darcy Wilson in the middle. And then on half forward, we've got Matthias Philippou. And then we've got Cooper Sharman at centre half forward, Machito, and Jack Higgins, Max King, Hugo Garcia as the rest of the forward line. On the bench, we've got Hugo, Hugh Boxall, Mason Wood, Hunter Clark, Alex Tarau, and Ryan Burns as the sub. If there's anybody I'm desperately missing, I'll obviously have a look at it a bit later on and probably gives them some games later down the line. And we absolutely get belted in pre-season by the Swans by 130 points down at Moorabbin. Fantastic start to the video. Isaac Heaney continuing his amazing form that he has had for the past few seasons. 38 disposals and 4 goals. Chad Warner also 44 disposals and 4 goals. Very, very good. Hopefully this is not a sign of things to come. Now we've got round 1 against the Adelaide Crows. There is no injuries, fortunately enough, from that game up against Sydney. And even if there was, they are fully healed now. So hopefully we don't get smacked at home. We are going in unchanged from a game that got belted by 130. Much more competitive this time around. But unfortunately, we do lose in round 1 up against the Crows at the Adelaide Oval. We only lose by 3 goals, which was very, very handy. Jack McRae got a bit of the ball. Sinclair kicked a few goals, as did Philippou, Sharman, and Travalia. Dawson was really, really good. 47 disposals. Excellent player, Jordan Dawson. We really like him on this channel. But I will catch up with you guys at season's end. Our goal, as I said at the start of the video, is just finish in the top 12. That's all we have to do. This season is going to be a bit of a write-off. Let's see how it plays out. I'm just going to say this now. This is one of the worst runs with injury that I've had doing one of these rebuilds. We were absolutely smashed by injury. It was looking like we were going to finish in the bottom 2 for quite a long time, but then 3 wins towards the back end of the season really propped us out of the bottom 2 and into the bottom 5, which I don't know. Is that really an achievement? Which we aim for 12th, we finished 14th. Not a great run of things. We'll have a look at the finals and see how that played out in a minute. Season awards are now here. Jai Newcomb from mid-season draft to Brownlow medalist. Jack Steele is in on the votes. He finished with 19 votes, but Matt Crouch finished 2nd. Tom Green finished 3rd, with Thompson Dow finishing 4th. That is odd, but okay, sure. Sam Darcy finished as the leading goal kicker of the competition, also known as the Coleman Medal. I don't know why I had to over-enunciate that. And then Riley Sanders with the Rising Star Award, very well deserved. And as expected, no Saints on the All-Australian team. Can't say I'm too surprised by that. But a very, very good season by, some of our players. A lot of our players missed a lot of time through injury. Let's have a look at who won the grand final. In the end, it was Hawthorn beating Sydney once again. If I actually can get over to the grand final. Come on, there we go. 173 to 116. Not a very straight kicking grand final by the Swans, but a very high scoring game nonetheless. Who got Norm Smith? Jai Newcomb joins Dusty Martin as, I think, the only player to get a Norm Smith and a Brownlow in the same year. I'm trying to think of who else has done it. There's no one I can think of off the top of my head. I know Chris Judd won a Norm Smith and a Brownlow in his career, but he didn't do it in the same year. So if there is somebody who has done that, please let me know down below. But a very, very good performance. Joel Amati actually kicked 5 for the Swans, but they couldn't win the game, unfortunately, for them. And for us, it was actually Rowan Marshall who led the goal kicking for us, funnily enough. Bradley Hill finished with 25 goals in 2nd. Jack Steele in 3rd with 24, as well as Max King, who did play 17 games, but really, really struggled to kick any reasonable amount of goals in that time. Leading ball getter was Jack Steele, who played every game, was exceptional. We did lose Wanganeen Miller for a few games, but he was still fairly reasonable. Philippou was really good, Windager was good, Travalia in his debut season was exceptional. And I can see that in the latest patch, they haven't fixed the goal kicking just yet in terms of the accuracy, as Max King did kick 24 goals, 50. I don't know if he wins the Idiot Hat Award for the most behinds this season. We'll have a look who wins that in this season, if my controller will cooperate. Mitch Lewis, 36 goals, 90. Oh my, I don't understand why this is a thing. Treacy, 84 behinds. Sam Darcy, 83 behinds. Geez, the Hawks did not kick straight this year between Mabior Chol and Mitch Lewis. But that now brings us to the free agency period, and we need to have a serious look at the players that are uncontracted for us. As we can see, we have quite a few of them. I think we have 12. So we've got Windager, who I dare say we'll probably bring back. Zach Jones, we're going to find you a retirement home that is nice and comfortable for your bald head. Wanganeen Miller, as much as I would like to keep him, there is, based on the season we've had, unless we offer him an absolute bag, there is no way he will re-sign. I don't know what his morale's going to be like, but we'll have a look at that in a minute. Is it Ryan Burns? Yes, Ryan Burns. He's got very high morale, which is good. It has a little bit of potential left to grow. We'll just have a look and see how he goes. I can't say I'm too familiar with his work. Oh my goodness me. Here we go. Uncontracted. I'm all over the shop. Liam Stocker, we're going to let him go. Dougal Howard, we're going to let him go. Ari Schoenmaker was pretty good in the games that he played. We'll have a look at his contract situation shortly. Jimmy Webster, you're gone. We did pick up Lockie Hunter in the mid-season draft. I don't know if we'll bring him back. And then we've got McLennan, Heath, and O'Connell as well. So I'm going to have a look at some of our expired contracts, but also some of the contracts that we do have that are expiring next season, just to see if any need to be extended beyond 2026. Everybody that is now missing on this list, I have re-signed. That is not Zach Jones, that's Jack Higgins. Zach Jones, we are saying farewell to. Wanganeen Miller, we're not going to say farewell to just yet. I just want to see what the trade market is like, and if we're not going to get enough back, I may as well keep him, but then with a view to trade him, or like a promise to trade him later down the line. But obviously I would like to keep him. He is very, very good. Stocker's gone, Howard's gone, Webster's gone, McLennan, Heath, and O'Connell are all gone. We've got 11 player spots open and about $3.2 million to spend. So free agency and the trade period should be a lot of fun this season, as there's a lot of stuff for us to do, and we have a top 5 draft pick to use in either a trade or have a look at someone decent in the draft. And now free agency this time around is actually going to be a little bit different. And I've got a reason for it, because we're getting to the point in the season where the new contracts that have been signed, because I know Bontempelli re-signed the other day, Cozzy Pickett obviously signed a big 9-year extension, so we've got those kind of players, but Bontempelli is also still here in free agency, so obviously Cozzy Pickett's I think contracted for another few years. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens, because I know it was heavily rumoured that Bontempelli, before he re-signed, was going to sign with the Bulldogs, with the Saints, because I believe he was a St Kilda supporter as a kid. I don't know that for a fact, but I think that may be true, or I may be mixing him up with somebody else. We'll just have to wait and see how that plays out, but I know he is a little bit older, but Bontempelli could be an absolute wonderful signing. I'm obviously very aware of the fact that he did just re-sign, I think literally yesterday, the time I'm recording this, on a 4-year deal with the Bulldogs. And I know that I'm trying to go down a path of youth here, but Bontempelli, again, along with Wanganeen and Miller, if we offered them like a godfather amount of money, I feel like we could convince him to come over and play for the Saints, maybe even captain the team next year, we don't know. But in terms of the other free agents, I'm not going to go for too many veterans as I have done with some of our other rebuilds. I'm going to go a bit more down a youth path, mainly players that have either been delisted or are just going to be looking for that second opportunity. But I also think a lot of our damage is going to be done in the trade period. Our first free agent signing is going to be that of Archer Day-Wicks from Essendon. He was delisted. He doesn't have great ability at this point in time, but does have a little bit of potential. 73 to 82 as his potential overall. Was a decent pickup in the rookie draft last season. And I think he can just do a little bit of everything. So we're going to pick him up on $105,000 a year for 3 seasons. And I think that is a very good start to free agency. Jeremy Sharp is up next. We've signed him up from Fremantle as an unrestricted free agent, 2-year deal, $340,000 a season. Only 24 years of age. I think he is going to be very, very decent for us. As you can see, 189 centimeters tall. Again, just one of those players. We can sort of plug him in anywhere, sort of half back, half forward, midfield. He can basically do a job for us pending any injuries. One thing that I forgot to mention earlier, of the players that were injured for a predominant period of time, there are quite a few that are still out with injury. One of them is Rowan Marshall, who's out with an ACL. Darcy Wilson's out with a dislocated shoulder, and we've got a few more down here. Lockie Hunter and Hugh Boxall are also out with injuries. Boxall with an ACL, Lockie Hunter's only got a meniscus, which is 2 to 3 weeks, which is fine. but we really don't have a number 1 ruckman going into the start of next season. So ordinarily, I wouldn't do repeat signings, but since he's so heavily linked with St Kilda, I'm going to go in the Tom De Koning direction once again. I can't remember exactly what rebuild we signed him up for, but I know we have signed him up before. But I think of all the players, that's not where I need to go. That is most likely to go and sign with the St Kilda Saints. If I can find him, where are you, Mr. De Koning? Oh, he's at the wrong end of the alphabet. He is definitely the most likely to sign with St Kilda. Bontempelli, we could either go him or Bontempelli. I don't know if actually we can afford both, but we're going to have a look at Tom De Koning, as we've got to have to keep in mind that we also do need to re-sign, I've forgotten his name, Wanganeen Miller. So we're going to go, how old is he, 26? 26. I think a 6-year deal is reasonable here. If we can go, I'm just going to submit an offer here just to see what the Saints do. $735,000 a season. I am still on the hardest difficulty for contracts. There's no sliders or anything like that I can adjust, unfortunately. So we might just overpay by a little bit. Maybe put it up to like $850, which is what he was on last season. That way we can still, reasonably say we can somewhat have overpaid. He's obviously going to definitely get a lot more than $850,000 a season in real life and free agency from whoever signs him. But in terms of video game land, and this is a video game, I think he is what we need right now, at least for the start of next season, considering Rowan Marshall is out with injury. So Tom De Koning, welcome to St Kilda. And just for the fun of the rebuild, we are going to try and sign Marcus Bontempelli as well. I know we weren't going to sign anybody that's sort of in the 28, 29 sort of age bracket. This is the only exception, Scout's Honour. So we're going to offer him a 4-year deal, which is exactly what he got with the Western Bulldogs, and he wants about $1.345 million a season. How much cap space do we actually have? We have $2 million, so we should be able to get it done and re-sign Wanganeen Miller now that I think about it. So I'm going to put this deal through. Hopefully he does accept. And he has accepted. Bontempelli is now a Saint. And with the adjustments we have made to the roster, Wanganeen Miller is now happy to re-sign. We've offered him a 9-year deal. He only wants $735,000 a season. He's not as good in game as he is in real life, but I still obviously want to re-sign him. So we are going to offer him a big deal that is actually going to exceed the salary cap for next season. But we haven't traded anybody away yet. We've only just let expired contracts expire. So we still have to make some moves in the trade market just to alleviate some cap pressure. As you can see, for 2026, we're currently $100,000 over the salary cap now. So I'm happy to proceed through to the trade period. I will let you know of any trades that I do make. I dare say they won't be too high profile. I think I'm going to keep the 5th pick and we'll just draft whoever's best available. I think that's what we're going to do. And further news, in free agency, the Western Bulldogs have lost Ed Richards to Hawthorn, and they received draft pick 22 as compensation. Darcy Wilson has returned from injury, which is lovely. Jack Buckley has been traded to the Crows in exchange for pick 44 and Lockie Scholl, who are now heading over to GWS. Mitch Hinge has been traded to Melbourne for pick 46 and 27. And Sam Clohessy has been traded from the Suns. I was about to say from the Bulldogs, even though I know he's my player. From the Suns to the Bulldogs in exchange for pick 21. That's good value for the Suns, actually. What I'm going to do is actually going to trade up to pick number 1. Now, ordinarily, I wouldn't do this, but there is a specific reason why. Because we do have the 5th pick, and outside of the sort of auto-generated guys they have on the, the State League teams, if we go to the Under-18s Championships, none of the players that are sort of high overall really have any good potential. The only player that is really, really good is Braden Boyce, who is 69 overall, which is nothing. I mean, it's not nothing, but 91 to 99 potential. And apart from him, there's this guy here, Mr. Pollard, who's okay, so we could potentially get someone at pick 2. But apart from that, that's about it in terms of the really high-level prospects. So I feel like our pick at pick 5 would be wasted. There's Campbell down here, who's okay, but he's not a top 5 level player. So I'm either going to go to Richmond or West Coast to try and get a deal done. I don't know how it's going to look. we'll just see what happens. But that is one deal that I am going to try and make. Apart from that, I'm just going to be shedding salary in this trade period. And just like that, our trade period is done. I went for an approach that was a little bit more streamlined in this video. I hope you don't mind. If you'd rather me do a bit more of a complex breakdown, please let me know down in the comments, and then I'll sort of go back to more of a standard format. But I'm trying something a little bit different here. We did 3 trades in the trade period, nothing too super fancy. Our first trade, we sent Paddy Dow off to Richmond in exchange for pick 22 plus pick 26 as well, just to move up a little bit in the draft. Paddy Dow goes and plays with his brother over in Richmond. That's wonderful. Our second trade, we sent Dan Butler over to North Melbourne because we know they love getting old guys. We get pick 28 back. We also include pick 45 in the 3rd round, as well as a future 3rd round pick. And the big deal here is we send pick 5, which is our own pick 22, which we got from Richmond, our future 1st round pick, over to the West Coast Eagles in exchange for pick 2. I couldn't really get a deal done for pick 1, so we had to settle for West Coast in the end at pick 2. So of those 2 defenders that I really like in the draft, whoever Richmond don't pick, we're assuming they do pick one of them, we'll pick the other one. That is fine. Our work here is done. We have a little bit of money left, just under $650,000. I don't know why I could say it correctly. But all of our guys that are uncontracted right now, if we just have a quick look at them, there's 7 players. Wave goodbye, clap your hands for the guys who've been here for a while, but they are gone, and we are going to head into the draft now. National Draft is now here, but before we get into National Draft, we have to go over the other transactions that went on in this off-season. We've already covered our own transactions, but we have to go through the rest of the league now. Brisbane Lions have traded Zach Bailey to the Doggies in exchange for a future 2nd and pick 36. Cooper McDonald's off to Collingwood in exchange for pick 51 and pick 12. Callum Archie has signed with Port Adelaide as a free agent. Brisbane get pick 33 as compensation. Oscar Allen's off to Melbourne. They finally get the key forward that they've been after for so long. Josh Weddle's off to Freo in exchange for 2 first-round picks, which is quite interesting. Jack Bose is going back to the Suns for an unused pick and pick 9. Jace Burgoyne's off to Carlton. I don't know why. Ollie Dempsey's been traded to the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs have been very busy in this trade period. And Nick Watson's off to the Crows in exchange for a future 1st-round pick and pick 4. Ryden Gardner's off to Port. Sam Walsh has been traded to Hawthorn in exchange for pick 17 and pick 4. So pick 4 is getting passed around like a spliff. Judd McVie is off to North Melbourne. I don't know why I couldn't read there, for a future 2nd round pick. Jamara has been traded to Port in exchange for, wow, draft pick 15, a future 1st round pick, and draft pick 3. So 3 1st round picks for Jamara. That seems expensive. We've reached 50,000 members and Lockie Hunt is back from injury. What a wonderful time. But as I said, the draft is here. We only need to make 4 picks. So let's see who Richmond take with the first pick. They stupidly do not take one of the really good halfbacks. They instead take Landon Dean, 72 overall, 18-year-old who apparently weighs 40 kilograms. We've got to now make our pick, and the 2 best players in the draft are either Braden Boyce or Spencer Pollard, who isn't as good. Let's just have a look at him just to see. He's got a beautiful man bun, Western Australian. But we're not going to draft him. We are going to draft Braden Boyce. My heart was already set on him, as he is the better of the 2. We do need some more halfbacks, as we did list a few of them. So welcome aboard, Braden Boyce. And with our next pick, we're going to be taking Easton Lang from Western Australia. He's 70 overall, but doesn't have as good a potential as Braden Boyce. But we do need another key defender. He's going to be a decent player for us, I think. I don't know how much he is going to play, but if we go really deep into the future, he's going to be half decent. We're now getting into the point of the draft where it starts to get a little bit mature agey, and we are here at pick 55. We can see there's Geordie Payne at, at pick 55. Obviously, we're pick 55. But I'm just looking at strictly AFL listed players from last season to see if there's anybody half decent. There's a few players from previous draft classes who have been delisted. We've got Lee Kalir, who we've signed previously as a free agent. We've got Francis Evans, who used to play over the road at Carlton. Callum Coleman-Jones, former teammate of mine, Aaron Francis. There's a lot of good players here. I'm trying to think, Lockie Sullivan? Yes, Lockie Sullivan, 28 years old. Another halfback. We don't really need another halfback. Zane Cordy, who I think may have actually been on our list last season, funnily enough. But I'm going to go in the Logan Evans direction from Port Adelaide. He's on our series at the moment with Port Adelaide, so let's just bring him over here and he can do a little bit of a job for us as a utility. So far in the draft, I've not really been drafting for need. I've really just been drafting for best player available, but I do need another ruckman, and I'm going to take Locke Rawlinson, who... Why is he listed as a ruckman? I've just noticed that. He's 177 centimeters tall, for God's sake. We're not drafting him. Who else is here? I just saw he was here. We're not going to draft him. I changed my mind. I haven't really drafted for need so far at this point of the draft, and that is about to change. We need a ruckman just to back up Tom DeConing. I've forgotten his name, even though we just signed him. As we know, Rowan Marshall is going to be out for the start of the season, and he is getting older. So we're going to take a former teammate of mine, Daniel Scholl, who is a big unit, Shoulders Scholl, as we do call him down at Sturt. We're going to pick him up, and he can just sort of sit in the reserves and do nice things. If he ever plays the game for us, we'll be in a lot of trouble. But our draft is now done. And with 2025 officially done, it is now time to set our expectations for next season. And I think finishing in the top 4 is potentially a bit of a stretch, but I'm going to go for it anyway. We've got a lot of funds available, as I did not upgrade our facilities at any point last season. So let's go update the medical facilities. That'll get us at $1.4 million worth of funds available. I don't think there's anything else for us to do. Hopefully, with our upgraded medical facilities, we won't be so bad as last season. We also have to remember that we don't have our first round pick this year, which could potentially be a little bit risky, but we'll see what happens. 2026 is now here, and we've got a semi-decent lineup. Obviously, we've still got a few injuries, which we are recovering from last season, but you know what? I don't mind where we're at right now. Our fullback line, we've got Bradley Hill. I keep wanting to say Bobby Hill, but I know it's Bradley. Ari Schoenmaker, Braden Boyce, the number 2 draft pick from last season's draft. Wanganeen Miller, Callum Wilkie, Jack Sinclair, and then we've got Jack McRae on the wing, the Bont, Travalia, Darcy Wilson, Jack Steele, Tom DeConing. That is a really good midfield. Bit of mix of youth and a little bit of experience as well. And then we've got Alex Tarau, I still don't know. Max King at centre half forward. Mateus Philippou, Hugo Garcia, Mitch Owens, Jack Higgins. And then on the bench, we've got Mason Wood, Lockie Hunter, Hunter Clark, Windager, and Logan Evans as the sub. We've still got a few injuries. As I said, not absolutely perfect. Our preseason game, much better than last season's preseason up against Sydney. We only lose by 26 this time around at Moorabbin. Jordan Clark, Josh Treacy get some good votes in a preseason game. It really doesn't matter. And funnily enough, we're also playing Fremantle in our round 1 game, which is quite funny. Is this opening round? No, it is round 1. If we have a look at our objectives for this year that we have set, we've got the top 4 finish, as we know. We've got to win 2 finals, which means we either have to finish outside the top 4 and reach a prelim, or finish in the top 4, lose the first round, and then get to the grand final, or just win both and get to the grand final, you know what I mean? And then avoid losing 4 games in a row. That's probably going to be, or probably actually the second objective is probably the toughest. We'll just see how we go. I didn't like any of the other objectives, but hopefully with a bit less injury misfortune, we're going to be okay. Let's see if we can get a win in round 1. We get belted by 68 points at Marvel Stadium. Not a good start. I mean, look, to end the season, it wasn't ideal. We lost our first 3 games of the year, and then we had 3 really big wins to start sort of post-gather round, and then we lose 3 of our final 5 games to finish outside the top 8 on percentage. We were literally in the top 4 with about 5 weeks to go, and then the wheels fell off, and now we're out of the finals, and we're very, very sad about it. So, Richmond... they've won 2 games. West Coast are going to have our first round pick, which will probably be in the 10 range. Actually, it might be in the it's top 10 pick-ish. top 8 pick, I think. But we now got to get through to the finals, see how it all plays out. Hopefully nothing terrible happens in terms of, like, I don't know, Carlton win the Premiership. That would be sad, considering they are 1.5% ahead of us. That would be sad. Hopefully that doesn't happen. John Newcomb, back-to-back Brownlow medalist. Absolutely incredible. Matt Rao, 26 votes, finishes in second. Ollie Wines in third. Dunkley fourth. Oliver fifth. No Saints, I believe. Not that I can see anyway. And John Newcomb also wins the Coleman, I'm sure. Okay, 44 goals for him. The last Brownlow medalist to win the Coleman and... well, the Brownlow and the Coleman in the same year is what I mean. Probably Tony Lockett in 1987 would be my guess. There's nobody else that I can think of that would have done it since. Isaac Heaney in second, and then is it Brandon or Brennan Cox in third? This is a weird year, this one. Aaron Norton. Harley Reid, who's now a key forward apparently. I don't know what the update's done to the rosters. I don't like it. This is strange, but Harley Reid's now a key forward. That's hilarious. And the Rising Star winner, no votes for our guy, which is interesting because I think he played every game. Maxwell Palmer finishes in first, and then Mr. Parsons, Pollard, not Parsons, ended up going to Geelong, I think at pick 8. He ends up in third. No All-Australians for us again this season, so a bit of a poor year, if I'm being perfectly honest. A little bit annoyed, actually, to be honest. I really thought we had a chance of making the top 4. We were there with about 5 weeks to go, and then, as I said, the wheels kind of fell off. Fortunately, Carlton don't win the Premiership, although they do make the semi-final. Hawthorn have had back-to-back really strong grand final performances. They beat Collingwood by 99 points in the grand final. Sam Walsh getting a Norm Smith medal. John Newcomb almost made it back-to-back Brownlows and back-to-back Norm Smith medals, which is outrageous, and he won a Coleman. John Newcomb might be the best player in AFL history at this point, but a very, very good game. Hawthorn gets another Premiership. Bruce gets his 5th. I think it's his 5th, or at least his 4th. I think it's his 4th, but still an outstanding performance. And just have a look at our season stats. Injury-wise, we had a much better run. We were a lot more lucky, I guess, but still just couldn't quite crack the finals, which is a little bit of a shame because we are really running out of time with a lot of our older players, so we may have to move them on to get a little bit younger. So even though Callum Wilkie was absolutely exceptional, I mean, he kicked 30 goals from centre-half back and led the goal kicking. I mean, that doesn't really make a great deal of sense to me. Philippou was exceptional. Mitch Owens was really good. Max King, 26 goals. I don't want to look at how many behinds he kicked. Higgins was good. Wanganeen Miller just continuing to impress. Travalia was exceptional. Bontempelli was really good. De Koning was great. Taru was pretty good at half forward. Jack Steele, again, was exceptional. Jack Sinclair also was really good. And then Braden Boyce in his debut season, 18 goals from halfback was awesome. A lot of work to do. A lot of work to do still. And Mitch Lewis makes it back-to-back years with 90 behinds in a season. We may need to have a look at his career statistics, but 32 goals, 92 is absolutely disgusting. And it appears Ben King can't kick straight either. Who kicked the most behinds for us? That's one thing I didn't actually have a look at. Actually, I need to go back over here. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to have a quick look. I dare say it was Max King. 64 behinds. So between the two King brothers, they kicked about 150 behinds between them. Gross. And as we get into the off-season of 2026, we actually have less uncontracted players that we need to sign. But the ones we do need to sign are very, very good. We've obviously got Darcy Wilson, who did miss a bit of time. I think he's currently out with an ACL, so this career mode may as well be called ACL the Musical. We've got, I think, Travis Shearer, who we picked up in the mid-season draft. I mean, not the mid-season draft, the rookie draft. I don't actually remember drafting him. Philippou, who we're obviously going to re-sign. Alex Dodson, who we may re-sign. But yeah, we're sort of getting towards the bottom of the barrel with some of these guys. But Wilson and Philippou are obviously the priority. And Darcy Wilson is all signed up. 4 years, $465,000 a season. I think it did take into account that he is injured at the moment, so that's actually quite a cool feature. But he is now signed up through 2030. I highly doubt the rebuild is going to take that long. Philippu's also signed up now, 750 grand on the dot for a season, or per season, I should say, for 6 years, signed up through to 2032. And we still got to sign 10 players with about 700 grand left on the books. I think the guys that are currently uncontracted, I'm either going to trade all of them away or just let them go via delisting. Free agency wise, I don't know what I'm going to do, mainly because we haven't got that much money because we spent all of it last year. So I think I may head straight through to the trade period. Little early trade from the trade period. Jack Watkins has been traded from the Giants to Richmond for pick 37. Josh Worrell's been traded to Geelong for pick 24. And Ginnivan, after spending a couple of years at Hawthorn, has been traded to Freo in exchange for a future first and pick 47. As you can see, our trade period is done. We've made a few more trades than I typically would have made. 5 trades, including 2 with North Melbourne. So consider that like a 2-part trade where it's like one big trade, but it's just sort of a few different moving pieces. The first portion of the trade is we are sending Callum Wilkie and Mason Wood, 2 of our older players. Callum Wilkie is actually one of our best players last year, as well as pick 27 off to North Melbourne in exchange for Will Dawson. Now, on paper, you're probably thinking that seems like a lot to give up, and you know what? It probably is. But he is a very good, very tall, young defender with a lot of potential. Callum Wilkie and Mason Wood are getting older. Mason Wood, obviously, I think used to play for North Melbourne, if I'm not correct. If I am not mistaken, I believe that is correct, is what I'm trying to say. And we also had to throw in pick 27 to get the deal done. I'm quite happy with it. The rest of the deal that we do with North Melbourne will make sense later, so hold on, bear with. Second deal was Bradley Hill off to Collingwood in exchange for pick 35. That was a pick that we on-traded to Fremantle, as you can tell on screen where it says tied to Fremantle, so that gives you a hint of where that pick's going. We then sent Alex Dodson off to the Crows. He was out of contract, he didn't want to re-sign, so we sent him back to South Australia, where we think he'll be very happy rucking behind Riley O'Brien. Now, the second part of this North Melbourne trade was we also sent Hunter Clark, Cooper Sharman, and is it Luke Collard, I believe? We're going for a bit of Savlaki. We've got Nick Larkey on the side. He has signed up to, I think, a 4-year deal. We need another big key forward because at points last season, we had Mitch Owens playing at full forward. We've got Ben King. We've now got, not Ben King, Max King. We've now got Nick Larkey. Hopefully, both of them will be healthy over the course of the season. And our final trade, we sent pick 35, which we would have gotten from North Melbourne, as well as our future first and second round pick next year to get Murphy Reid from Fremantle. He does become a very, very good player on this game. I think he's going to be a nice addition to our midfield, considering we did trade away Bradley Hill, we did trade away Mason Wood, as well as Hunter Clark, so I figured we'd need to get one back. And contracts-wise, they're all fairly affordable contracts. Nick Larkey's contract was 800 grand per season through to 2030. Will Dawson, $320,000 through to 2029. And then Murphy Reid was a bit of a cheaper contract, but it's contracted for a long time through to 2035, meaning we've got 12 spots available to re-sign players. All of the players that I have re-signed are now on the book, so everybody that's currently uncontracted, I'm just going to let go. And we've got $2 million to spend should we need to. We can go into free agency just to see who's there, who are the top-rated players, because I think we've basically built out our depth really, really nicely. I just want to add a few more players if I need to, if I find anybody that would be genuine. And, I mean, when I say realistic, this is a video game. We're not really in the realms of realism. We've got Bontempelli and De Koning and Nick Larkey, and yeah, none of this is realistic, but we're having fun. It's what it's all about. But I still want it to be, have it make sense. Not necessarily be realistic, but have it make sense. So like Pendlebury, for example, or McGovern, who just retired, neither of those would make sense. May and Witts, they're probably happy where they are. Blixsales, Dangerfield, and Tex Walker are not leaving their clubs. And then we're sort of getting into the Jamie Elliott territory, and even further down the line, Jason Johannesson. Yeah, I think we're just going to leave it as is because then we'd just be spending money for money's sake. So I'm happy just to leave those, that $2 million open for next season, plus any potential draftees that we will have next season. So I haven't actually had a look at our draft hand that we've got at this point. We start at pick 41, and then all of our picks follow suit, and then we start in the 3rd round next season, as obviously we traded our 1st and 2nd rounder to Fremantle. So I'm very happy with the business we've done. Hopefully that will get us into the finals. I mean, we'll still aim for top 4, I think, next season, but I think if we can at least get into the finals, we're obviously a chance at winning a premiership. And now to cover the ground of the 2026 off-season, Mitch Georgiadis has been sent to the Gold Coast Suns in exchange for pick 14 and pick 32. Georgie Wardlaw's off to Hawthorn for pick 11 and Massimo D'Ambrosio. I feel like that's quite a good trade for North Melbourne, to be honest. Tom McCartan's off to the Giants for pick 15. Lockie Schultz, he's had enough of Collingwood. He's off to Bulldogs for pick 12. Alex Davies has been sent to Richmond for a future 3rd rounder. I think the Suns are just saving a bit of money there. Harvey Thomas has been traded to Melbourne for an unused draft pick. So Melbourne got Harvey Thomas for free. That's interesting. Hayden McLean has been sent to Melbourne. Aaron Cadman's been sent to Brisbane for an unused draft pick in pick 26. That is an absolute steal. Oliver Henry's been traded to the Brisbane Lions. Brisbane's done well this offseason for a future 3rd and 2nd round pick. Matt Rao has been sent to Hawthorn for pick 5 and pick 18. And Brisbane Lions Brisbane is all over this trade period, have sent Darcy Wilmot and pick 50 for a future 1st and a future 1st round pick and pick 10 to the Western Bulldogs. Patrick Sett has also returned from his rehab, which is lovely. We enter the draft at pick 38. There's really not a lot for us to do here. James Barrett, is he one of ours that we previously had? Let's have a quick scout, see if I do recognize him. Yeah, he is one of ours. Did I just not re-sign him? Was that stupid of me? Yep, let's draft him. Whoopsie. I probably should have re-signed him if that's the case. Is there any other Hugh Boxall I didn't re-sign him? Wow, I was really, really poor on re-signing the players in free agency. Let's have a look. Who else did I not re-sign? Only Hugh Boxall. Okay, let's bring him back. Just going for a bit of a backup key forward here. We're going to go in the Tyler Welsh direction. Did feature in our Adelaide Crows video, obviously. Hasn't really featured anywhere else in this in my AFL 26 cycle. I'm going to go Lockie Smith, just a nice backup ruck here with our next pick. Has a little bit of potential, but apart from that, I don't think he's going to play that much considering we've got De Koning and Rowan Marshall ahead of him. We're going to draft Jack. I don't know how to say his surname, but we're just going to draft Jack. That's my next pick. And with our final 3 picks, we've taken Bodie Ryan, Luca Grego, and Riak Andrew, who were all delisted and out of contract, and we've picked them up. Very, very nice work by us. And I think with this season objective, there's actually no reasonable ones here. I'm not aiming for fan satisfaction. I'm not aiming for happy members. I'm going to go be placed in the top 10 across 8 different rounds. I feel like that is perfectly reasonable. And it's now time for a brand new season. The 2027 season is here. These are our objectives. We need to win 8 games at home. That seems reasonable. Win 6 consecutive games without suffering a loss or draw. We get a nice bonus for that. And then obviously maintain a top 10 position across 8 rounds. I thought it was 12, but that is okay. Also, quick public service announcement. In between the start of the off-season and the start of the video, I did reset my academy because I think between updates, something happened. I don't really know what it was, and a few of the player positions were all out of whack. Because I do know that Alexander Turu is a defender, but I had him listed as a forward, so that's why I was playing him forward, because he was listed there. So I've reset the academy, and now all the player positions are correct. So if it's still, weird, sorry. But hopefully everything should be fixed now. Now, I've put together a best 22 for the upcoming season. We've got a preseason game. I believe it's against Essendon, if I remember correctly. I know Darcy Wilson is still injured, but I think we are not doing too bad with this team. We've got Alex Turu, as I was talking about. He's going to be playing in the back pocket. Will Dawson, fullback. Braden Boyce in the other back pocket with Wanganeen Miller, Easton Lang, who we drafted last season. I think he was our 3rd or 2nd round pick or something like that. and Jack Sinclair. He is going to be at halfback. We've then got Jack McRae, Murphy Reid, Marcus Windhager, Jack Steele, Bontempelli, and Tom De Koning in the midfield. We've got Philippou, Max King at centre half forward, Toby Travalia, Mitch Owens, Nick Larkey, Jack Higgins. How many Jacks have we got in this team? Good God. Rowan Marshall, Jeremy Sharp, Angus Hasty, Hugh Boxall, and then Liam Henry as the sub. As we do know, we've got Wilson, I've forgotten his first name, Darcy Wilson on sort of out of the squad at the moment. He's still recovering from his ACL, but we're looking very, very good. We finally won a preseason game in this video. 181 plays, 105. Jack Higgins and Jack Steele getting best on, all in that order, and then Wanganeen Miller with the 1 vote. A very, very good performance. Obviously, it's only preseason, but still a good indication of where we're at. We go unchanged into round 1 against the Eagles, who looks like they lost their round 1 game. I can't see who against, but they did lose by 48 points. So we obviously didn't play in opening round. Hopefully we can get a decent run of things in our first game of the season. We win by 10 after being down at 3/4 time. Sinclair, Wanganeen Miller, and Murphy Reid doing very, very nicely. Let's go through to the 2027 final series. Hopefully we'll be doing a little bit better. Will Joe Newcombe win 3 consecutive Brownlows? I don't know. Let's find out. Regular season is done, and we sneak into finals by the skin of our teeth. Our season was dead and buried by, I reckon, about round 12. And then we went on that 6-game win streak we needed. We were in 14th. We were in a lot of trouble. And then we sort of floated around a little bit after that, and then we won 3 of our last 5 to get the job done. We lose to the Crows away from home, actually, in round 24, but it didn't matter in the end. The Suns won, but we hold on by a percentage. Our percentage was really, really good this year. We've been very, very lucky. We get almost all of our objectives done. We still have time to get, actually, I think the 8 games at home has to be done in the home and away season, so we miss out on that. But we're in the top 10 for over 8 rounds, and we get the 6 consecutive wins, which was awesome. But the season is now complete. We have finals to play, and I didn't actually look at who we were playing. We're playing Freo, so it's the Murphy Reid revenge game over in Perth. We've got overseas travel, and you know what? Overseas travel, interstate travel. And you know what the best bit is? We are injury-free. We've been really lucky with injury this year after being absolutely just demolished by it in Season 1. We weren't too bad in Season 2 either. So our best team is basically the same as we showed you at the start of the season, with the exception of Darcy Wilson is now back from his injury. We've got a few other players who I can't remember who has come back and who hasn't, but we're looking pretty good at this point in time. But it's now elimination final time. This is as close as we've gotten to getting to a grand final in this video. This has been a long one, so I don't think we've actually had to do a 4th season just yet. I'm hoping we don't. But if we can make a grand final from 8th, that would be a fantastic achievement. Hopefully we can beat Freo away. We get it done. We were up by 8 points at halftime. Really strong 3rd quarter, 5 goals to 2, and we just hang on by 10 points in the end. Andy Brayshaw gets best on, but it's not good enough. Freo, bye-bye. Murphy Reid, you're a champion. Alex Thoreau is unfortunately injured for the semi-final. We're actually playing Melbourne in the semi. Let's put Hasty in that back pocket. And where is he? James Barrett. I don't actually think he's played a game for us all year. So we may actually still trade him away, even though we did pick him up in the rookie draft. I'm actually thinking, where are you? We're actually going to bring Hugh Boxall in instead. Actually, no, we're not. I changed my mind. But everybody else is going to remain the same. Hopefully, I mean, Alex's injury isn't too bad, which is good. It's only a 2 to 3 weeker. But hopefully Melbourne, how did they go and where did they finish? They finished top of the ladder. Okay, this is going to be tough. It is 1st versus 8th. Semi-final at the MCG. Can we cause an upset? No, we can't. Season 4 is going to be coming. We unfortunately can't get it done. John Newcombe can't make it 3 consecutive Brownlows, but Josh Dunkley does win it for himself and the Brisbane Lions. Matt Kennedy finishes in second, Sam Walsh in third in Hawthorn colours, Lachie Neale in fourth, doing a very, very good job. Coleman medalist is Aaron Norton. Charlie Curnow, actually it's a tied Coleman medal. We haven't had that for a long time. No Saints. Suvlaki did a very, very good job. 37 goals for him. He probably kicked a lot of behinds though, just something to keep an eye on. And rising star is Reece Unwin. And do we have any All-Australians? We still don't have any All-Australians. We are so unlucky not to have gotten any All-Australians throughout this video. Brisbane win the grand final this time around, getting the job done over the